Upon returning from the realm of cultivation, I have decided to return to my hometown to engage in farming and live streaming to sell vegetables. After failing to transcend the tribulation and achieve the golden core, Song Tan found herself back in the modern world, amidst the chaos of a multi-car accident. It was only through the intervention of a benefactor that she narrowly escaped death. What more is there to contemplate? No longer wishing to be a cog in the corporate machine, she resolved to return home and cultivate the land. 1. I have returned from the world of cultivation. On the moon-calling peak of the back mountain, thunderclouds gathered, their ominous presence palpable. Song Tan, a dual spiritual root cultivator from the asking heaven sect of the Xian realm, had tended to spirit plants for a century on this peak, finally awaiting the opportunity for a breakthrough. However, she did not anticipate the ferocity of the lightning tribulation during her golden core formation. Her body was shattered by the strike, and even her soul was fragmented. In the haze of despair, before her existence faded entirely, Song Tan glimpsed countless images that were both familiar and foreign. A chaotic pile of vehicles, twisted and turned in disarray. Collisions, pain, and cries echoed around her. Flipped cars, and the gradual ooze of oil on the bridge. Desperate hands pounded against the windows, while a crimson haze clouded her vision, rendering her immobile and voiceless. Hello, is this 120? There's a multi-car accident on Ninghai Bridge. Bang! Get the driver out first, he's still breathing. This girl's leg is trapped, someone help. Quickly move. There's a leak, it might explode. Song Tan stared in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. Momentarily unable to comprehend, was this a manifestation of her inner demons? Yet, curiously, there was a girl within the car whose presence firmly captured her attention. However, the other party was battered and bloodied, slowly closing her eyes, her breath faint. Song Tan could already discern that the spiritual essence surrounding her was dissipating, and her soul was on the verge of fragmentation. In the next moment, Song Tan felt herself being pulled by an unseen force, and then her fractured soul suddenly sank heavily. In the midst of her hazy consciousness, a girl with alabaster skin and bright black eyes gazed at her, her expression filled with joy and reassurance. You have returned. What does this mean? Just as Song Tan was about to inquire, she witnessed the essence of her soul rushing towards her own shattered spirit, merging tightly together. Past life, present life. She remembered. This was not a heart demon. This was her return, from the realm of cultivation back to the very moment she was about to perish in the modern world. This was her former existence. She had always been Song Tan, who perished in a car accident and lost her memory upon arriving in the Xian realm, transforming from a village girl into a diligent cultivator, eventually entering the Wenyangang. Over the course of a century, she had tirelessly pursued cultivation, striving to break through and safeguard herself amidst the perils of the immortal realm. She was indeed Song Tan. Yet, the impact ahead was too severe. Her body was overwhelmed by unbearable pain. In her previous life, she had died in this very car accident. No, this cannot be. With great difficulty, Song Tan summoned the scarce spiritual energy around her, striving to mend her body. The thin spiritual essence struggled to circulate within her, laboriously repairing her damaged organs and physique. As she exerted every ounce of strength to open her blood-soaked eyes, a distinctly masculine face, striking yet marred by protruding veins, came into her view. The proximity was such that Song Tan could discern his dark brown eyes and particularly dense eyelashes. Notably, a small black mole on his forehead sat perfectly centered. The man gritted his teeth, yet struggled to utter, "Do not be afraid. I will pull you out now." Behind them, a voice cried out in desperation, "Hurry, hurry. There's a fire. There's a fire. Hold on." The man embracing her whispered urgently, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead and cheeks, dripping on his Song Tan's face. Her body was yanked forward with increasing force, pain coursing through her limbs, as if her very soul were being tightly bound to this corporeal form. In the next instant, a deafening explosion erupted. The screams around her intensified in terror. Boom! Her heavy body was violently hurled away, and she trembled, consciousness slipping away. When she next awakened, 3 heads peered over the bedside. The foremost belonged to a middle-aged doctor, his hair sparse but his gaze clear. "How do you feel now?" he inquired. Song Tan's gaze fell upon the nameplate on his chest, which bore a remarkably vivid portrait. Ning Province, First People's Hospital. Attending physician, Zhang Yuan. She stared blankly at the nameplate, familiar memories flooding her mind. In that moment, she was both the cultivator Song Tan and the ordinary person Song Tan. The fusion of souls, the intertwining of past and present over a century had passed, and she had finally returned. The air was permeated with the sterile scent of hospital disinfectants from all directions, and the spiritual energy was so scarce it felt as fragile as a wisp of smoke. With a flicker of thought, she began to silently recite her cultivation methods, and after a prolonged effort, a couple of strands of spiritual energy sluggishly made their way to her. Song Tan let out a sigh of relief. The ability to cultivate was indeed a blessing. With her century-long experience in nurturing spiritual plants, sustaining herself was certainly not an issue. Glancing at the doctor awaiting her response, Song Tan hesitated before speaking, her voice tinged with unfamiliarity. I am all right. The intern on her left dutifully presented the medical records, while the newly appointed attending physician animatedly gestured with his arms, emulating the seasoned practitioners as he inscribed what appeared to be arcane symbols, all the while wearing a warm and approachable smile. Our examination results are excellent. Young lady, you are fortunate. Despite the chain accident, your head was grazed, and you may experience a mild concussion, but everything else is perfectly fine. We can observe you for another day or two before your discharge. However, due to the chaotic scene, your phone and your clothing could not be powered on, and given the minor nature of your injuries, we have yet to notify your family. Family. 3 familiar, earnest faces flashed through Song Tan's mind. Instinctively, she touched her head, momentarily recalling the scene of the accident, and hurriedly inquired, I remember there was a gentleman who saved me. How's he faring now? In her past life, she had lost consciousness the moment the accident occurred, completely oblivious to anyone who might have risked their life to rescue her. And now, the attending physician hesitated for a moment and said, half an hour ago, 18 injured individuals were diverted to our hospital. I heard from the firefighters that you were pulled from the vehicle by a young man. Is that correct? Song Tan nodded in affirmation. The doctor hesitated briefly before continuing. Is not in any life-threatening condition. He is from out of town and has just been taken to a higher-level hospital by his family. Song Tan felt a wave of relief wash over her. May I have his or his family's contact information? I wish to express my gratitude in person. The debt of gratitude was immense, for it was not only the life of the 23-year-old Song Tan that was saved, but also the countless years of cultivation she had undergone. Even in the realm of Song Xian, such a profound kindness warranted a return of utmost sincerity. The doctor shook his head. That gentleman saved several people at the time. His family arrived and mentioned that no thanks were necessary, hence they were unwilling to disclose any contact details. Which hospital did he go to? He was taken to Renai Hospital in the capital. Song Tan nodded, refraining from further inquiries. She considered that she had yet to fully acclimatize to this place. Once she gathered her spiritual energy for cultivation anew, she would engage in divination to ascertain the whereabouts of her benefactor. As the doctors bustled away, Song Tan found the current atmosphere stifling. The surrounding lack of spiritual energy was clearly not conducive to cultivation. Instinctively, she felt around for her pillow, only to find it empty. Of course, her belongings had been incinerated in the accident, including her identification. Tentatively, she pulled open the drawer beside her bed, and indeed, she discovered a shattered mobile phone within. The screen was shattered significantly, having spent the night nestled in a drawer. Whether it had recovered or not, Song Tan managed to fumble her way through and successfully power it on. Upon opening the interface, she noticed the glaring red notification bubble with the number 99 in the upper right corner of a green app, which was particularly jarring. There was also a blue icon emitting a dreadful notification sound, instantly invoking her aversion. The sixth sense of cultivators often aids them in evading misfortunes, and Song Tan mused to herself, this message surely bodes ill. It is best not to look. Nevertheless, she thought it prudent to engage with her phone for a while, having not done so for over a century. She was filled with anticipation. As she swiped down with her finger, she inadvertently opened an app marked by a musical note symbol. Vibrato. Embark on a beautiful life. Song Tan muttered to herself. Since I have opened it, I might as well take a glance. One glance led to another, and yet another. Watching short videos was indeed a delightful experience. She discovered that her former life was so fascinating. Song Tan yearned to partake. This world is so intriguing, if only she could remain in such bliss forever. Perhaps delaying her cultivation, no. Postponing it for a while wouldn't be a problem. After all, there was no spiritual energy surrounding her now, and cultivating would yield minimal results, certainly not worth the effort. The cultivator, Song Tan, contemplated her decision, concluding that this was not merely the procrastination she had often heard of in her memories, but rather the profound intuition that comes with her practice. In any case, she calculated that this was indeed an auspicious moment for indulging in her phone, although the screen was rather badly damaged. In the next instant, a call unexpectedly popped up on her phone. Song Tan, where's the PPT I requested? Why has it taken you so long to send it to me? Song Tan, what is a PPT? Who is this person? She reflected on her memories and recalled that in her previous life, it was a sudden demand from her boss for a PPT that had sent her into a frantic rush to hail a cab to the office. Little did she know that as soon as the vehicle reached the Ninghai Bridge, she would be caught in a series of unfortunate car accidents. Moreover, why didn't you come to work today? Absent for a day incurs a deduction of 500. Next time, you will be dismissed immediately. Song Tan. Although she couldn't remember just yet, it did not impede the surge of indignation rising within her. Just by observing her attire, one could tell that her entire monthly salary amounted to a mere pittance. Song Tan rubbed her temples, inhaling deeply, striving to recall the relentless overtime tasks that plagued her company, as the desires buried deep within her heart began to stir with increasing fervor. I wish to return to my hometown. I wish to be by my parents' and younger brother's side. I do not wish to work. This yearning was so intense that Song Tan instantly resolved her decision. Alas, having been away from work for too long, what was she supposed to say next? Cough, cough. Is this the boss? Please hold on. Ningxing is merely an ordinary provincial capital, perpetually caught in the throes of infrastructure development, rather drab and unremarkable. In contrast, the Ninghai Bridge is a newly constructed overpass spanning north and south. Economizing travel expenses, a taxi ride from a residence costs 55 yuan. Typically, she refrains from hailing a cab, but with her boss expressing urgent need for the PPT and considering that she had other tasks at hand, she indulged in this luxury. Who would have known that an accident would occur? On this outing, her battered old phone was still functional. Song Tan, feeling somewhat awkward, attempted to scan a code and without further ado, hailed a taxi to cross the Ninghai Bridge. After more than half an hour, she arrived at the foot of her company building. It was nothing grand. Song Tan was merely an ordinary graduate from second-tier university, having emerged from a rural background, and large corporations were beyond her reach. Currently, this company occupied the third floor of the building, engaging in various outsourcing tasks. She had studied a versatile finance major, and, at the time, she had little choice. She applied to whichever school she could get into. During the chaotic campus recruitment, she half-heartedly listened to an HR representative, later discovering they were just a regular employee spinning dreams, and thus, she found herself hired by this company. Now, after being tempered by the rigors of society, she had become an all-rounder, adept in planning, operations, post-production, editing, promotion, and a Jacko-Faltradisa veritable 007 in her field. 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, as long as there were tasks. Even during her period, she would drag herself in, having taken medication to manage the discomfort. Her internship salary was 5,000, and upon transitioning to a full-time role, her monthly pay would rise to 7,500. Sounds decent, doesn't it? Yet, the capital city showed little signs of growth, while housing prices had soared, averaging around 15,000. The apartment she rented, albeit a dilapidated unit carved out of an old residential area and teetering on the edge of legality, cost nearly 1,000 a month for a mere 20 square meter space. Transportation, food, daily necessities. All her earnings were meticulously saved. After making her payment, Song Tan couldn't help but sigh. I still have over 60,000 in savings. How abundant. Who would have thought that in her past life? She was such a frugal young lady. In the midst of the day, the small company's office was pervaded by the mingling aromas of various dishes. A young girl among the colleagues beckoned to her. Tan Tan, why weren't you here this morning? Have you eaten? Though she struggled to recall the girl's name, Song Tan silently approached and read the nameplate. Hua Shuiying. Glancing at the clay pot rice in front of her, The blend of appetizing scents and unpleasant odors stirred an indescribable discomfort within her. I was in a car accident this morning. I just got discharged from the hospital. Hua Shuiying retrieved a fried egg from the box. Ah, open your mouth. Let me feed you. The hospital wouldn't discharge you unless your condition was stable. Wang must be refusing to compensate you again. Regardless, it's difficult to secure any compensation. You should have just lain in the hospital for a couple of days. Quickly eat the egg to regain your strength. Song Tan's stomach aptly responded with a rumble. Although the gesture felt somewhat intimate, Hua Shuiying appeared to be a dear friend. After a brief hesitation, she parted her lips and delicately took a bite. As her teeth met, an odd medley of flavors erupted in her mouth, the rich aroma of the egg, the impurities of the food, the heaviness of the oil, yet intertwined with an indescribable sense of nausea that momentarily twisted her abdomen and churned her stomach. Is this the meal? Far from enhancing her cultivation, if consumed long-term, her body would be inundated with impurities. Achieving the golden elixir in her lifetime, whether she could even establish a foundation, remained uncertain. With great effort, Song Tan suppressed her discomfort and finally swallowed that small morsel of egg. Hua Shuiying was eagerly anticipating her second bite, the little girl saving every morsel, both obedient and pitiable, evoking sympathy from her friend. However, Song Tan shook her head. I can't eat anymore, it tastes rather peculiar. Indeed, it was quite unpalatable. Without hesitation, Hua Shuiying reclaimed the egg, taking a large bite. What's peculiar about it? It costs 25 yuan a serving. Nonetheless, it certainly doesn't compare to home-cooked meals. As my mother would say, takeout lacks the essence of vegetables, being overly saturated with oil and vinegar. Song Tan rubbed her belly, realizing she, too, was hungry. Having not eaten since last night until this morning, she finally acknowledged her mortal needs. She hesitated for a moment. Is it the ingredients that are the issue? Perhaps I should order something of better quality. The lack of vitality and the excessive impurities in the ingredients were concerning. Recalling the bizarre taste of the previous dish, she shifted her gaze towards pricier options, reasoning that these might guarantee a more reliable source of ingredients. While waiting for the delivery, Song Tan inquired, the boss mentioned needing a PowerPoint. What is that exactly? It had been so long that she had truly forgotten how to create one. Hua Shuiying, unfazed, casually remarked, which PowerPoint? I believe you mentioned you had completed half of it yesterday. Why not check your computer again? Song Tan ambled over to her cramped workspace, slowly booting up her computer and scrutinizing the half-finished project on her desktop images. Text, formatting, examining every detail meticulously. But what about the rest? How was she to proceed with the remaining tasks? Upon opening other files, it became glaringly clear she did not possess the slightest clue. Song Dynasty, cultivator, steadied the old dog, remaining as unyielding as a mountain. If one cannot, then so be it. After all, 2 lifetimes of toil have sufficed. This time, she shall not be a mere laborer. At that moment, a resounding call echoed at the company entrance. Greetings, delivery. 3. Returning to the countryside to cultivate the land. Song Tan regained her composure and accepted her takeaway, an exquisite meal from the most esteemed private kitchen, valued at 188. However, upon opening the box, the enticing aroma mingled with a murky scent, reminiscent of the atmosphere she now found so disconcerting. A wave of nausea washed over her, and no matter how she tried, she could not bring herself to eat. At that moment, the boss, affectionately dubbed King of Skinning by the employees, stormed in. His anger palpable. Song Tan, you still have the mind to eat? Where's the PPT I requested? If you do not submit it before 2 o'clock, you might as well consider yourself dismissed. Startled, Song Tan sprang to her feet. What else could I have forgotten? I came here to be fired. Fine. Just remember to deposit my salary on time. I am resigning and returning home. The entire office fell silent, astonished. As Song Tan began to gather her belongings, Wang, standing there, felt both bewildered and aggrieved. I didn't mean it like that. It was no easy task to find a diligent, capable, and cost-effective employee like her. Hua Shuiying, abandoning her meal, approached with the intent to dissuade Song Tan from acting impulsively. The current environment was unfavorable, and job hopping was no simple feat yet. Upon noticing the shorn patch of hair on the other side of Song Tan's head, along with the bandage affixed to it, she inexplicably felt a sense of grievance. If you wish to leave, then go. Tan, let me help you pack your things. Focus on recuperating. I will come to find you after work. Song Tan's earlier words echoed within her, a long-held desire finally surfacing after years of suppression. After uttering those words, vivid images of the verdant hills and clear waters of her hometown flooded her mind, accompanied by the soft clucking of plump hens and the gentle grunts of hefty pigs. She was uncertain whether the pigs of her childhood were purebred, yet they surely surpassed the quality of those found in the city. At that moment, her longing to return home surged uncontrollably. No need to hesitate. I mean it. Let's pack up and head straight back to my hometown. This sentiment left was swaying momentarily stunned. Song Tan packed with remarkable speed. After all, the struggles of 2 generations were ultimately aimed at securing a better life. Now, equipped with her newfound spiritual cultivation skills, albeit still unpracticed, wouldn't returning home to a life of self-sufficiency be a delight? After obtaining her temporary documents from the police station, she hailed a taxi, clutching her suitcase on the way back to her rental. The modest 20-square-meter room featured a few garments hanging by the window, while a stack of books related to her work sat atop the desk. The small bed, measuring just 1.2 meters, was adorned with cotton sheets still bearing the creases from her hasty departure the day prior. Gazing at it, Song Tan couldn't help but reminisce about her frugality in the past, letting out a silent sigh. She retrieved a cardboard box she had been reluctant to discard, carefully packing some basic toiletries, disassembling the bedding set, and organizing a box of clothes along with 3 pairs of shoes. That was all. After a brief tidying up, she called her landlord to request an early departure. The security deposit would not be refunded, but the excess rent would be returned. After calculating her finances, she discovered she still had 63,500 yuan left. Homeward bound, with the high-speed train and taxi rides, totaling 4 hours. The once frugal Song Tan chose to spend a little more, no longer opting for the long bus and train routes as she had in the past. At this moment, she found herself standing by the roadside 5 or 6 hours earlier than usual, gazing at the gently flowing stream on the other side of the road. Inhaling the distinctly fresher air, albeit somewhat murky, she finally liberated herself from a state of oscillation. In the distance, a motorcycle roared down the slope, traversing fields adorned with tea trees, ultimately halting before her. A man of diminutive stature and sun-kissed skin regarded her with a simple smile etched upon his earnest face. "Tantan, why are you on break?" The middle-aged man dismounted, placing a substantial suitcase onto the metal rack behind the motorcycle, securing it with several vigorous twists of a rubber band. After a reassuring shake, he spoke again. "Hop on, Dad will take you home. Your mother has been roasting sweet potatoes, and I caught a few Christian carp yesterday to stew for you. What happened to your head?" This was her father, Song Sanching. Tears welled in Song Tan's eyes as she looked at this ordinary man, whose face was etched with concern, and she mustered a smile, feigning nonchalance as she touched her head. "It's nothing. I bumped it while leaving work, but the company has been insisting on overtime lately, so I decided to come back and rest for a few days. You must take a break, otherwise, how will you avoid leaving behind health issues at such a young age?" The motorcycle's ignition was forcefully engaged, producing a thunderous roar. Instinctively, Song Tan grasped the rear rack, sensing the invigorating breeze brushing against her face. Ascending the mountain, the path twisted and turned amidst increasingly dense foliage, even in the chill of winter. The verdant tea hills and pine forests remained visible. This was her hometown, Yunqing, Qingxi Town, Yinxiao Village, a place of mountains and waters, marked by distinct seasons. This was the beginning of her new life. After traversing rugged terrain on a motorcycle for several minutes, I finally approached the village following a long descent. Cloudbridge Village is nestled within the mountains. Although the establishment of roads connecting every village and the introduction of daily bus services have alleviated some difficulties in leaving, the winding mountain paths still pose considerable inconvenience. In recent years, the number of young people in the village has diminished significantly. The elderly gradually pass away, while the youth venture far from home, leaving an ever-thinning population behind. At present, the surrounding area can scarcely muster 30 households. Yet, what does it matter? Cultivators, after all, have spent time in the most secluded forests and mountains. Secluded meditation can last for months, even decades. The presence of others is inconsequential. As Song Tan dismounted from her motorcycle, she sensed an extraordinary feeling stirring within her, a resonance from her spiritual root. This response confirmed that the remote mountains indeed provide a more conducive environment for cultivation. Reflecting on her abilities after restoring her cultivation, Song Tan felt increasingly confident about her future. In the realm of cultivation, She possesses both water and wood spiritual roots, allowing her to practice dual elemental techniques, brimming with vitality. Yet, the path of the heavens is fraught with challenges, and achieving the golden core remains elusive. Without attaining the golden core, the law of the jungle prevails in the cultivation world, and she would be unable to seize her own fate. In pursuit of a breakthrough, Song Tan has cultivated spiritual plants on the back mountain for a century, meticulously experiencing the cycles of life and death, the trials of wind, frost, snow, and rain, as well as the warmth of sunlight and morning dew. She has nearly honed her ability to nurture plants with spiritual energy into an innate skill. Now, blessed with a second chance at life, she returns to the countryside with no other desire than to cultivate some edible crops. The earthly food is often tainted, and she finds it truly difficult to swallow. As she contemplated this, her stomach, having gone a day without sustenance, growled increasingly. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. A short, stout woman emerged from the kitchen on the other side of the yard. Tan, would you like for dinner? She inquired. I've prepared Crucian carp soup and cooked a few more. Shall I scramble an egg for you as well? You do love eggs, don't you? The chicken was freshly killed, so I shall stew Old Song for you tomorrow. Please fetch some coriander to add to the fish soup later. Coriander, a beloved flavor in the Song family. Songtan looked at her mother, Ulan, and smiled. Let us add some big fat coriander too, in Ning City. They never include this when cooking fish. I've been craving it for quite some time. The locals in Yun City adored this unique aroma when consuming fish. It was only after starting her job in Ning City that Song Tan learned this big fat coriander, scientifically known as patchouli, seemed to be unpopular among outsiders, including those from Ning City. Ulan chuckled. Do you think the restaurants outside can cook it well? But in this bitter winter, where can one find big fat coriander? Let us settle for coriander. The yard of her childhood home was quite spacious, with cracks forming in the cement ground. Even in the depths of winter, a small purple flower had emerged from a fissure, trembling in the cold wind as it blossomed. Song Tan gazed intently at the flower, feeling that in this changed environment, even this little wildflower appeared delicate and enchanting. Song Sancheng placed the luggage in the living room and called out to his daughter, Tan, it's cold outside. Hurry in and warm yourself by the fire. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands and feet together. Riding a motorcycle in this chill is truly frigid. It took a moment for Song Tan to realize that indeed, riding in the winter was exceptionally cold. Yet she felt little, with her hands spread open. Her palms were as white as jade, a testament to her desperate attempts to mend her body after the accident, striving to escape a fatal destiny, and in doing so, her body had indeed undergone a certain refinement. However, this was quite limited. At that moment, a chilling gust swept through, causing Song Tan to involuntarily shudder. She paused for a fleeting moment before hastily retreating into the room. This was a cozy little haven, not spacious. It housed a metal stove nestled in the corner by the window, topped with a square iron plate. The chimney extended long and curved at the ceiling, snaking towards a hole in the opposite wall. Thus, the flames roared within the stove, while the hot, tantalizing smoke was vented outside, warming the entire room akin to the heated homes in the northeast. Song Sancheng hadn't seen his daughter for quite some time, lamenting how her job in the big city left little room for holidays, especially during peak travel seasons when tickets were scarce. The last time they met was during the new year, but that was merely a 3-day respite before she returned to work on the 4th day, which was indeed arduous. His firstborn was this daughter, and in their daily lives, her words were law, a pattern that persisted even after the birth of his son. In contemplation, he found himself at a loss for words, so he reached for a roasted sweet potato from the stove. Are you hungry? Have a sweet potato to tide you over. He was unperturbed by the heat, and Song Tan, too, felt no fear as she extended her hand to receive it. Dad, you should have some too. I won't. Song Sancheng quickly waved his hand. When I was a child, your grandmother used to prepare sweet potatoes for us every day. Eating too many gives me heartburn and can be quite harmful. Song Tan fell silent for a moment. At long last, Song Sancheng found a topic of conversation. How long will you be staying at home this time? Song Tan opened her mouth. Although she had always been straightforward and unyielding in the realm of cultivation, the words that emerged from her lips weighed heavily. Dad, I have resigned from my job and wish to return home to farm. In an instant, Song Sancheng fell into silence. After a considerable pause, he sighed, Tan, you have no idea of the hardships involved in farming. As a university graduate returning to till the land, I am not concerned about what others may say. But you truly cannot endure such toil. Implicit in his words was his disapproval. Song Tan remained unperturbed. Dad, I have picked peanuts, plucked corn, harvested tea leaves, and tended to the vegetable garden when I was young. I have worked in the fields. You have only done a few tasks. Song Sancheng pointed to the pesticide sprayer in the corner of the room. You can't even carry that sprayer. It was an old blue plastic pesticide sprayer, and when filled with water, it weighed at least 30 pounds, requiring one to carry it while moving about. However, compared to plucking tea leaves, cutting rice, or transplanting seedlings, it was a relatively light task. Do not be misled by the notion that rural areas do not utilize pesticides. In this day and age, with pests developing strong resistance, everyone else is applying them. If you don't, you can expect to see your crops and tea leaves devoured. Just then, Ulan entered the room carrying a basin of milky white fish soup, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Despite a slight hint of impurities, it was far superior to what had been tasted during the day. Tan, drink more soup tonight. The Crucian carp was caught by your father from that wild pond. It is particularly nutritious, so make sure to replenish your strength. Upon noticing the small bandage on her daughter's head and hearing that it was due to an accidental bump, he became even more resolute in his intention to serve her 2 extra bowls of soup that evening. Ulan placed the basin atop the metal surface of the stove to warm, only to catch sight of the sweet potato in Song Tan's hands. Tan, do not eat the sweet potato just yet. This is our local white-fleshed variety, starchy and filling. Save it for the evening meal. We wouldn't want you to spoil your appetite, she said, not pausing for a response before hastily returning to the kitchen. Song Tan set the sweet potato aside, then observed the complex expression on Song Sancheng's face. She decided to retrieve the heavy blue medicine bucket from the storage area, turning on the faucet beside her and filling it with water. Tan. Song Sancheng stepped out, watching his daughter perform the task effortlessly. Yet a wave of sorrow washed over him for reasons he could not quite grasp. His daughter had always been obedient and sensible, economizing in everything, even while working outside and refusing to spend money, all for the sake of this family. Now, with her head bandaged, she returned home stating she had resigned. Surely, she had endured hardships in Ning City. It was true. Every time they spoke on the phone, she mentioned working overtime, and the cramped living conditions must have been quite grueling. In that moment, Song Sancheng found himself wavering. If she wished to return to farming, so be it. If she truly could not endure the hardships, she could always seek work in the city. At least it would be closer to home. Just as he contemplated speaking, he noticed the medicine bucket was full, and his daughter, who supposedly could not bear hardship, lifted it with the ease of carrying a toy bear. In that instant, the 58-year-old farmer, Song Sancheng, glanced at his calloused hands, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Why did I find that bucket so heavy? Have I grown old? At that moment, a cheerful shout echoed from afar. Sister! Sister! Song Tan instinctively turned her head and saw a young boy in a black cotton vest running towards her from the street. He was tall, approximately 1.8 meters, yet slender. His skin was fair, and a small dimple adorned his cheek as he approached with a radiant smile, exclaiming, Sister! This was her younger brother, Song Qiao, who was 18 by chronological age but possessed the mentality of a mere 6-year-old. Ulan had given birth to him at the age of 40, and in their rural community, there was no practice of prenatal examinations. Thus, he was born with the mental capacity that would forever remain at the level of a child. Nevertheless, he was well-behaved and understanding, having been raised solely by Song Tan during his early years until she left home for school and eventually settled in Ningqing. Standing before Song Tan, Song Qiao's eyes sparkled with innocence as he gazed up at her, resembling a small puppy. Song Tan reached out her hand, and the boy obediently lowered his head, allowing her to caress his cool, delicate face. Qiao, she said. Yes, I'm back to keep you company, all right? Okay. So loud. He responded enthusiastically. After a moment's hesitation, he looked at Song Sancheng and added, But Dad said you need to earn money, and it's tiring. I shouldn't trouble you. Song Tan chuckled softly and began to inspect his hands, checking the cleanliness beneath his nails, pleased to find them free of dirt from winter's muck. Earning money is indeed exhausting. Your sister wishes to take a break. I want to return to accompany you and our parents. Shall we do this together? Song Qiao, blissfully unaware of the implications of a rare university student returning to the village for farming, cheered joyfully. Hooray! Sister, don't worry. I will grow corn, and I will take care of you. At this moment, even the perpetually frowning Song Sancheng broke into a smile. All you do is toss corn kernels into the pit, and then pluck them from the stalk. What kind of corn do you actually know? 5. Fragmented field song. Sansheng relented and agreed for her to return to the fields, which brought a sense of relief to Song Tan. The next matter at hand was her mother, Ulan. Just then, Ulan called out, Xiao, it's time for dinner. Go wash your hands and serve the dishes. Obediently, Song Qiao hurried over. In the biting winter cold, she turned on the outdoor tap to rinse her hands before energetically bringing the dishes to the table. The milky white soup of wild crucian carp was adorned with a handful of cilantro. Just a whiff revealed the freshness of the fish. Next came 8 pieces of braised crucian carp, each modestly sized at about 2 or 3 taels. At this moment, they were complemented by cilantro, chili, and scallions, the rich aroma boldly saturating the entire room. If it were a touch warmer, one could only imagine the delightful fish roe nestled within the fish's belly. Following that was a pot of radish stewed with preserved meat. This local delicacy involves salting well-marbled pork, cutting it into small pieces, and sauteing it in a bit of peanut oil until golden brown, allowing some fragrant pork fat to render out. The meat and oil are then placed into a jar, and once cooled, a thick layer of white lard envelopes the meat, preserving it perfectly. Stored in a cool place, it can be dug into as desired. Now, when stewed, even the fatty portions are irresistibly fragrant, utterly devoid of greasiness. Lastly, there was a dish of scrambled eggs with wild garlic, the finely chopped green wild garlic contrasting beautifully with the golden hue of homegrown eggs, the aroma wafting enticingly. And finally, a plate of the renowned red-mouthed green parrot dish awaited. The vibrant and tender spinach is sweet upon the palate, complemented by sizzling garlic. The ethereal Song Tan plops down on the stool, resolutely refusing to budge. Her brother, the considerate Song Qiao, has already brought over a bowl of rice. Sister, I caught the fish myself. Eat more. Song Sansheng is indifferent to other matters, yet his pride in fishing remains unassailable. You merely baited with a worm. What have you really caught? He is swiftly silenced by Ulan's retort. It's the worm that Xiao used that attracted the fish. Otherwise, why did you catch so many this time? Right, Xiao? Song Qiao, glancing at his father, huffs in agreement. Exactly. The family hierarchy is unmistakably evident. Song Tan, with a smile, sips the fish soup her brother has served, savoring its delightful flavor. Yet, amidst the deliciousness, there lingers a murky taste that only she can discern. Nevertheless, despite its lack of spiritual essence and the presence of impurities, her ravenous appetite allows her to consume it. After all, it is far superior to the takeout from earlier in the day. Ulan watches as her daughter refills her bowl, then glances at her pale visage and frail form, feeling both pride and heartache. Eat more. There's plenty left in the pot. Tomorrow, I'll make rice in the clay stove, and you can enjoy the crispy rice soaked in chicken broth. Their kitchen is spacious, and the old clay stove remains intact. Whenever Song Tan returns home, she is certain to relish crispy rice. A flicker of longing stirs within her, and she adopts a pitiful expression. Mom, I don't want to go to work anymore. I'm so exhausted. She intended to show vulnerability, but forgot that after a century of cultivation, she could hardly gauge her mother's temperament. At this very moment, Ulan sighed and remarked, "What shall we do then? Perhaps you should consider changing your job, even if the pay is less. Your father and I have saved quite a bit, enough to ensure a comfortable life for your brother in his old age." The hospital had already declared that there was nothing more to be done for Song Qiao, and the elderly couple, feeling deep sympathy for their son, had resolved to spend their remaining years caring for him. The notion of marriage or finding a woman to take care of him was utterly out of the question. Qiao was simple-minded, yet a good child. In this day and age, even one's biological children might not be without disdain, let alone someone else. They wished for no harm to come to others and did not want anyone to cause Qiao distress. Over the years, they had lived frugally, all in an effort to save for retirement and to avoid burdening their daughter. Tan, a beautiful university student, must not return to the countryside and waste her potential. After all, their village no longer had any young people under 30. Their hope was that she would secure a good job and marry into a respectable family, avoiding any suffering. Unbeknownst to her, in just this brief moment, her mother's thoughts had already traversed countless paths. Realizing that showing vulnerability was futile, Ulan decided to be direct. "Mom, I want to return home to farm." As soon as the words left her lips, she noticed Ulan reaching for a tree branch, causing her to tense instinctively, prompting her to quickly add, and to recuperate, "Mom, I'm feeling quite weak." Only then did Ulan manage to steady her breath. Pondering for a moment, Indeed, at your young age, that job is too taxing. You need to rest. Fine, you can stay in our hometown for a few months. With spring approaching, it won't be too busy, and you can also strengthen your health. Song Tan and Song San exchanged a glance, both remaining silent. However, one truth remained unspoken. Song Tan did not lie. Her health was indeed quite fragile, despite her considerable strength and resilience to the cold. It is primarily due to the refinement of spiritual energy during her accident. However, the city itself is devoid of such energy. At that time, her internal organs were severely damaged, and her life hung by a thread. Thus, she desperately gathered spiritual energy to survive. Now that the hospital has declared her in good health, only she understands that her body has not yet fully recovered, and her spirit is profoundly depleted. Claiming to recuperate in the countryside is not entirely false. After a meal filled with trepidation, but ultimately uneventful, Song Tan noticeably felt more invigorated. Song Xiao, eager to impress her sister, dutifully washed the dishes. Meanwhile, she sat by the hearth with her family, contemplating her future endeavors. The presence of spiritual energy here fosters her confidence in what lies ahead. In this era of wellness, where everyone cherishes the bounty of nature, the produce she cultivates with spiritual energy will undoubtedly thrive in the market. Yet, before she can embark on this venture, she must confront the formidable mountain that is her mother. Even if she envisions engaging in an ambitious agricultural endeavor, Song Tan knows that her meager savings of 60,000 yuan are inadequate, compelling her to draw upon her parents' resources. How could a mere university student claim that farming could lead to wealth? Song Tan is certain that Ulan would chastise her, berating her with remarks like, "What skills do you possess? You think you can farm? If farming were lucrative, why has everyone moved to the city? If farming were profitable, why do your parents still reside in the village?" Thus, she resolves to take one step at a time, starting with tending to her own fields. Now, at the end of February, just after the Lantern Festival, is an auspicious time when all things are on the verge of revival. Returning home at this moment allows her to restore her health and harness spiritual energy. As the spring rain falls, one should first yield results from their own fields before gradually contemplating further endeavors. At present, she possesses an abundance of patience and time. However, prior to that, she addressed her mother, "Regarding the family's land, could you allocate a parcel for me to experiment with on my own, without your assistance?" Ulan casually tossed a piece of firewood into the stove and remarked, "Are you intending to cultivate crops or excavate mountains? The plot in the bamboo grove has been left untended for years. Have your father tend to it. As for the mountains, what is there to divide? The hill behind our house has always belonged to us, as well as our old tea mountain and another distant location. If you are capable of excavating, feel free to do as you wish." Song Tan was taken aback. Are we truly so affluent? With both mountains and fields at our disposal, what wealth do we possess? Ulan, without lifting her gaze, replied, "All of this was inherited from your grandfather. The wild mountains and barren lands cannot be sold, nor are they leased. They remain fallow." Song Tan fell silent. The entire village now comprises fewer than 30 households, with an average age of 40 to 50. Currently, grain holds little value, merely providing for basic sustenance. Consequently, not only their family but also others have vast tracts of land lying fallow. The primary reason for this is a lack of labor. With the terrain being predominantly mountainous, large agricultural machinery cannot be utilized, and the small-scale alternatives are costly to procure. The income from cultivating an acre of land would not recoup the investment within a year. Furthermore, the convoluted roads hinder the transportation of goods, leaving them to cultivate rice and wheat solely for their own consumption. After a year of backbreaking labor involving irrigation, fertilization, pest control, and weeding, the expenses can be quite substantial. And the harvest? In the face of insufficient labor, one can only rely on what is available at home. Upon reflection, the local supermarket sells goods at over 2 yuan per pound. Although the taste leaves much to be desired, the absence of laborious effort results in considerably lower expenses. It is almost more advantageous to remain idle. If one truly wishes to earn a living, it becomes imperative to seek employment outside after the busy half of the year. For instance, last year, Ulan worked at a shoe factory lacing shoes, earning 6,000 a month, only returning home when the new year approached. The year before, Song Sancheng labored at a construction site in the capital, earning 400 a day for 3 months, accumulating over 30,000, albeit losing 10 pounds in the process. Returning home to recuperate for more than half a month. After all, they are advancing in years. A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over Song Tan, and she solemnly vowed, "Mother, rest assured, I will ensure you live a good life." Ulan did not discourage her, but instead retorted, "If you can manage, I will leave the fields and hills to you. Just be sure to preserve a patch for vegetables and not waste it. This will show you what true hardship entails. However, with your aspirations to cultivate both the mountains and the fields, it is already late February. What do you intend to plant come spring?" Song Tan. This, indeed, she had not yet considered. Having just traversed back for a brief moment, she had yet to cultivate any, so what would be the point of planting anything? Yet, under Ulan's imposing gaze, Song Tan decisively altered her response. "Mother, you need not worry. Have I ever embarked on an endeavor without assurance?" This was indeed true. The daughter had always been both obedient and sensible, except for this instance. Ulan acknowledged with a hum, awaiting further elaboration. Upon hearing Song Tan's words, she suggested, "Since that is the case, let us have father rent a few machines tomorrow to till the barren fields. I shall leave our cultivated land untouched. I have plans for several hills, but we shall need people to excavate them, as the machines cannot access those areas. Mother, you need only hire workers. I will provide the funds." "You will provide the funds?" Ulan gazed at her with a knowing look. "My dear, the cost of hiring someone to excavate a hill is 200 yuan per day. With your modest savings of 60,000 yuan, you ought to be prudent, lest we find ourselves devoid of resources." Song Tan's expression cracked. How had she once been so obedient? Even her savings required reporting. What a mother's darling. Just then, Song Xiao, having finished tidying the kitchen, dashed in with her hands flushed red. Ulan, upon noticing this, felt a surge of irritation. "How many times must I remind you? In winter, you must use warm water. Why do you not listen?" The two were deliberately training Song Xiao, teaching her household chores bit by bit, wary of the day when. Yet, Song Xiao remained oblivious to the importance of self-care, and this practical experience was fraught with frustration. At that moment, she ignored Ulan, snuggling up to Song Tan instead. "Sister, I want to watch Peppa. Mother won't let me." "Oh dear, who can resist such a precious little one?" Song Tan immediately pulled out her phone. "All right, let's," she faltered. The phone she retrieved was riddled with cracks, teetering on the brink of being discarded. Ulan glanced at her own 1,000 yuan device, and a wave of melancholy washed over her. "I understand that life is tough for you out there, my dear, but we do not lack for your presence at home, so do not be overly frugal." In a moment of softness, she said, "If you wish to farm, then farm well. Our home may lack in many things, but we have plenty of land. Do as you please." Turning around, she retrieved her phone and transferred 2,000 yuan to her. "Tomorrow, go to the town and buy something new." Song Tan blinked in confusion, glancing at her phone with unexpected delight. However, the next moment, she heard Song Xiao making a grunting sound while watching the two of them. At this, Ulan's heart softened no longer, and she bellowed, "Song Xiao Xiao, I have told you, if you make that pig noise again, you are not allowed to watch television." In the stillness of the night, Song Tan finally had the opportunity to attempt to summon the spiritual energy. The ethereal light of the energy twinkled like stars, slowly swirling with the wind in the quiet winter village. As her mind technique operated, the elusive energy, akin to fireflies and difficult for ordinary people to perceive, began to gather in delicate strands. It nourished her frail body, which had barely escaped the clutches of death, refining her very being. At last, when the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the energy, which had grown increasingly potent during her practice, was finally absorbed into her dantian. In that moment, her entire body was saturated with a sticky, dark impurity, and the scent in the room became increasingly overwhelming. Song Tan, feeling like a thief, stealthily made her way to the bathroom, grateful for the new rural amenities. Although she no longer feared the cold as much, she still had to admit, the water heater is truly wonderful. Unfortunately, due to the excessive grime on her body, the hot water ran out before she could finish. And Ulan woke up. Taking a shower on a winter morning and running out of hot water forced her to endure the cold. It was as if madness had taken hold. In an instant, the entire family rose from their slumber. Xiao prepared ginger soup, Song San Cheng stoked the stove, and Ulan hurriedly boiled water, ensuring she would not catch a chill. Finally, as they prepared to venture into the streets, the ethereal Song Tan donned an aged military coat and topped it with a knitted hat reminiscent of her grandmother's era, thus earning her place on the motorcycle's rear seat. During winter, starting the motorcycle proved a challenge. Song Sancheng vigorously kicked the ignition lever while she contemplated her plans for the day. First on her agenda was to visit the town's police station to obtain her identification card. Thankfully, due to the prevalence of mobile payments, she had avoided the inconvenience of carrying her bank card during the car accident, sparing her much trouble. Next, she intended to purchase a new phone. Once these two crucial tasks were accomplished, she would proceed to acquire agricultural tools, fertilizers, and, most importantly, seeds. She already had ideas swirling in her mind regarding which seeds to buy. At that moment, seated on the motorcycle, she gazed upon the majestic mountains that had just been traversed and the nascent sun rising on the horizon, feeling an overwhelming surge of ambition. Father, it won't be long before I transform our village into something beautiful. Our lives will flourish. Song Sancheng, riding ahead, called back, Tan Tan. Be mindful with that 60,000 yuan. At the town's police station, there was no need to queue. Song Tan swiftly acquired her identification card in just 10 minutes. She then efficiently selected a domestic phone priced at 3,000 yuan, all the while reflecting on her dwindling funds, her heart heavy with concern. With a sum of 60,000 yuan, to be precise, a little over 62,000, plus an additional 2,000 from the Yuan subsidy, totaling 64,000. Song Tan had meticulously devised a plan the previous evening. What was her strategy? To purchase a mobile phone, agricultural tools, seeds, and fertilizers. But could she retain any of the remaining funds? No, she needed to hire laborers to excavate the mountains until the land for her intended crops. This modest amount would scarcely cover labor costs for long. Dad, Mom mentioned that while I could toil over the fields and mountains, the vegetable garden remains untouched. Is there a machine available for plowing? If purchasing is unaffordable, perhaps renting would suffice. Song Sancheng was somewhat hesitant. Tan Tan, are you truly intent on farming? A small plot for a trial is one thing, but if you spread your ambitions too wide, what will the villagers think? They'll surely label you as arrogant. Song Tan, however, maintained a rather open-minded perspective. Yet, for Song Sancheng and Ulan, having spent their entire lives in this locality, it was unrealistic for them to be entirely indifferent to gossip. Thus, she advised, Dad, even if I cultivate just a single plot, people will talk regardless. If that is the case, why not make a grand spectacle of it? At a loss for words, Song Sancheng could only sigh. Your mother and I discussed it last night. We cannot touch the 200,000 set aside for me and Xiao Xiao's retirement. Thus, we can only provide you with 60,000. Tan Tan, earning money is no easy feat, so do not squander it. Tears welled up in Song Tan's eyes. She recognized the truth in her father's words. In a rural household supporting a university student and a son with challenges, even working meant alternating shifts between her parents. How much could they possibly save? This truly represented their entire fortune. Unaware of his daughter's sentiments, Song Sancheng continued to fret. If you are to proceed, you must consider how you will earn a profit. Otherwise, with so many farmers in the village, who would not surpass you? If you lack confidence, perhaps it would be wise to reconsider. Song Tan fell silent. In the realm of cultivation, one's choices are inconsequential as long as their level of mastery is sufficient. No one would take notice. Much like her Waterwood's spiritual technique, which required her to cultivate spiritual plants on Moonlit Peak for a century in pursuit of a breakthrough. Such occurrences are not uncommon. However, the current world is one of ordinary individuals, though she could easily squander 60,000. How could she bear to distress her parents with their hard-earned money? Yet how does one broach the topic of cultivation? After a moment of contemplation, Song Tan said, Father, to be honest, I have long desired to return. Our village is situated near a water source and is traversed by winding mountain roads. It has remained untainted for years, making it an exceptionally favorable location. This is indeed true, yet the rugged mountains lack grandeur and peril, and the fields are often sown with random crops, most of which lie fallow. Even if development were desired, there is truly no starting point. Over the years, there has been little pollution. Otherwise, Song Tan would not have succeeded in channeling energy into her body so swiftly last night. What is there to commend? Song Sancheng remained unconvinced. Villages like this abound. Yet Song Tan quietly replied, Father, the reason I dare to return to farming is that an expert came here for testing and declared the soil and water quality to be outstanding. Crops grown here will be of superior flavor compared to those from other regions. They are professionals, and what benefit would there be in deceit? Hence, I feel compelled to return and give it a try. Father, should I succeed, I could remain in the village to be with you both forever. This last sentiment profoundly moved Song Sancheng. Raising children, does he not desire for the family to be united? Yet, The children reside at the boarding school from junior high and proceed to high school and university, ultimately entering the workforce. In total, the time spent together as parents is exceedingly scarce. Now, with his daughter's remark, Song Sancheng cannot help but be swayed. After all, they have come specifically for an assessment. What if? Thus, he mentally prepares himself and joins in the conversation. Yes, the vegetables we cultivate here possess a flavor far superior to those sold in your supermarkets. The father and daughter, brimming with confidence, set off to examine the farming tools. By the way, Dad, how much do our tilling machines cost? Song Sancheng pondered briefly. It seems we could acquire one for around 5,000 yuan. Song Tin decisively declared, I shall purchase one. Buy what? Song Sancheng shot her a glare. This equipment requires repairs after just a couple of uses. Furthermore, our land stretches from the bamboo grove to the pond, encompassing 7 or 8 acres of arable land. Can you manage to maintain it all and complete the tasks in one go? The fields here are terraced, suitable only for small farming machinery. However, while the smaller models are more affordable, they are prone to malfunctions. In this regard, Song Sancheng possesses far more experience than Song Tan, who relies solely on her magical abilities. Consequently, she accompanied him into a store selling agricultural machinery. With just a few words, he settled on a tilling price of 500 yuan per day. Quite exorbitant, Song Sancheng muttered as he exited the store. Though there are not many individuals engaged in farming nowadays, there are still some, and currently, it is the season for preparing for spring plowing, marking a minor peak in demand. Moreover, since they are not only renting the machinery but also hiring laborers, and given that the fields have been left unattended for years, the prices are indeed staggering, leaving Song Sancheng astounded. However, he was evidently an optimist, and at that moment, he felt cheerful again, with the convenience of machinery. His family's land might be more expensive, yet it was tilled deeper than others, which was quite satisfactory. In fact, there was only this one establishment in town that rented out agricultural machinery. To find another, one would have to venture to the neighboring town. As Song Tin observed her father, she found him endearingly charming in every way. By the way, Tan, what do you plan to plant first? If you're considering rice, we'll need to clear out that pond at the top. It hasn't been tended to for years and is overrun with water chestnuts. Here, people had a fondness for rice, and historically, both rice and wheat were cultivated, although rice was more predominant. Of course, no one was planting anything now. Song Tan gazed at her father, feeling as though she were the understated heir to a fortune. The pond belongs to us as well? The pond's edge was adorned with weeping willows and wild grasses, the water crystal clear. In Song Tan's memory, the water chestnuts, though small, about the size of chestnuts, were remarkably sweet and tender once peeled, a stark contrast to what was sold in the market. She hadn't tasted them in years. Of course, Song Sancheng replied nonchalantly. When we used to cultivate rice at home, if we relied on someone else's pond, they wouldn't allow us to draw water. And how could we grow rice then? Not to mention, this entire bamboo grove, including the pond at the entrance, belongs to our family. I was the youngest. And when it came time to divide the land, your uncle took the mountains, leaving us with this area. Only the pond on that distant hillside was excavated by the original collective. Song Sancheng sighed, evidently beginning to worry about finances. Song Tan was so taken aback she could hardly speak. She also intends to return to cultivate the hillside fields, but considering the situation, what is there left to cultivate? She, a prominent figure. At this moment, Song Tan is brimming with enthusiasm and points towards the seed shop. Father, let us procure several dozen pounds of purple vetch. Purple vetch can be sown in both spring and autumn. Its root nodules enrich the soil, serving as an excellent fertilizer. Moreover, it is quite nutritious and palatable, with blossoms of a delicate lavender hue. Its growth cycle is brief, yielding results within a month or two, suitable for human consumption as well as livestock like pigs, cattle, and sheep. Additionally, I would like to address the queries in the comments section regarding small agricultural machinery. While their unit price may not be exorbitant, they require skilled manual operation, consume fuel, and necessitate frequent repairs. Here, Tintan's father refers to a comprehensive package for 500, encompassing labor, fuel, and repairs. In the initial stages, when capital is limited, renting can effectively conserve both labor and finances. Song Sancheng furrowed his brow. Are you planning to plant rice over dozens of acres? Otherwise, why would you need so much purple vetch for fertilization several dozen pounds? Typically, only 5 to 6 pounds of seed are required per acre. It is now late February, with down jackets still donned. Once March has passed, temperatures will rise swiftly. And barring a late spring chill, the diurnal temperature variation will lessen, allowing most crops to be sown. If we plant purple vetch, it will be at least late April or May before we can till the land again for other crops. Nevertheless, it is feasible and will not impede the planting of others. According to Song Sanqing's agricultural experience, May is the most suitable month for planting in rural areas. Each year, the months of March and April often bring unexpected cold spells, with significant temperature fluctuations between day and night, which can jeopardize the germination of seeds. He felt uneasy about investing a substantial amount of money and time at the outset. However, after much contemplation last night, Song Tan remained unhurried at this moment. She decided to cultivate rice in the 2 fields at the bottom, which would suffice for her family's consumption. These 2 plots total around 3 to 4 acres, and given the current high yield of rice, it would be ample for her household. With some left to share with relatives and friends, Song Tan refrained from considering additional rice cultivation, as it is labor-intensive, and she did not wish to overextend herself. She contemplated the possibility of integrating fish farming into the rice paddies. For the other fields, she planned to initially plant purple vetch to enrich the soil and, once the weather warmed, to grow vegetables. At this point, Song Sanqing no longer objected. Vegetables are good, they sell well. We can ride our tricycle to the market. The costs are low, the harvests are swift, and it is far less strenuous than rice cultivation. Song Tan smiled. Indeed, that was my intention. Yet, she thought, how few people reside in the town. If one were to venture out, it would be to the city. Reflecting on her work, Song Tan entertained new ideas. In this era, people are drawn to pastoral videos for relaxation and tranquility. However, with such a plethora of rural landscapes, how could one capture attention swiftly? It must either be beautiful or unique. Her hometown, Yinxiao Village, was rather unremarkable. Thus, she resolved to focus on aesthetics. The growth cycle of purple vetch is short, and it is resilient and easy to cultivate, with blossoms that are sufficiently beautiful. In due course, she planned to film a video, relying on the sprawling fields of purple vetch flowers to attract viewers. Otherwise, with so many crops and vegetables being cultivated, when would she ever achieve excellence? At the end of February, the agricultural supply store was nearly deserted. Song Tan requested 70 pounds of purple cloud pea seeds, which piqued the owner's curiosity. What size of land are you cultivating? For this variety, 5 pounds is sufficient per acre, while the medicinal seeds require 10 pounds. The price remains the same, 10 yuan per pound. The original seeds are untreated, while the medicinal seeds are coated with pesticides and disease-resistant agents, ensuring better resilience. Song Tan contemplated, realizing she could not cultivate the spiritual plant for over 100 years without taking measures against pests. Thus, she decisively chose the original seeds. In addition to the purple cloud peas, she needed to procure various other seeds, such as vegetable seeds, ranging from the quick-growing bok choy to seedlings for chili peppers, eggplants, and cucumbers. Although local seeds might not be as comprehensive as those found online, they offered the best adaptability for novices. Eventually, Song Tan spent over 1,000 yuan, causing a pang of regret in Song San's heart. Still inquiring, she asked, "Do you have rice seeds? I need those with excellent taste." The owner replied after a glance, "Yes, we have long-grain fragrant rice, with an exceptional flavor, but it's quite expensive, 10 yuan per pound. However, it yields low, producing only about 1,000 to 1,800 pounds per acre." Song Tan couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, technology is a true productive force. In the realm of cultivation, those unhybridized spiritual grains yield meager results, barely producing 500 to 600 pounds per acre despite my best efforts." "And how much do they sell for?" she inquired. The owner was straightforward. "This seed is costly, 80 yuan per pound, requiring 2 pounds per acre. For 4 acres, that amounts to 8 pounds of seeds. How high can the cost really be?" Imagining the fragrant, pure rice, Song Tan's mouth watered as she declared, "I'll take it." 2,000 yuan was spent on seeds, and Song Sansheng took a deep drag from his cigarette, speaking earnestly. "Tundun, take your time purchasing items. There's no need to rush. Furthermore, plowing the land can be quite costly, so you must prepare a substantial amount of money. The plowing machine requires various plows and harrows for different depths, and if purchased, these must be acquired separately. They rent their equipment, thus avoiding this complication. However, their fields have remained uncultivated for many years, with weeds and wild trees needing to be cleared by hired hands, at least 150 yuan per person per day, with 7 fields to tend to. Completing the work in one day would necessitate around 10 individuals, which amounts to an expenditure of 2,000 yuan. Should they choose not to hire help, they risk wasting time, adversely affecting their farming endeavors. They must also set a fire in the fields to prepare for plowing, and only after 2 days of sun-drying can they begin planting. Despite the mechanization, their fields can only be deeply plowed to a maximum of 5 acres in a day, for 15 acres. It would take 3 days at a cost of 1,500 yuan. Additionally, there are ongoing expenses for fertilizers and pesticides. As Song Sancheng contemplated the expenses, he felt his daughter's spending was excessive. If you're planting so many vegetables, won't you need to build a greenhouse for seedling cultivation? And what about hiring people to dig on the mountain? What are your plans for that? Upon calculating all this, Song Tan felt a bit overwhelmed. Even before starting, a considerable sum was already accounted for. Song Tan decisively stated, "Dad, let's hold off on the mountain excavation for now. I intend to cultivate black fungus and silver fungus up there, using the oak trees from our mountain to grow the spores, which means we won't need to clear anything." In their locality, there are numerous oak trees, also known as chestnut oaks. This type of wood is sturdy and burns efficiently. Presently, Song Tan's family uses this wood for their heating. Moreover, it serves as excellent material for cultivating black and silver fungus. However, the method of direct planting with spore bags hasn't been employed in many years. Along with this, the prices of fungal species have risen. Song Tan vaguely recalls that in her childhood, her family used to cultivate black fungus and white fungus. However, as every household began to grow them, the promised buyers never appeared, leaving them to dry and consume the harvest for several years. Song Sancheng felt rather exasperated. Cultivating black and white fungus? That would entail cutting down trees and managing the trunks. Suitable trunks must be felled, drilled with holes, and then inoculated with fungal spores. Due to their space requirements and low yield, this method has gradually been phased out in favor of spawn bags. Yet, Tan's argument held merit. Nowadays, the emphasis is on pure, pollution-free products. The spawn bags, regardless of their actual purity, undeniably lack some of the flavor associated with traditional tree cultivation. Song Sancheng sighed. But then he reconsidered. After all, they had plenty of cork oaks, and thinning out a few wouldn't hurt. It was certainly more economical than spending money externally. Spend it. Spend it. Once the money is gone, it will be out of sight. He muttered, "I'll go inquire about the spawn seller." Observing her father's demeanor, Song Tan felt a pang of anxiety since she had impulsively purchased a computer and several accessories online last night to ensure efficient editing, totaling 8,000 yuan. Nonetheless, the money had already been spent. Seizing the moment, she urged, "Dad, let's tidy up the pig pen at the entrance. We should raise 3 or 4 pigs this year. With the vegetables thriving, we need to keep up with the meat." Song Sancheng nearly leaped up in surprise. "With all these chores, do you want to wear me and your mother out?" After a moment's reflection, considering the current high price of pork, he was somewhat tempted, and his expression softened. "We can't set up a pig pen at the entrance now. The village says it affects the aesthetics, and the firewood shed needs to be organized as well. Regarding deforestation, in rural areas, it is commonplace for every household to have trees. There is an unspoken understanding among the community that if one cuts down a tree, they must plant a new one in its place, alleviating concerns of complete depletion. As for cultivating fungi in forests, there exists scientific guidance that ensures stability. The wood ear mushrooms we currently consume are produced in this manner. However, it is assumed that there are no linden trees here, and local varieties will suffice. Concerning the plant images, I refrain from including Easter eggs, fearing it may be bothersome. However, if anyone possesses images, feel free to share them in the comments section. Those interested may explore, while those disinterested need not, thus preserving the flow of reading. Should there be any additional inquiries, do not hesitate to pose them in the comments section. I shall provide explanations to the best of my ability. During the free period, I will include chapters, and later, I will aim to incorporate discussions without occupying too much word count. As for pig farming, upon returning home, Ulan meticulously inquired about the finances involved. With each item Song Tan reported, the veins at her temples throbbed in response, causing Song Tan to feel anxious. She had no desire to be a pampered child, yet circumstances left her no choice. At that moment, the strategy of using one's enemy's strength against them came into play. "Mother, I would like to raise a few pigs. What do you think?" Currently, pork prices fluctuate. Yet regardless of the market rate, farm-raised pigs are always in demand, making it a suitable venture. "How many?" Ulan scoffed, thinking her daughter was utterly out of touch with reality. "Pork is expensive now, and piglets are costly too. costing several hundred each. Upon returning, I must additionally set up a stove to prepare feed for the pigs. The weather is exceedingly cold, necessitating the purchase of bran, rice husks, and corn kernels. Not to mention, when the pigs grow hungry, their incessant cries echo loudly, and I must construct a pig pen as well. It seems the toil of farming is never sufficient. Song Tan, in her eagerness, appears to wish to soar before she has even learned to walk. In Alon's eyes, she seems rather unreliable. Furthermore, despite possessing considerable wealth, one must account for the expenses associated with livestock, should they fall ill. Yet Song Tan is tempted, now that she has embarked on her cultivation journey. She believes that enhancing the quality of her food is a worthy endeavor. Just imagine how delectable the pork could be. She exclaims, "Mother, raising pigs ourselves ensures safety and superior taste. The pork available for purchase lacks the flavor of my childhood. Moreover, with pork prices so exorbitant, raising pigs could also yield some profit. Picture it. After butchering a pig, we could prepare a hearty stew, fry up some crispy pork cracklings, and then make steamed buns filled with braised cabbage. How delightful. Fresh pork, what a tantalizing prospect." As a qualified farmer who has raised pigs for many years but recently ceased such activities, Song Sancheng also finds himself drawn to the idea. Momentarily forgetting his previous objections, he adds, Indeed, why not raise one?" At that moment, Song Xiao, holding a phone while watching Peppa Pig, suddenly looks up and proclaims, "Mommy, you are my pig mommy. Sister, can I live with Peppa?" Ulan takes a deep breath, exasperated by her foolish son. The thought of the financial burden he may impose in the future weighs heavily on her mind. Given the current high prices of pork, she resolutely decides, "We shall raise pigs. The village prohibits keeping pigs at the front, but we can discreetly construct a pig pen behind our house. After all, our home is situated down a winding path, making it inconspicuous and not detrimental to the aesthetic. The pig pen is rather small, accommodating at most 2 pigs. How is that feasible? In rural areas, pig pens are typically enclosed in a square courtyard, with a shed in one corner and a pit for manure, followed by a designated space for the pigs to roam. Their home is a bungalow, with the bedroom window facing the back mountain. If a pig pen were to be established there, the odor would be unbearable. Song Tan quickly proposed, "Let us erect a wire fence around part of the hillside, allowing for a few pigs to roam freely in the mountains. Farm pigs are not overly destructive. A simple enclosure would suffice, and the hillside provides ample space for their frolicking. Moreover, the proximity of the back mountain ensures that we can hear any commotion." At this point, even Song Sancheng regarded Song Tan with incredulity. Which family raises pigs in such a manner? Pigs running wild across the hillside. Let's not even discuss the risk of injury. How can they possibly gain weight in such conditions? We should opt for black pigs instead, though they are more lively and yield less meat. They are pricier and more delectable. Just as he was about to voice further objections, he noticed Song Tan grasping Ulan's hand firmly. "Mom, please let me try. I truly have a plan." He then turned to Song Sancheng. "Dad, I have always been obedient, but this time, will you trust me?" A silence enveloped the room. After a long pause, Song Qiao suddenly whispered, "Will you trust me?" Song Tan nearly laughed aloud at the irony. Ulan, also amused despite her irritation, replied, "Fine. I'll raise 2 debt collectors. I'll follow your lead." Turning with a huff, she added, "I'll call to inquire about the prices this year. Lao Song, you go clear the back mountain." She departed, and only then did Song Sancheng add, "Tantan, if you're raising pigs on the mountain, you must also have a couple of large dogs to guard them. Otherwise, you won't be able to protect them. It's not just about warding off weasels or wild dogs. It's primarily about safeguarding against people. Do not be deceived by the apparent tranquility of the village. Years ago, even cabbages were stolen from the fields. Moreover, a few years back, there was an incident in the neighboring village where a dispute over a pumpkin led to the poisoning of several pigs belonging to a neighbor. The purpose of having dogs is so that they can alert us to any disturbances. It ensures our peace of mind." Song Tan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly inquired, "Dad, if we already have dogs and are raising pigs on the mountain, why not also consider raising some chickens and ducks? The ducks could have their own area and play in the pond each day. It wouldn't require much effort, would it?" Song Tan thought to herself, "Oh, having finally convinced her parents, it would be troublesome if this did not all come together at once and had to be done gradually." Song Sancheng exclaimed, "We haven't even begun yet, and you're already talking about pigs and dogs." He recalled how his daughter had spent money today, feeling that even the 10 yuan for the imperial cigarettes was too costly. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed, "You are growing up. Pursue whatever you wish. While we are still able, we can support you even if it incurs a loss. However, there is one condition: with your own money. Along with the 60,000 we can provide, you must not borrow a single cent. Not even one. Otherwise, I fear you might face losses. And your father would be unable to afford his cigarettes." Songtan sighed in response, "It isn't easy for me either, Dad. Why don't you consider quitting smoking? If you save 100 or 200 a month, that would amount to 2,000 over the course of a year." She had long wished for Song Sancheng to quit smoking, yet despite her relentless efforts over the years, she had seen no success. Take her grandfather, for instance. He had smoked his entire life, and, upon discovering his deteriorating lung health, did he quit? Not at all. He valued his cigarettes more than his life. Her father was no different. Song Sancheng felt sorrow for his daughter, yet the allure of tobacco was strong. He murmured, "I only smoke half a pack a day. Sometimes, after a hard day's work, a single cigarette helps me unwind." Upon hearing his words, Song Tan felt powerless to argue. Nevertheless, quitting smoking was a necessity. After much contemplation, she proposed, "Then, Dad, why not cut back a bit to 1 pack every 3 days? That would come to about 100 yuan a month, which seems reasonable." While she could negotiate on many matters, this was non-negotiable. Song Sancheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Reasonable? What do you mean by that? Do you expect me to rely on you for sustenance? Look at your grandfather. He now smokes dry tobacco to save money. Why don't we discuss the greater dangers of that?" Song Tan thought to herself that the difference between the two was negligible. Whether it was dry tobacco or regular cigarettes, could either truly be considered beneficial. She tucked this matter away in her mind and resumed searching for the snacks she had purchased in town. "I'm going to visit Grandma and Grandpa. Xiao. Would you like to accompany me?" Song Sancheng nodded in agreement. "Go ahead, but their spirits have not been high lately. They're getting old." He then cautioned, "If your grandparents offer snacks to Xiao, keep an eye on her. She may take them, but she must not eat them." Upon hearing the mention of snacks, Xiao looked up eagerly. "I want to eat." "Absolutely not." Song Sancheng firmly rejected. "Your grandmother hoards her treats tightly, always bringing new ones while the old ones linger. The last ones she gave were expired for over 6 months. They are not to be consumed." 10. The great white goose Song Tan's grandfather, Song Yud, is a quintessential old farmer, now aged 79. He suffers from a lung ailment, which has rendered him breathless, and thus he has not engaged in much labor over the past few years. His daily routine comprises tending to the vegetable garden and playing leaf cards with a group of elderly men from the village. He possesses an antiquated tobacco pipe, a rarity in the surrounding areas, and each year, people come seeking the old tobacco oil from his pipe to treat their wounds. In contrast, his grandmother, Wang Lifen, is vigorous and robust, a remarkable cook as well. The family's vegetable garden remains meticulously organized under her care, and villagers often approach her to exchange seedlings. She has become the backbone of the Song family. As Song Tan exited the courtyard and navigated around a patch of vegetables, she beheld an aged red brick house standing at the foot of the hill. The yard had been paved with cement, with only a solitary osmanthus tree gracing a corner, beneath which a few chickens basked in the sun and scratched at the sand. At the entrance, however, stood a remarkably fierce great white goose, originally squatting in the corner. It became animated upon noticing her approach, its bright yellow head bobbing vigorously. With bulging eyes, it began to honk loudly, spreading its wings and waddling toward her with a spirited gait. Song Qiao, behind her, quickly spread his arms and rushed forward, joining in the raucous honking. "Gagaga. Great White. I'm here." He skillfully crouched down, embracing the goose in a display of camaraderie, their limbs entwined, his arms around its long neck, and its wings clasping his back. A profound bond indeed. Song Tan, momentarily lost in the spectacle of such harmony between man and nature, found herself at a loss for words. Just then, her grandmother Wang Lifen emerged from the kitchen, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Song Tan. Tan, when did you come back?" Once again, Song Xiao observed. Xiao, do not allow Da to soil your sweater." Xiao looked up and responded with a cheerful "Ga." Da, the clever little goose, lifted his head in unison, echoing "Ga." Wang Lifeng burst into laughter, remarking, "This child, has Tan eaten? Grandma will fetch you some biscuits." Song Tan hurriedly approached, saying, "I just returned last night and went out early this morning. I haven't eaten yet." Upon hearing this, Wang Lifeng quickened her pace, exclaiming, "Then I shall bring you more food." Song Tan desired precisely this outcome. Given that the items had already expired, it was only wise to dispose of them promptly. She surveyed the courtyard, noting that her grandparents were diligent individuals, maintaining a tidy and orderly home. Aside from a few chickens nestled in a corner of the yard, there was not a speck of disorder. At that moment, an idea struck her. She crouched down, her fingertips conjuring a small orb of spiritual energy the size of a grain of rice. With a mere flick, Xiao Xiao's loyal companion immediately abandoned him, flapping his wings and swiftly darting over. The flat soles of his feet pattered against the cement ground, his yellow-capped head extending eagerly forward, illustrating his urgency. Not only Dubai, but also the 5 chickens basking in the sun within a dirt pit erupted into a frenzy, sprinting towards Song Tan, the leading rooster. Its glossy neck feathers fluffed up, strutted forward with its red comb bobbing vigorously, exuding an energy reminiscent of a confrontation over food. In an instant, Xiao Xiao stood astonished. Mouth agape. Song Tan thought to herself, this is not good. I am aware that spiritual energy is exceptionally beneficial for farming and raising animals, but I did not anticipate such a magnetic pull here. If they come rushing over, I shall ruin my clothes. At this moment, it was imperative to retreat. However, the throng charging forward was unstoppable. Just then, she felt a sudden gust of cool air rush past her nape, followed by a sweeping motion from the large broom above, unhesitatingly sweeping across. She could even sense the dust cascading down from the broom. The valiant broom sent the rushing chickens and geese into a chaotic flurry, flapping and scattering throughout the courtyard, thus restoring a semblance of calm. Wang Lifan took a deep breath. She had just chopped up cabbage to feed them. So why were they acting so frenzied? Simultaneously, a pang of concern struck her. Had this fright unsettled them? And would they perhaps stop laying eggs for the next few days? Song Tan felt a twinge of guilt. Yet Wang Lifan merely grumbled for a moment. At that instant, gazing affectionately at her increasingly fair and lovely granddaughter, and then at Xiao Qiao, her heart brimmed with joy. Come. These are the cookies your aunt bought for me. Make sure you both indulge. Perhaps fearing the children might go hungry. She had directly filled a plastic bag with half a dozen cookies. Song Tan mused that, after this, surely at least half of Grandma's stockpile had been depleted. With uncontainable delight, Xiao Qiao eagerly reached for the bag, and Song Tan did not intervene, merely holding the plastic bag in hand. Offering a small cookie to Song Qiao. Here, Xiao Qiao, let your big goose brother have a taste. The expiration date printed in bold black was glaringly conspicuous, clearly indicating that it had expired last September. Xiao Qiu joyfully replied, all right. The siblings, one intentionally and the other obliviously, overlooked the concern etched on Wang Lifan's face. With her grandson being so oblivious, Wang Lifan lamented the waste of the cookies but could do nothing about it. Her gaze was now fixed on Song Tan. You've lost a bit of weight. Is everything well with your work in the province? How many days will you be staying this time? Song Tan did not conceal her thoughts, but she had to employ a touch of subtlety. Grandma, I have returned this time to recuperate and may need to rest for a while. When the time comes for gardening, I hope you will assist me. With this, Wang Lifeng understood. After all, her granddaughter merely wished to stay at home for a spell, engaging in the novelty of planting vegetables, as is the tendency of the younger generation. She laughed heartily. Oh dear, my granddaughter wants to garden. I will certainly come to help you. Yet, it was not long before her words became silenced. Song Tan glanced around. Where's Grandpa? Wang Lifeng pondered for a moment. He is probably at the village square playing cards. With his leaf cards, there is hardly anyone left to play with. Gathering enough players is quite a task. A group of feeble old men, wagering a mere yuan each, often doze off while playing. Wang Lifeng chuckled at the thought of him enjoying himself outside, thus avoiding any fuss at home. She feigned disdain for her elderly partner, although in truth, the couple had shared decades of companionship. They had known each other since Song Yud was a mere 7 or 8 years old. Tending cattle for a landlord, their bond was profound. As Song Tan strolled around, she noticed Xiao Qiao squatting there, bonding with the big white goose. Big white, would you like a large piece? How is it? Sweet, right? This is a milk biscuit. I'll have a smaller piece. In a moment of distraction, Song Tan accidentally tasted one herself. She thought, well, at this level of proficiency, it must not be her first encounter with such treats. She then bent down to rummage through the plastic bag, only to discover a collection of various biscuits and candies, all of which, without exception, had expiration dates that had lapsed last year. Among them was a pack of oat biscuits, a rare find with an expiration date from 2 years prior. Song Tan turned it over, remaining silent for a considerable time. Now, even the goose dared not be fed. However, she had indeed taken a liking to that large white goose. It was quite the vocal creature, bold and astute. When she summoned her spiritual energy, this goose stood the farthest away, yet responded with the quickest reflexes. It was a splendid guardian. Once the pig pen in the back mountain was simply repaired, she would borrow it from her grandmother to act as a pig-herding goose. Coupled with a couple of large yellow dogs, it would resonate with the poetic lines. One leads the yellow, the other holds the azure, capturing the essence quite well. On the following morning, as soon as Song Sansheng awoke, he was momentarily taken aback. The air was so refreshingly crisp. In the distance, the mountains were shrouded in swirling mist. A delicate layer of golden light softly illuminating the scene, reminiscent of a picturesque resort. The pond at the entrance was enveloped in a thick, dense white fog, nearly obscuring the entire surface of the water. The mist hung low, moving languidly. Nearby, a plum tree that Song Sansheng distinctly remembered having wilted last month had inexplicably blossomed anew, with a few yellow buds, half open and utterly adorable, wafting a gentle fragrance from afar. At that moment, the old farmer, rarely inclined to appreciate beauty, felt a peculiar sense of being admired himself. He turned his head to behold. 7 or 8 local gray squirrels were clambering along the courtyard wall, peering into the yard like curious little dogs. Glancing back at the rear mountain, which had clearly emerged from the harshness of winter, it too bore an inexplicably vibrant aura. It was as if it had been polished anew. Song Sansheng stared blankly for a while, amused by his own thoughts. Achoo! The morning is too cold. He quickly cast aside his chaotic musings and gathered a pile of firewood to stoke the stove. Alas, aging men bear their burdens. Everyone fears the chill. Yet he alone must rise to kindle the fire. In the room, Song Ten gradually regained her focus. The spiritual energy drawn to her through the practice of her waterwood spiritual technique had transformed into a richer vitality, quietly dispersing around her. The air inside and outside the house was invigoratingly fresh. As she sensed the abundant spiritual energy within her, she exhaled deeply, relieved that her body was nearly restored. After exiting her room and freshening up, Song Ten took 2 wild grass stalks from the woodpile. At that moment, she casually fashioned them into a cross shape and knelt in the spacious vegetable garden, cradling the cross in her palms, its ends lightly touching the ground. She then gently closed her eyes and murmured, "How fares my savior now?" This was a method known as Fuji, an ancient practice capable of divination akin to the I Ching's hexagrams. It requires minimal spiritual energy, allowing even those with a modicum of spiritual ability to engage in it. For Song Tan, who was still in the Qi cultivation stage, this was her sole means of divination. Naturally, the low threshold for entry meant that the results could be somewhat haphazard. The man who had saved her during the car accident, had it not been for him, even with her return and the restoration of her spiritual energy, surviving such an explosion would have been exceedingly difficult. Her memories were too jumbled, with the clash between her spiritual energy and bodily injuries obscuring her recollections. All she could remember were the man's dark brown eyes and his thick eyelashes. She hadn't been able to inquire about him while in the hospital, but now, with her spiritual energy somewhat restored, she was eager to investigate at the first opportunity. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners emphasize cause and effect, while she, Song Tan, places great importance on gratitude and kindness. Without delving into further details, it is always appropriate to present a few local specialties. Dr. Zhang Yuan in the hospital spoke ambiguously, leaving her with an unsettling feeling. As spiritual energy surged, the rudimentary divining tool in her hands began to glide slowly across the moist soil of the early morning. Upon opening her eyes, Song Tan beheld a disordered line of responses on the ground. Not dead. Song Tan was taken aback. What sort of answer is this? No wonder no one in the Songshuan realm employs such methods anymore. Unwilling to relent, she closed her eyes once more to ponder and posed the question, where is my benefactor? The spiritual energy surged again, ultimately forming a more chaotic string of words. At home. Song Tan was even more incensed. She tossed aside the cross grass in her hand, feeling for the first time that metaphysics was of little use. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to send another message to that doctor at Ning Province People's Hospital. Dr. Zhang, may I inquire about the well-being of the gentleman who saved me? Is the transfer due to health reasons? If possible, could you provide me with his contact information? For a life-saving grace. Even if the other party does not seek my gratitude, I must express my thanks in person. After a lengthy interval, the reply came, let me inquire for you. On a winter morning, with hands freezing while washing vegetables in the kitchen, Ulan decided to boil a large pot of dumplings. Meanwhile, Xiao, like a spinning top, alternately served dumplings and their broth to her sister. The couple worked together, one tending the fire and the other preparing the meal, managing their self-sufficiency. And there sat Song Tan, unabashedly in her chair, coaxing. Xiao is wonderful. Such a good girl. The dumpling soup brought by Jojo was swiftly consumed by the sister. Ulan and Song San Chung fell into silence. What should we do, foolish son? With a desire to divert the topic, Song San Chung grunted. Well, the plowing crew arrived this morning. Let us prepare a bit more food for lunch. Curiously, Song Tan inquired. Did they transport it here using a tractor? Where could one find a tractor nowadays? They used a small three-wheeler. Song Tan exclaimed. A plowing machine may be small, but is it not a tad disrespectful to use a three-wheeler for its transport? Moreover, can a three-wheeler traverse mountains and valleys? Before she could ponder this dilemma further, the sound of vehicles outside caught her attention. Upon stepping out, she was greeted by the sight of an old, reddish-brown three-wheeler, reminiscent of the private three-wheelers that assist in moving and delivering goods in Nanjing. In its modest yet seemingly ample cargo bed rested a similarly aged reddish-brown plowing machine, clearly ready for work. Brother, where's the field? I'm heading there right away. Came quite early. Haven't you eaten? The two men exchanged pleasantries as they made their way towards the fields amidst the rumble of the three-wheeler. Meanwhile, Ulan was contemplating the lunch menu while also reminding her daughter, We've gathered quite a few people to chop trees on the back mountain. It's just right to fell those densely packed, bowl-sized oak trees, both to clear space for the pigsty and to procure timber for your black fungus and silver fungus cultivation. Isn't it? The money has already been spent, and Ulan could only acquiesce to these plans, feeling a sense of calm as she continued. I'll inquire about having someone pull the weeds from the chestnut grove on the hillside by the pond. Otherwise, it will hinder the growth of the silver fungus. Muttering to herself, hiring someone to pull weeds is even more expensive than applying pesticides. Song Tan feigned being a quail, as the prospect of applying pesticides was out of the question. Yet, her ruse did not escape Ulan's scrutiny. If you intend to farm, you cannot remain idle. Go handle the seeds. Song Tan promptly nodded in agreement. Xiao, cradling her bowl, had just speared a large dumpling with her chopsticks, and, bewildered, exclaimed, Sister, I'll help you. Ulan appeared increasingly irate. The processing of the Vicia villosa seeds was fairly straightforward. Song Tan, accompanied by Xiao, fetched a couple of shovels of sand from outside and mixed it with the Vicia villosa seeds, vigorously kneading the mixture to thin the heavy outer shell, thus promoting quicker germination. This vigorous kneading, while requiring some effort, possessed a peculiar charm. Song Qiao laughed as she kneaded, evidently possessing a natural aptitude for farm work. Once sufficiently kneaded, the next step was sun-drying. After several hours in the sun, they would then immerse the seeds in water for half a day. By midday, after a few rounds of stirring, the inferior seeds that floated to the surface would be discarded. Thus, the seeds were deemed ready for planting. After all, they were green manure, and for many years, this rudimentary method of cultivation had sufficed. The only distinction this time was that during the soaking, Song Tan infused the water with a hint of spiritual energy. Xiao gazed proudly at the seeds strewn across half the courtyard, declaring, Sister, farming is truly enjoyable, though my arms are a bit sore. In late February to early March, it was the rare leisurely period for farmers amidst their year-round toil. The year has come to a close, and the children have flown away with their families. The swallows on the beams have yet to return, while the abandoned fields multiply, overtaken by hues of withered yellow and dull brown. Aside from the distant green mountains, the village is enveloped in a profound solitude and silence. Yet today, in the fields beside the bamboo grove of the old Song family, a lively scene unfolds. Song Sanching, what has happened to your family this year? Are you preparing for a grand endeavor? Indeed, old Song, what do you intend to plant? There were 2 patches of tea trees here before. Have you forsaken them? The villagers have gathered at the invitation of Song Sanching to tidy up the fields. In a corner, a tiller roars to life, but before tilling, they must first clear the weeds and wild trees. Otherwise, the little machine might get stuck. Fortunately, with many hands at work, the task is not only enjoyable, but also remarkably efficient. As one area is cleared, the tiller turns the soil twice, perfectly synchronized. Most of those present are of a similar age to Song Sanching. At their age, few factories are willing to hire them for outside labor. While physically demanding jobs may relax age requirements, employers remain cautious about potential mishaps. Moreover, those in their 40s or 50s, having endured hardships in their youth, often carry lingering ailments. Thus, those who remain in the village tend to work intermittently, striving not to burden their children. Consequently, when Song Sanqing calls for help, the offer of 150 a day for backbreaking labor may not seem appealing, yet everyone is eager to join in. With age, they find joy in the camaraderie. Song Sanqing sighed. The tea leaves here are hardly valuable. There is still a vast expanse of them on the hillside. I haven't tended to this place in years. What is the point of keeping it? Indeed, this region is not renowned for its exquisite teas. It merely produces ordinary leaves from the mountain valleys. Once processed and sold, they fetch a mere 50 yuan per kilogram, delightful for personal consumption. Yet few are willing to pay for them. The tea trees in the fields were planted purely out of a desire to avoid the barren land. However, with age, the arduous labor of farming has become increasingly untenable, leading to a gradual acceptance of fate. What are you tidying up the fields and the hills for? Inquired his neighbor, Li Baoni. When confronted with this question, Song Sanqing found himself at a loss for words. How should he express it? His daughter, who has left her job, plans to return to farming. In this day and age, how many young people possess the skills for agriculture? Surely, the villagers would find it laughable. So he responded nonchalantly, "Oh, it's nothing much. My daughter, Tan, is working herself to the bone, and her health is suffering. I suggested she lend a hand with the farming at home, take a year or so to recuperate before returning to work." "That is true," Li Baoni remarked with a sigh. "Which young person isn't out there trying to make a name for themselves?" My daughter came back for the new year looking pale and drawn. When I asked, she revealed she was working late into the night. And for what? Just a meager paycheck that leaves her with nothing at the end of the year. Li Baoni's daughter works at a chain store selling clothes. With her charming demeanor and eloquence, she has risen to the position of supervisor, often engaged in late-night inventory checks and business trips to expand the store. A demanding job indeed. In recent years, the prevailing circumstances have been quite unfavorable. Wages have stubbornly remained stagnant, and the looming threat of layoffs weighs heavily on our minds. When it comes to children, every household grapples with its own set of challenges. A distant acquaintance, Zhou Shunshui, sighed as he recounted, "My son recently suggested that my wife and I move to the city to live with them, helping to care for the children. But have you seen the price of chili peppers at the local supermarket? They're over 10 yuan a pound. How can we afford that? Taking care of the little ones involves dropping them off at kindergarten in the morning and picking them up in the evening, only to shuttle them to extracurricular classes, all at different locations. The bus system leaves me utterly bewildered. Inside the house, we're constantly reliant on air conditioning. Where is the warmth of our traditional stove?" After enduring a week of this, I simply could not bear it any longer and returned home. As for my wife, she naturally couldn't bear to part with our grandson, so she stayed behind to care for him with utmost dedication, regardless of whether farming is a viable option. Song Sanqing has a rather convincing rationale. Tantan has mentioned that meals have not been as delicious as they used to be in recent years. I thought, since we're already here, why not cultivate some vegetables and rice for the children? It would be delightful to enjoy our own harvest. The villagers found humor in this. Song Sanqing, you have become the most prolific farmer in the village. Soon you'll be a landowner. When your rice is ready for harvest, I shall not buy rice elsewhere, but from you. Indeed, I too will purchase from you. The rice sold outside may appear pristine, but it is merely polished and devoid of nutrition, often costing several yuan per pound, yet lacks the fragrance of the rice we once cultivated ourselves. However, Song Sanqing hesitated to agree. We only cultivate 2 plots of land. It's hardly enough for our own family, let alone for sale. Who among us has not toiled in the fields? Upon hearing these words, the crowd became discontented. 2 fields combined amount to several acres. How is it that your family consumes several thousand pounds of rice in a year? Song Sanqing chuckled in response. What can I say? My rice is of exceptional quality and taste, albeit costly. At best, it yields 1,000 pounds per acre. From that, we obtain 700 pounds of rice, which barely suffices for 2 or 3 individuals for a year. Furthermore, my elderly parents, children, and various relatives, each household must receive a portion, right? This meager yield barely sustains our own needs. In the village, the customs of reciprocity dictate that one must share with neighbors and relatives, not excessively, but enough to convey goodwill. As everyone calculated, while it may not amount to much, there would certainly be an excess. No, this year I must have your rice. Otherwise, I won't come to help during your planting." The crowd eagerly concurred, implying that assistance with planting would come without a financial expectation. However, Song Sancheng hesitated. "With just these 2 fields, we can finish planting in a couple of days ourselves. It's all about eating, and when it comes to harvesting, that rice will surely fill our bellies." Laughter ensued until, as they prepared to clear one field and move to another, someone suddenly inquired, "So, after tending to this 20 acres, you're only planting a few acres of rice? What will you do with the rest?" Song Sancheng replied candidly, "I plan to grow vegetables. I figure, without using pesticides, I can take the bus to the city to sell them, and at least I won't incur losses. But that won't yield much profit. Without pesticides, the weeds and insects will accumulate, and my wife and I won't be able to manage it all. It will be a source of great worry. Moreover, the journey is fraught with difficulty. The village bus operates only once a day, costing 40 yuan for a round trip. Cultivating vegetables requires both effort and fertilizer, and the market is saturated with vendors from nearby rural areas, intensifying competition. Ultimately, the earnings reflect mere toil. The villagers have calculated the costs and determined it is simply not worthwhile. However, upon reflection, they consider the prospect of self-cultivation. After all, with old Song's family tending to matters, they, being of advancing age, find that engaging in farming is quite appealing. They envision purchasing fresh produce directly from the fields. The village predominantly grows a limited variety of crops, and as the harvest seasons overlap, purchasing vegetables becomes necessary. Furthermore, while selling pigs is permissible, slaughtering them for sale is illegal. In the upcoming season, Tan plans to cultivate rice, watermelons, various vegetables, and chestnuts from the mountains. He also intends to keep bees, as the nectar from purple vetch is indeed a treasure not to be overlooked, alongside a plethora of wild vegetables. Livestock such as pigs, dogs, chickens, ducks, and geese, as well as fish and water chestnuts, will also be raised. Any favored crops among the community are welcomed for discussion. It is a time of scarcity, and currently, in this idle farming season, men and women in their 30s to 50s capable of diligent work have been summoned by Song Sancheng. Time is of the essence. Preparations must be made now, as spring will soon demand the sowing of seeds. Song Tan's plans are meticulously laid out. The undergrowth in the chestnut grove must be cleared, the chestnut trees adequately fertilized and pruned, and structures for cultivating mushrooms will be erected beneath the trees. Additionally, the perimeter will be enclosed to deter any animals or intruders. Recently, some trees were felled in the nearby mountains. The trunks were segmented for cultivating mushroom spores, while the branches were fashioned into a shelter to shield the pigs from the elements. Additionally, preparations were underway for several feeding troughs, enclosed with wire mesh for separation. In the fields, purple vetch was sown over the past month or two, and once it blossoms, the soil will be turned and refined once more in anticipation of planting rice and vegetables. Some seeds could soon be nurtured for seedlings. Furthermore, local chickens and ducks were sought, along with scheduling a time for acquiring piglets. With so many mouths to feed, daily meal preparations were essential. Song Sancheng and Ulan found themselves perpetually occupied. Yet what of their daughter? She was not without her share of labor. The young girl, remarkably strong for her age, even ventured into the mountains to carry tree trunks. The villagers praised her industriousness, yet Ulan felt a pang of sorrow. Why was her daughter toiling with such burdens? At such a tender age, why not enjoy the comforts of an office? How would she find a suitable partner for marriage later on? Though her daughter was not idle, she often found herself engrossed in research on the computer. One day, Ulan entered and was taken aback. Was her daughter truly cramming for knowledge on scientific cultivation at the last moment? She gasped, realizing that if the money had not already been spent, she would insist on halting further endeavors. The couple calculated their expenses late into the night. Labor, machinery, mushroom spores, chickens, ducks, piglets, and fertilizers. 60,000 yuan had been invested, leaving only echoes in return. A further assessment revealed that this sum would last only until the end of April, at best yielding a single harvest of purple vetch. Ulan still has a nest egg of 60,000 yuan, yet the thought of spending it for the children feels rather daunting. 60,000 yuan is no trivial sum. Without any significant issues, it would take the couple 2 years to save that amount. Song Sancheng and Ulan are truly distressed, their worries causing them to age prematurely. They perceive raising children as a burden, as their daughter has been dutiful and sensible for 20 years, yet now she is embarking on a major endeavor, which adds to their anxiety. Strangely enough, despite their troubles, they sleep soundly at night. Song Sanqing, who once snored thunderously, has found an unusual quietude. At Ulan's age, managing 5 hours of interrupted sleep is considered fortunate, yet since their daughter returned home, she finds herself going to bed at 7 or 8 o'clock and waking up at 6. It is quite remarkable. Ulan confides in Song Sanqing, lamenting their unfortunate fate. The more they spend, the more exhausted they feel, yet paradoxically, they also feel more at ease. Song Sanqing concurs, exclaiming that despite his daily toil, his back pain has miraculously disappeared. In the room, Song Ting gathers her energy, concealing her accomplishments and accolades. Not far away, her grandparents, Song Yud and his wife, have been diligently working alongside them. Today, as Song Yud puffs on his pipe, he feels a sense of contentment. After all, Tan has attended university, possesses skills, and knows how to return to farming. We, as farmers, believe that as long as there is sustenance from the land, we will always have a fallback. It is well known that Song Yud hails from a typical tenant farmer background, and in his eyes, nothing holds greater significance than the land. Wang Lifeng shares a similar sentiment, albeit from a different perspective. Farming is commendable. We can still contribute and lend a hand to our children, which is certainly more productive than idling away. Moreover, raising children, one seldom sees them throughout the year. When Tan Tan returns to cultivate the land, if one were to hire help, there would be fewer laborers available for autumn work, and the village would lack vibrancy. Is that not the case? At their age, having witnessed their younger years, they often felt that having only Xiao Xiao as the sole male heir in their son's family was inadequate. As long as their son is capable, it is manageable. However, once he grows old and is unable to move, who will care for Xiao Xiao? What then? Now that Tan Tan has returned, their family has become a source of support, and the siblings can share responsibilities. As Xiao Xiao ages, Tan Tan will at least be able to keep an eye on her. Otherwise, over time, the bonds of kinship may diminish. Yet, as elders who have weathered numerous storms over the years, Song Yud perceives things with greater clarity than Song Sanqing. I believe Tan Tan has truly acquired skills. Despite the busyness of farming, she performs a multitude of tasks each day with a smile, undoubtedly harboring a sense of purpose. Who knows, she might even cultivate something remarkable. Indeed, Wang Lifeng concurs. She has been intelligent and sensible since childhood. She would never undertake a task unless she was confident in her ability to succeed. In recent years, their health has not been optimal, and the children have discouraged them from farming extensively. They can only tend to a small vegetable garden at their doorstep. While it is peaceful, the elderly couple struggles to muster any enthusiasm. They nap during the day and find it hard to sleep at night, constantly seeking small tasks to occupy themselves. Now, witnessing the vast tracts of land they have relinquished, they find solace in the simplicity of their lives. During the day, they act according to their capabilities. Song Yud assists in clearing weeds in the fields while Wang Lifeng lends a hand to her daughter-in-law in preparing meals. They dine together, exchanging ideas and laughter, feeling an even greater closeness to their son's family. Song Yud felt a surge of inspiration and could not help but make arrangements once more. It was a chilly day, and the hens were laying fewer eggs. Isn't Tantan planning to raise chickens? Let's have our old hen sit on her eggs tomorrow and hatch a few more chicks, which will save us some money for the children. At present, the native chickens are quite expensive and hard to come by. Wang Lifeng nodded in agreement. It's just right for winter, when we consume more meat. I've been saving the eggs. Let's light a lamp later and pick through them together. She continued, and about those ducks, there's a place selling ducklings. Their ducks are healthy, grow robustly, and taste quite good. I will inquire about them tomorrow. However, Song Yud frowned again. Let us not get too many. In recent years, there have been outbreaks of avian flu and swine fever here and there. We must proceed with caution. Wang Lifeng was well aware of the situation. You worry too much. Our area may be remote, yet the feng shui is favorable. When have we ever had an outbreak of disease among our chickens, ducks, or geese? Besides, raising chicks doesn't cost much. As long as they remain healthy, we can always consume them ourselves if we cannot sell them. That would save us from buying from outside. We only have 4 old hens, and even if they all sit on their eggs, we can hatch around 100 chicks. Once they grow, we can let them roam freely in the mountains and fields without any worry. It's that simple. Song Yud contemplated this and sighed a bit. If only our eldest son and grandson were willing to return to the old house on the mountain, we could easily allocate it to them. Wang Lifeng rolled her eyes. Whoever stays in the village should inherit it. That old house isn't worth 5,000. Your grandson has 3 or 5 properties in the city. Would he even care for this? Song had felt a sense of embarrassment, reflecting on the fact that he was indeed the eldest son and grandson of the old Song family. In the fields, the machines roared as the villagers busily worked and chatted. The grass and wild shrubs piled up along the ridges, while the long unplowed brown soil exuded a damp aroma. Basking in the resplendent morning sun, the mountain village radiated a long-lost vibrancy. Wang Lifeng opened the long-neglected storage room tucked away in the corner of the yard, a structure built decades ago from mud bricks. That year, she had just given birth to her daughter, and Song Yud, along with his brothers, had mixed yellow clay, cut straw, and painstakingly fashioned bricks, gradually constructing the house. Initially, it served as their main dwelling. However, as the children grew older and brick houses were erected, this room transformed into a storage space for grains. Eventually, when farming ceased, it became a mere storage room. Xiao hurried over, calling out, "Grandma! Grandma!" Wang Lifeng had just unearthed a few carrying poles from within and responded, "Xiao." Moments later, Xiao's neatly cropped head peeked in. "Grandma. My sister said she would take me to the fields later and asked to borrow a small basket." She was soon captivated by the stacked carrying poles on the ground. Exclaiming, "Grandma, what is this?" Wang Lifeng, smiling warmly, handed her a small basket and then thoughtfully tore off a length of plastic string, folding it several times to tie around Xiao's waist, saying, "Our Xiao can now farm." Song Xiao proudly puffed out her chest but continued to curiously inquire, "Grandma, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8 of these. What are they for?" "This, indeed, is intended for hens to hatch chicks." Jojo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I want to hatch too." Wang Lifeng sighed, realizing this was the reason she hesitated to respond initially. The child bombarded her with questions, far too many for her liking. Fortunately, young children often enjoy playing alongside older ones. When Song Xiao was 3, Song Tan was 8, and now at 18. He still perceived himself as a mere 3-year-old, yearning to play with older children. Understanding his thoughts, Wang Lifeng inquired, "Will you accompany your sister to the fields, or return to help your grandmother hatch chicks?" Such a question posed a significant challenge for Song Xiao. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed longingly in the direction of home and replied, "I will go to the fields with my sister." As he departed, he lingered, saying, "Grandma, please discuss with the hen not to hatch too quickly. Wait for my return to do it together." Once the little rascal had finally left, Wang Lifeng retrieved 4 wicker baskets from the storage room. She lined the bottoms with a thick layer of straw and carefully placed 2 or 3 dozen eggs into each basket. Subsequently, she ventured into the chicken coop to catch all 4 hens. These rustic chickens were lean and had long legs, making them quite painful to catch, and it was not an easy task under normal circumstances. Unlike the plump broilers, which would sit lazily if chased, these hens were a different matter entirely. However, in terms of egg production and taste, they could not compare to the local hens, though they excelled in efficiency. To facilitate their capture, Wang Lifeng intentionally kept the chicken coop door closed early in the morning, resulting in a cacophony of clucking throughout the morning hours. 4 hens were placed into a large, open basket, which was then inverted and secured tightly with another basket on top. After a few days of this treatment, the hens would begin to prepare for hatching their chicks. Waiting for a span of 20 to 30 days, the chicks would eventually break free from their shells. Coincidentally, this would occur in late March, when the weather turned warm and all living things flourished, providing an ideal environment for the growth of the chicks. After 2 days of tidying up, the mulberry trees on the hillside had been sufficiently attended to, and only the outermost 2 plots of the 7 fields remained. Song Tan, observing the weather, felt it was time to enlist Song Xiao's help in sowing the seeds of the purple vetch. Wulon, however, expressed some hesitation. "It's still quite chilly in the mornings and evenings. The temperature fluctuations are too severe, which could easily kill the tender shoots. We should at least wait another 2 weeks." Songtan thought to herself, "I understand. But just a couple of days ago, when I first harnessed the spiritual energy, I nearly caused these seeds to sprout prematurely. Alas, my inexperience in cultivating in this world leaves me ignorant of how precious the spiritual energy is for the plants here. If I delay for another 2 days, I risk either exhausting the seeds' vitality or watching them sprout right there before my eyes." Thus, she resolved to act with determination. "Mother, these purple vetch seeds are not as delicate as rice. They will surely thrive." She then gestured, Xiao, "Have you prepared the seeds? Once you're ready, we shall head to the fields." Unfazed by the season or the sprouting process, Song Xiao had filled her wastebasket with approximately 10 pounds of purple vetch seeds mixed with sand. The seeds of the purple cloud pea are both flat and diminutive. Despite being mixed with a small amount of sand, 10 pounds is nearly sufficient for 2 acres. To Song Xiao, it feels more like a game. He appears exuberant and full of anticipation. Sister, today I am going to farm. Good boy Xiao Xiao, I knew you would farm. The siblings set out like 2 carefree fools. Ulan stood at the edge of the field, where the earthy scent enveloped her. The turned soil revealed clods that had already sprouted white roots of wild grasses. Song Ten had been enjoying her hometown meals for several days now. Although they were vastly superior to city fare, Ulan's culinary skills were undeniable. Yet, as she progressed in her cultivation, her tolerance for impurities diminished. Each day, after consuming her meals, she found herself enduring the discomfort of a foul-smelling toilet the following morning. Alas, all in all, it bore no resemblance to the life of a cultivator who feasts on the wind and drinks the dew, cleansing their bodies with pure essence. This thought urged Song Tan into action. The 2 large bags of seeds she held seemed equally eager to sprout, their vibrant life force palpable even through the packaging. Without further hesitation, she grasped a handful and scattered it with a flourish. The seeds, soaked and moist, fell silently onto the earth, quickly merging with the brown soil. Indistinguishable to the naked eye, beneath the unnoticed surface, their vigorous vitality surged forth as the overlooked seeds began to split open with delicate fissures. Awaiting a nourishing morning dew and the appropriate sunlight, they would thrive abundantly without the need for soil coverage. The vibrant vitality instilled a profound sense of tranquility. Song Tan lowered her gaze to observe the seeds, resolving to wait until all were sown. Taking advantage of the warm daylight, she planned to quietly draw in some moisture to embed them within the soil. In a month's time, this place would burst forth with vast expanses of purple blossoms. The first step towards recouping her investment began with these purple vetch seeds. Embracing this belief in recovery, Song Tan soon completed sowing this plot and was preparing to transition to another when she noticed Xiao Xiao still squatting by the field ridge, meticulously examining the seeds. Xiao Xiao, what are you doing? Song Tan inquired. With a serious expression, Xiao Xiao replied, Sister, that method won't work at all. You need to dig a hole, place 2 seeds in, and then cover them with soil. Song Tan was taken aback, quickly realizing this was indeed the method for planting corn. It dawned on her that Xiao Xiao was only familiar with corn cultivation. The siblings set off joyfully, but ultimately, only one returned in high spirits. Where is Xiao Xiao? Ulan inquired. Song Tan chuckled. She is behind us. No sooner had the words left her lips than a tall, slender boy rounded the corner of the path. His glossy black buzz cut contrasting with his tear-streaked face as he wiped his eyes with his sleeve, looking utterly dejected and sobbing softly. Unable to contain herself, Ulan laughed and reached for the basket he held. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Oh dear, look at our Xiao Xiao's tear-stained face. She is crying so hard. With someone expressing concern, Song Xiao's cries grew louder. Mom, sob. Mom, my sister, woo-woo. My sister isn't planting properly. Song Ten refused to accept the blame. Nonsense. I have sown all the seeds. How could I have failed to tend to the land? I left a handful for you, so you could plant at your leisure. She then whispered an explanation to Ulan. The seeds of the purple vetch can simply be scattered onto the soil, but Xiao Xiao only knows how to plant corn, insisting on sowing each seed individually. In the end, Song Tan scattered all the seeds, leaving just a small patch of ground and a handful, at most 30 to 50 seeds, for Xiao Xiao to plant one by one. Song Xiao wailed pitifully, but you scattered the seeds haphazardly. What if we don't grow any corn? He rubbed his sleeves against his tear-streaked face, his sorrow deepening with each word. Wah, Mama, my sister, you only left me a little seed. I was so serious about planting. What if we have too little corn to eat? Wah wah. With misty eyes, he gazed at Song Tan. I won't be able to take care of my sister anymore. Wah wah. Oh dear, the silly child. Song Tan's heart melted at the sight of his distress. It was no wonder Xiao Xiao was crying so bitterly. Perhaps he recalled his initial determination to cultivate the land to support himself. Now, with the seeds scattered carelessly, he surely felt that there wouldn't be enough corn to sustain them, leaving him both heartbroken and aggrieved. Indeed. Ulan shot her a stern glance and quickly reassured him. It's all right, Xiao Xiao. Mama knows how to farm. Mama will take care of you. Song Xiao stifled his sobs, hesitated for a moment, then began to weep again. Then, then you must also take care of my sister." No sooner had the words left his lips than Song Tin enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Good brother. Dear Xiao Xiao. Sister, I am so deeply moved. No more tears. Let us wipe our faces and watch Peppa. Today, we can indulge in 2 episodes." Ultimately, the pink pig has put an end to its tears. In early March, during the 3rd day of the 2nd lunar month, the awakening of insects heralds the beginning of all things. Song Tan has returned for half a month. During this time, Song San Chong, along with the villagers, has almost tidied up the hillside. The fields are now adorned with a layer of lush green, a tender sprout of purple vetch, emerging delicately from the brown earth, quivering as if it might snap with the slightest breeze. The villagers gaze in amazement. These seeds are remarkably resilient to the frost. Look at this. Previously, one would only dare to sow seeds in March, yet here they are sprouting already. The undulating expanse of 20 acres is entirely cloaked in this fuzzy green, the fields rising and falling in gentle waves, and to behold it is to feel an involuntary joy. Every villager passing by cannot help but pause and admire the sight. The saying "the color of grass appears distant, yet is close upon inspection" rings true here. An elder from the village, leading an old ox, inquires, "Tan Tan, once this purple vetch flourishes, may I bring the ox to graze in the fields?" The purple vetch is highly nutritious and tender, a favorite among cattle and sheep. In the past, when water was drawn by oxen for the fields, each year they would need a fair share to eat. However, as farming ceased and the ox grew older, the vetch was left unattended. Songton promptly assures him, "Of course, Grandpa Lee, when the time comes, just bring the ox to those 2 lower plots and let it roam freely." The purple vetch grows rapidly, starting from the tender leaves. It can sustain for over a month. Old Lee pondered for a moment and asked, "So, you are only cultivating these 2 plots of land this year, correct? How about I lend you my ox for plowing?" While an ox cannot compete with a tiller, it can manage about 5 to 6 mu of land in a day. However, Song Tan's land is just over 3 mu, nearly 4 mu. Otherwise, Old Lee wouldn't be so willing to help. "But my ox is quite old and needs to plow slowly, so you mustn't rush it. I can finish plowing in 2 days. Is that acceptable?" Song Tan chuckled. "Of course. That's wonderful, Grandpa Lee. Then I won't mention money. When the rice is harvested, I'll bring you 50 jin." The elderly man was delighted. He didn't consume much, and 50 jin would suffice for half a year. Old Lee was overjoyed. Nowadays, when young people return, they often speak of money. It's not that they shouldn't pay for labor, but lending a hand among neighbors can sometimes feel rather distant. The youth do wish to assist their fellow villagers, yet they often lack the skills. This leaves the senior villagers, who are accustomed to the bonds of rural life, feeling somewhat discomfort. It is much better with Tan Tan. Moreover, rice that one has cultivated oneself is simply delectable. It struck him that he hadn't tasted it in over a decade. To think he could savor it once more. The old ox seemed to sense his joy, letting out a long moo in response. Old Lee affectionately patted its head. "Come on, let us head home. Soon, there will be delicious food." Meanwhile, Song Tan was contemplating purple vetch, green leaves, purple flowers, and the old ox. What exquisite materials. She had long envisioned this, but now with the addition of the ox, it would exude even more vitality. As for whether she could sell goods once she gained popularity, of course she could. If she couldn't sell goods, what would be the point of all this effort? She confidently asserted that once anyone had savored her produce, they would be unable to resist becoming a repeat customer. Having cultivated the land at the Inway Peak for over a century, she had mastered the art of pest control and enhancing flavors. She firmly believed that vegetables grown with such vitality must find their market. Moreover, the myriad vegetables she planned to cultivate were primarily those that could be stored for extended periods. Black fungus and silver fungus were particularly well suited for online sales. In this age of advanced logistics, most cities could receive deliveries by the next day, provided one was willing to invest. The perishables, once they garnered a reputation, would be readily consumed locally. For her, farming served 2 purposes: to satisfy culinary desires and, subsequently, to generate income. As for the profits, she had no specific expectations as long as she could recoup her costs. With this in mind, she had much preparation ahead. In the coming days, she needed to quickly gather her filming equipment and hone her editing skills once more. The success of her endeavor would hinge upon this upcoming effort. Reflecting on this, Song Tin stood at the edge of her field, her fingers subtly moving as she silently summoned threads of spiritual energy. The elusive white mist, imperceptible to the naked eye, gradually infused the soil, enhancing the verdant hues of the purple vetch. As a gentle breeze swept through, the hazy greenery deepened in richness. The roots of the purple vetch rapidly absorbed nutrients from the earth, while the light yellow root nodules attached to them nourished the land in return. Such is the cycle of life in nature, ever repeating, rhythmically flowing. After the awakening of spring, the gentle rains followed. A soft, misty drizzle fell quietly, enveloping the fields and hills in a delicate veil of green mist, soft and damp. Song Sansheng had just settled the wages for the villagers when he caught a whiff of the rain-soaked earth outside, a smile finally gracing his face. The rain had arrived at just the right moment. For over half a month, they had toiled diligently. Ulan was tasked with preparing meals for a large number of people while managing the household inside and out. Meanwhile, Song Sansheng had to lead a team to clear weeds in the fields, tend to the hillside, fell trees, and prune trunks, all while finding time to construct pigsties, chicken coops, and duck shelters. This afternoon, the delivery of mushroom spores had just arrived, and they planned to remain home tomorrow to cultivate them, which necessitated the disbursement of several tens of thousands in wages. Glancing up, he noted that heaven was indeed considerate. It was raining. Ulan sighed as she held the ledger. Tantan, your 60,000 yuan is gone. Any further expenses would have to be covered by her and your father as support, and they would need to adhere to their plans. She feared that if Tantan loosened her grip, more funds would go astray. Tantan calculated in her mind. The piglets had yet to be brought back, but the pigsty was already built, and her mother would have to contribute that sum. Ducklings needed to be purchased, which would also require funds. As for chicks, they would hold off this year since her grandmother was currently incubating them. The hillside and forest land had been cleared, and all seeds had been procured. The upcoming spore cultivation would require some labor costs, but there were no other significant expenses. She nodded and posed the crucial question, Mom, what shall we eat? Ulan felt a pang of frustration. With no money left, what do you expect to eat? Go, take Xiao and forage for wild vegetables on the hillside. All right. In the countryside, the slopes were abundant with wild vegetables, and not to mention, there were layers upon layers in the lowlands of their backyard hill. However, the most suitable season for foraging wild vegetables has yet to arrive, currently. The yield is likely meager, sufficient only for a meal or two. Songtan returned to her room to tidy up and, after some contemplation, decided to bring her phone stand along. Xiao, let us venture out to forage. Song Xiao, brimming with enthusiasm, dashed out of the courtyard exclaiming, Oh, it's raining. I want to splash in the water with Pig Mama. Yet, the rain fell in a misty haze, merely dampening the ground. Where was the rain? Xiao fell silent. The siblings, akin to monkeys, bounded into the forest, while behind them, Alon continued to shout, Pull some wild scallions. I'll prepare scrambled eggs for you when you return. Having grown up in the mountains, the siblings moved with remarkable swiftness. In the midst of their adventure, Songtan took a moment to glance at the crude pig pen on the back mountain, an expansive shelter constructed of wood, its roof securely pressed down with branches and tarpaulin. The interior raised high with stones, and although the straw had yet to be laid down, it already appeared refreshingly clean. Such vigorous activity in pig raising would undoubtedly yield delicious pork. However, a conundrum arose. Pigs tend to defecate and urinate indiscriminately. And with such a vast roaming area in the mountains, establishing a manure pit proved impossible. This puzzled Song Sansheng for quite some time. Ultimately, he devised a solution. When the piglets are still young, they should not be allowed to wander freely. Otherwise, the hillsides, dotted with grass, tree roots, and stones, pose a risk of injury. Thus, their enclosure must be confined initially, with a shallow pit dug to gradually collect the pig waste. Over time, the pigs would learn where to relieve themselves. Once the habit has been established, we can gradually expand the scope. After all, this is Song Sansheng's inaugural endeavor in raising pigs on the mountain. Let's give it a try. At worst, it will require a bit more effort. Every day spent cleaning manure on the mountain could eventually yield compost through fermentation. Navigating around a thicket of trees, we arrived at a gently sloping expanse halfway up the back mountain, where lush, emerald grass had begun to sprout. Xiao pointed excitedly at a large cluster of vibrant wild leeks. Sister, let's make scrambled eggs. Wild leeks, also known as sand leeks or mountain garlic, are significantly finer than common onions and garlic, even less robust than chives. Whenever we would consume them at home, it was Xiao's responsibility to clean them, leaving a lasting impression. Songtin gazed at the wild leeks, her mind wavering. These wild leeks look splendid. Should we prepare scrambled eggs for lunch or braise some crucian carp? Regardless, the first step is to harvest them. Not only were there wild leeks, but beside the woods, there was also a small patch of just emerging shepherd's purse, ample enough to gather a plateful. Additionally, there was a generous amount of chickweed, varying in size, which Xiao cheerfully began to dig up with her spade. However, despite the bounty, it felt insufficient. The mobile device was of little use, as there was nothing particularly worthy of capturing. With a sigh, a thought struck her. What are the current market prices for wild vegetables? After spending 1 to 2 hours foraging, the siblings returned, and Ulan took the basket of vegetables, puzzled. Did you also go to the pond? Yes, indeed, Xiao exclaimed, her sleeves soaked. Clearly having enjoyed their aquatic escapades immensely, Ulan flipped through the wild vegetables she had brought. This watercress is quite tender. Did you really pick it just as it began to sprout? How do you intend to prepare it? Song Tan pondered for a moment and decisively chose between shredded chicken and fish soup. Cold shredded chicken. However, chicken breast is not something commonly sold individually in the village. Ulan ignored her. All right, I'll fry some Sichuan pepper oil. We can enjoy it cold at noon. We've been serving rich dishes these days. It's just right to have something light. Why is there also purslane? Just this handful? We can mix it in later. The wild onions looked plentiful, neatly arranged, clearly gathered by Xiao while playing by the pond. Ulan appeared quite satisfied. The crucian carp we caught last time has also thawed. Let's make a soup with that. The rest can be stir-fried as twice-cooked pork. Otherwise, if we only eat cold dishes in this weather, it would be too chilly. Lastly, a thick layer of shepherd's purse lay at the bottom, and Ulan decisively declared, "Perfect, we can make dumplings for dinner." Song Tan, who did not cook, had no right to be picky, and besides, she was rather looking forward to it. At this moment, she brought up another matter. Mom, the weather has warmed up lately. After this rain, the wild vegetables will surely grow abundantly. How about I dig up some more tomorrow and take the bus into the city to sell them? This time, Ulan looked at her with newfound respect. Are you really considering setting up a stall? Have you ever been to a vegetable market? Song Tan understood her implication. The previous version of herself would have been too shy to even contemplate it. But now, after half a month of returning and spending all her money, she felt a change within her. If we do not achieve some results soon, who knows how much effort will be required for the next funding application. Moreover, taking advantage of this spring rain, she has drawn considerable vitality to the hillside pond. Surely she will gather several tens of pounds tomorrow. Is it not prudent to first gauge the market? Thus, she patted her chest and confidently declared, "Rest assured, I will surely succeed tomorrow." Song Sancheng, who had been silent until now, interjected, "The bus departs at 6 in the morning, and it must take a long detour through the town. By the time we reach the city, it will be nearly 9 o'clock. How many people will be there to buy vegetables?" He proposed, "How about this, Tantan? You can prepare the vegetables in the afternoon, leave early in the morning, and I will ride my motorcycle to take you to the intersection. You can catch a minibus there and arrive just in time for the morning market." The spring rain intensified throughout the night. The sound of raindrops pattering serenely nourished the soil in the stillness of the night, while the cool, misty vapor enveloped the mountains, ponds, and fields, enriching the verdant hues and allowing the tender leaves to unfurl even more. By dawn, the rain had ceased, yet the sky remained overcast. Song Sancheng fetched some firewood from outside, stoking the stove to a brighter flame, and asked, "What shall we have for breakfast today?" After a flurry of activity over the past few days, they found themselves with leisure last night and today. Ulan had been enjoying restful sleep lately. The air felt refreshingly crisp, lifting her spirits. "Let us have dumplings." The shepherd's purse from last night was exceptionally fresh. The vibrant green shepherd's purse was finely chopped and blended with slightly coarse minced meat, enveloped in soft dough, accompanied by a delightful vinegar dip. Exquisite. The fresh delicacies were nearly consumed in their entirety. Song San single-handedly devoured 2 large bowls, while Xiao indulged in 3 small bowls, followed by half a bowl of dumpling soup, exclaiming, "Mom, this is absolutely delicious." The phrase "a growing boy will truly bankrupt his father" rang true, as just last night. They had prepared the food, and Ulan had contemplated saving the leftovers in the freezer for breakfast. However, they had not anticipated the recent surge in appetites, as the entire meal was consumed in a single sitting, except for Song Tan. The freshness was undeniable, yet there were indeed impurities present. Song Tan, amidst this mixed flavor, consumed a bowl that tasted akin to fragrant rice laced with sand. Each meal, she vowed to cultivate her own rations. Ulan, observing her still slender figure, pondered, Have you been working outside, causing your stomach to suffer from hunger? You labor daily, yet your appetite remains so modest. Song Tan mused to herself that it wasn't a matter of her stomach being unwell. It was merely her discerning palate. However, if she were to be picky about wild vegetables, her mother would likely roll her eyes and scold her, saying, "You've become too accustomed to fine dining." Thus, she deftly shifted the conversation. The wild vegetables were delightful yesterday, weren't they? After this rain, they must be even better. Were the wild vegetables truly delicious? How could they not be? A handful of vibrant green, red-stemmed melon heads, blanched and chopped, mixed with minced meat, then combined with a beaten duck egg, some cooking wine. Salt and monosodium glutamate was fried into delicate egg strands using a slotted spoon. Next, aromatic scallions and ginger were sautéed before adding the minced meat, melon heads, and duck egg. The result was a crisp, fragrant, and refreshing dish. How could it possibly be unpalatable? The remaining water spinach was blanched, seasoned with salt and monosodium glutamate, and mixed thoroughly. First, gently fry the Sichuan peppercorns in oil until they release their fragrant aroma. Then, prepare a sauce with soy sauce, ginger, garlic, sugar, monosodium glutamate, pepper oil, crushed chili, and chopped scallions. Combine this mixture with the tender blanched watercress, and the result is a delightful dish, crisp, tender, and infused with a spicy, aromatic essence. Paired with a soup of crucian carp and wild scallions, along with scrambled eggs. The entire family devoured yesterday's bounty of wild vegetables with great relish. Only after feeling quite full did they proceed to make dumplings filled with shepherd's purse. Reflecting on this, a pang of longing arose within Song Tan. With yesterday's wild greens being so delectable, one could only imagine that today's harvest, nurtured by the essence of nature, would be even more exquisite. Song Tan pondered over her first business venture. "Mom, how much do you think I should sell them for per pound tomorrow?" Despite the arrival of early March and the awakening of spring, the vegetables were still scarce. It was that transitional period when greens were neither young nor fully matured. Lettuce had begun to taste bitter, the black cabbage had aged, and the yellow heart cabbage lacked sweetness. A trip to the supermarket revealed that even the most ordinary greenhouse vegetables started at 10 to 8 yuan per pound. Ulan, adept at managing the household, found herself inexperienced in selling wild greens. After some contemplation, she suggested, "Let us price them at 10 yuan per pound." There was no particular reason for this choice. It simply made the accounting straightforward. This price, while not exorbitant in today's vegetable market, felt somewhat unconvincing to Ulan, who was aware of the city's fondness for wild greens. Yet, memories from her childhood made her unconsciously indifferent to their value. Thus, she spoke of the 10 yuan price with a hint of uncertainty. After a moment's thought, Song Tan deemed 10 yuan acceptable. Wild greens, despite appearing plentiful, would shrink considerably once blanched. She firmly believed in the superior quality nurtured by nature's essence. Yet as it was her inaugural venture, she felt it prudent to allow everyone to savor the taste before considering future pricing. "All right then, let it be 10 yuan. Song Sansheng contemplated. "The shepherd's purse this year is quite splendid. How about we make some dumplings and freeze them? Otherwise, when we start cultivating the mushroom spores in a couple of days, we will be too busy to eat properly." With preparations to begin the cultivation soon, Song Sansheng discussed with Song Tan that this task did not require haste. "Let us invite some elderly folks to assist. Though they may be older, their hands may still move adeptly. If they are slow, don't hold it against them. Our village has so few households left, and the elders spend their days idly dozing off, which is quite disheartening. Let us invite them over. Without mentioning payment, they can take their time. Once they finish, we can buy some meat to help them carry it home. If there's any work, we can lend a hand, and while they work, your grandparents can keep an eye on things. What do you think?" "Absolutely, why not?" Song Tan eagerly replied. "Moreover, the growth of the black fungus and silver fungus isn't urgent. I haven't even finished setting up the outer net. Besides, they are all from the village. It doesn't matter who we ask for help. My grandparents have been increasingly despondent these past few years. Having something to do is certainly better than just sitting around." However, she glanced at their small courtyard, filled with a motorcycle and flower beds, and thought, "Our yard seems a bit cramped for this. Cultivating the spore requires pressing them into pre-drilled holes in the chestnut tree trunks. The trunks are somewhat long and heavy. While the yard can accommodate them, it would be inconvenient for movement." After pondering, Song Sansheng suggested, "I will speak to your grandfather shortly. We can place them in his yard, which is more spacious. Your grandmother can cook, and your mother can lend a hand. There are only about 8 or 9 elderly folks in the village, and they don't eat much. We can simply bring over some rice, flour, and vegetables. A family of 4 had their affairs in order, with Xiao taking charge of the humming. As the clock approached 9, Song Tan hurriedly called out to Xiao. "Let us go. Grab a large basket and let us forage for shepherd's purse. We should also see how much wild vegetation the spiritual energy from yesterday has nurtured." Climbing the hillside once more with familiarity, Xiao was awestruck. He opened his mouth in surprise, exclaiming, "Wow, sister, it's so green." Indeed, it was a vibrant green. Clusters of wild onions grew wildly, thick and lush as if they were layers of hair, dominating the edges of the hillside forest. The shepherd's purse, which had barely filled a plate yesterday, now eagerly thrust its verdant heads forth, with green and red stems jostling together, seemingly anxious that one might not manage to gather a full basket. As for the shepherd's purse, it was even more abundant, densely sprouting in the crevices, its leaves tender as if they were about to burst with moisture. The rich aroma of fresh grass wafted through the air even before any were harvested, standing in stark contrast to the branches of nearby trees that had only just begun to sprout green buds. Song Tan had mentally prepared herself and felt quite confident. Yet at this moment, she found herself in a daze, relying on Xiao as they filled a basket with tender shepherd's purse to bring home. On their way back, they took a detour to the pond to take a glance. It was splendid. A dense mass of watercress and purslane sprawled across the area, growing as if influenced by hormones, rendering the ground and water's surface nearly invisible. She suppressed her inner joy. These greens truly honored the spiritual energy. After lunch, Song Tan grabbed the basket, intending to forage for wild vegetables. The sky remained overcast, with temperatures lingering in the low teens, making it decidedly cool without the sun. On this chilly day, every household remained indoors, with few venturing outside. Ulan glanced at the large basket she had brought and felt a pang of sympathy for her daughter, who had been working tirelessly. There was no need to harvest wild vegetables so early. They could go in the evening, ensuring freshness for the next day. Besides, there wasn't much to gather in this weather, and it could be tidied up swiftly. Song Tan recalled the lush greenery by the pond and mused that if it lacked vitality, there would be no need for such eagerness. Yet, at that moment, she reassured her daughter, "It's all right, Mom. You continue making dumplings. I believe today's shepherd's purse is particularly fresh." Seeing her daughter so determined, Ulan refrained from stopping her, muttering, "It's all the same shepherd's purse. What difference could there be between yesterday and today?" Seated by the hearth, she intended to clean the shepherd's purse she had gathered that morning, but upon picking it up, she was struck by its unexpected allure. Why does it look so appealing? Xiao proved to be an excellent assistant. For every basket of vegetables, he earned an episode of Peppa Pig. Before long, he returned with a large basket brimming with shepherd's purse. The vibrant green and tender texture made it look utterly delectable, almost exaggeratedly so. Song Sancheng, who was assisting with the sorting of vegetables, took the basket and was taken aback. "Didn't we say there wasn't much yesterday?" After a single rain, it has grown so rapidly. The basket was substantial, overflowing with tiny, densely packed plants, precariously stacked as if they might tumble out at any moment. Xiao, oblivious to these concerns, felt a swell of pride. "There is still so much more," he thought to himself. "Though my sister may not be skilled at farming, that's all right. Xiao can dig up vegetables. Xiao will take care of her." In a moment of exuberance, Peppa Pig disregarded everything, seizing 2 empty baskets and heading out once more. Meanwhile, at home, Song Sancheng poured out the shepherd's purse and weighed it. "Oh dear, this must weigh over 10 pounds. Ulan was equally astonished but noted, "It just rained, and the greens are drenched, with a bit of mud on them. It's likely only around 10 pounds. Nevertheless, that was still a considerable amount. With a basket weighing 10 pounds, at 10 yuan per pound, that would amount to 100 yuan. The expedition for wild vegetables took a full 3 hours, and by the time Song Tan returned, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Coincidentally, just as they got back, another torrential downpour commenced. The family of 4 could hardly attend to making dumplings. They had to hurriedly prepare the wild greens. These vibrant vegetables, born from the essence of nature, appeared fresh and crisp, tantalizing their appetites. Song Tan, skeptical that anyone would resist purchasing them at 10 yuan per pound, felt the stirrings of a shrewd merchant within. "Mom, let us just sort through them a bit, rinse off the mud, trim the roots, and bundle a few together. One bundle should weigh around 1 pound and 2 ounces, saving us from losing any weight by tomorrow." Ulan had just intended to meticulously clean each piece. thinking it would take quite some time. However, upon hearing Song Tan's suggestion, she couldn't help but wonder. But wouldn't that leave you with only about 7 or 8 ounces of edible greens? Can you still sell it for 10 yuan? Of course, Song Tan replied, pulling up a local delivery app on his phone. Lettuce is already priced at 14.8 yuan per pound. These are wild vegetables. Fresh. With a hint of soil and moisture, 10 yuan is quite a bargain, don't you think? Have you forgotten how expensive the tune sprouts were at the start of last spring, costing over 50 to 60 yuan per pound? They were sold at 2 yuan each. Indeed, after some contemplation, Ulan decided, well, since we have no substantial capital, you may proceed with the sale. If we cannot sell everything, fret not. I will blanch and dry them, and we can store them in the freezer for the new year. Thus, each family member took on a specific role. Song Sancheng was tasked with cleaning the mud, Ulan took charge of sorting, Song Tan was responsible for weighing, and Xiao Xiao was in charge of neatly bundling each pile with a long blade of grass. It was only when darkness enveloped the surroundings that they finally finished gathering the wild vegetables. Upon weighing, they discovered a delightful bounty: melon head, purslane, shepherd's purse, watercress, and wild onions, totaling 80 small bundles, amounting to approximately over 100 pounds. Song Sancheng immediately reconsidered. Perhaps we should hire a vehicle tomorrow. Although it costs 200 yuan round trip, they come right to our doorstep. Otherwise, how would we transport all these vegetables? The expenses suddenly escalated. Song Tan decisively responded, let us hire one. By the way, Dad, I'll bring Xiao Xiao along. Song Sancheng instinctively protested, why bring Xiao Xiao? You are going to conduct business. What if he causes a commotion? However, before he could finish, Xiao Xiao loudly interjected, Xiao Xiao wants to sell vegetables. Xiao Xiao wants to cause trouble. Xiao Xiao wants to go out. Ulan pondered for a moment and sighed. All right, take him along. He should experience a new environment. Otherwise, he stays in the village every day without anyone to play with. Occasionally taking him to the city means enduring the stares of others. Ulan felt a pang of sorrow. Song Tan pretended not to notice the underlying anguish. She had sensed Xiao Xiao's peculiar nature that night. He had never fully developed, even in the womb. Regardless of her cultivation achievements, there was little she could do. One can only say that ensuring his robust health and minimizing illness is paramount. Moreover, what harm is there in nurturing the intelligence of a 6-year-old through ample exercise? Children of that age are quite perceptive, after all. At this moment, joyously patting Xiao Xiao, I exclaimed, good boy, Xiao Xiao. I always knew you were the smartest. Be sure to lend a helping hand tomorrow. Xiao Xiao responded with an exuberant affirmation, his voice ringing loud and clear. After a day of family endeavors, we finally felt the pangs of hunger, yet the relentless vegetable selection had left us weary. The chef, Ulan, let out a resigned sigh. All right then. Since the dumplings haven't yet been put in the freezer for this afternoon, let's have this instead. Coincidentally, Song Tan was eager to savor the taste of the shepherd's purse. Mom, please cook a bit more. Initially, Ulan had planned to prepare a quantity similar to the morning's. But upon Song Tan's suggestion, she muttered about the family's hearty appetites and decided to cook an extra bowl. However, when the dumplings emerged from the pot, and we took our first bites, every pair of eyes widened in astonishment. Xiao Xiao, kicking his legs with delight, exclaimed, so delicious, oh mama. He spoke through a grin, despite the scalding heat, refusing to spit it out, holding the bowl tightly. The most delectable in the world. Song Sancheng devoured half a bowl in one breath, then sighed in contentment. Indeed, why are these dumplings so incredibly tasty today? Song Tan, overwhelmed with joy, could only weep with happiness. After all these days, I finally tasted a meal today that is pure and unadulterated. Oh my, I could devour 3 bowls. Meanwhile, Ulan, while eating, pondered how the dumpling filling for this afternoon was no different from usual. Could it be that after a spring rain, the shepherd's purse has become so delectable? She hastily finished a few bites, set down her bowl, and selected a handful of wild greens from the gathered assortment. Then, she entered the kitchen to tidy up. And by the time she returned with a plate, the dumplings had been entirely devoured. Only Song Sancheng looked at her with eager eyes, saying, I'm still not full. How about we share a little more? Ulan had only consumed 1 bowl, feeling satisfied yet not completely full. However, considering the appetites of her family, she knew they would be stuffed by the end of the evening, so she promptly declined. Let us save the dumplings for breakfast. Here, try this wild vegetable first. She had prepared a mix of melon head, purslane, and watercress, opting for convenience and simply to test the flavors. After blanching, she tossed them together in one bowl. At that moment, the vibrant red chili, white sesame, dark brown soy vinegar, and the tender green stems intertwined beautifully, releasing a delightful aroma that was both tangy and spicy. Without hesitation, Song Sancheng quickly grabbed his chopsticks and scooped some into his mouth. Exquisite, numbing, tangy, and crisp. The medley of flavors was irresistible, and he could hardly stop himself, managing to lift half a plate of greens with just one chopstick. "Oh, this is too appetizing. I should have cooked a pot of rice," he lamented. Wulong glanced at his stomach and urged, "Stop eating, stop eating. You might overindulge. Let me have a taste." After her taste, the family fell into silence. After a while, Wulong hesitantly inquired, "Is 10 yuan perhaps a bit too cheap for this?" Song Ten decisively declared, "This is a bargain. Just 20 yuan a bundle." She planned to sell in the morning, unperturbed by the prospect of unsold goods, for she was certain that returning customers would appear after lunch. After all, making money was paramount. Wulong instantly regretted her earlier hesitation, wishing she had sampled only a few of each item. The following morning, at the crack of dawn, specifically at 5:30, Song Tan was roused from her slumber. Song Sancheng intended to accompany her to carry the vegetables, only to discover that his daughter had already filled a basket on her own, while Xiao Xiao clutched another basket, loaded with 70 to 80 bundles of wild vegetables ready for transport. "Do I really need to go with you?" he inquired. "No, it's fine. Xiao Xiao is here to help, right?" Song Tan replied, to which Xiao Xiao enthusiastically affirmed, "Absolutely. With me, it's more than enough." Song Sancheng stood there, bewildered, a wave of bittersweet realization washing over him as he confronted the passage of time. Just then, Wulong called out, "There are some dumplings left in the pot. Would you like to eat?" "Yes." He promptly dismissed his earlier melancholy, his spirits lifted. Uncle Wong, a familiar face from the village driving the van, glanced curiously at Song Tan while navigating the road. Tan, are you off to sell vegetables in the city?" Song Tan nodded. "Indeed, it's cold now, and fresh produce is a delight. If I don't sell everything, I can always bring it back home. It won't be a hassle." "That's true," Uncle Wong replied, nodding in agreement. "It's commendable. Nowadays, young people rarely endure such hardships. Your parents are truly fortunate." After a round of mutual flattery regarding their entrepreneurial endeavors, they arrived at the renowned vegetable market in the old town, just before 7 o'clock. The so-called vegetable market lacks any formal planning. It is simply situated by the riverside, a bustling hub where everyone instinctively gathers to sell their goods. Songton need not even pay a stall fee. She arranges her baskets in front of herself, sets out 2 folding stools, and lays out a stack of plastic bags. This suffices for her setup. "Sister, I'm ready to sell," Xiao Xiao exclaimed eagerly. Song Tan promptly yielded the prime position to him. "All right, Xiao Xiao, do you know the price?" "I do." Xiao Xiao rubbed his hands together. 20 yuan per bundle. "No bargaining. That's all you need to know," Song Tan responded thoughtfully, affixing one of the 2 QR codes she had printed at the village office yesterday, designating it for payments. The other bore the message, "Wild Vegetables New Arrivals Group. Scan to join for fresh produce alerts." She would stake her cultivation journey on the certainty that anyone who tasted her wild vegetables today would surely return for more. The weather was pleasant. Although the sun had yet to rise at 7 o'clock, the dawn light was already faintly visible on the horizon. The market bustled with activity, filled with housewives clad in coral fleece pajamas or old down jackets. The siblings sat obediently on their small stools, their features strikingly similar, bright, dark eyes and fair skin, exuding both beauty and charm, radiating a most amiable demeanor. Moreover, they were so young. Observing the market, it was apparent that there were scarcely any young individuals selling produce. Passers-by inevitably cast their gaze in their direction, glancing at the neatly arranged baskets before them. "What a lovely day. How much for your shepherd's purse, young lady?" During the festive season, vegetables are exorbitantly priced. Coupled with the influx of guests, the mere sight of shepherd's purse evokes thoughts of fresh, succulent dumplings. When the aunt inquired, it seemed to spark a conversation, gradually attracting others around. I know. Shepherd's purse, 20 yuan for a bundle, per pound." Xiao Xiao could hardly contain his eagerness to respond. Sitting on the bench, he tilted his head slightly upward to gaze at the aunt before him, exuding both charm and innocence with his round, fluffy head, an irresistible sight for any elderly lady. Moreover, the tone of adults differs from that of children. The questioning aunt cast a surprised glance at him, as if sensing something unusual. Yet, Xiao Xiao remained steadfastly focused on her. prompting her to tentatively furrow her brow and inquire. Isn't that a bit too expensive? Can it be sold for 10 yuan? No, no. Xiao shook his head vigorously like a rattling drum, reiterating, shepherd's purse dumplings. I had 3 bowls this morning. He gestured with his hand to illustrate the number 3. Songtan joined in the laughter, saying, Indeed, Auntie, I just harvested these yesterday. They taste exceptionally fresh and tender. 20 yuan is truly a bargain. Furthermore, this bundle weighs a pound, with no shortage in quantity. Given the steep prices of greenhouse vegetables nowadays, with spring's arrival, we ought to indulge in the refreshing taste of wild greens. He pointed toward a nearby QR code, adding, if you're uncertain, feel free to scan the code to join the group. Should it not meet your expectations, simply reach out to me on WeChat, and I will refund you. His words brimmed with confidence, leading the aunt to make an immediate decision. Yet, she found herself overwhelmed by the multitude of choices before her. Which one should she purchase? She was torn. However, after a moment of hesitation, the aunt found herself gazing down at Jojo, who was looking up at her with a woeful expression and drooping eyebrows. Auntie, don't you want to buy any? I dug them up myself. The aunt's heart melted, and the onlookers immediately sensed the unfolding drama, prompting her to respond with an enthusiastic yes. Yet, she was uncertain about which one to purchase. What to do? Jojo blinked in confusion and suggested, Then let us all have a taste. He sometimes felt the same torment when choosing snacks. Oh dear. The crowd gathered at the stall erupted in laughter, teasing. You little rascal, how greedy you are. These are 20 yuan each. Buying them all would cost 100. Jojo, however, was undeterred. I can eat these for 2 days. Shepherd's purse for dumplings, wild onions for stewed Christian carp, and scrambled eggs. He momentarily forgot the name of another. Songtan quickly patted his head, saying, Jojo, you're amazing. Then, with nimble hands and feet, she showcased the vegetables to everyone, stir-fried or cold marron heads, and the watercress is exceptionally tender. Purslane is excellent for cooling heat and alleviating fire. Our wild vegetables guarantee a second round of cravings. She presented the vegetables repeatedly, each one fresh and vibrant. The leaves are rich green without a hint of damage. With seasoned buyers surrounding her, it was evident that the girl was offering fair measures. And at 20 yuan per jean, these freshly foraged wild greens from the village were indeed a reasonable price. The crowd grew increasingly enticed, glancing at the hothouse vegetables they held. All right, I'll take 2 jean of shepherd's purse. My son loves dumplings. I would also like 2 jean of that wild onion. Oh my, it is truly wild and has a strong flavor. I haven't tasted it in over a decade. I want some too. Please give me a bundle of purslane. This herb is known for its anti-inflammatory and diuretic properties. The shepherd's purse is best when prepared with fire. I desire this. And I would also like 2 bunches of shepherd's purse. Watercress. The watercress is so tender. I want 3 bunches, and please get 1 for my daughter. At the bustling vegetable market, one cannot help but notice the psychological tendency to conform. When a group of seasoned market-goers gathers around a small stall, eager to select their goods, the crowd only continues to swell. Songtan felt her phone buzzing incessantly with QR code payments, her hands never ceasing to gather vegetables. This one is wild onion, that one is shepherd's purse, and another requests purslane. Thankfully, being a practitioner of spiritual cultivation endowed her with quick reflexes. Otherwise, encountering such a scene on her first day selling vegetables would have left her vulnerable to the chaos. Beside her, Xiao joyfully tugged at a plastic bag, shaking it open before handing it to his sister, thoroughly enjoying himself. He was oblivious to the intricacies of business, yet the act of unbagging was undeniably delightful. Xiao, call out that the shepherd's purse is sold out. Oh, he obediently set down the bag, straightened himself, and cupped his hands around his mouth. The shepherd's purse is sold out. With that proclamation, those who had missed out grew increasingly dissatisfied. How can it be gone? I was looking forward to making dumplings. Others, unwilling to give up, rushed to the front, hoping for fish or shrimp instead. Meanwhile, customers further afield inquired, What? There's someone selling shepherd's purse? Where can I find it? It's already sold out? Oh dear, it must be delicious. I must go and take a look. Familiarize myself with the stall, and rise early tomorrow. As the sun ascended, more and more people gathered in front of the small stall. At this moment, Xiao despondently remarked, Sister, we're out of bags. Yet, do customers today truly care about the absence of bags? No worries. I have bags. Quickly pass me that bundle over there. I will scan it for you. I have change, 2 bundles for 40 yuan. Xiao joyfully accepted, exclaiming, I've received it. Oh, this charming young lad, so innocently endearing, evoking the tenderest of responses from the aunties around. Just then, Xiao Xiao called out again. The wild onions are all sold out. Next came the shepherd's purse and the purslane. By the time only 3 bunches of watercress remained, the bustling stall finally quieted down. Song Ten exhaled a sigh of relief. At this moment, observing Xiao Xiao, he noticed him gazing at a nearby child blowing bubbles. His eyes filled with anticipation directed towards Song Tan. Song Tan smiled. Good Xiao Xiao, you've been a tremendous help today. Let me see how much you've earned. Xiao Xiao hurriedly emptied his pockets, revealing an assortment of coins that totaled over 800 yuan. Indeed, many patrons at the market preferred to carry cash. Very good. Song Tan generously handed him 20, saying, Take this, don't wander too far. You can buy whatever you fancy around here, with your spirit watching over. I can rest assured. Otherwise, a naive child like you wandering outside is quite perilous. With a substantial sum in hand, Xiao Xiao's heart raced. Though he often assisted his family with errands, it was his first time receiving such a large amount solely for purchasing snacks. In truth, he possesses little aptitude for arithmetic, and there are no peers in the village, leaving him bereft of social interaction. Nevertheless, since Song Tan has taken him out, it is evident she intends to cultivate his abilities. With 20 yuan at his disposal, he is free to spend as he pleases. Back in their hometown, the village shop offers a pitiful selection of snacks, let alone toys. However, should his funds fall short, he must refrain from wandering too far. Along the riverbank, vendors sell vegetables in the morning, and in the evening, there are those seeking respite from the heat, naturally accompanied by stalls selling children's trinkets. Xiao Xiao's gaze flits between the vibrant pinwheels, the bubble machines, and the spicy strips being savored by other children, rendering him momentarily rooted in place. Meanwhile, Song Tan checks her phone, noting the sale of 76 bundles of vegetables, with 3 bundles of watercress remaining. The cash amounts to 860 yuan, with 600 collected via mobile payment. It appears that today she has avoided any pitfalls, leaving her satisfied. She also glances at the previous QR code group, regrettably observing that while the aunties excel at selecting vegetables, they appear unfamiliar and resistant to joining the group, which currently comprises only 15 members. Nonetheless, this marks a promising beginning. Song Tan adjusts the group settings and promptly issues an announcement. Thank you all for your support of this morning's wild vegetables. If they are unsatisfactory, I assure a refund. Please rest assured. Additionally, I will notify the group in advance before each vegetable sale to ensure no one misses out. Just as she is about to publish this message, an incredulous voice interrupts her. Song Tan? She looks up to see a young woman, linked arm in arm with a man, staring at her in astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, Song Tan finally recalls this individual from her past, Wu Qianqian, her high school classmate. Indeed, Wu Qianqian glanced at her outdated down jacket, athletic shoes, and the long hair simply tied back with a black hair tie, her face devoid of makeup. Although her skin was delicate and flawless, and her features became increasingly agreeable and beautiful with each passing moment, what significance did that hold? Before her lay a large basket, empty save for a few remnants of leafy greens and soil, along with 3 bundles of unfamiliar vegetables. It was evident that these were leftovers from the market. Deep disbelief and sympathy flickered in Wu Qianqian's eyes. I heard you were working in Ningxing? How did you end up selling vegetables at the market now? Song Tan, once a strikingly beautiful and graceful girl, was gentle and had many male classmates who treated her kindly. In contrast, Wu Qianqian had a fiery temper, often scolding anyone who crossed her path, and looked down on Song Tan's demeanor. Afterward, she enrolled in a vocational college and began dating her current boyfriend, the very one accompanying her now. With the intention of showcasing her life, Wu Qianqian brought him to the market for a stroll, never anticipating such a delightful surprise of encountering an old classmate. Song Tan smiled slightly. Yes, the pressure in the provincial capital was overwhelming. So I decided to return home to be with my parents. Would you like to buy some wild vegetables? I just picked some watercress yesterday. It's delicious when tossed together. Her candidness left Wu Qianqian momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, her boyfriend examined the vegetables in the basket with curiosity. Are these wild vegetables? How should they be prepared? Are they tasty? Before Song Tan could respond, Xiao Xiao joyfully returned with a colorful pinwheel, and upon noticing the presence of potential buyers, her excitement escalated. Delicious. Super tasty. I want to eat 3 big bowls, all by myself. Regardless of the circumstances, to him, everything embodies the delightful essence of dumplings filled with shepherd's purse. His gaze is innocent, and his laughter resonates with childlike joy. The sympathy on Wu Qianqian's face is unmistakable. Oh, right. You mentioned during school that you have a younger brother who isn't quite. Before she could finish her sentence, her boyfriend beside her cleared his throat, prompting Wu Qianqian to quickly bite her tongue and smile awkwardly. She then delicately pinched the grass rope tied around the watercress, lifting it to examine. You have your struggles too. I've heard that rural areas often prioritize sons over daughters. What I mean is, I shall take this vegetable. However, Song Tan remained unfazed. The condescending mindset of those who harbor pity can be found everywhere, and they may simply seek a sense of superiority without harboring any ill intentions. After years of cultivation, she had long grown indifferent to such attitudes. Thus, she treated Wu Qianqian's boyfriend as a customer. There's no need to purchase 3 bundles. After all, watercress is a wild vegetable, and those unfamiliar with it might not prepare it well. If you wish to try something new, 1 bundle will suffice. Just go home, fry some Sichuan pepper oil, and mix it with soy sauce, salt, vinegar, and so on. Simply blanch it and toss it together. Wu Qianqian's boyfriend listened attentively, even feeling a twinge of hunger. All right then, how much for 1 bundle? 21. For regular customers, it's 20. Although she bore no ill will, she felt no warmth either. Song Tan had no intention of offering a discount. What? Wu Qianqian was displeased, having rarely shopped for vegetables herself, upon hearing such a steep price. She felt as though Song Tan was taking advantage of her familiarity. It was merely wild vegetables, devoid of any significant cost. Why would they be priced so high? Song Tan, we are old classmates. You cannot be so deceitful. Just as the words left her lips, an ant suddenly squeezed in from behind. Oh dear, are there any vegetables left? Only 3 bundles? I'll take them all. As the ant expertly bagged the 3 bundles, she squinted at her phone, scanning the QR code to join the group. Her voice a continuous murmur. I was one of the first to buy. I intended to enjoy something fresh. Little did I know, my granddaughter devoured an enormous bowl when I returned home. You wouldn't believe how picky she is. Now that I'm in the group, dear, if you come again tomorrow, do let me know in advance. After saying this, she swiftly pulled out 60 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Xiao with a tender gaze that seemed to brim with affection. Good girl. I'll come to you for vegetables next time. The ant, her arms laden with her bounty, left with a spring in her step. Wu Qianqian and her boyfriend stood awkwardly in place, surprised that their selective choices and accusations of their classmate taking advantage had resulted in someone who didn't even haggle, but instead took it all. Were these wild vegetables truly so precious and delicious? The thought lingered in their minds, leading them to believe more and more that they must indeed be delightful. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Qianqian's boyfriend discreetly took out his phone and scanned the group QR code. Meanwhile, Song Tan glanced at her phone with satisfaction. 17 members in the group, and already returning customers by just noon. Quite impressive. She seized Xiao's pinwheel, blew a breath of air, and watched as the colorful pinwheel spun merrily. Xiao looked at her joyfully. Sister, are all the vegetables sold out? Sold out. Song Tan pointed towards the basket, instructing Xiao to tidy up while she made a call to summon a vehicle for their departure. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, do we have enough money? Xiao patted her pocket, revealing the remaining coins which, when combined with the 60 given by their aunt, amounted to 75 in total. The price for the wild vegetables was 5 yuan, which seemed quite reasonable. Without hesitation, Song Tan handed back 15 yuan, saying, go ahead, buy something else you fancy. You've worked so hard these past few days. The siblings, oblivious to their surroundings, turned back only to find that Wu Qianqian and her boyfriend had vanished. The wild vegetables were selling surprisingly fast, and when Uncle Wang arrived to pick them up, he expressed his astonishment. Business is thriving. You must be pricing them quite low. Tan. Otherwise, with the abundance of fresh, tender greenhouse vegetables in the market, it wouldn't be so popular. This morning, those 3 baskets were substantial. Song Tan smiled. Fortunately, wild vegetables are still scarce. Everyone craves something fresh. Indeed, the true harvest season for wild vegetables would not arrive until around the Qingming festival. The brother and sister returned home, and it was still only 10 o'clock in the morning. After settling the day's transportation fees and watching the vehicle drive away, Song Tan suggested to her father, Dad, why not take some time to get your driver's license? She showed him the money. Wild vegetables will continue to sell for a while, but the daily transportation cost is already 200. Once we start planting vegetables in our fields, we'll need to hire transport every day. That amounts to 6,000 a month. However, If we purchase a wooling van, it would only cost us several tens of thousands. Paying in installments would be more economical. After careful consideration, it truly seems quite advantageous. However, Song Sancheng feels he has grown too old for such pursuits. I won't learn. I won't. You, Uncle Zhou, went to study 2 years ago, and you still can't remember the questions for the first subject. I'm over 50. What purpose would it serve for me to learn that? Besides, he added, don't you already have a driver's license? Just drive. He was deterred even before the challenge began. Song Tan did not press the issue. Then, Mom, you should learn. I believe you are steadier than Dad. And driving suits you better. Ulan hesitated for a mere moment before promptly agreeing. That's just how your father is. I will learn. I mastered riding a motorcycle quite swiftly. She continued, Tan Tan, you are so clever now. You take after me. Song Sancheng thought to himself, well, it's not as if he is absolutely unwilling to learn. Perhaps I should encourage him further? Yet, Song Tan encouraged, Mom, you can definitely do it. We sell vegetables every day, and these wild greens taste delightful and fetch a high price. If Uncle Wang inquires about the price, it would be awkward for me not to know. Having your own vehicle would certainly be more convenient. Indeed, Ulan contemplated. If everyone learns that wild greens can be profitable and rushes to pick them, it will become challenging to set a fair price in the future. Curiously, during her morning stroll around the village, she noticed it was quite barren everywhere. Only in her own backyard and by the pond did she find a lush expanse of greenery. Ah, this is a chance bestowed by fate. Furthermore, the wild greens in her own fields were exceptionally tasty this year. If the villagers decide to secretly pick and sell them, being neighbors, they should certainly share the bounty. But at 20 yuan per pound, indulging herself would be quite extravagant. Upon reviewing the 500 yuan that my daughter brought home today, I realized that the largest expense was merely the transportation fee of 200. With a resolute heart, she declared, tomorrow, venture out to seek wild vegetables once more. If they remain as delectable, we shall sell them again the day after. Do not rush back after selling. Instead, procure a vehicle. I have heard that vans are quite affordable these days, are they not? The essence is not depleted after a single encounter. Rather, it resides abundantly within the roots. The flavor of wild vegetables is undeniably compelling in the short term. As for the vehicle, Song Tan extended her hand, requesting, give me the card and bring the documents. I shall accompany my father to the city this afternoon. By the way, I just received a message that my identification has been processed. I will collect it from the town later. Then, turning to Song Sancheng, she inquired, Father, do you not know many people? I recall an uncle who specializes in used cars. Let us purchase a wooling. In the countryside, disregarding other vehicles. A small pickup or van would be the most practical choice. It can transport vegetables and even handle off-road conditions, right? Let us select one for around 30,000. At this moment, even the resolute Ulan felt a shiver of unease. You have only just earned back 1,500, and you wish to spend 30,000? Delaying even a day incurs an additional 200 yuan in costs, mother. Song Tan's argument was earnest. Ultimately, the 200 yuan subtly triumphed over Ulan's reservations. She retreated to her room and decisively handed the card to Song Tan, saying, take it all. Our household has 60,000 yuan right here. Spend it as you wish. I do not require any of your earnings, and should you run out of money, do not seek me out. Previously, she had withheld support due to doubts about reliability. However, now, although still skeptical, she observed that her daughter was earnestly contemplating the prospect of making money. Looking once more at Jojo, who is twirling in the yard with a windmill in one hand and a bubble machine in the other, he seems to have completely forgotten about Peppa. The couple has toiled for half a lifetime, ultimately for the sake of their 2 children. With this thought, Ulan felt her worries dissipate. Song Tan exclaimed, is there truly such good fortune? She swiftly took the card, her eagerness palpable as she urged, Dad, hurry and call to inquire. The man's affection for cars is indeed ineffable. After finishing his call, Song Sancheng continued to ramble about the perils of driving, the treacherous mountain roads, and the risks of being deceived when purchasing a second-hand vehicle. However, upon arriving at the location, as his friend led him to the warehouse filled with rows of cars, he instantly cast aside his previous concerns. Now, standing before a van and a pickup truck, he was torn between the two. The van, come rain or shine, is reliable, albeit slightly limited in capacity. Yet, the pickup truck can hold so much more. But if the weather turns foul, storing things in the back could prove inconvenient. The pickup truck can hold so much. The van can accommodate several passengers. One cannot simply buy a vehicle solely for transporting vegetables. The pickup truck can hold so much. Her father, unfortunately, was led astray by mere words. What vehicle would she purchase if not for transporting vegetables? Is he not already concerned enough about the pollution in the city? Moreover, she has grand plans for her modest plots of land. Without a vehicle capable of carrying sufficient loads, the effort required would be tremendous. The price of the second-hand pickup truck was 23,500 yuan, inclusive of the license plate and all other essentials. Although Song Ten did not possess extensive knowledge about vehicles, she scrutinized the seller and found him to be of decent character. Throughout the journey, Song San Chung chattered incessantly, suddenly exclaiming from the passenger seat, "Ah, this truck has a manual transmission, right? Can your mother handle it alone? I suppose I'll have to drive. I'll inquire about signing up for a driving license in town later." Song Tin stifled a laugh, replying, "Yes, you two can go together. It's good to have company." Unaware of her tone, Song San Chung was now fixated on the dashboard. They returned to town to retrieve their identification cards and purchased several plastic vegetable baskets, which were somewhat irregular in shape, making it difficult to stack them, thus taking up quite a bit of space. The truck was parked just outside their courtyard. Their location was rather remote, and the neighbors were distanced, leaving no one around to come by. However, Ulan, though pained by the expenditure, felt a swell of pride upon seeing the truck, which had been well maintained. The thought of finally having a vehicle, even if it was merely a second-hand pickup, filled her with satisfaction. Were it not for the need to remain discreet about selling wild vegetables, she might have felt compelled to visit neighbors to share her joy. This truck is excellent. It has ample space. It will be convenient for transporting larger items for Tan Tan. I checked on our wild vegetables, and for some reason, they are flourishing this year. We could continue harvesting tomorrow. It was evident that she was already captivated by the prospect of profit. Songton shook her head. "Mother, there is no rush. Most of the customers who bought vegetables yesterday have joined the group. We must give them time to savor the memory, don't you think? If we don't showcase how delicious the wild vegetables are, how can we build a good reputation?" At this moment, the price of wild vegetables at 20 yuan is not excessively high. However, after a while, when other spring vegetables and wild greens become available, such a price would no longer be appropriate. Yet, if a price reduction were to be considered, Song Tan herself would be quite reluctant. Therefore, let us first tantalize everyone's appetite. Moreover, mother, let us continue to enjoy the wild vegetables for dinner. At present, these wild greens are devoid of impurities. While she wishes to hasten the growth of other vegetables, which cannot be easily explained in a short time, Milan promptly refused. "That won't do. It's 20 yuan a pound. If we consume several pounds in one meal, that would amount to over 100 yuan. Song Tan, she anticipated this. Without hesitation, she grabbed the basket and said, Xiao, let us go harvest some vegetables." What other motivation could there be for her to exert such effort, if not for the prospect of a delectable meal? She had yet to reach a sufficient level of cultivation herself. Ulan, what a spendthrift. In the end, they still dined on these wild vegetables. As soon as the dish touched her lips, Ulan ceased her complaints about wasting money and instead murmured, "We ought to take some for your grandmother and uncle to sample." Song Tan had not forgotten this, but she replied, "Perhaps later, mother. The current yield of wild vegetables is scarce. Delivering them now would draw too much attention. The energy of nature cannot be overexploited. Presently, the yield is merely around 100 pounds every 2 days, which is quite substantial for wild vegetables. Sending them now, with such exquisite flavor, would necessitate daily deliveries. What if they perceived it as merely a handful of wild greens and chose to come and dig them up themselves? That would be rather inconvenient. In the realm of cultivation, one must also appreciate human sentiments and desires, and Song Tan is well aware of this. In another half-month, as the weather warms, the wild vegetables will proliferate abundantly. When the time comes, if we do not sell them, we shall consume them ourselves, and also send some to Grandpa and Grandma. In a fortnight, the purple vetch will have grown sufficiently tender and can be sold. Truly, I am deserving of admiration. Song Tan felt that her business acumen had reached a commendable level. Meanwhile, in the city, at the Water's Edge community, Xiao Yu returned home after work with his pregnant wife. His mother had already prepared dinner and, upon seeing her daughter-in-law retreat to the bedroom, was filled with concern. Is Qin still unable to eat? His daughter-in-law was 3 months pregnant, suffering from nausea at the sight or smell of food, and her spirits were quite low, causing great distress to the entire family. Zhao's mother pondered, why not let her try a bite? This was wild vegetables I bought early this morning. A young girl with a silly younger brother mentioned they were freshly dug from the village. She prattled on, somewhat regretting her purchase. It was rather expensive, 15 for a pound of lettuce. There were so many people vying for it. I was quite excited. And it turned out to be 20 for just a handful. I couldn't even get any shepherd's purse. Just imagine, shepherd's purse dumplings would be so delightful. Now, with just a handful of melon head, it shrank away after blanching. However, this melon head is still quite beneficial, cooling and alleviating heat. Her topics shifted rapidly, leaving her unsure whether to lament the high prices of vegetables or the missed opportunity to acquire the shepherd's purse. Xiao Yu couldn't help but swallow hard at the thought of shepherd's purse dumplings. Perhaps tomorrow, he could order takeout from the dumpling shop at work. Yet, since these were freshly foraged wild vegetables, they might possess a flavor surpassing that of greenhouse produce. However, considering that his wife has been unable to eat well lately, he cautiously picked up a pair of chopsticks and took a small portion of the wild vegetable, bringing it to the bedroom. Chin, do have a taste of this wild vegetable. My mother says it's called melon too, and it's been tossed with a bit of millet pepper. Upon hearing the mention of food, Chin's stomach churned again. She was about to refuse, but her husband had already brought the food close to his mouth, with just 2 green leaves perched on the chopsticks. After a moment's hesitation, she opened her mouth, chewing slowly, fearful of any potential reaction. Yet, as the wild vegetable touched her palate, it was a delightful medley of flavors, fresh, crisp, spicy, and refreshing, all intertwined in a way that was simply indescribable. A rumble emanated from her stomach, signaling an intense hunger that felt insatiable. Xiao Yu watched her intently. How is it? Chin gradually swallowed the 2 leaves, her stomach feeling like an endless abyss, clamoring for more. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet. Quick, serve me a bowl of rice. I must have more of this dish. With that, she hurried out of the bedroom and dashed to the dining table. Before the rice was even served, she had already devoured nearly half of the dish. Zhao's mother looked on with elation, exclaiming, "Oh, if I had known, I should have bought more." Regret washed over her as she thought 20 yuan was hardly steep. With spring just beginning, the prices for vegetables were already reasonable, and surely this was far more flavorful than those greenhouse varieties. By the time Xiao Yu brought the rice to the table, the vegetable platter was nearly empty. Chin finally regained her composure and, noticing that the mother and son had yet to begin their meal, shyly offered them some of the dish. "Mother," Xiao Yu, "you must try this. It's truly delightful." The mother and son shared a joyful moment as they savored their meal. Xiao Yu glanced at the bottom of the plate and then at his wife, who appeared to be yearning for more, eagerly looking at her mother-in-law. "Could you buy a bit more tomorrow?" A similar scene unfolded in another neighborhood. Li Xiaofan, with her stylish red curls, served her granddaughter a generous bowl of dumplings. Yuan, hurry and eat. These shepherd's purse dumplings are incredibly fresh, just as delicious as the ones this morning." The daughter-in-law, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied, "Mom, I've told you, Yuan is picky. She won't be able to eat all of this." She then offered her own bowl, saying, "Here, Yuan, share what you can't finish with Mommy." To her surprise, the little girl turned her head, devoured an entire dumpling in one bite, and mumbled, "Delicious. I can eat it all." Yuan's mother was left speechless. Was it truly that delectable? This picky eater had always had a weak appetite, refusing many foods and even spitting some out. Now, in her kindergarten year, she looked frilier than her peers in the younger class, which was quite distressing. Yet, to her astonishment, the small bowl designated for her daughter was filled with at least a dozen dumplings. As she observed her child devouring the dumplings, taking 2 or 3 bites at a time without lifting her head, the aroma was irresistible. The mother-in-law finally felt a sense of accomplishment and confidently remarked, "You see, you all have been too indulgent. This is imported, that is organic. After all the fuss, look how thin the child is. Just this morning, those wild greens cost 20 yuan a pound at the market. I made a soup with watercress and served it with noodles for Yuan." And she finished a whole bowl in one go, even reluctant to leave for kindergarten. At the entrance of the kindergarten, she remarked, "Grandma, will you make such delicious food tonight?" "Oh dear." In that moment, Li Xiaofan's heart melted completely. In a flurry, she hurried to the market, and by good fortune, she managed to snag the last 3 bunches of watercress. These greens now resided in her refrigerator, while the shepherd's purse she had hurriedly gathered earlier was promptly fashioned into dumplings. Speaking of her achievements, Li Xiaofan felt an immense sense of pride. "You wouldn't believe it. I timed it perfectly. There was a young couple ahead of me, complaining about the 20 yuan per pound price. I scoffed at them. Honestly, do you young folks even know how to select fresh produce? Look at these vibrant, tender wild greens. They clearly thrive in the wild. Moreover, during this season, supermarkets are brimming with options, with cucumbers priced at 16 yuan per pound. Do they even taste good? As she spoke. However, no one seemed to be engaging with her. She glanced down only to find her son and daughter-in-law already devouring the dumplings, their bowls nearly empty. Her son, unabashed, inquired, "Mom, is there any more?" The thought of her earlier foolishly sweet grandchild only fueled her irritation. Why is it that all the boys seem to flourish so? She retorted, with just a pound of shepherd's purse, how many dumplings can one make? To which her son eagerly suggested, then why not buy a few more pounds tomorrow? His hunger was palpable. Having consumed a small bowl of dumplings, his stomach still felt empty. Didn't you say there were other vegetables in the fridge? This only intensified Li Xiufan's frustration. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. Do you think it's so simple to just buy more? Casually purchasing a few pounds of vegetables for a mere 100 yuan hardly seems to stir any concern for money. The son, feeling aggrieved, interjects, "But Mom, didn't you just say 20 yuan isn't expensive?" At that moment, Yu sets down her bowl and exclaims, "Grandma, I still want to eat it tomorrow." Li Xiufan's expression instantly brightens, her face alight with joy. "Tomorrow morning, we'll cook noodles. Although the dumplings are gone, Grandma has just joined the group. I'll ask if they will be available tomorrow. Next time, let us buy 10 pounds and freeze them for dumplings." The son and daughter-in-law exchange glances, feeling as though they have lost their place in the family. The small group of 17 clients managed by Song Tan is particularly lively tonight. "Miss, when will you sell wild vegetables again?" "Boss, can I place an order? I would like 10 pounds of shepherd's purse." "Little girl, I plan to go dancing in the park in the mornings. Here is the money. Could you please set aside some vegetables for me?" Song Tan, in good spirits, decides to respond uniformly. As the weather is still chilly, the wild vegetables have yet to sprout. What we have are merely a portion that has emerged from the valley, untouched by pesticides or fertilizers, hence the limited quantity. Therefore, there will be none available tomorrow, and we are not accepting reservations. Tentatively, we will reconvene at the market at 7 o'clock the day after tomorrow, just the two of us siblings. The next sale will be in 3 days, as we must allow the wild vegetables time to grow. She then shares a short video taken during her excursion to gather wild vegetables. The mountains are sparsely green, with spring not yet arrived, yet a patch of vibrant wild greens flourishes unabashedly on the hillside. Amidst the narrow banks by the pond, a sudden burst of greenery emerges, providing ample evidence that these truly are naturally grown wild vegetables. At that moment, someone in the group spoke up. "Young lady, the wild vegetables at this location have no cost. Why are you selling them at such a high price? You should lower it a bit. Moreover, the quantity is insufficient. A handful weighs only 8 taels, and the taste is mediocre." Song Tan raised an eyebrow. Insufficient weight? When she bound them, a handful weighed 1 jin and 2 taels. Given the current weather, there was no evaporation of moisture. The leaves were crisp and vibrant, exceptionally tender. When she left in the morning, she casually selected a few handfuls, and their weight had hardly changed. As for the mediocre taste, she was well aware of the quality of what she grew. This was a slight against her century of agricultural experience. Furthermore, with only a dozen people in the group, someone dared to nitpick? Song Tan was not one to indulge such behavior. Thus, she replied courteously, "Hello, so you find the weight insufficient and the taste unsatisfactory? Please come by the day after tomorrow morning, and I will refund you." Is the boss truly so accommodating? After a while, others in the group tentatively remarked, "Actually, I found that the shepherd's purse was a bit old." "What month is it?" "The shepherd's purse has even had a chance to grow." "How could it be old?" Yet, who wouldn't seize an opportunity for a bargain? Song Tan uniformly replied, "That's fine. As long as you find the taste unsatisfactory, I will issue a refund the day after tomorrow. If the taste is indeed lacking, then perhaps it would be best not to consume it in the future." She sold vegetables not just for profit, but for the joy they brought. There was no need to engage with such individuals. After a century of honing her craft, Song Tan had grown accustomed to maintaining her composure, often resolving issues before they could provoke her ire. However, while some sought to take advantage, others spoke with fairness. "Isn't it amusing what you're saying? Do you not have a sense of whether the vegetables are old or not? Indeed, dear boss, do not coddle them. If the food is truly unpalatable, let them take the dishes back themselves. Young lady, your wild vegetables are exceptionally good. They are also meticulously cleaned. I spent quite some time sifting through them yesterday and hardly uncovered a few old leaves. This is not a case of deceit. Precisely what they reject. Please save for me. Although Song Tan harbored aspirations of earning money, she yearned even more for a serene life. Thus, she revised the group announcement. 1. Purely ecological. Pollution-free wild vegetables, regardless of type, are uniformly priced at 20 yuan per gene. Each bundle, upon sorting, weighs 1 gene and 2 taels. Customers may take them home to weigh, with adjustments made for excess or shortage. 2. Refunds. After purchasing a vehicle, the wild vegetables grew abundantly, almost as if they were determined to flourish within Ulan's heart. She was eager to sell them daily. Yet, Song Tan was resolute in her decision not to do so. As the sole member of her family possessing a driver's license, Ulan found herself in a predicament by the 3rd day. With the truck bed laden with a staggering 170 gene of vegetables, Song Tan could only remain silent. Mother, once we sell all this, let the wild vegetables rest for a couple of days. Even the most vibrant spirits require a respite. This relentless pace offers no opportunity for rest. Reflecting on the nearly barren earth that she had cleared, Ulan cleared her throat. Fuel costs are high. In any case, the trip must at least cover expenses. After some contemplation, she added, this noon, I'll take someone to your grandfather's to gather mushroom spores. Your father will find someone to retrieve nets from the mountain. You all should return home for lunch. Understood. Song Tan started the vehicle. Xiao, let us go. Xiao gleefully took her seat in the passenger's side, fastening her seatbelt under Song Tan's guidance, glancing around with excitement. Sister, is this our car? Indeed. As Song Tan drove, she comforted her younger brother. Isn't it impressive? Over the past few days, Xiao had been particularly well-behaved and understanding, prompting his sister to treat him to a car ride. Perhaps rooted in her experiences as a working individual, she casually painted a bright future for her 6-year-old brother. If you bear with me a little longer, once I earn enough money, I will buy you a learning device so you can watch Peppa Pig wherever you go. After hearing Xiao's cheerful cheers in the car, Song Tan fell into a contemplative silence. The capitalist was none other than herself. Song Tan then arrived at the vegetable market. To avoid any fines, she deliberately parked her car a distance away. It's worth noting that cultivators truly lack prestige. Therefore, she decided not to move and instead set up her stall right by the car. At that moment, the aunties who had been loitering around the market for half an hour were already growing impatient. No one expected the wild vegetables to be so delectable. The last time Song Tan had arrived, the price of 20 yuan per kilogram had led most customers to purchase only 4 to 5 kilograms, while some only requested a handful. Who would have guessed the flavor would be so exquisite? Once a platter of wild vegetables was served, it was devoured in mere moments, leaving only the remnants of other dishes. Everyone echoed a rather inappropriate line from an ancient poem. Once you've seen the vast ocean, how can you settle for mere water? Excluding Mount Wu, clouds are but clouds. That was precisely the sentiment. After experiencing the freshness of these wild vegetables, consuming anything else felt akin to grazing on grass, difficult to swallow, and only deepening the longing for more. Yesterday, Song Tan had not shown up all day, and the crowd was left in despair. This morning, even the most calculating aunties had tucked away 300 to 500 yuan in their pockets. In a secluded corner of the vegetable market, a group of aunties, having not yet awaited the notification from Song Tan in the group chat, had already keenly spotted them. It is worth noting that one could scarcely find a pair of siblings as striking as they were throughout the entire market. How conspicuous they appeared. The crowd surged forward, this time with no inclination to be selective. Shepherd's purse. I need 5 pounds of shepherd's purse. Wild onions, 3 bunches, as I shall prepare wild onion and pork dumplings. Watercress. Oh, such a delightful addition to soup. It truly enriches the flavor. 2 extra bunches of melon head and purslane. Additionally, I shall make some buns. It felt as if they had encountered an extraordinary sale, the atmosphere rife with excitement, as money was fervently thrust forward, leaving Xiao overwhelmed. He was nearly in tears, exclaiming, slow down, slow down. Xiao can't keep up. Though he was not adept at arithmetic, he would rely on Song Tan to inform him of the total amount due, which he could comprehend, albeit at a leisurely pace. Yet, this plaintive cry surprisingly brought an instant calm to the frenzied crowd. The stylish red-haired aunt at the forefront gazed at him with affection, saying, "All right, dear. No need to rush. Let's form a queue." Upon which she promptly positioned herself at the front. In no time, a small line had formed. With no need to weigh the produce, the efficiency soared. Each ant carried bags brimming to the brim, fearful of missing out next time. Songtan glanced back at the 2 remaining baskets of vegetables in the truck and mused that perhaps the pace of sales today would surpass that of the previous day. Who would have thought that one could witness a queue forming for fresh produce in a market? As the surrounding individuals gradually gathered, they observed the ants in front of them, whose faces radiated joy as they spent hundreds without a hint of remorse. One couldn't help but murmur, have they resorted to hiring proxies for vegetable purchases now? The ant in the lead glanced back at the young man, her demeanor instantly transforming into one of haughty disdain. Her features twisted in contempt. Oh, the youth of today, unable even to cook, let alone select produce. When it was finally his turn, she bellowed with extraordinary volume. I'll take the remaining 4 pounds of shepherd's purse, and 3 pounds of purslane, and 3 pounds of watercress. She then sweetly inquired, darling, when will you be coming by again? With a sense of resignation, Songtan thought that even the spirit of inspiration should not be this exaggerated. Perhaps in 3 days. I will notify the group then. The young man behind her was further astonished. They send group notifications for vegetable sales now? The ant, laden with bulging plastic bags, departed. Songtan turned to the new young customer, smiling warmly. What would you like? The young man craned his neck to peer at the unfamiliar produce. After pondering, he stammered, the one that looks like green onions. Xiao burst into laughter. Brother, that's called wild onion. It's delicious in buns, stews, and scrambled eggs. The young man felt a twinge of embarrassment, but upon gazing into Xiao's bright, innocent eyes, his heart softened instantly, though it was quite mortifying to be laughed at. He called me brother. Consequently, he quickly dismissed his irritation and countered, so how do you make buns? Now it was Xiao's turn to be at a loss. With an adorably distressed expression, he replied, I'm sorry, Xiao doesn't know. Xiao only knows how to eat. Otherwise, you might want to join the group. My sister mentioned that once you join, you'll understand. Many are skilled in the culinary arts. Even my brother has said as much. The youth decisively scanned the code, and upon glancing at the group members' boundless horizons, graceful and talented, essence of tea, joyful enough, it became apparent that the age demographics were quite distinct. At that moment, a somewhat acerbic voice called from behind, Young lady, the wild vegetables I purchased from your home 2 days ago were tough and bitter, utterly unpalatable. Did you not promise me a refund? However, you mentioned I should return the vegetables, which I cannot do. By the time you spoke in the group, my family had already consumed them. Wasting food is hardly acceptable, is it? So, will you provide me with 2 more bunches of vegetables, or refund my money? The young individual was momentarily taken aback, examining the tender, luscious wild onions in hand, their strong aroma indicating they were far from being old. The girl selling the wild vegetables had a fair, unblemished complexion, her smile warm and sweet. Oh, really? May I inquire about your group name, Andy? I recall you purchased a bunch of wild amaranth for 20 yuan, did you not? Instantly, a glimmer of pride danced across the Andy's features. Ah, this girl has quite the memory. What is a group name? I go by that. Oh dear. Why did you remove me from the group? I intended to buy several more pounds of shepherd's purse. The young person stifled a laugh, reflecting, what do you mean removed? Clearly, you were kicked out. Besides, if it truly tasted bad, why would you return for more? 25. When the old classmate returned, Song Tan smiled calmly. Auntie, here's 20 yuan. I am well aware of the quality of my vegetables. Since you are not accustomed to them, why waste your money? There are so many others waiting to purchase. Perhaps you should leave the shepherd's purse for them. The aunt was momentarily taken aback, and then she refused to accept the money. You have quite the temper, young lady. Is it not customary in business to allow for constructive criticism? It's just 20 yuan. If necessary, I want to take it. Just sell me the shepherd's purse. That 1 tea do, Song Tan replied, her tone as amiable as it was resolute. As you can see, our supply of vegetables is already insufficient. If you do not like it after taking it home, what would be the point? Exactly. An ant behind her chimed in eagerly. I'll take the shepherd's purse. It is often the case that one who seeks to gain a small advantage ends up incurring a greater loss, with less than 5 jin remaining in the basket. It was unwise to nitpick and demand vegetables, only to later return seeking a refund. Even a fool would not engage in such a business. Given the flavor of this wild vegetable, it is hardly difficult to sell. Seizing the moment while the other was left speechless, Song Tan deftly pressed the 20 yuan into her hand. Auntie, there are other vegetables in the market. Do take your time to choose. I must attend to my work." Her tone was dismissive, as if she were sending someone off. Before the aunt could retort, she was jostled aside by eager customers pressing forward. Not far off, a couple quietly observed the scene. The girl, with a stern expression, remarked, "What do you mean by that? Do you think my classmate is attractive? You are just making excuses to buy vegetables." The speaker was Wu Qianqian, a classmate of Song Tan. On that day, her boyfriend quietly entered the group and discovered that this small gathering of merely a dozen individuals was abuzz with excitement. Everyone was extolling the delightful flavors of wild vegetables, speaking as if they were partaking in a celestial banquet. Reflecting on the watercress he had brushed past earlier, the young man found himself increasingly tempted, dreaming of those wild greens for the past few nights. Thus, early in the morning, upon seeing the group messages, he hurriedly brought his girlfriend along. However, to his dismay, he found a long queue ahead, and upon seeing Wu Qianqian's expression, he hesitated, feeling apprehensive and reluctant to join the line. He could only sweet-talk her. "Qianqian, look at how many people are waiting. The vegetables must be excellent. I've been here several days, and today I wanted to prepare a dish for our parents to showcase. It was inappropriate what we discussed yesterday. How about I wait here while you go buy some?" Upon hearing this, Wu Qianqian's anger dissipated into joy. Nothing was more delightful than knowing her boyfriend valued her. After a moment's thought, she composed herself and nodded slightly. "All right, I shall go stand in line." With an air of poise, she glanced at the stalls, inspected the vegetables, and then leisurely joined the queue. However, when it was finally her turn, her basket was nearly empty, save for a small handful of shepherd's purse being packed into a plastic bag by Song Tan. Panic set in as she exclaimed, Hey, why is there none left? Song Tan, where are your vegetables?" Before Song Tan could respond, Xiao interjected, "Sister, you arrived too late. There are no vegetables left." She skillfully presented the QR code, saying, "Would you like to join the group, sister? I'll let you know next time we sell." Wu Qianqian was utterly exasperated. She ignored Xiao and instead fixated on the bundle of wild vegetables in Song Tan's hand. "Song Tan, don't you have another one? As an old classmate caring for your business, why haven't you sold it yet?" Song Tan didn't even lift her head. "This is meant as a gift." Her boyfriend was still gazing from a distance, and Wu Qianqian felt increasingly embarrassed. "Aren't wild vegetables ubiquitous? You can give them away anytime. To be frank, had it not been for my boyfriend's desire to taste wild vegetables, I wouldn't have come today. Rest assured, I won't haggle, just sell me that bunch." Song Tan was indifferent to others' subtle intentions, but had no intention of compromising herself. "That's not an option. If wild vegetables are everywhere, you can go dig them up yourself and save 20. With that, she directly reached out to move the basket. Xiao, let us go." Wu Qianqian was left standing there in a daze, watching Song Tan's foolish brother load the basket into the car, which then drove away. It was only then that her boyfriend anxiously approached. "Oh no, we didn't manage to buy anything. I saw in the group that the next opportunity will be in 3 days. Wu Qianqian, already feeling humiliated, erupted upon hearing this. Buy? What nonsense. Why must we eat wild vegetables? Just a bunch of country folk." Her boyfriend's expression instantly changed. Meanwhile, Song Tan had arrived at the Feng Express station in her small pickup. "Could you please package this for express delivery? To Ningsheng First People's Hospital. Zhang Yuan's phone number is." The courier pulled the bunch of melon heads from the plastic bag. "For express delivery, this is rather expensive. Just for this bunch of greens, it's not very economical." Song Tan felt a pang of sympathy for the delivery fees. Yet at least the wild vegetables came without cost. She nodded. "It's fine, just send them. If it's within the province, they should arrive by tomorrow, right?" The other party nodded in affirmation. "Rest assured, they will arrive by tomorrow morning. I guarantee the vegetables will still be fresh." With that assurance, Song Tan proceeded to make the payment. Dr. Zhang Yuan, her life-saving benefactor, had not responded for several days, and Song Tan, anxious about the possibility of something being amiss, decided to send some wild vegetables as a subtle nudge. After all, they were merely wild vegetables. Surely, they couldn't be entangled in any illicit dealings or bribery. Once she finished her chores and returned home, the family sat down to tally their earnings. To their astonishment, it amounted to 3,000 yuan. Milan couldn't help but lament, if only these wild vegetables could be sold for a whole year. Song Sanchin was left speechless by his wife's mercenary thoughts. It was merely the grace of nature that had allowed their wild vegetables to flourish this year. In another half-month, what would still be available for sale? Did she truly expect to maintain a price of 20 yuan? Who knew how long it would take to sell even at 10 yuan? Song Tan pondered for a moment and replied matter-of-factly, I intend to sell them for 20 yuan consistently. I plan to continue until the end of the month. With such a flavor, there were plenty willing to spend, and she had never underestimated people as purchasing power. This also served as a prelude to the vegetables she intended to plant soon. For Song Tan, selling vegetables was not only profitable, but also a valuable endeavor. Missing a meal would be a torment. As for why she would cease sales at the end of the month, by then, the purple vetch would be ready for harvest, and she would shift her focus to selling the tender shoots of the vetch. The wild vegetables could be left to grow, after all. Relentless harvesting would wear them down. Better to grant them a reprieve. Ulan merely contemplated the idea, but Song Tan was truly daring enough to act. Observe her boastful demeanor, as if life itself would be insufferable without her homegrown vegetables. Sang Sancheng, the father, sighed, pondering whether money had become so effortlessly earned in the city these days. He decided to shift the conversation, since things are relatively quiet for now. Why don't you take me to get my driver's license this morning while your mother manages the household chores? In the afternoon, I shall escort her there. We have a car, and it shouldn't languish unused. Once I obtain my license, I shall take the wheel myself. It wouldn't be fitting for a young lady to drive a pickup truck. His aspirations were lofty, as though the license were nearly within his grasp. Sangton glanced at him. Father, have you even mastered the questions for the first examination? At the hospital, news from Ning Province's First People's Hospital. Dr. Zhang Yuan had just stepped off the operating table when a nurse approached him. Dr. Zhang, you have a package. Zhang Yuan was taken aback, unable to recall having ordered anything. Upon reaching his department, he exclaimed, Oh, what is this? Fresh ice? Upon closer inspection, he noted the sender was Sang Tan. He fell silent. The young nurses crowded around. Dr. Zhang, what did you purchase? Zhang Yuan chuckled in disbelief. This isn't my order. There was a car accident on the bridge, and a young lady, whom I was responsible for, sent this to me. He continued, You all remember. The poor girl was trapped in the wreckage, unable to be extricated until a kind-hearted soul came to her aid. She was brought to the hospital, and remarkably, she emerged unscathed. What extraordinary luck! It astonished everyone at the time. He is a doctor, and saving lives is inherently his duty. When a young lady unexpectedly sent him a package, Zhang Yuan recalled their conversation from a few days prior and began to comprehend the situation. However, this matter was quite troublesome. The nurses sighed, with the current stringent inspections. Dr. Zhang, perhaps you should check what it is. Fresh produce cannot be returned, and he might need to ascertain the price and compensate her. Otherwise, facing a report over this would be unwise. Dr. Zhang shared this sentiment. Yet, in these times, even doctors find themselves financially constrained. What if the gift turned out to be something expensive? How much would he have to pay? While pondering this, he cautiously opened the parcel. Inside, he found a foam box, dry ice bags, and air columns enveloping a handful of vibrant, fresh wild vegetables. Accompanying it was a note. Dr. Zhang, these are wild vegetables from my hometown, Malin Head, for you to taste. Everyone was taken aback. So, it costs 30 yuan for express delivery within the province just to send a handful of wild vegetables? While Zhang Yuan felt a sense of relief, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Silence enveloped the room, and ultimately, they could only awkwardly comment, the handwriting is quite beautiful. In the department, secrets are scarce. By noon, everyone was aware that Dr. Zhang from the trauma department had received a delivery of wild vegetables from a patient. Traversing a great distance, such a small gift but rich in sentiment. The hospital leaders found it amusing. This young lady must have seen that Dr. Zhang looks older and thought he could cook. Why else would a single man, who eats at the cafeteria every day, receive wild vegetables? Come on, let us tell him to send the vegetables to the cafeteria so everyone can taste them. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, and Dr. Zhang felt quite pleased as well. A handful of wild vegetables, not quite sufficient to be deemed a bribe, had been sent from afar. Although they held little monetary value, their significance lay in the gesture itself, likely to be acknowledged by the leaders of the institution. With a sense of delight, he hurriedly delivered the wild greens to the cafeteria. The chef, upon seeing them, was equally elated. Dr. Zhang, the sender has truly put thought into this gift. Just look at these shepherd's purses, crisp and fresh. They are splendid. With the cold weather setting in, wild greens are scarce, and it takes genuine care to gather a handful. Zhang Yuan envisioned the rural countryside, the biting chill of the wind. A simple girl clad in homespun clothing, diligently foraging in the fields. He felt a surge of emotion. Quickly, He scrolled through his contacts and sent a message, attaching a photo of the wild vegetables. Ms. Liu, how has Lu Chuan been recovering lately? You see, you had previously insisted on confidentiality, so I refrained from mentioning it. However, the young girl whom Lu Chuan rescued from the car has been inquiring constantly. She even sent these wild vegetables from miles away. The sentiment from a rural child is sincere. If you truly do not wish to provide an address, at the very least, could you share a contact number? After expressing her gratitude, the young girl would feel at ease. The debt of gratitude for saving her life remains unacknowledged, as the other party transferred hospitals without a word or a message left behind. How can the girl reconcile this in her heart? At the Renai hospital in the capital, a weary woman sat on a bench in the corridor, staring blankly at the wall. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with several notifications. She was taken aback and opened the chat window. The first message was a vibrant photograph of verdant vegetables that appeared quite captivating. Glancing at the subsequent messages, the woman fell silent. After a moment, she laboriously typed a reply. Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Lu Chuan's current condition is stable. However, the doctor mentioned extensive, deep second-degree burn injuries due to the explosion. I don't quite understand the details, but I know that if there is a delay, recovery may be impossible later on. Even if skin grafting is performed, there is still a significant chance of scarring. Lu Chuan said that he never liked going out anyway, and now that he is disfigured, he might as well stay at home to avoid complications. Unfortunately, his wounds are not healing well at home, so he has returned to the hospital. After some contemplation, she deleted that part and simply replied, Thank you, Dr. Zhang. Lu Chuan's physical condition is currently good, but he has refused skin grafting and is still in recovery. The young girl, deeply loyal, reassured her that her child was not misjudged, so she decided to share Lu Chuan's contact information with her. His WeChat and phone number were the same. Being young, Lu Chuan did not have many close friends, and perhaps she could persuade him. In the adjacent hospital room, Lu Chuan was roused from his pain, struggling to open his eyes. His head had been shaved, and his entire left cheek, from the zygomatic bone to the forehead, was covered in medical dressings. The left side of his neck was also tightly bandaged, the dressings extending down to his shoulder, back, and even slightly onto his chest, all concealed beneath the hospital gown. He reached for his phone, finding 99 private messages on Weibo. In the writer's backend, beneath a previous message about taking a leave of absence, there lay an overwhelming 20,000 comments, all from readers eagerly pleading for updates. Lu Chuan paused for a moment in silence, but ultimately decided to step back. Upon opening WeChat, new messages appeared. Lu Chuan, you are the only male heir of the Zhou family. After reaching adulthood, you secretly changed your surname. I can forgive you, provided you revert to your original name. However, you must not recklessly jeopardize your health. I heard from your mother that you are unwilling to undergo skin grafting. That is unacceptable. You must recover fully. You are quite handsome, and Zhang Bo's daughter is fond of you. He has only one daughter, with assets worth millions. You cannot let this opportunity slip away. Moreover, if I have no male heir to inherit my several million in assets, will you allow everyone to mock me? I am, after all, your biological father. Even if your mother and I are divorced, that remains true. I tell you, you must undergo the surgery. Zhang Bo's daughter holds deep feelings for you and has yet to find a boyfriend, clearly waiting for your recovery. Do not disappoint her, and certainly do not disappoint me. After your surgery, return to Ning province as soon as possible. Lu Chuan scoffed, the skin on his face taut and painful, echoing the torment of his current predicament. He scrolled through his contacts and sent a message. Hello, is this Mr. Zhao from the Harmonious Agency in the capital? Regarding the property my mother previously showed interest in, I intend to purchase it, listing it under her name. Please come to Renai Hospital to collect a deposit, and also take my mother to have another look. Just say it's my arrangement. Father, when will the person delivering the fencing arrive? He will be here shortly. Song Tan surveyed the chestnut trees on the hillside, their branches reaching out as they began to bud. She intended to enclose the entire area, subsequently planting black fungus and silver fungus within the grove. As for the chestnut forest, she was acutely aware that it had been neglected for many years, resulting in its annual yield being left to fate. Cultivating chestnuts requires grafting, pruning, and fertilizing, which are no simple tasks. Their village, Yunxiao, was too remote, and chestnuts were not considered a prized commodity. The purchase price hovered around 1 or 2 yuan each year, significantly more than the 80 cents she recalled from her childhood. The issue lay in the fact that the village's young people, capable of earning such money, had long departed for the cities. The older generation, like Song Sancheng and his peers, could no longer manage such strenuous labor. Time certainly takes its toll. In the very center of the slope stood a wild chestnut tree, towering as high as a 3-story building, casting a shadow across the land. This ancient tree had never been tended to, and its chestnuts were only slightly larger than ping-pong balls, with the peeled nuts resembling the size of a thumb. Yet, their flavor was delightfully aromatic. This tree had been deliberately preserved by her grandfather, Song Yu. As Song Ting gazed up at it, she felt an inexplicable surge of nostalgia. Memories flooded back of winter days spent by the fire, listening to the chestnuts pop and sizzle, rich and fragrant, soft and sweet. Without hesitation, she gathered a spirit the size of a soybean, gently patting the tree trunk, attuning herself to the roots stretching freely beneath the earth. Reluctantly, she averted her gaze, murmuring, "Grow well. I'm counting on you for the new year." Song Sancheng was already calling her from ahead. "Come take a look. Can we drive stakes and set up a fence here?" The wire fencing here was prohibitively expensive. They preferred to use ordinary rope nets instead. Most of the time, it merely served as a subtle warning to those who habitually pilfer. "This belongs to someone. Do not touch." The adage of guarding against gentlemen rather than rogues held true for most rural facilities. After a mental calculation, Song Ten nodded. "All right, let us do it here." Song Sancheng chuckled at her earnest demeanor. "Look at you, so serious as if you truly know what you're doing." Song Ten playfully retorted, "What if your daughter does indeed possess talent, huh? After all, it's my father who is willing to listen to me and provide space for my talents to flourish." Song Sancheng was clearly charmed, his head spinning. "Indeed. When you were little, I used to let you ride on my shoulders every day." After saying this, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and whispered, "Tan Tan, you've earned quite a bit lately. Haven to you." By mid-March, Song Tan had sold wild vegetables 6 times, accumulating a respectable sum of 15,000. She looked at her father with a smile. "I do have a bit of money now, Dad. What do you have in mind?" Song Sancheng, filled with delight, yet slightly bashful, replied, "Well, since you love fish, I was thinking of taking advantage of the rainy days when there's no work to go fishing. Do you remember Uncle Wu from our village? He recently purchased a fishing rod, costing over 500. You see, how about you buy me one as well? If your mother inquires, just tell her it was 80. Alas, he currently has no other hobbies, only a desire to fish." Song Tan felt a pang of sorrow. Their family was so frugal, all for the sake of the 2 siblings. However, when it came to the fishing rod, Song Tan also discussed with her father, "Father, if you could quit smoking, you could save 1 to 2,000 a year. Then I could contribute 2,000, and we could purchase a rod worth 4,000. Song Sancheng paused for a moment, then replied, "You do not understand. Those who truly know how to fish do not concern themselves with the fishing rod. A rod costing several thousand is unnecessary. I find this one quite adequate." Thus, it seemed that when it came to fishing rods versus tobacco, the latter held greater sway. It appeared unrealistic to expect her father to quit smoking anytime soon. After some contemplation, Song Tan took out her phone. "But father, you have worked hard during this period. It is merely a fishing rod, akin to some wild vegetables. Choose whichever you desire." In the distance, the sound of a car approached, heralding the arrival of those bringing the surrounding nets. Upon returning home, Olan was still at Song Yu's place, preparing the mushroom spawn that should have been arranged earlier. However, due to the high moisture of the trees cut down recently, they had to dry those logs for a few days before drilling holes. Only now were they officially planting. Song Sancheng wore a smile. "The visitors are all from your grandparents' generation. They come daily to chat with them, and their spirits have greatly improved. Most of the elderly in our village have come. There are just 2 I did not invite, as those 2 are not easily managed." Song Tan was well aware of the 2 individuals in question. One was notorious in their village for being unreasonable, someone whose own children could hardly manage him. The other was a fierce character who, in a bid to pilfer a pumpkin, had once attempted to poison livestock, though he failed. Such people, it seemed, were ubiquitous. The only recourse was to maintain a safe distance. Song Sancheng reflected on this with a sense of exasperation, and then broached another topic. "However, Tan Tan, since we initially refrained from discussing monetary matters, we must consider their advanced age. Should we mention payment? It could lead to complications if they were to suffer an ailment or have an accident. Their families might claim that we owe compensation for hiring them, which could be quite a muddle. Even though they are fellow villagers, there are plenty among us who lack reason. It is perhaps best this way," he continued. "If Wang Lifan calls out in the village, those willing to join will come. enjoying free food and drink while engaging in conversation. For the lonely elderly, this is already a source of joy. Not to mention, Song Sancheng also mentioned that once the task is complete, if we offer a couple of cuts of meat to each person, their efforts will undoubtedly intensify. Yet, Song Sancheng was prudent and sought to discuss further with Song Tan. I was thinking, with the abundance of crops we will have, and considering you do not wish to use pesticides, this would indeed align with the notion of being green and organic. Consequently, the prices will surely be elevated, correct? Absolutely, replied Song Tan, steadfast in her resolve to maintain the price of wild vegetables at $20 per pound as a means of establishing a competitive advantage. Having spent years in the village, Song Sancheng's thoughts grew increasingly meticulous. I pondered, if only our family possesses such produce, and someone happens to pluck a bit. We cannot claim ownership, can we? Such as life back home, there are benefits and drawbacks. Even if they do not pick, what if villagers come to purchase? It is rather expensive, and they say we lack empathy. If it is too cheap, it would seem inappropriate. How about this? Once the task is completed, we each present a black fungus stick and a silver fungus stick. Tan, what are your thoughts? Song Tan had not anticipated that cultivators engaged in agriculture would possess formations or barriers. No one would consider borrowing from another's home. Now, she nodded repeatedly and gave Song Sancheng a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Father, you truly are the best." Song Sancheng beamed with pride, declaring, "Indeed, I have consumed more salt than you have rice." Finding some straw, he remarked, "A pickup truck is truly the better option." He placed the well-prepared mushroom-strain logs into the truck bed, finally acknowledging Song Tan's discernment. This log was approximately 1.2 meters long. How many could fit in a van? The pickup truck is undoubtedly superior for both capacity and convenience. Xiao gazed eagerly at the truck full of logs, then at her grandfather's bare yard, her fair face glistening with sweat. "Have we finished moving? Can I take a break now? I'm so tired." "Tired? What is there to be tired about?" Song Sancheng disapproved, looking at her. "Strength is a servant. Once it is used, it must return. When I was your age, I would cut rice and transplant seedlings all day without lifting my head." Ulan, feeling pity for her son, shot him a glare. "You endured hardships since childhood, but my son has not experienced such toil." Turning her gaze to the tearful Xiao, she said, "Be good, don't mind your father. Look at your sister." Without Xiao's assistance, how much harder it would be for her. Our Xiao consumes 3 large bowls at each meal. We must not waste it, for it must turn into strength to be expended, ensuring her health. Look at you. You never used to eat so much. And mother didn't make you do so many chores, did she? Xiao opened his mouth, struggling to find a retort, yet unable to bring himself to eat only 2 bowls. Reluctantly, he settled into the front passenger seat. He was now capable of riding in a car by himself and fastening his seatbelt. "Sister, have I finished my work?" Song Tan patted his head, wiping the sweat from her hands. She comforted him. "Good boy, once we reach the mountain, we just need to arrange these logs." Could Xiao manage it? The inoculated logs had been transported to the mountain over the past few days, standing upright in a crisscross formation resembling an inverted V. The task wasn't arduous, though there were many logs to handle, making it tiring with all the back and forth. However, Song Tan had grown strong. At a height of 1.2 meters, she could carry 7 or 8 logs at once, moving swiftly, leaving Xiao with the simpler task of setting them up. He was a bit foolish. Previously, Ulan had been overly cautious, hardly allowing him to undertake any tasks for fear of injury. Since Song Tan's return, the family had been feasting on wild vegetables during the day and practicing at night, which led to everyone enjoying restful sleep and hearty meals. They consumed 3 large bowls in a single sitting, and with such a robust workforce no longer needed, Ulan felt it was a loss not to employ him. Thus, they slowly began to increase the workload. Puffing out his chest, Xiao declared, "Xiao can do it. Xiao is stronger than Dad." Just as Song Sancheng and Ulan took their seats in the back, they exchanged glances, thinking, "You silly boy, you haven't done as much as your sister yet." Just bragging. The group toiled until noon before finally arranging the logs. In late March, as the grass grows and the orioles sing, the chestnut trees in the woods have yet to unfurl their leaves, and the sun casts a warm glow upon the freshly erected tree trunks, which possess an extraordinary aesthetic appeal. However, Song Sancheng finds himself troubled. This won't do. The newly inoculated fungus cannot be exposed to direct sunlight like this. Tan, we must cover these fungi with straw for insulation, otherwise, The significant temperature fluctuations between day and night will cause excessive moisture loss, preventing the wood ear mushrooms from thriving. We also need to purchase a shade net to place over the straw for ventilation and moisture retention. As he speaks, a wave of anxiety washes over him. Did the expert you consulted mention any other precautions? Since this is our first attempt at such a large scale, I can't help but feel a bit anxious. Their family had cultivated a small portion of mushrooms over a decade ago, when placing the tree trunks indoors sufficed. Yet, with this vast expanse of trunks, the cost per piece amounts to 20 yuan, even if the trunks themselves are free. The expenses for clearing the hillside and setting up the nets have already exceeded 10,000 yuan. The more Song Sanqing contemplates, the more uncertain he becomes. Fortunately, Wulan's quick thinking brings a glimmer of hope. After a moment of reflection, she suggests, Tantan, since you've been back for over half a month, why don't we visit your grandmother's house this afternoon? Although no one in our village cultivates rice anymore, your grandmother still has fields for rice and wheat. We can fetch some dry straw to cover these fungi. Moreover, with the warming weather, it's time to bring the piglets back as well. We need to prepare more straw for the pigsty, which will provide warmth during the night and can be discarded into the manure pit when soiled, aiding in fermentation. The straw is essential for keeping the pigsty fresh and clean. Other wild grasses are not out of the question, yet finding these heaps of hay has become quite a challenge. Indeed, during this period, Song Tan had originally intended to visit her grandmother. Glancing at the time, she said, Mom, let us return home for a light meal first, and then I will accompany Xiao to gather more wild vegetables to bring along, so that Grandma and the others can have a taste. Gathering wild vegetables, you say? Despite being her own kin, Wulan couldn't help but wince at the thought of 20 yuan per pound. Nonetheless, her discomfort aside, she offered her guidance. Your grandparents are advanced in age and prefer softer foods. Be sure to collect plenty of shepherd's purse. We can also make a trip to the town to procure some meat. I will prepare dumplings for them this afternoon. As for the rest, a modest amount of fresh produce will suffice, just enough to share with your uncle. Reflecting on her brothers, she couldn't help but think of her sisters. Your eldest Aunt is busy with her business in the city. Next time, after you sell the vegetables, make sure to save some for her. After organizing the family matters so clearly, Song Sanqing pondered for a moment and hesitated. What about Tan's aunt and uncle? Wulan shot him a glance, as if I could deny them. The thought grew increasingly painful. Such casual gifts could easily amount to thousands of yuan. With a reluctant gaze directed towards her daughter, she continued, I noticed that wild vegetables seem to be sprouting in other parts of the village as well. If I were to go dig some this afternoon, and the flavor is as delightful as this year, then we need not worry come spring. Why even bother planting anything? Just the wild vegetables alone could yield a profit. Song Tan was left speechless. Had she truly only been cultivating for a few days? The spiritual energy was limited, and that stingy old farmer would not yield anything beyond what was his own. Her mother wishes to indulge in the wild greens, and why not? The endeavor of farming is inherently mystical, so let her partake. However, it would be prudent for you to inspect the situation, as our daily foraging has left us with scarce quantities. Starting tomorrow, we shall cease selling wild greens. We will gather them early in the morning, and I shall drive to the city at noon. It would grant the wild greens a chance to thrive. Moreover, the leaves of the purple vetch are currently tender and on the verge of blossoming. With a slight modulation of the spiritual energy, we can extend their growth period. This is the optimal time for harvesting, whether for salads or stir-fries, as they possess a delightful sweetness. Additionally, with several large plots, we can sustain sales for a while. As for her videos, she has amassed a wealth of material, albeit insufficiently striking to produce a full episode. With a little more accumulation, she shall be ready. Alas, if only the local scene could flourish, she would not need to fret over online traffic, all due to those ants. Each one clings to their treasures, keeping her precious stall hidden away, resulting in a mere 28 members in her group after 2 weeks of selling produce. These are indeed greens infused with spiritual energy. Fairy Tantin is quite indignant. As she gazes at the verdant expanse of wild vegetables, Wulan feels a pang of regret. Are we truly not selling them? Song Tan has grown accustomed to foraging for wild greens. We shall not sell them. Let the greens have a chance to thrive. The spiritual energy has already been largely consumed, and further sales would compromise their flavor. This will also whet the appetites of her precious 28 group members. They are priced at 20 yuan per pound. Wulan remains undeterred. 20 yuan per pound. Xiao mimics her. Song Tan sets down her shovel. Mother, look at me. I have graduated from university and am employed in Ningqing. Do you think it will enhance your reputation? Ulan's lips curled slightly. What is the point of that? Life isn't merely about appearances. There are hardly any university students in our village. She continued, now that I've returned from work to farm. Do the villagers gossip about me? When we visit my grandmother and uncle, what do they say? Do they offer advice? Will they claim I lack the ability to educate my child? Ulan's expression darkened as she replied, on what grounds do they say that? My daughter earns a decent income selling wild vegetables. Do they possess such fortune? Songton interjected, there's no need to emphasize luck, it's genuine skill. But she simply remarked, wild vegetables are abundant every year. Why haven't others sold them at this price? If you claim I earn a good amount, they'll surely think you're just being stubborn. Our wild vegetables flourish. We must let them taste it, to silence their chatter. Silence their chatter, echoed the ever-repetitive Xiao Xiao. Ulan glanced at him. You silly child, what do you know? But Tan, you're right. They relish in pointing fingers. I must make them aware that my daughter is attending university and that my farming is superior to theirs. Come, Xiao, pick more. Song Tan stifled a smile, concealing her triumph. In truth, the relatives within their family were quite harmonious, devoid of significant discord. However, Xiao's demeanor mirrored Ulan's past insistence on pride. Though she had silently endured countless tears behind the scenes, the village had once been home to many naive children. Raising a child with special needs required considerable effort, education, and attentive care. Ultimately, those with self-sufficiency were typically entrusted to intermediaries and sent to factories where wages were higher. Those lacking in self-sufficiency are assigned to local engineering teams, engaging in laborious tasks that provide sustenance and shelter, thus alleviating some burden at home. For the sake of Xiao, it seems that Ulan has committed some grave error, as every relative feels compelled to offer unsolicited advice. While their intentions may not be malevolent, the impact is nonetheless piercing. The sudden return of a promising university student to agricultural labor leaves relatives bewildered and speculating. In this context, if Ulan were to introduce them to the wild vegetables, it would bolster her confidence. With this perspective, Ulan soon forgets about the 20 yuan. Meanwhile, the mother and son are bustling with energy, while Song Tan's phone incessantly buzzes. Upon inspection, the chat group labeled wild vegetables is abuzz with inquiries. Boss, when will you return? Miss, please bring more shepherd's purse next time. It preserves well for dumplings. I couldn't snag any last time. We need more wild onions. They make the best pork dumplings. Boss, your produce is indisputable, but it's rather pricey. My son can devour 100 yuan in one sitting. The cost of meals adds up. Indeed, miss. With the warming weather, wild vegetables are abundant. When might you consider lowering your prices? After some contemplation, Song Tan snapped a picture of the wild vegetables and posted, Dear customers, wild vegetables are currently in their growing season, and the market supply is gradually increasing, making it challenging to maintain the 20 yuan per pound price. Additionally, the wild vegetables in this area have matured early and are now becoming overripe. To ensure quality, we will refrain from selling them this year. Upon reading this, the group erupted in response. Oh dear, miss, we were merely discussing prices. We never insisted on lower costs. 20 is fine. I simply adore your produce. Indeed, boss, please don't hold back. Rest assured, I am fully committed to your stall at the market. What are you talking about? Those wild vegetables are perfectly fresh. Just look at their vibrant green color, hardly different from what I usually buy. Boss, aren't you in the midst of harvesting them? Songtan promptly replied, I intend to reserve the last batch of wild vegetables for my relatives at home. I'm afraid they are not for sale. However, I must inform you in advance that in 3 days, the purple vetch in the field will be ready for picking. There will be plenty, and the flavor is exquisite. See you then at the market. For those who enjoy it, you can prepare in advance. It will be priced at 20 yuan per kilogram. This unexpected announcement left everyone momentarily stunned. Before they could lament the loss of the wild vegetables, the conversation shifted to purple vetch. Moreover, wasn't this vetch originally used as fertilizer in the fields? It was primarily fed to cattle, sheep, and pigs. Locally, it was hardly consumed. Given its ease of cultivation, why was it priced at 20 yuan per kilogram? The group fell into a profound silence. Only one member, who had never purchased vegetables before, spoke up. I was browsing the market with my girlfriend and stumbled upon this stall. I've always wanted to try wild vegetables but never managed to buy any. Now that I'm heading back home, boss, does the taste of purple vetch compare to wild vegetables? If so, please reserve 5 kilograms for me, and can you ship it? At last, a potential online customer emerged. Songten responded with enthusiasm, absolutely. However, Since these vegetables are best enjoyed fresh, they will need to be shipped with ice, and the shipping fee will be payable upon delivery. The other party, seemingly having missed out on previous opportunities, was quick to respond. Sounds good. Someone initiated a conversation, and soon everyone began to savor the taste of those wild vegetables, becoming increasingly enthusiastic. All right, what day is it 3 days from now? I'll definitely be at the stall. Xiaofan, I shall join you as well. Rest assured, as long as the flavor remains unchanged, I will continue to purchase. Song Tan pondered for a moment. The purple cloud pea was not merely a wild vegetable, but rather cultivated over several acres, yielding an abundant harvest. Although her spiritual energy was modest, it had been nurtured from the seedling stage, ensuring a taste that would undoubtedly surpass that of wild greens, perhaps even more exquisitely sweet. Of the 7 plots, aside from reserving one for the old ox, the remainder could be sold. Relying solely on her 28 group friends was simply insufficient. Therefore, she resolved to be diligent at the market and considered producing a promotional video. Regardless of the initial clientele, every customer counted. Although the price might deter immediate sales, she could guarantee repeat customers. Slow and steady wins the race. Thus, she added, I kindly ask everyone to help spread the word. Otherwise, if few people purchase, I will have to inquire in Ningxing whether there are suppliers in need, and at that point, I might cease selling directly. The secretive aunties, engaged in underground work, remained silent, each feeling a twinge of guilt. It wasn't that wild vegetables were scarce, they feared missing out. Occasionally, they might even be outbid by others at the market. However, given the ample supply of purple cloud peas, perhaps they should persuade a few more individuals to join the endeavor? If this continued, what would they do when good produce became unattainable? Everyone was inwardly calculating their own interests. Balan was determined to prove herself. So even the wild vegetables she was giving to her relatives were carefully selected with her family. Meanwhile, Song Tan noticed the rejected friend request and thought to herself that this benefactor was excessively mysterious. Just as she was about to send it again, she received a message from Dr. Zhang. Do you sell the wild vegetables from your home? Before she could reply, a second message followed. My colleagues here all think they're delicious and want to buy some. Price is not a problem. I'll cover the shipping. It was evident that Dr. Zhang was more suited to being a doctor, lacking any skill in bargaining and only revealing his eagerness. Song Tan felt helpless and sent a screenshot of several group announcements. Dr. Zhang, I'm sorry, the wild vegetables are no longer for sale. However, I still have some prepared for my family. I'll send them to you later. It's for personal consumption, so no need to pay. At Ning Province Hospital, Zhang Yuan felt a pang of heartache upon seeing the first message. It wasn't him who wanted the wild vegetables now. It was the hospital leaders. That day at noon, the leader's casual remark had indeed led to the dish being served in the cafeteria. The chef, being mischievous, added a few leaves to the dish of everyone who came to get food in the department, with the leader getting a few more. Good heavens! Simply blanched and tossed in a cold dressing, the taste was absolutely exquisite. Eating the remaining cafeteria food afterward was like comparing ambrosia to dry straw. There was simply no comparison. Recently, Dr. Zhang has unexpectedly found himself in high demand at the hospital, with the nurses in his department treating him with warmth and amiability. The hospital leaders feigned casualness as one remarked, Xiao Zhang, your performance has been commendable lately. I heard a patient even brought you some wild vegetables. They must be quite delectable. It's the locally grown produce that truly delights the palate. Even a fool would have grasped the situation at this point. Hence, Doctor. Zhang replied, shall I inquire if they are for sale? I could pass along a business card to you. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a sharp twist from the head nurse at his back. Dr. Zhang nearly leapt in surprise. The leader's expression was peculiar, an amalgamation of astonishment and bewilderment. Yet, he ultimately broke into a smile, patting Dr. Zhang on the shoulder. Well done. You are a man of action. Remember to add me on WeChat and send me that business card. However, once the leader departed, the head nurse, who often scolded him, looked at him with an expression of utter disappointment. She directly instructed Dr. Zhang on how to conduct himself appropriately. In a flurry, he sought information. Upon hearing that the vegetables had sold out, he felt as if his ambitions had plummeted, leaving him utterly disheartened. Turning back to view several screenshots of announcements revealing that 21 pounds were still being eagerly purchased by many, the impoverished doctor let out a cry of despair and began to feel relieved that he hadn't suggested gifting the vegetables to the leader. But a patient offering a gift? That simply won't do. Dr. Zhang firmly asserted, I cannot accept this. I shall transfer the appropriate amount. Oh, by the way, did you add the WeChat ID I provided earlier? Upon mentioning this, Song Tin felt a sense of helplessness. Dr. Zhang. It appears that the other party truly does not wish to be disturbed, so I shall not press further. However, could you kindly reveal to me whether they have sustained any injuries? Zhang Yuan's inner balance swayed uncertainly. Although the patient had insisted on confidentiality, their condition seemed rather poor, and their emotions appeared quite despondent. The family, on the other hand, expressed a desire for more communication. The wishes of the family are indeed significant. Soon, he made a decision, not well. At that moment, he shielded you as the car exploded, suffering extensive burns over his body and facial skin. Meanwhile, you were completely unharmed beneath his protection. This was also the reason why Dr. Zhang was willing to divulge this information, after all. The cost of saving a life was exceedingly high. Presently, the other party's emotional state seemed quite dismal. Their mother had not said much, merely consenting to provide my contact information. Song Tan was taken aback. She recalled the nonsensical fortune-telling she had encountered previously, had the results not been presented so haphazardly. She would have hurried to the police station and hospital without delay. Now, she felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. Furthermore, she spread her hands, acknowledging that her current abilities were insufficient to ensure a complete recovery for them. It would require the attainment of foundational strength first. With this thought, Song Tan sighed, "Mother, please set aside an extra 10 pounds of the best wild vegetables for me to gift to others, especially the shepherd's purse. It is beloved by nearly everyone, as it can be used for dumplings." After some contemplation, she added, "and an additional 10 pounds for Dr. Zhang." Oolong glanced at the several baskets of vegetables. Whether she delivered them to one household or 10, it mattered little since they could not be sold for profit. To her, they were merely foraged greens. "Are you giving them to a colleague?" she inquired. Song Tan nodded, momentarily refraining from mentioning the accident, for she feared that bringing it up might cause Oolong anxiety while driving. As for colleagues and friends, the memories of her school friends had faded considerably. And while she had some acquaintances at work, Wu Shuiying could be considered a close friend. However, this young lady also lived in a shared apartment, relying on takeout for her meals, with not even a pot for boiling instant noodles. Thus, it seemed impractical to bring her the fresh greens. It was best to let it be. Yet, before delivering the vegetables, she had to send a friend request to her savior. Consequently, she sent another request. "Hello, I am Song Tan, the girl you rescued from the car." Beyond that, she was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, at the Renai hospital in the capital, Lu Jing watched her son, who was slowly sipping kanji, with a heart full of concern. "When will the doctor say he can eat normally?" she asked. Lu Chuan replied calmly, "Tomorrow. The sensation of pulling from the wounds on my face has subsided." Lu Jing breathed a sigh of relief. However, recalling the message from Dr. Zhang Yuan, she couldn't help but inquire. "The young girl you rescued has been trying to get your contact information, saying she wants to add you as a friend. Why haven't you accepted her request?" Lu Chuan shook his head. "Mom, I fear that if word gets out, he will start causing trouble again." Lu Jing understood precisely who he was referring to. Initially, it was unclear where he had come across that video, which claimed that his son resembled a valiant hero, a commendation not to be overlooked. Without hesitation, he called for reporters and cameramen. Had it not been for this incident, why would Lu Chuan have rushed to transfer to the capital in the dead of night? He was not a recluse. Performing good deeds did not necessitate such concealment. Yet, he was unwilling to allow even a trace of this glory to be associated with his biological father. Lu Jing fell into silence. 28 years ago, with a burgeoning belly, she was confronted by the mistress, leading to her divorce from her husband, Zhou Yongji. The countenance of that man during their divorce remained vividly etched in Lu Jing's memory. "Xiao Jing, do not blame me. The doctor has confirmed it's a girl. Why refuse to terminate the pregnancy? Every family desires a son to carry on the lineage, does it not? Lan Lan is different. She carries a boy. And I cannot allow my son to be born in disgrace." Reflecting on Lu Chuan's biological father, Zhou Yongji had been remarkably resolute. At that time, Lu Jing had obtained the divorce certificate, unable to leave due to her pain, yet Zhou Yongji had declared, "Jing, we are divorced now. It is inappropriate to linger." He had turned and driven away, seemingly oblivious to the impropriety of his infidelity during their marriage. Ironically, 3 months later, Lu Jing gave birth to a son, while the newlywed Lan Lan bore a daughter with small eyes and a bulbous nose. In every conceivable way, the child bore no resemblance to Zhou Yongji and Lan Lan. Zhou Yongji was beside himself. He spent a considerable amount of money hiring someone to investigate, only to discover that Lan had previously worked as a hostess in a salon. The identity of the child's father was a mystery even to her. Zhou Yongji felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Once a confident and accomplished man, he had lost face in front of the entire village. Everyone scrutinized the child's appearance, whispering among themselves. Reluctantly, he clenched his teeth and decided to undergo a paternity test, the results of which were a bitter pill to swallow. To his dismay, the girl with the unattractive nose and eyes was indeed his daughter. Lan, filled with regret, finally revealed the truth of her past. Initially, she was of average looks and earned little as a salon hostess. In search of a better life, she contacted a few clients, received a sum of money, and resolutely underwent cosmetic surgery, which allowed her entry into an upscale establishment. It was there that she met Zhou Yongji, and within 2 months, she found herself pregnant, unaware of the exact moment of conception. Zhou Yongji's blood pressure soared in frustration. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lan hastily filed for divorce, leaving their daughter in his care. Bearing the weight of such a scandal, Zhou Yongji felt an enduring sense of shame in his hometown. Meanwhile, he learned that his ex-wife, Lu Jing, had given birth to a son. He relentlessly pursued her, causing Lu Jing to lose her job. It was only after she agreed to let their son take the surname Zhou that he felt satisfied. Originally, he intended to bring the boy home, confident in his ability to provide a better life. However, at that juncture, Zhou Yongji encountered another true love, seemingly named Fangfang. In the reality of Luchuan, Zhou Yongji had been married 3 times, yet he had only these 2 children. Now in his 50s, the dream of having another son had long since shattered, leading Zhou Yongji to fixate on Luchuan. In Zhou's eyes, this son was handsome, tall, and possessed a unique charm. Although he currently lacked any skills or employment, his striking appearance made him quite popular. Over the years, Zhou had built his fortune from scratch, striving in Ning province, accumulating a wealth of approximately 7 to 8 million yuan through his properties and vehicles. This substantial sum was intended to be passed down to his son for the continuation of the family line. With such a considerable amount at stake, he was confident that his unemployed son could not possibly refuse him. Even if he currently ignored phone calls, avoided conversations, and refrained from meeting, Zhou believed it was merely a matter of time. Holding this mentality, Zhou became increasingly controlling over Luchuan, even devising ways to persuade him to revert to his original surname. However, Luchuan was disinclined to give him even a glance, as he had already planned to move to the capital with Lu Jing, but then a car accident occurred. In any case, the mere mention of Zhou Yongji left both mother and son feeling nauseated and devoid of appetite. After a moment of silence, Lu Jing redirected the conversation. Regardless, we are planning to stay in the capital, right? With his limited capabilities, he won't even be able to secure a household registration there. Our property has strong security, and you need not worry about my job, so just disregard him. Son, I am truly concerned about you, she sighed heavily. You don't engage in conversations with anyone, and it seems you have no friends. In the past, when you wrote stories, your inner world seemed vibrant, and I never stopped you. Yet you haven't written anything recently. Every day you just sit idly, listening to your mother. At the very least, you could meet a few people online and engage in conversation. As she spoke, her eyes reddened. My son is so handsome, and he is a good person. Back in high school, love letters were piled up. If you don't wish to pursue skin grafting now, that is fine, but first and foremost, you must nurture your spirit. Her words were laden with meaning, and it was quite evident. Luchuan took out his phone. I will send her a friend request right away. Seeing his silent demeanor, Lu Jing suddenly burst into laughter. Son, are you what people refer to as a recluse? If you had other friends, I wouldn't insist you connect with just this one. However, I thought since you did save that girl, it would be better to communicate a bit, alleviating her burdens. It's quite unusual to see someone injured while saving another, and then needing to comfort the one saved. To help her son forge a few friendships, his mother was truly making great efforts. This time, Luchuan fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He glanced at the chat window of the newly accepted friend, where a girl named Song Tan had replied swiftly, her message succinct and direct. Thank you, Luchuan. I heard you were severely injured. In return, I shall send you some wild vegetables. Please provide an address. In that fleeting moment, Luchuan's emotions became subtly intricate. He anticipated a heartfelt outpouring of gratitude or gifts in return, but was there something amiss with this response? Yet, he found himself unable to pinpoint the issue at that moment. After much contemplation, his gaze lingered on the words wild vegetables for a moment before he silently provided Lu Jing's address. In his current state, he was incapable of cooking and could only rely on his mother's diligent efforts. Suddenly, the phone fell silent. The efficiency of this communication exceeded Lu Chuan's expectations. Leaving him somewhat disoriented, he placed the phone before him, opening and closing the screen, his mind in turmoil. Lu Jing observed this and felt a sense of delight. Her son was typically straightforward and lacked patience for lengthy exchanges, yet he had encountered someone even more direct. Look, with just a single phrase, he obtained the address. Meanwhile, in Ning Province, Yin City, Qingxi Town, Yinxiao Village, Xiao cheerfully moved the basket to the back of the truck and then climbed into the passenger seat with familiarity. He was full of energy, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Song Tan, feeling a pang of sympathy, promptly retrieved 5 yuan from her bag, saying, "Good boy Xiao, you have been exceptionally diligent today. Here, a reward of 5 yuan for you to spend as you wish in town." Xiao's face lit up with joy. The colorful windmill he had purchased during their previous trip to the city still adorned his bedside. The feeling of acquiring something with his own money was truly delightful. Usually, Ulan and Song Sancheng would never have imagined that, as a child. He had certain interests that required spending. Observing from the back seat, Ulan and Song Sancheng could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy, remarking, "I wonder why Xiao is so close to you. Our words seem less impactful than yours." Clearly, they were a bit envious. Song Tan chuckled and replied, "Mom, in Xiao's eyes, I am his favorite big friend. Children always enjoy playing with those a bit older." Song Tan is 5 years older than Xiao, and in Xiao's memory, she has always been the big friend who played with her during childhood. The powerful little pickup truck, costing 23,000, smoothly navigates the winding mountain roads. In the back of the truck, there is a large pile of wild vegetables, while the family of 4 occupies the seats. Ulan sits in the back, watching her daughter adeptly drive towards town. At this moment, she no longer regrets the 2,000 plus spent on the car. Instead, she proudly declares, "Indeed, spending a significant amount is worthwhile. Look how convenient our outings have become. We no longer have to pay for a taxi to the city, which costs 200. What a loss that would have been." Song Sancheng immediately counters, "You initially disagreed. How can you claim it was your idea? Besides, you said you would study for your driving test, yet you haven't reviewed any material these past few days." Ulan scoffs, "And you, who reviews every day, probably scored lower than I did on the mock exam. I got 81. How about you?" Song Sancheng falls silent. His memory is poor, and the questions seem challenging, resulting in a score of only 75. Cleverly, Song Tan avoids this topic while Xiao suddenly asks, "Mom, where's my pig mommy?" Song Tan bursts into laughter, unable to contain herself. She knows Xiao is referring to the straw they will collect at Grandma's house, as Ulan plans to bring the little pig home the following day. Xiao has been eagerly anticipating this, her heart set on her pink pig family. In the rearview mirror, Ulan's expression darkens as she replies irritably, "Just wait. I will go get it tomorrow. You can sleep with your pig mommy." In an instant, Xiao cheers, "All right. I am going to give Peiqi a bath." Meanwhile, Song Sancheng smiled cheerfully, saying, "Father has connected a water pipe to the back mountain. When the weather gets warmer, Xiao can have some fun." Ulan replied. So, it seems that she is the only one feeling upset? As the vehicle turned into the town, the group stopped at the meat stall to purchase some meat, while Song Tan made her way to the delivery station alone. Dr. Zhang and her lifesaver ordered 10 pounds of wild vegetables, and packing them would require considerable effort. The young man at the delivery station stared at the large pile of neatly sorted wild vegetables, hesitating for a moment. "Are you really going to add this airbag column? The foam box will need to be refrigerated for transport, which will certainly increase the cost. Actually, it can be done without ice. Most of our cities can deliver overnight. Your wild vegetables appear quite fresh, and the weather isn't too hot right now. If we pack them in the foam box, I can send them to the city shortly, and they can be dispatched tonight. By the time they arrive, the freshness will still be acceptable. These wild vegetables aren't worth much. Opting for refrigerated transport is akin to paying for meat with tofu. They are abundant everywhere. Where can't you find wild vegetables? Even in the capital, you can find wild vegetables there." Song Tan sighed as well. She didn't wish to spend excessively, but there was no alternative. The freshness of the prime produce was indeed incomparable to the lesser quality. Since the price was already high, she decided to ensure the quality matched. She handed him a business card. "If I need to ship in bulk using refrigerated transport in the future, could you possibly offer a discount? Also, do you provide pickup services?" The young man was taken aback. There were no pickup services available in the nearby villages and towns, but it wasn't impossible to make adjustments. Where are you from? Yinxiao village. The young man's face instantly contorted into a bitter expression. It's quite a challenging journey. How about this? If you have 50 orders, I will drive myself. For anything over 20 orders, I shall offer you the lowest possible price. This courier service is renowned nationwide for its swift delivery and doorstep service, albeit at a premium. However, there are not many orders in this small town. Nevertheless, this station is under my own contract, and if a substantial business opportunity arises, I am willing to put in the effort. The only issue is that I lack the disposable dry ice bags. I must depart by 2 o'clock this afternoon to deliver the packages to the city. If you trust me, please provide a deposit. I won't package them just yet. I will handle the uniform packaging in the city later. The final pricing can be settled then. Song Tin contemplated for a moment and promptly transferred 500 yuan. There will surely be more packages to send in the future. We can adjust the balance accordingly. Once the volume of packages increases, we can settle on a monthly basis. Although the courier did not believe these wild vegetables held the potential for a monthly arrangement, it did not deter him from agreeing. Once the deliveries were organized, Song Sancheng and Xiao Qiao were already waiting, each carrying a large quantity of meat. Xiao Qiao even had one hand tucked into her pocket. Song Tin chuckled. What are you buying? He quickly flashed a smile and pulled out 2 small, soft plastic tubes resembling paint tubes, each accompanied by 2 slender plastic sticks. Xiao Qiao's expression radiated pride, her slightly long, jet-black hair softening her fair skin and bright eyes. Bubble blowing. Upon seeing this, Song Tan recognized it as the bubble-blowing gadget that had been all the rage during her school days. How is it that after so many years, this item is still in production? Aren't bubble machines all the rage now? Yet, upon reflection, Jojo's 5 yuan wouldn't suffice for a bubble machine. Intrigued, I decided to restart the car while discussing with Jojo. Make sure to blow 2 for your sister, okay? Jojo nodded earnestly. 2 tubes, 1 for each of us. Ulan and Song Sancheng observed the playful banter between the siblings and suddenly felt that perhaps it wasn't so bad if Tantan remained in the village. However, they lamented the difficulty of finding partners in such a setting. This prompted Ulan to fret once more, glancing at the carefree Song Sancheng, whose only contribution was laughter, deepening her sense of frustration. Yet, Ulan's discontent remained unaddressed, while the 80-year-old grandmother beamed upon seeing the siblings. Tantan is back? And Jojo too. The siblings hurried to accompany their grandmother inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a meticulously organized courtyard, where their grandfather sat in a wheelchair on the porch. His hair gray and face lined with wrinkles, yet his eyes sparkled with joy. On the other side of the yard was the residence of their uncle, Wu Changtang, a 2-story building. During the off-farming season, he was away playing cards with neighbors, leaving only their enthusiastic aunt at home. Tantan is back. You're looking more beautiful by the day. So fashionable, like a star. Oh, Jojo, you've grown quite handsome too. She then noticed the meat in Ulan's and Song Sancheng's hands and chuckled. Why bring meat? We have a refrigerator at home. Ulan handed over the meat and called out to Xiao Qiao to help with the vegetables, laughing heartily. Your aunt, Tan, is no longer working in Ningqing. She has returned to engage in agriculture. Look, the newly foraged wild vegetables are in such high demand that they sell for 20 yuan a pound. However, thinking of her grandmother and all of you, she couldn't bear to sell this last batch and specially brought it over for everyone to enjoy together. This passage was laden with information, leaving Auntie in a daze as she processed it, eventually discerning the crux. Her niece, a beautiful and intelligent university student, had forsaken a promising job in the provincial capital to return home and cultivate the land. Auntie was astonished by her own deduction. What agriculture? Such an elaborate term merely masked the reality of farming. What success could one expect from tilling the soil? In these economically challenging times, securing a stable job is far superior to any alternative. She hastily set the meat aside and rushed over to inquire. Little sister, are you serious? Wulan was washing the vegetables. Yes. Did you see the car at the door? It's from Tantan's wild vegetable sales. What a masterful use of language. The vehicle was clearly purchased to facilitate her wild vegetable trade. Song Tan, nearby, was blowing bubbles, and when one burst, she too became momentarily transfixed. Seeing her dazed expression, Xiao Qiao quickly reached out to pat her head. No tears, no tears. Xiao Qiao will blow you a big one. Song Tan, caught between laughter and tears, replied, Sister isn't crying. You should blow one for Grandpa first. Grandpa, advanced in age and struggling with mobility, had been relying on a wheelchair for the past 2 years and appeared increasingly frail. Yet, with his granddaughter and grandson accompanying him, he seemed cheerful, his thin lips stretching into a wide grin. Indeed, Song Tan's grandmother occasionally ventures out to work, proving herself to be more industrious than many younger individuals. At this moment, she gazes at a large basin filled with shepherd's purse, expressing her disdain for the cold water from the tap and shooing Ulan aside. You see, we have plenty of this herb in our fields. Why did you bring so much? Isn't it said that Tan can earn money selling this? It would be better to save it for sale. The well water drawn from the tap is chilling to the bone, yet the grandmother appears entirely unfazed, clearly accustomed to it. Ulan, observing her grandmother's silver hair, finds herself less concerned about money. This year's wild vegetables have grown exceptionally well, and we've earned quite a bit. We're not short on that. I came today to make dumplings for you. When you and Dad don't feel like cooking, just boil some dumplings. They are easy to chew and digest. Though they share the same courtyard, the grandmother and elder uncle reside separately and have their own meals. They share good dishes together, yet their daily lives do not intertwine. The elder uncle's wife joins in. Sister, what are you thinking? Look at our Tan. She is blossoming. Once she starts working in Ningxing, she should find a local partner and enjoy a good life. What can she find in the village? Are you not delaying her? She glances at Song Tan, who is currently entertaining their grandfather alongside Xiao, and lowers her voice. You must not let Xiao's situation hold the child back. The elder uncle's wife, exhibiting a touch of traditional gender bias, expresses such sentiments, revealing her genuine concern for the children. Ulan was not angered, sister-in-law. I initially disagreed as well. However, when Tan returned home looking haggard and weak, claiming that work had worn her out, I relented, thinking it best to let her rest for a year or so. As for farming, the child is determined to engage in it, and I figured we have ample space at home, so let her indulge in her endeavors. But regarding a partner, she is quite engrossed in her farming, and the little money she had is already spent. Let her continue for now. When she becomes disillusioned, we can revisit the topic of her returning to work. Indeed, working outside can be exhausting. My sister-in-law's children are also striving away from home, and upon hearing this, she sighed, setting down the shepherd's purse in her hands. Making dumplings. Are we? I will go chop the meat. Oh dear, you have quite a lot there. Once these dumplings are wrapped, they could fill an entire freezer. Song Sancheng felt a twinge of hunger. The talented cook Ulan was focused solely on earning money, always planning to sell the wild vegetables. And had it not been for Tan's insistence, he wouldn't have even considered making them at home. In fact, the family's stock of shepherd's purse dumplings had long been consumed, and they hadn't made any sense. Thus, he proudly declared, Auntie, rest assured, we are pricing these wild vegetables at 20 yuan per gene, and that is no exaggeration. When it comes time to eat, you will see, they are not easily consumed. For example, our family of 4 requires over 100 dumplings for a meal. Today, I brought 10 gene of shepherd's purse and some other ingredients. It's simply one tea lasts long. His aunt remained skeptical. We eat this shepherd's purse every year. What more can we expect from it? Turning her gaze to the 2 large bags of meat, she hurriedly called out, Xiao, go to the front and summon your uncle to come and chop the meat. Before long, Uncle Wu Qingtao rushed back. Ah, well called. I have already lost 200, yet they won't let me leave the table. It's driving me frantic. My aunt scolded him. You always want to run as soon as you lose at cards. If it weren't for their lack of players, who would summon you? My uncle, feeling aggrieved, replied, I suggested playing for $1, but they refused. Otherwise, I certainly wouldn't have fled. Who plays do di zhu for just $1? My aunt rolled her eyes and thrust a kitchen knife into his hands. Hurry up, chop this up for the dumplings tonight. My uncle turned to wash his hands and then inquired, whose car is that outside? Sancheng, have you obtained your driver's license? He looked eager and restless. Song Sancheng repeatedly waved his hands. No, not yet. I'm still in the process of getting it. It's just that Tan used her earnings from selling vegetables at home to buy a car, claiming it would be more convenient for outings. Goodness, Song Tan mused. Why does everyone seem to sing her praises? No wonder she possesses such eloquence. It's evidently hereditary. My uncle gazed enviously at the car. A pickup truck is truly the best. It can carry so much, so practical. When Wu Lei contemplated buying a car, I advised him to get a larger one, but he wouldn't listen, insisting on a compact sedan, cramming the whole family inside. My uncle's son, Wu Lei, previously worked in the city but has recently moved to Ningcheng since he started dating. The family plans to gather some funds to buy a car for him, so he can make a good impression when visiting the girl's family. Then he glanced at the meat on the cutting board and was dumbfounded. How many dumplings will this require? Ulan chuckled. I came back with the intention of loading a truck with straw from home, so I thought I should buy more meat, just to show my appreciation. Uncle glared at her. Straw is hardly valuable. If you wish to gather it, feel free. Yet, to amass so much at once, when will you be able to consume it all? Song Sancheng maintained his enigmatic smile. If you can manage to survive until the end of the month with this modest amount of dumplings, I shall be truly impressed. Now, let us hurry. The vegetables are already washed, and it is time to knead the dough. He was eagerly anticipating the meal. Thus, the family busily engaged in their preparations. Once the dough was ready, even the grandfather, seated in his wheelchair, began to slowly wrap dumplings. The grandmother, upon inspecting the shepherd's purse and inhaling its fragrance, nodded in approval. No wonder you claim this vegetable costs 20 yuan. Its aroma is distinctly different from before, so refreshing. Upon hearing this, the aunt seemed to concur, finding the scent strikingly pleasing, and generously remarked, Mother, you and father enjoy your dumplings soft and tender. These will be frozen in your refrigerator. Whenever you wish to indulge, you may boil some yourselves. They are nutritious and easily digestible. We shall manage on our own. She continued, addressing Ulan. If you wish to gather straw, do so directly. It serves little purpose aside from kindling. We have no intention of cultivating rice this year. It demands too much effort, and it would be simpler to purchase it. Ulan, unreserved, replied, Very well. I shall instruct Xiao and the others to load the vehicle shortly. However, sister-in-law, you may share half of these dumplings with our mother. They are truly unlike any other wild vegetable. She had sampled various wild herbs in the village, yet none possessed such a flavor. The aunt, however, appeared unconcerned by these remarks, for after all, who had not savored dumplings in their household? Yet she did not refute him, gazing at the meticulously wrapped dumplings with a hint of worry. There seems to be an overwhelming quantity. The refrigerator likely cannot accommodate them all. Song Sancheng glanced over. It's about right. With so many of us tonight, we ought to consume at least 300. An in-law rolled her eyes at the absurdity of 300. Typically, even during a dumpling feast, one could barely manage 20 or 30. Now, with only 8 people present, such bravado seemed unfounded. It appears that Tan's vegetable-selling venture is not particularly reliable. However, Uncle, a seasoned aficionado of dumplings, concurred at this moment. Let's boil a pot to satisfy our appetites first. Thus, the men ventured to the vehicle to fetch straw, while Ulan sat by the stove, slowly kindling the fire, issuing whimsical commands. Boil a few more. Do not hasten to store them in the fridge. Let us eat first. With such emphasis, it felt imperative to boil a few extra, lest it seem as though they were not providing enough sustenance. Aunt-in-law mused internally, yet ultimately boiled a full pot of dumplings. In a rural kitchen, that pot contained at least 100 dumplings. Straw is light. It merely required transferring from the stack to the vehicle. Soon, the truck bed was completely filled. Meanwhile, the dumplings were ready. Uncle took a deep breath, washing his hands while marveling. The shepherd's purse is truly delightful. It smells wonderful. Mother, do indulge yourselves. Then he took his first bite. In that moment, the entire dining room fell into silence. How might one describe it? Uncle pondered for a long time, reluctant to swallow the morsel of dumpling filling in his mouth, as he was transported back to his childhood, to an era when meat was a rare treat. The dumplings were beyond his ability to praise. In summary, it was simply exquisite. Annie took a bite of the dumpling and now regretted having mentioned to her parents that they should try it. The shepherd's purse growing in their vicinity certainly did not possess such flavor. It's no wonder they are priced at 20 yuan per gene, truly worth it. Moreover, the elderly grandparents were lavish in their praise, with her grandfather, who uses a wheelchair, unexpectedly finishing a bowl and asking for more. Please serve me again. This time, Ulan prepared a second pot, yet being mindful of the elders, she only served them 5 or 6 additional dumplings. Dad, Mom, don't rush, savor your meal. There will be more tomorrow. Don't overindulge today. Grandfather's appetite was robust and his spirits high. He even remarked to Song Tan, our Tan is truly destined for farming. This sentiment was met with unanimous agreement. Ulan, feeling refreshed and proud, exclaimed, What do you think of the dishes prepared by Tan? I told you her academic prowess would translate to excellent farming skills. Song Tan retorted, A competent tool should remain silent when not needed. After feasting, the The family of four journeyed home under the cover of night, the car traversing the winding mountain roads in solitude, with the window slightly ajar, allowing the cool night breeze to caress their faces, invigorating Ulan's fervor. She recalled Auntie's regretful yet reluctant expression and then considered the long-awaited satisfaction and comfort etched upon her grandparents' faces. In that moment, she suddenly comprehended why her daughter always insisted on tasting fresh produce herself. Some joys in life simply cannot be quantified by monetary value. From that evening onward, Ulan exhibited an extraordinary zeal. At the break of dawn the following day, as the first light of morning emerged, she urged Song Sancheng to hastily lay out straw in the courtyard for additional sunbathing. She herself quickly mixed 2 buckets of disinfectant and once again sprayed the pigsty, even taking the time to check the manure pit. Once everything was in order, she contacted someone to expedite the delivery of the piglets. When Xiao finally regained her composure, she found herself bereft of the eagerly anticipated Peppa. Instead, in the warmly sunlit pigsty, lay 5 little piglets, 3 white and 2 black. These piglets were undeniably charming, with their moist, rounded snouts and tidy appearance. Their bodies were small and plump, producing soft grunting sounds. However, aside from the slight pink hue visible on the skin of the 2 white piglets, they bore no resemblance whatsoever to Xiao's beloved Peppa. Stunned and at a loss for words, Xiao suddenly burst into tears. "My Peppa, my George, my pig mother, they are all gone, all gone." The pigs in the sty momentarily froze, curiously gazing at her with their round, pink noses and lively, dark eyes. In her moment of despair, Song Tan had no choice but to employ her secret weapon. "Sweetheart, please stop crying. Though Peppa and George are not here, how about we look at something else? I promise to buy you a toy when I go to the city next time. For now, let us not dwell on that. Have you seen Ultraman? How about we watch Digga from today onward? Ultraman toys will be much easier to find." She sighed with relief. As Jojo wept uncontrollably, gasping for breath, Ulan triumphantly laughed, adding fuel to the fire. "Come on, Jojo, weren't you supposed to sleep with your pig mother? Choose one, see which one is your pig mother." Jojo only cried louder. The piglets were too small and had just been introduced to an unfamiliar environment. Although they appeared to be perfectly content, perhaps even overly fond of their new surroundings, Ulan prudently prepared a warm meal for them. A fragrant pot filled with pumpkin, sweet potatoes, corn kernels, wheat bran, leftover rice, and foraged vegetable roots. The aroma was quite appetizing. Song Tan pondered for a moment. "Mom, I'll go check how the purple vetch tastes in the field. I might as well gather some to feed the pigs." The shepherdess purse could be sampled once or twice a year, but it had been over a decade since he had tasted purple vetch. Ulan nodded in agreement. "Go ahead, gather a good amount. You plan to sell tomorrow, don't you?" Song Tan shook his head. "I informed the clients in the group that I would sell tomorrow morning, so there's no need to rush." Purple vetch was easier to gather than wild vegetables, but it was too delicate to ensure freshness. It was best to pick it in the morning and take it directly to the city. With the weather warming, wild vegetables had become more abundant, and the purple vetch, which had previously been used to fertilize the fields and feed livestock, could now fetch 20 yuan per pound. Ulan felt a twinge of uncertainty, yet she refrained from contradicting her earlier praise of her daughter's farming abilities. This morning, she had somewhat been swayed by her own words, believing that perhaps there truly was something different this time. With tears streaking down her face, Song Tan took the basket and ventured into the fields. She could hardly bring herself to tread upon the tender green leaves and fragile stems. Gently pinching the stalks between her fingers, she would snap them off, collecting lush green bundles in her grasp. Jojo, discovering a new source of amusement, found delight in uprooting the grass, momentarily forgetting about the pig mother, and began to work with cheerful laughter. As the sun had yet to reach its peak warmth, Song Sancheng covered the mushroom logs on the mountain with thick layers of straw, satisfied as he secured the surrounding fence before descending the hill. Upon returning home, his first stop was the back mountain to check on the piglets. From a distance, he could hear their soft grunts, and upon closer inspection, it appeared they had just been fed. 3 white and 2 black piglets, their heads nestled together, eagerly thrust their snouts into the trough, eating with such fervor that they hardly lifted their heads. One particularly engrossed black piglet sprawled across the trough, occupying most of the space, while a smaller white piglet struggled to squeeze in, becoming increasingly anxious and vocal. Swiftly, Song Sancheng picked up a stick, using it to nudge and frighten them into a more orderly position. Looking into the trough, he noticed, besides some rice bran and sweet potatoes. A thick layer of vibrant green leaves that the piglets were eagerly contesting over, relishing every bite. "Is this purple cloud grass?" he mused, bemused by the pig's fondness for it. A smile of genuine joy spread across his face, a quintessential expression of a seasoned farmer, as he remarked, "Look at you little pigs, eating better than the humans." He then inspected the pig pen, where thick straw lay comfortably in the shelter, appearing both dry and warm. Sunlight streamed through the trees, illuminating the scene with a gentle warmth. Beside the pig manure pit, faint traces had already formed, indicating it was an excellent environment for pig farming. Satisfied, he made his way back to the front yard. Ulan had just finished preparing the meal, and from a distance, Song Sanqing caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. He patted his belly and pondered, "What shall we have today?" Joyfully chiming in, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, "We'll eat pig food. The little pig eats, and so shall we." Songtan playfully ruffled the soft fur atop his head and chuckled at Song Sanqing, saying, "Father, don't listen to him. I want to pick some purple vetch this noon. Mother is stir-frying it with meat. To give it a taste and see if it's delicious. If it is, we could earn a handsome profit." It had been years since they last savored purple vetch at home. Ulan pondered for a moment before taking some minced garlic, sought it in pig lard until fragrant, before adding the cured meat and chopped purple vetch. The flames danced vigorously, and the vibrant green leaves and stems mingled with the slightly reddish cured meat, creating a harmonious blend of fresh and meaty aromas that tantalized the senses. Xiao Xiao had forgotten the pain of losing their pig mother and now joyfully wielded his chopsticks to pick up the vegetables. "One bite for me, one for Peppa. One bite for me, one for George. Another for me, and one for sister." He looked quite silly, yet his chopstick skills were commendable. In no time, his bowl was brimming, clearly embodying the essence of Lu Xing's pie-slicing technique. What could the family say in the face of such a delightful child? Song Sanqing took a bite, savoring the fragrant blend of flavors with the subtle sweetness of the wild vegetables, perfectly complemented by the slightly salty cured meat. It was simply exquisite. His eyes sparkled with delight. "Oh my, this tastes even better than wild vegetables. I used to eat it every day as a child. Yet I never realized how delicious it was. I only noticed the strong grassy flavor." Alan took a bite as well, fully confident in the prospects of the dish priced at 20 yuan per pound. Who would have dared to use lard or pork to cook for you back then? We simply boiled it in water until it was deemed cooked. Indeed, they had rationalized the exceptional taste of the dish without any need for excuses from Song Tan. Then, Song Sanqing suddenly remembered. "Tan Tan, since we have cultivated such a vast area, do you think we should bring over a couple of beehives? The purple vetch is an excellent source of nectar. The honey collected by the bees is exquisitely sweet. It's hard to find even if you want to buy it, as no one around here cultivates it anymore." Song Tan had not considered this at all. With so many tasks at hand, she had not thought to be so meticulous. At this moment, she nodded eagerly. "Yes, Dad, you know so many people. Let us get a few more hives. The purple vetch in our field is thriving, and when it blooms, it will certainly be a magnificent sight. The honey is so pure, just a spoonful stirred in water, the flavor. I can hardly bear to think about it." Song Tan was already impatient with excitement. "By the way, Dad, Grandpa Li from the village mentioned he would let his cow graze in the field when the time comes. Later, when we plant rice, he'll help us plow the land. I will reserve the 2 plots at the far end for his cow, but I intend to sell the rest of the purple vetch. It wouldn't be appropriate to let the cow graze there. After all, it might leave a mess." Song Sanqing chuckled. With just that one cow of his, does he even need 2 plots? A single plot of land suffices. However, the purple vetch is indeed remarkable. I observed the pigs feasting on it quite well today. In a few days, once they have matured, I shall find the time to usher them into the field, allowing them to roam freely. Yet, controlling 5 pigs may prove to be a challenge for the time being. Song Sanqing has already begun to devise a strategy. Song Tan chuckled. "What difficulty is there in that? They are still quite small now. This afternoon, I shall procure several large dog harnesses from the city. Father, you can take them for a stroll. After all, these pigs are primarily for our family's consumption, and a little extra exercise will not harm them." Xiao Xiao became animated. "I want to take the pigs out to play. That simply won't do. Pigs are intelligent creatures, and after being raised for some time, they develop attachments. When the time comes to slaughter them for meat, wouldn't Xiao be heartbroken?" After much contemplation, Song Sanqing ultimately declined. "Never mind. They cannot be taken out. If I grow too fond of them, I would find it difficult to part with them. Let them roam in the back mountain. There is plenty of space for them there. I shall simply ensure they have ample food. Song Tin reminisced about her experiences with pig farming and sighed. Indeed, it is better to focus on their purpose as meat rather than nurturing emotional bonds. The adults swiftly changed the subject, while Xiao pouted, listening for a while before dismissing the matter from her mind. However, there was one thing she remembered. I told Dabai to help me watch the pigs, and I promised to give it some biscuits. Song Tan was taken aback by her idea, yet she had not uttered a word until now. When did you discuss this with Dabai? That notorious and fierce goose has been lurking at grandfather's doorstep every day, hasn't he it? Jojo let out a snort, declaring that she had long since mentioned it, though at present there were no biscuits. As for whether the big goose could rely on the pig, Song Tan was uncertain. However, if this fellow were to raise his voice, it would be a thunderous clamor, awakening the entire village. It seemed that having an alarm system would indeed be quite advantageous, provided Jojo could manage to coax him into refraining from unnecessary squawking. Otherwise, with the mountains so close to home, restful slumber would be a distant dream. She pondered. In the afternoon, take the big goose to the lowest field and treat it to a delightful meal. Whether feeding the cow, the pig, or the chickens, ducks, and geese, it matters not. The siblings busily made their plans, while Song Sancheng felt a sudden urgency. I must first tidy up the goose enclosure, and also attend to the ducks and chickens you intend to raise. The time is nearly upon us. I will prepare the area behind the mountain. And the chicken coop needs a good cleaning. Ulan nodded in agreement. The weather has warmed swiftly, and idleness is no longer an option. There is much work to be done. Tan, if you wish to plant rice, now is the time to prepare for sowing. And as for your vegetables, some must be ready for seedling preparation by the end of the month. Before the end of next month, these plots must be turned over. With this calculation, it became evident that no one could afford to be idle, except for Jojo. Nevertheless, Jojo had her own responsibilities, with Dabai being her paramount task. In addition to her roles as a porter, harvester, and vegetable vendor, Song Tan, too, began to feel the pressure. After all, no matter how well the purple vetch was maintained, its tender shoots had only half a month left before blooming and growing in the following month. In a hurried manner, she finished her meal and called out to Xiao, saying, "Let us go. Accompany me to pick vegetables." However, Xiao remained seated on the stool, looking at her. "You promised to show me Ultraman. Where is Ultraman?" Song Tan sighed, realizing that children can be quite challenging to appease. Reluctantly, she promised to show 2 more episodes and offered a Peppa Pig doll as an incentive. In contrast to wild vegetables, the gathering of purple cloud peas was remarkably straightforward. This was Song Tan's first time selling them, and within half an hour, she had filled 3 large baskets. Upon returning home, she discovered her grandparents sitting in the courtyard. Tan, I heard you sold wild vegetables recently? Quite impressive. Our Song family's girl is truly capable. Your grandmother and I have nothing to do, so we came to help you prepare the vegetables. Songton smiled. That's wonderful. I was worried about not having anyone to assist me, and thankfully, my grandparents are so considerate. For them, preparing vegetables was no arduous task. The elderly couple, delighted by her words, quickly set to work. Song Tan observed as those 3 large baskets would be sorted in less than half an hour under their nimble hands. Originally, she intended to sell the purple cloud peas in the morning, but several members of her group mentioned a dance performance taking place that morning. If they could go in the afternoon, they would bring along the sisters from the dance troupe. This troupe was renowned in the city for their expertise in purchasing vegetables. Aware of the opportunity to expand her customer base, Song Tan decided to shift her selling time to the afternoon. Thus, after returning from harvesting, she prepared for their departure. The reason she hadn't picked more was that it was her first time selling, and she wanted to gauge everyone's reception. She pondered for a moment and then instructed, "Mother, please prepare a bowl of cold mixed purple veg for me later, and set aside some disposable chopsticks. I shall have them sample the flavor." Meanwhile, the elderly dance troupe, adorned in matching fuchsia kipayos and sporting vibrant red lipstick, joyfully strolled down the street. One among them suggested, "Since we have won an award today, I believe we should celebrate. How about heading to KTV for some singing?" Indeed, they had all booked a private room at KTV, each contributing 50 yuan per month. Missing even a single day would be a loss. In these challenging times for business, the aging KTV establishments in the city struggled to attract new clientele. Thus, they opened their afternoon sessions, previously offered at a discounted group rate, to this demographic of middle-aged and elderly patrons. From 1 to 5 in the afternoon, a large room could be rented for 1,500 yuan a month, and the ladies pooled their resources to cover this expense. This activity was generally well received. However, as soon as the proposal was voiced, one lady with fiery red curls shook her head, exclaiming, "No, no, I must purchase groceries this afternoon." "What are you buying?" "What groceries?" The group exchanged glances, puzzled. At that moment, another chimed in. "Indeed, the last batch we bought was finished just yesterday. We must buy more today, no matter what." A third member hesitated. "Today we should get new vegetables. What about purple vetch? It was what we used to feed the cattle in the fields when we were young. Do you also plan to buy that?" The red-haired lady burst into laughter. "Oh, during childhood, we grew tired of eating that wild vegetable daily, yet now we find ourselves scrambling to acquire it." This young lady is quite capable in her endeavors. Each time she returns with wild vegetables, there is no hint of negligence. She brings them in ample quantity and arranges them meticulously. Indeed, the flavor is exquisite. I must tell you, I have grown accustomed to such quality, and my palate has become rather discerning. I can discern the freshness of the produce with just a whiff. Regardless, I intend to purchase a bit more, as my granddaughter is eagerly anticipating these vegetables. Ah, Xiaofan, let me share with you that I recently learned a new recipe for wild onion dumplings. The dumplings I made were nothing short of delectable, each as large as a fist. My little grandson devoured 8 in one sitting. Really? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Now they are all gone. Ha ha. At that time, I was merely concerned you might compete with me to buy them, and I would miss out. The ants engaged in animated conversation, laughing heartily, completely at odds with the fiery red-lipped dance troupe. The remaining group exchanged bewildered glances for a while before finally voicing their confusion. "What vegetables are you all buying?" It was only then that everyone remembered. "Oh dear, how forgetful of me. I had originally intended to mention this to you in the morning. But it is not too late now. We recently discovered a particularly delightful vendor of wild vegetables, so fresh that they could practically melt in your mouth. The proprietor has announced that they will set up their stall at the market at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Would you care to join me? However, the wild vegetables have been sold out for 3 days, and today they are offering purple clover instead. Fortunately, I had managed to secure a good supply of shepherd's purse last time, so the dumplings can last for another couple of days." Are wild vegetables and purple clover truly worth such a frenzy? This does not seem characteristic of their sisterhood, with such queries lingering in their minds. The group ambled into the seldom visited afternoon vegetable market. As soon as Song Tan's petite pickup truck made its entrance, a throng of aunties quickly gathered around, casting a glance at the cargo bed before emitting a collective sigh of disappointment. Wasn't it supposed to be plentiful? How can there be so little? Song Tan was momentarily taken aback. Was this gathering organized? They all wore uniforms. Xiao had already adeptly unloaded the baskets from the vehicle, inspecting the neatly bundled purple vetch while inhaling the subtle fragrance that wafted through the air. A red-haired aunt clapped her hands, exclaiming, "This is perfect." She turned and approached Xiao, her voice soft enough to melt. "Sweetheart, do you remember me? Please get me 5 bunches." Song Tan had not anticipated the arrival of such devoted fans. Hastily, she unwrapped the plate of cold mixed purple vetch she had prepared at home. "Auntie, this might be the first time you're buying this. There's no rush. Why not try a taste first?" She handed over a pair of disposable chopsticks, and without hesitation, the red-haired aunt grabbed a piece and popped it into her mouth. After a few chews, she fell silent. The group of elderly sisters behind her exchanged glances. And then she inquired, "Dear, when will you be selling again?" Song Tan pondered for a moment. "The yield of purple vetch is abundant. I will harvest it daily at 7, prepare it by 8, and arrive here around 10 in the morning." The aunt nodded, seemingly relieved. "That's wonderful, dear. Quickly, please get me 5 bunches. When it came time to settle the payment, she winced at the cost, lamenting, "This month's retirement pension will barely cover my groceries. I shall return tomorrow morning. Please remember to prepare a little more, lest you find yourself in a predicament like this once again." In the tea garden, the adept sales skills of the red-haired aunt are indeed unparalleled. Under her guidance, long-time customers casually request 3 to 5 pounds, while new patrons hesitate and contemplate over 1 or 2 pounds. Thus, when another group of customers, upon seeing the news, hurriedly made their way here, they discovered that I had merely arrived half an hour late, and everything was gone. It said that today no one fancies the purple cloud pea, and thus, no one is buying. Indeed, I too hesitated for quite some time before coming, initially intending to purchase just a pound to support the owner. Song Tan, is there truly such outrageous discourse in the group? She hastily opened her phone, and lo and behold, Many familiar avatars were discussing the unpopularity of the purple cloud P with great fervor, as if the business were on the brink of collapse. Yet, upon checking WeChat payments, she found several had scanned to pay 180 yuan. Song Tan. The intricacies of human nature are profound. The customers, realizing the situation, looked despairingly at her empty basket, their gazes eventually drifting to the untouched cold purple cloud P in Xiao Yu's hands, stirring their curiosity. What is this? Song Tan nonchalantly handed over a disposable chopstick. This is the much-maligned purple cloud P. A few customers, with mixed emotions, timidly took a bite, and tears streamed down their faces. Next time, if I let them deceive me again, I shall be a fool. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. Woof, woof, woof. Moved by such stimulation, the crowd could only finish the remaining dishes with tears in their eyes. They then agreed to embark on a grand shopping spree the following morning before reluctantly departing. Song Tan mused to herself, it's not that severe. Once the others had left, she hurriedly glanced at the small basket of purple vetch in the back seat of the car. Now that Xiao Xiao has gone, I must head to the courier station. I need to send this to that person from out of town. Upon returning home, Song Tan counted the money she had earned today, realizing that it amounted to 2,000 yuan, even without picking much more than usual. Milan had transitioned from a state of confusion to one of calm acceptance, even beginning to plan for the land, if you ask me. This venture for profit should not involve feeding cattle or pigs. Song Tan shook her head. Mother, the primary purpose of planting this is to enrich the soil. This land has not been cultivated for many years. It certainly needs some attention. Moreover, purple vetch grows rapidly. With so much land, it is utterly unnecessary to be frugal. Just as she finished speaking, she saw Song Sancheng preparing to leave with a hoe slung over his shoulder. Noticing the gloomy sky that threatened rain, she asked, Father, what are you up to? Song Sancheng replied, I'm going to the tea garden. The other day, when I went up the mountain, I noticed that our tea garden has started to sprout leaf buds. The old leaves are lush and green. So I thought I'd take advantage of the rain to apply some nitrogen fertilizer. He explained that fertilizing the tea garden is typically done before it rains, requiring a shallow dig of the soil to sprinkle the fertilizer, allowing it to be absorbed efficiently without burning the seedlings when the rain falls. With a hint of delight, he added, this year, it seems our land is particularly blessed. Everything is growing splendidly. Let us gather more tea leaves. They are certainly delightful. Upon hearing this, Song Tan recalled the old tea garden at home. In previous years, the tea could fetch a decent price, but as the internet flourished and marketing became increasingly aggressive, their unbranded tea had lost its market appeal. Consequently, the locals neglected their several acres of tea fields, opting instead to consume it themselves each year. If one truly wished to earn money, they would venture out for work in the latter half of the year. In Song Tan's household, due to Xiao Xiao's condition, the couple, feeling sympathetic towards their child, were reluctant to take him into the factory, thus necessitating that someone remain at home each year. Naturally, this meant dedicating more time to tending to their land. The humidity in the air grew heavier, and by evening, a spring rain was surely on the horizon. Song Tan reminisced about the fragrant, slightly bitter yet gratifying taste of the tea from his hometown, which stirred a longing within him. At that moment, he turned and grabbed a hoe, declaring, Father, let us go together. Song Sancheng hesitated to stop him, thinking, this labor is too strenuous for a young lady. Yet, recalling how his daughter could effortlessly carry 2 large baskets, he fell silent. After a moment's contemplation, he called for his son, Xiao Xiao, come along. We are going to farm. Xiao Xiao rushed out, exclaiming, are we planting corn? The tea plantation was somewhat distant from their home. They needed to navigate around the front to the back mountain, ascend a small path, and cross to the other side of the mountain to reach the expanse of tea gardens. This vast area, of course, belonged to the Song Tan family. As Song Sancheng gazed upon the lush green leaves, he couldn't help but exclaim, the weather is splendid this year. The late spring chill is not too biting. At this time of year, it is customary for snow to fall, often resulting in the tea leaves being severely damaged by frost. As he spoke, he brandished a hoe and began to dig trenches. Song Tan, lacking experience in fertilization, imitated the actions around her, energetically digging. With each movement, a delicate aura entwined itself around the rows of tea leaves, aligning them in neat formations. The sky grew increasingly overcast, as if rain were imminent. Song Sancheng surveyed the extensive area he had hastily dug, then glanced at the carefully cultivated patches tended by Xiao Xiao, startled by the rapid progress. How could she work so quickly? This section of the tea garden would typically take considerable time to cultivate. If he were to wait until October to apply the base fertilizer, digging deeper trenches would require him over a week to complete alone. Yet now, after just over an hour, a substantial area had been addressed. Even with only a light touch, such efficiency seemed unlikely. The seasoned farmer pondered. Perhaps the hearty meals consumed during this period had revitalized him. Why did he feel increasingly invigorated? Song Ten remained silent, pretending her ethereal energy was unrelated to the task at hand. Song San-chin was unaware of the source of her vitality. He merely inspected the areas she had worked on, astonished by the nimbleness of her hoe. Ah, you truly have the makings of a farmer. Look at your work, swift and excellent. Daughter, it seems our land nourishes you well. Your strength has noticeably increased. Xiao, trailing behind with a hoe, playfully stuck out her tongue at Song San-chung, teasing, Daddy can't farm. He's so slow. To which Song San-chung chuckled. As long as I can outpace you in corn cultivation, that suffices. Jojo, stop trailing behind your sister. Just scatter it row by row. Lately, I've been exceedingly busy, and it dawned on me too late that we've already missed the optimal season for fertilization. Furthermore, the rain seems to have arrived a good half-day earlier than forecasted, making it too late to turn the soil. All I can say is that any additional soil we can turn is better than none. The remainder can simply be scattered on the surface. Turning to gaze at this expanse of tea garden, Song San-chung couldn't help but sigh. If these 4 to 5 acres of tea leaves were harvested diligently, we could yield 100 pounds of dried tea by the end of the spring harvest. Unfortunately, there are so many tasks to attend to as spring arrives, leaving little time for this, which is quite regrettable. Song San-chung's perspective on the weather proved to be accurate. Just as the three of them finished scattering the fertilizer across the tea garden, the spring rain began to fall gently, prompting the father and daughter to hasten their return. Only Jojo skipped joyfully, exclaiming, It's pouring. Fortunately, the route was lined with hills and trees, and the rain, initially gentle, did not leave them too drenched by the time they reached home. Song Tan pondered over the tea garden, questioning if it was appropriate for it not to flourish given the care it had received. Dad, I think it won't be long before the tea leaves are ready for harvest. This year, we will need to hire help anyway. So what else 1 or 2 more? Why on earth would we need to hire anyone? Ulan interjected, feeling her daughter needed supervision, as spending money seemed to lack discernment. How much do tea leaves sell for per pound? Hiring help is quite expensive. It must be at least 150 a day. However, Song Ten felt her mother had yet to shift her perspective. Mom, I can sell wild vegetables for 20, and I can sell purple veg for 20 as well. Why do you think I couldn't sell a pound of tea leaves for 2,000? In the customary manner, a skilled worker, during the flourishing season of tea leaves, could only gather 3 to 4 pounds of Maojian tea from dawn till dusk, with 4 pounds of tea yielding merely 1 pound of dried tea, which sells for a mere 1 to 200 yuan. The endeavor certainly appears unprofitable. However, the current market prices have shifted dramatically. The prime period for spring tea lasts only a little over 20 days. Post-Qingming, the quality diminishes, making it imperative to seize the moment. Ulan pondered. Although she harbored confidence in her daughter, she remained skeptical about the local tea fetching 2,000 yuan per pound. Yet, she had previously agreed to follow her daughter's guidance regarding the farm work. Hesitating, she remarked, Surely we need not hire anyone. Your father, your grandparents, and I can manage. Our tea garden is but a small plot. It should suffice. Song Tan began to count on her fingers. When it comes to harvesting tea leaves, won't we have to concern ourselves with breeding and nurturing the seedlings? Our chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs require attention, don't they? Shouldn't we check on the black fungus in the chestnut grove? And what about the daily harvesting and tidying of the purple vetch? Mother, I already feel that our family is insufficient. If you all go to pick tea leaves, I shall have to learn the art of duplicity. With the current concentration of spiritual energy, Song Tan mused that after several decades of cultivation, she should be able to master such a skill, provided she does not frighten anyone in the process. Ulan was left speechless. Upon reflecting on the earnings from selling vegetables this year, she concluded that there should be enough funds for labor. Resolutely, she decided, very well, I shall find 2 nimble hands in the village. And shall we also need to hire someone to roast the tea? Your father hasn't done that in years. Let us not ruin it. However, Song Ten struggled to recall who in the village had the expertise in the machinery for tea roasting. However, the modest task at hand is not overly costly. All right, mother. Please discuss arrangements with father. Just as they were conversing, a phone call came in. Song Sanching answered and engaged in conversation for a while. Tan, would you like to see the bees? They are in Songshu Town. The bee seller is located in Songshu Town. Songshu Town lies adjacent to Qingxi Town and is not far from their village, Yunqiao, approximately a 20-minute drive away. Given the mountainous terrain, the local residents primarily rely on tea picking for their income. Thus, the hills are adorned with numerous flowering trees. Consequently, Songshu Town is home to a renowned apiarist. Song Tan drove along the winding mountain road with Song Sanqing and Xiao Qiao, and upon spotting a large cardboard sign inscribed with farmhouse raw honey, they knew they had arrived. The bee farm, situated along the mountain road, lacked the orderly structures seen roadside, with a simple iron shed even erected nearby. In a clearing halfway up the slope, wooden boxes were meticulously arranged in neat rows. Under the sunlight, the bees, with their fuzzy bodies, buzzed audibly, swirling in the low air. However, due to the cooler mountain temperatures, the fruit trees had scarcely begun to bloom, leading the bees to settle near a shallow water dish. "Old Song, you've come." A disheveled man in a black sweater emerged, his demeanor exceedingly warm upon seeing the trio. "These must be your son and daughter, right? They look splendid. Are you here for bees? What type do you need? I can show you. However, I have no Italian bees here, only the local variety, which are smaller in size. This hive contains 5 frames, each housing approximately 3,000 bees. Maintaining them during the harsh winter months is quite challenging. The area where the bees reside is called a frame, featuring hexagonal cells that serve as their nesting chambers. Typically, the number of bees inhabiting a frame of a specific size tends to be relatively uniform. They have their peculiarities. A larger space does not suit them, nor does a smaller one. The other party is quite forthright. Without prompting, he has already begun to elaborate. Song Tan nodded. "It's all right, uncle. How much honey can we expect from our local bees in this hive?" Upon mentioning this, the middle-aged man's face beamed with pride and joy. "Do not underestimate our local bees. Though they are small, they are industrious, more capable than the Italian bees, and not picky at all. If the flowers are abundant, we can easily harvest 80 pounds from this hive. However, if there is a scarcity of blossoms, they may not even have enough to eat." As he spoke, the beekeeper sighed. "In past winters, I would drive south where there are more flowers and a warmer climate. The market conditions have not been favorable in recent years, so I refrain from wandering about aimlessly. This entire winter, I have been troubled, as you can see. I have been feeding them sugar water to keep them alive. Old Song, we are fellow villagers, and I will not hide anything from you. The price of honey in spring is inherently higher. I would sell this hive for 600 yuan, but if you are genuinely interested, I can offer it to you for 560. I have been feeding them sugar water, and that will only suffice for their survival, without any honey. However, should the flowers bloom, they can quickly adapt, and purchasing them would surely be worthwhile." Before Song Tan conducted research online, he believed the price to be quite reasonable. Now, he turned his attention to Song Sancheng, who also lacked knowledge about bees. After some contemplation, he earnestly inquired, "For my family's 14 acres of flower fields, how many hives do you think would be suitable? Moreover, how does one assess the quality of bees?" The beekeeper pondered for a moment and replied, "Generally speaking, 1 hive per 3 acres is advisable, and 1 acre can yield around 6 to 7 pounds of honey without issue. Given the current scarcity of flowers and your limited experience, I suggest you start with 4 hives, though 3 would suffice." As the trio observed in astonishment, the beekeeper, without donning gloves, boldly opened the hive with his bare hands and extracted a frame. "Look here, these worker bees are quite industrious." He then casually plucked another handful from the other side, revealing a dozen fuzzy bees crawling across his palm, fluttering their wings. Among them, one particularly large specimen stood out. "Behold, this is the queen bee. Isn't she magnificent?" Xiao Qiao, enviously squatting nearby, was tempted to reach out. She too desired to touch the bee. The beekeeper, sensing her eagerness, felt a shiver run down his spine and swiftly returned the bees to their hive. "You mustn't touch them. A sting is quite painful. You should always wear a veil and gloves while handling them." Xiao Qiao's aspiration to touch the bee remained unfulfilled as she squatted there, gazing longingly. "Why can't I?" The beekeeper was quite familiar with Song Sancheng and was already aware of Xiao Qiao's situation. At this moment, he spoke to her as if soothing a child. "Since you are still unacquainted with them, if you extend your hand, the bees might perceive it as a threat and sting you." He carefully secured the beehive before adding, "Do not touch recklessly. A bee's sting can be quite painful for you, yet it will perish upon stinging. These little creatures deserve sympathy." He then extended his own hand for everyone to see, revealing calloused skin and prominent knuckles. My skin is tough and resilient. I have long since grown accustomed to this. Xiao observed his hand and then extended her own palm. Ulan was fastidious about cleanliness and had always kept her tidy since childhood. Her hand was delicate and fair, with distinctly defined joints. Were it not for the roughness acquired from recent agricultural work, one might mistake her for a pampered young master. She let out a long sigh of disappointment and turned her attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, Song Sanqing and Song Tin inspected the beehives and inquired about the prices. Ultimately, they concluded that the price must not fall below 560 per hive. Song Sanqing hesitated. After the purple cloudflower season, will there be other blooms? If there are no further flowers, we need not acquire so many hives. However, Song Tin pondered, now that we are here, and the hives are not exorbitantly priced, I can always nurture them with my spiritual energy. Honey is indeed a precious commodity. She began counting on her fingers. In the next 2 months, we have purple cloud flowers, followed by the blooming of chestnuts. The pink peaches and white pears in our village will certainly suffice for their sustenance. As the months of June and July passed, the heat intensified, and the bees took a brief respite. In the vegetable garden, crops flourished, and I contemplated planting a field of sunflowers. Upon reflection, it was indeed manageable. Hearing his daughter's demands, Song Sanqing felt overwhelmed, exclaiming that while she merely spoke, he was the one running about tirelessly. With requests for both chestnuts and sunflowers, he found himself engulfed in an endless cycle of agricultural labor this year. Very well. You are the one in charge, Song Tan decisively proclaimed. We shall have 5 hives. The beekeeper chuckled, knowing this transaction would yield him nearly 3,000 yuan. Yet, he cautioned, keeping bees is straightforward. Just place the hives properly. If any issues arise, do not tamper with them recklessly. Call me, and I will come to assist. No sooner had they settled the accounts than a sudden wail pierced the air. It was Xiao, whose once fair face was now streaked with tears, running from the woods in distress. One of his hands was clenched into a fist, the base of which was swollen and glistening, evidently a result of a bee sting. Song Tan found himself both amused and exasperated. Didn't I tell you not to touch the bees? He admonished. Xiao, feeling wronged, cried even louder. But I found a really fat one. This fat one can work, it's the queen bee. He clearly recalled the swarm the beekeeper had just captured. The beekeeper was taken aback, muttering, That's impossible. How could the queen bee leave the hive? As he pondered, he leaned closer. Xiao cautiously opened his swollen fist with his other hand, revealing a round, plump bee, roughly the size of a thumbnail, resting delicately in his palm. Its fuzzy body adorned with yellow and black stripes was indeed large, round, and rather endearing. The beekeeper chuckled softly, saying, Oh, this is nothing. This is a bumblebee, and its temperament is just as gentle as our honeybees. As long as you don't grab it, it generally won't sting. A gentle touch is usually harmless. Xiao, only partially comprehending, extended her bright red palm forward. The beekeeper laughed again. It will still hurt a bit, but wait, I have some medicine to soothe it. This should be a newly emerged queen bee, quite large. Typically, bumblebees are slightly smaller. Songtan also found it intriguing. She flicked a wisp of spiritual energy from her fingertips, causing the queen, which had been ready to take flight, to sway unsteadily and cling to her finger. Song Sanqin was taken aback, exclaiming, Oh dear. Songtan quickly reassured him, Father, it's all right. Look how adorable it is. It hasn't stung me at all. The fluffy, plump creature scuttled around her fingertip, undeniably charming. Xiao was captivated, momentarily forgetting her previous fear of being stung. The beekeeper returned from the house with some ointment, applying it to Xiao's sting while glancing at the bumblebee, advising, play with it for a while, but be sure to release it afterward. This queen is waiting to lay her eggs. Songtin pondered for a moment. Can it be raised? Does it produce a lot of honey? The beekeeper laughed heartily. Oh, it can certainly be raised. This queen can produce over 100 offspring. They are hardier and more industrious than honeybees. However, there's a catch. They consume a great deal, and you must feed them well. If you can't extract at least a couple of jars of honey from them throughout the year, it won't be enough to sustain them. If they go without consuming pollen and nectar for even an hour, they would faint immediately, akin to the effects of low blood sugar. Prolonged deprivation could prove fatal. Upon hearing this, a flicker of amusement danced in Song Sancheng's eyes. How amusing. This is not a bumblebee, but rather akin to a piglet, isn't it? However, Xiao had already absorbed this remark. Although he did not fully comprehend it, it did not hinder him from blinking his eyes with an expression of pitiful longing. Sister, I wish to raise one. He gazed at the bumblebee as it scuttled across Song Tan's finger, finding it irresistibly adorable. At that moment, he momentarily forgot the sting of his previous mishap and reached out his hand once more. Yet, the strong scent of the medicinal oil on his skin startled the bumblebee, causing it to buzz and take flight. After circling twice, still reluctant to part with that faint trace of vitality, it returned to perch once again. The beekeeper, amused, thought, "If you wish to raise it, then so be it. When the time comes, simply procure a small box and prepare some sugar water. There is no need to worry about anything else." The queen bee, once unearthed, would begin to lay eggs. Eventually, she would secrete beeswax within the confines of that small box, gradually forming a tiny jar. All the eggs would reside within that jar. Then, she would settle upon it, incessantly vibrating and shaking, raising the temperature until the worker bees hatched, making the endeavor quite entertaining. However, he added with a note of caution, but it truly does not bring in profit. They consume far too much. Moreover, unlike honeybees, they are not as reliable. There's no telling when they might take flight. Song Tan wiggled her fingers, observing that the bumblebee clung steadfastly to her fingertip, smiling with newfound confidence. "Does it still hurt?" "Xiao Xiao?" Jojo gazed at the bumblebee, then at his own palm, and sniffled. It hurt. Would he still recklessly grab at things next time? With a sob, Jojo's tears fell in a fit of grievance. Song Sanqing's heart melted at the sight, prompting him to quickly comfort the child. "Next time. I won't let you catch it again, I promise." Songtan chuckled softly before requesting a small wooden box from the beekeeper, carefully placing the bumblebee inside. She then handed the box to Jojo, saying, "Hold it carefully, do not open it. If it gets frightened, it might escape." Upon returning home, Song Sanqing embarked on a new round of bustling activity. His memory was not as sharp as in his youth, so to ensure nothing went awry, he held his phone, repeatedly listening to the beekeeper's instructions before preparing the necessary items. Upon hearing that his granddaughter intended to keep bees, Song Yud hurried over after lunch. Observing Song Sanqing cutting asbestos tiles, he could not help but express his discontent. "Look at you. Why are you dragging your feet? The beehive should be set up first." Song Tin immediately recognized that her grandfather was merely an outsider giving misguided advice. Indeed, as Song Sanqing hummed while working, he asserted, "Dad, please don't complicate things. The beekeeper mentioned that we need to place a rain shield on top of the beehive. I'm just cutting this piece of asbestos tile to cover it." Song Yud's command faltered, leaving him slightly embarrassed. "So you think you know how to keep bees? I used to keep them too." The bottom of the hive needs to be raised, at least 20 centimeters high. This time, he was indeed speaking the truth. It is essential to elevate the beehive off the ground for pest control and moisture prevention, as well as to ensure proper ventilation. Song Tan chuckled, "Grandfather, your experience is truly vast." They had also taken measures to deter ants from the hive, and they planned to place the beehive on the outer side of the courtyard, adjacent to the rear mountain. However, it was said that the hive should be arranged in a tiered manner, with shade provided. Could you assist in determining which area would be most suitable? The native bees exhibit a relatively poor ability to recognize their nests. Thus, the hives not only need to be arranged in a tiered fashion from top to bottom, but there should also be an approximate distance of 5 meters between each hive. The entrances of the hives should face south, yet each hive must be oriented differently. Previously, Song Tan had observed beekeepers with their hives lined up, thinking they were simply placed at random. Now, it was evident that every endeavor possesses its own intricacies. Song Yud felt a sense of personal value being further realized as he was assigned a task. He lit his pipe and began to stroll around the edge of the courtyard. Song Sanqing glanced at his daughter, thinking to himself that her eloquence was indeed reminiscent of her mother. Meanwhile, her mother, Ulan, fetched several shallow dishes, prepared some sugar water, and brought it out. "Let them feed for a couple of days. I've noticed the purple vetch in the fields is starting to bud, and soon it will bloom, allowing us to harvest the honey." However, despite her words, she remained stationary, as the buzzing swarms of bees hovering around still instilled a sense of trepidation. Song Tan, undeterred, confidently took the plates, the delicate aroma permeating the air. As soon as it was set down, the bees eagerly surrounded it. Observing their fervor, Song Sanqing couldn't help but mutter, "Why are they so ravenous?" A thought struck Song Tan. The allure of spiritual energy was indeed profound. She realized she needed to practice her pest-repelling techniques, for a few stray hornets could render her expenditure utterly futile. These were merely rudimentary spells, with sufficient spiritual energy. She could commence tonight. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao, holding a box, exhibited an unusual patience as he watched Song Sanching at work. Once the asbestos tiles were all cut, he looked up and asked, "Father, what about mine? Where is my little bear?" "What little bear?" Song Sanching was momentarily taken aback before recalling that it had not been long since they started, yet Xiao had already named his bumblebee. "Are you referring to the rain cover for your little bear?" Xiao nodded, his gaze darting around the ground as if selecting the most suitable spot. Song Sanching chuckled, gesturing towards the cluttered shed in the yard. "Your bumblebee cannot be kept with our bees. They are entirely different. Since it's merely for amusement, let us place it in the corner of the shed. It will be sheltered from the wind and rain, with fewer insects around, ensuring its safety. Keeping it in the yard would certainly provide more intimate contact." Xiao hurriedly clutched the box and dashed over, soon selecting an ideal location. At that moment, he looked back with pleading eyes and said, "Sister, I wish to open the box and take a look." After a moment's thought, Song Tan prepared some sugar water, infused it with spiritual energy, and then opened the box. The queen bee, plump and unrestrained, took flight and plunged headlong into the dish, eagerly sipping away. Poor creature, perhaps driven by hunger, was intent on storing energy for egg-laying. Its round, ample abdomen was elevated, adorned with striking black and yellow fuzzy stripes. The voluptuous, fluffy rear swayed gently, evoking an irresistible urge to reach out and touch. Jojo, brimming with curiosity, extended a finger, only to be met with a glance from Song Tan. "Does your hand not hurt anymore?" Instantly, he retracted his hand, feeling a sense of grievance. Meanwhile, Song Tan surveyed the surroundings and eventually placed the box on a higher shelf. "No touching. The bumblebee is capable of burrowing. Once the worker bees hatch and the colony expands, we shall see how to arrange matters. After all, there are no expectations of profit from them. It is merely a hobby for Jojo." Recalling the delightful, fuzzy sensation, she seized the moment while Jojo turned away and eagerly opened the box for a hearty stroke. In the dish, the bumblebee narrowly escaped being plunged into the syrup with that touch, momentarily bewildered, retracting its unperturbed stinger before finally adjusting its rear and diving back in to sip voraciously. Meanwhile, Dr. Zhang Yuan from Ning Province had once again gained considerable recognition within the hospital. Not only the administration, but even the patients were inquiring, "Dr. Zhang, what kind of vegetable porridge did you have for lunch? Everyone is asking where you got the vegetables and how much they cost per pound. Can we patients have some?" The young doctor, on the verge of tears from a mix of indignation, excitement, and disbelief, felt compelled to explain the situation. "These vegetables, costing 200 yuan, amount to merely 10 jin, excluding shipping fees." Upon receiving the package and just as he opened the box, the cafeteria chef strolled over. "Dr. Zhang, did the patients send you vegetables again?" Dr. Zhang quickly waved his hands. No, I bought them myself, 20 yuan per jin." Having learned a stern lesson from the head nurse previously, he decided to seize the opportunity to present these vegetables to his esteemed superior. However, after much hesitation, he struggled to find the right words, only to see the chef already inspecting the produce with great curiosity. "Dr. Zhang, I heard you are still single and living in the dormitory? A young bachelor like you really ought to be more organized. Purchasing such a large quantity of vegetables all at once? You might waste them if you can't consume them all." Dr. Zhang's face flushed crimson. He certainly could not admit he intended to share them with his superior. Without waiting for his reply, the chef made arrangements. "I heard the provincial committee is visiting today. These shepherd's purse are quite nice. How about I make some dumplings? This watercress is also excellent. It would surely make a delicious soup. Oh, this wild onion is delightful. I shall stir-fry it with beef. As for this little bit of melon head, it's too scant to make a decent dish. Instead, I'll prepare a pot of vegetable porridge for you all at noon." Secretary Wang observed as the chef busily organized the box of vegetables before whisking it away. Dr. Zhang's face flushed crimson as he sensed the impending loss of the wild vegetables, his courage yet unkind led, and his lines unprepared. In a moment of impulsive excitement, he dashed into the office, exclaiming, "Director, I've procured some wild vegetables. Shall we all gather in the cafeteria for lunch?" He faltered, for occupying the most prominent seat in the office was a middle-aged man, both familiar and unfamiliar to the locals. The man looked at him, chuckling amiably. "So, a collective gathering in the cafeteria for wild vegetables? May I and Secretary Wang join you?" Whether that meal was convenient or not, Dr. Zhang could not ascertain. He felt as though he were floating in the clouds, completely oblivious to what he would consume at noon. Later, many approached him for conversation. Yet he could only recall numbly sending a WeChat message to Song Tan, after which his mind drifted into a daze. Fortunately, the chef, perceiving his distracted demeanor, kindly prepared a thermos of congee just for him. Dr. Zhang sat in the office, gently rubbing his shoulder, reflecting, "The leader has acknowledged me." He then happily lifted the lid. In that fleeting moment, the robust aroma of vegetables pervaded the entire office, wafting through the ajar door to the noses of passers-by. By the time the meal concluded, even the patients had caught a whiff of the delightful fragrance. Unbeknownst to Song Tan, Dr. Zhang was experiencing a dramatic upheaval in his life. All she knew was that since that afternoon, her phone had been inundated with friend requests, each more peculiar than the last. Some were from individuals identifying themselves as Secretary Wang, inquiring, "Hello, I am Secretary Wang. May I ask if you are Miss Song, the seller of wild vegetables?" Others were from a person labeled as Bed 46. A segment of the friend requests that Song received bore the prefix Provincial People's Hospital, presumably colleagues of Dr. Zhang Yuan. However, presently engrossed in her work, Song lacked the leisure for contemplation, opting instead to assimilate these individuals into her produce sales group. An initial silence pervaded the group. Subsequently, the individual who identified himself as Secretary Wang emitted 3 question marks, only to swiftly retract them, evincing the most conspicuous consumption potential. He promptly inquired, "Greetings, is there any more of the high-caliber wild vegetables that were provided to Dr. Zhang? I require 50 gene." This utterance elicited a barrage of responses from the Andes within the group. "Oh, young man, one ought not to be so avaricious. We dare only purchase 10 gene of wild vegetables. The wild vegetables are no longer available. Only the Chinese milk vetch remains. This item is delectable when stir-fried, though somewhat inferior for stuffing buns. Should you desire to purchase some, a pound or 2 would suffice for a single individual. 50 gene is excessive. Rest assured, the proprietor has indicated an ample supply of Chinese milk vetch. There is no need to vie for it." The majority of the Andes missives were lengthy voice recordings, which Secretary Wang of the provincial government office patiently attended to one by one. The more he listened, the more peculiar he found the situation. Did the produce vendor genuinely disregard him? Had he not beseeched Dr. Zhang to introduce them? Why, then, was the other party so aloof? This momentary lapse in attention resulted in his belated discovery that the group had commenced sharing novel recipes for shepherd's purse dumplings and porcelain buns, followed by an auntie posting a photograph of chili-infused Chinese milk vetch stir-fried with twice-cooked pork. Verily, it was a bona fide produce sales group. He, Wang Qing, the secretary of the provincial committee, is now poised to join this group to secure vegetables? Secretary Wang reminisced about the meal he had in the hospital cafeteria at noon, drifting into a haze. In truth, if it all tasted the same, joining the group and queuing would not be a problem, considering the leader's enthusiastic praise and incessant reminders. Secretary Wang gritted his teeth and declared, "Boss, I would like 10 gene of purple cloud beans. Please expedite the shipment." Thank heavens, now that money was involved. The boss finally appeared. 10 gene? Do you need it today? Secretary Wang rejoiced. Yes, today. The sooner, the better. Song Tan was quite pleased with this new big client. Very well, I shall go pick them shortly and ship them this afternoon. However, the shipping fee will be at your own expense. After a moment's thought, she couldn't help but ask, "You are all colleagues of Dr. Zhang, right?" Dr. Zhang is truly generous. That 20 yuan worth of wild vegetables is quite a bargain. Indeed, the group responded in unison. The number of participants has now reached 61. Secretary Wang remained silent, and no one seemed to care. Song Tan glanced at the shipping list, unable to discern the status of this particular family compound, and promptly dismissed the matter from her mind. Meanwhile, old Li's cow had officially stepped into the field, feasting on the lush purple cloud beans to the point it could hardly lift its head. Were it not for old Li's firm grip on the reins, the old cow would have wished to sleep in the field at night. After all, being enveloped in the gentle aura from all directions felt simply delightful. Meanwhile, Xiao was busy picking vegetables, while Song Tan captured a video infused with the essence of pastoral life, featuring the old cow and old Li. At this point, although the purple vetch has yet to bloom, she has gathered enough material for her first video. The 5 or 6 plots of purple vetch, sold through individual transactions, proved to be both laborious and inefficient. Furthermore, while Song Tan desired to earn money, she also cherished the joy of others savoring her produce. Thus, she had long contemplated venturing into online sales. Initially, she intended to wait for the purple vetch to flower, capturing a beautiful video that would propel her to fame. However, the purple vetch is only delectable in its tender sprout stage. Once it blossoms, it becomes less palatable. Consequently, she resorted to editing together footage of herself foraging for wild vegetables, preparing them, and capturing scenes from the market to warm up her audience. In today's fast-paced world, where stress is pervasive, the appeal of pastoral videos is ever-growing. Although Song Tan's video was shot on her phone with a simple filter and composition, its charm lay in the authenticity of her family's agricultural labor. The freshness of the wild vegetables and the tenderness of the purple vetch seemed to leap from the screen. She paired the visuals with music, then added the link to her newly created Taobao store, titling it straightforwardly, awaiting the nameless wildflower of childhood memories, purple vetch. Below, in smaller print, she noted, fresh and crisp purple vetch sprouts are about to hit the market, with nationwide free shipping during the promotional period. Live harvesting available. Offering nationwide free shipping was the utmost she could manage. Thus, the price remained unchanged at 20 yuan per gene. The first video directly included the sales link. And across the entire internet, Song Tan found herself the sole contender. Her intentions to make money were glaringly apparent, yet she remained uncertain if anyone would make a purchase. Nonetheless, she understood that she must gradually navigate her path forward. The prime tenderness of crown vetch lasts only about 10 to 15 days. Let's sell as much as we can. If we can't sell it all, we'll just plow it into the soil as green manure, which is still useful. After all, our initial intention was to use crown vetch as green manure anyway. Selling vegetables is just a supplementary endeavor. This wave exemplifies staying true to our original aspiration. As for whether there will be buyers online, we'll see. Song Tan is confident that as long as someone tries purchasing, she will definitely retain them as a returning customer. This is the greatest advantage. 42. A patient's inquiry in AI hospital, Beijing. Lu Jing, clad in a soft white cashmere sweater, breezed into the inpatient department. Unlike her usual pensive demeanor, today her complexion was rosy, her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and she appeared radiant, positively beaming. Even her voice seemed a pitch higher than usual. Chuan, let's have dumplings for lunch. Lu Chuan put away his tablet and looked up at her. What's got you so cheerful? Lu Jing opened the insulated bag she was carrying on the table, turned back to smile at him, and said, Am I? Lu Chuan, if you didn't have that smile plastered all over your face, it wouldn't be so obvious. Did something unfortunate happen to Zhou Yongji? Upon reflection, the only thing that could make his mother so elated at this time would probably be something unfortunate befalling her ex-husband. Lu Jing had already taken out 2 large insulated containers, and while opening the lids, she chided him. What are you talking about? He's still your father. Even if you hope for his misfortune, what does it have to do with me? How unlucky. Then why are you so inexplicably happy? Lu Chuan simply stopped asking. At that moment, Lu Jing handed him a hefty thermal container, a remarkably large box filled to the brim with dumplings, numbering at least 30 to 50. Beside it, a small compartment held a modest amount of vinegar. The enticing aroma of the dumplings mingled with the sharp tang of the vinegar, causing Lu Chuan to involuntarily swallow. His previously dormant appetite suddenly stirred. So many dumplings? Mom, let us share. He trailed off, noticing that Lu Jing was also seated by the hospital bed, opening a similar thermal container filled with dumplings. Perhaps just a few less than his own. Mom, Lu Chuan hesitated. Aren't there too many dumplings? Yet, no one answered him. Lu Jing, unable to contain her eagerness, swiftly grabbed a plump dumpling and stuffed it into her mouth. After voraciously devouring 3 in quick succession, she remembered her ailing son and glanced at him, casually urging, Hurry up and eat. Lu Chuan paused for a moment, then picked up his chopsticks. Having spent a considerable time in the hospital, his appetite had waned. But the alluring fragrance of the dumplings now awakened his senses, causing his stomach to rumble. As a dumpling entered his mouth, the indescribable blend of savory and meaty flavors exploded, accompanied by the succulent juices flooding his palate. Slowly, he chewed and swallowed the dumpling, not lifting his gaze as he reached for another. This silent culinary gathering continued until the half-open door of the ward was suddenly knocked upon. Standing outside was a middle-aged man, also clad in a patient-esque gown, with neatly cropped hair and dark skin. Under his arm rested a cane, and one of his legs was tightly bandaged. Leaning on the cane, his initially solemn expression suddenly turned awkward, and he offered a shy smile. Cough. Well, what are you all eating? Lu Chuan met his gaze, and having never encountered such a situation in his life, he found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Beside him, Lu Jing let out a soft chuckle. The man standing outside had a flushed face, making him appear even more embarrassed. She quickly composed herself, saying, "I'm sorry, we're having dumplings, with shepherd's purse and pork filling." As she drew closer, she noticed the man's throat bob as he swallowed, and his ears turned even redder. "May I ask where you purchased them?" Upon seeing Lu Jing remain silent, he hurriedly clarified, "I'm in the opposite ward." The aroma was simply irresistible. It became more and more enticing, and I couldn't help myself. "I apologize." Considering that a man in his 40s or 50s was embarrassedly coming over to inquire about dumplings, it was indeed a rather humiliating situation. He turned to leave, eager to escape the mortifying atmosphere of the hospital room. However, observing his demeanor, Lu Jing felt a twinge of embarrassment herself. The dumplings were undeniably delicious. She had overindulged the night before, and now, with someone asking about them, how could she laugh at him? Thus, she called out, "If you don't mind, I have some extra. If you bring a bowl, I can serve you some." The man, limping on one leg, hurried back to fetch a bowl. Though he claimed to feel embarrassed, it was evident that he was eager to partake in the delectable meal. As Lu Chuan observed her remove half of the dumplings from her lunchbox, he restrained himself momentarily, but ultimately could not hold back. "I can manage to eat." Lu Jing shot him a playful glance. "I can manage as well. However, my stomach ached painfully last night from overeating, and yet here I am, foolishly preparing so many again for lunch." She endeavored to conceal her reluctance, adopting an indifferent demeanor. "It just so happens that someone enjoys eating. This will help me regulate my appetite. By the way, Chuan, do set aside a few from your bowl as well. When I was making the dumplings, I only thought of ensuring you had enough to eat, forgetting that you have not had much of an appetite lately. Don't overstrain your stomach." With that, she unceremoniously took his lunchbox from his hands, sighing, "Do you think I've been in the capital for too long? Why does this hometown's shepherd's purse taste so exquisite to me?" "Hometown?" Lu Chuan expressed his surprise. "Yes," Lu Jing replied, gazing at him. "Didn't you leave our home address for that little girl? Last night, Fo Feng Express delivered 10 pounds of wild vegetables from Ning province, most of which were shepherd's purse. Upon seeing how fresh and tender they were, I hastily bought some meat to make dumplings. I had initially planned to cook 10 dumplings just to sample the flavor as a midnight snack, but one pot led to another, and I ended up consuming 30, along with 2 digestive tablets, before finally drifting off to sleep in the early hours. However, I do prefer not to divulge the details to the children. It would be rather embarrassing. Yet, this revelation was more than enough to astonish Lu Chuan. He reminisced about the day he had sent a message, after which there was an utter silence on WeChat, and he couldn't help but chuckle. This girl truly spoke no empty words when she said she would send wild vegetables. She did. Her straightforwardness relieved Lu Chuan, who had been apprehensive that she might come demanding gratitude or some form of repayment. Consequently, he let go of his inner resistance. As he savored the remaining dumplings with lingering affection, he felt increasingly that the address provided was indeed worthwhile. At that moment, the patient across the hall knocked on the door, and the bashful man shyly offered a lunchbox, nearly making Lu Jing burst into laughter. She stifled her amusement and began to fill the box with dumplings. The man at the door, both embarrassed and flustered, had his stomach audibly grumble, prompting both mother and child in the ward to glance over. The middle-aged man, deciding to embrace the situation, exclaimed, "Did you make these dumplings yourselves? Which market did you get the meat from? They taste exquisite. Just the aroma makes my mouth water." Lu Jing returned the lunchbox, saying, "Yes. The meat is from the supermarket, black pork, but the shepherd's purse was sent by a young girl from the countryside." She smiled shyly, clearly indicating that she had no intention of providing contact details for the ingredients. The man across the way paused, then recalled something and hurriedly retrieved 2 bags of fruit from the floor by the door. I truly feel embarrassed." "Thank you," he said, placing the fruit at the door before swiftly retreating into his own room with the aid of his cane, leaving no opportunity for a refusal. What could possibly be so special about these vegetables? As the day grew brighter and the temperature gradually rose, the intrigue deepened. The peach and cherry trees at the entrance have begun to bud, and a gentle hue of green envelopes the village as the morning mist lingers, creating an enchanting scene. Last night, Song Tan edited and shared her video, refreshing it over 100 times without garnering many views. Her pursuit of immortality lacked professionalism, at the very least. She had yet to cultivate a serene mindset. The sight of such paltry view counts irked her, ultimately transforming her frustration into motivation, prompting her to head to the fields to gather purple cloud peas. After all, selling vegetables was not a concern. A daily trip could reliably yield 1 to 2,000 yuan. However, today, only she and Xiao were picking. Grandma Wang Lifeng wrapped a plastic raincloth around her waist, secured a basket to it, and then, donning her straw hat, asked, Tan, I'm going to pick tea. Will you be able to manage the vegetables? After a moment's thought, she added, perhaps I should just stay. They've hired 4 people for tea picking on the mountain, so my absence wouldn't matter. Wulan hurriedly replied, it's fine, Mom. I'm here to help. You go and pick tea. It's just right that there are others around to prevent any idleness. In truth, they were all villagers, and Wulan had hired diligent workers. Everyone, if only for the sake of face, would not slack off. Nevertheless, upon hearing this reasoning, Wang Lifeng quickly ascended the mountain. Just as Song Tan returned with the harvested purple cloud peas, along with Xiao, the 3 of them busily tidied up. Upon hearing the discussion, she hesitated, considering that standing in the fields all day to pick tea was quite taxing. It might be better to have her grandmother assist with the vegetable preparations at home. Wulan shook her head, remarking that working at home was hardly any easier. However, she had to pay. Her grandparents would tolerate it for a day or 2, but over time, her uncle would surely grow discontented. The elderly care expenses were to be shared by both families, so why should the elderly only assist the youngest son? This was not merely a matter of pettiness. In every situation, it is not scarcity that troubles us, but inequality. The harmony among family members today is largely due to their careful attention to this matter. When it came to tea picking in the mountains, the circumstances changed entirely. Hiring someone cost 150 a day, and her grandmother was willing to take on the task. Although she claimed her age limited her ability to pick much, after some persuasion, she agreed to accept 100. Nevertheless, she accepted it nonetheless. Song Tin nodded, reflecting on how this mindset was altogether different from her own experience of farming during her cultivation. There were far too many emotions to consider. Wulan meticulously sorted the picked purple vetch and lamented about the wages. We only have that small tea garden, and usually, hiring 1 or 2 people suffices. Who could have anticipated that this year's tea would flourish so remarkably? Now, you insist on hiring a couple more hands. Consequently, with your grandmother included, the daily labor costs amount to 700 yuan. This year's tea is inexplicably thriving, resembling the densely packed tender shoots of the vetch in the fields, indicating high quality. However, upon calculating the expenses, with such bountiful tea, one person could certainly manage 4 pounds of raw tea in a day, and with your grandmother's help, we can assume 5 pounds of dry tea per day. Labor costs are 700, and we also have to factor in fertilizers and the need to hire someone for processing. All in all, if we don't manage to sell a pound for at least 300, we will undoubtedly incur losses. As Wulan contemplated her situation, a sense of unease washed over her. Our tea from the mountains is hardly renowned. Can we truly sell it at a high price? Song Tan, ever the reassuring daughter, promised her 100 times, Mom, rest assured, if all else fails, just look at the bounty of wild vegetables we have. Selling them for half a month could easily yield 20 to 30,000 yuan. Who else possesses such a talent besides me? Oh, my daughter and her tall tales. Wulan shot her a disapproving glance. Is that truly your skill? That is merely our land's fortune, yielding abundant crops. As she muttered under her breath, a blend of pride and a tinge of bitterness surfaced. We have toiled in the fields for decades, and yet you, with no experience, suddenly seemed to surpass us while neatly stacking the bundles of purple vetch into plastic storage bins. She reminded her daughter, remember to reserve 2 or 3 pounds of purple vetch for your uncle and aunt. Last time, you promised to deliver wild vegetables, but you were too busy the next day, and now the vegetables have aged. You've been selling vegetables for over a month. It would be inappropriate not to send something this time. Song Tin nodded. Understood, I won't forget this time. Upon their next visit to the market, they found even more eager aunties waiting by the roadside. Everyone was willing to lend a hand in carrying the baskets just to secure the fresh produce. Xiao, familiar with the process, deftly pulled out the QR code and pinned it to her chest, ready with plastic bags in hand. Lately, she had been doing exceptionally well. The aunties preferred her to collect their vegetables. Xiao was in high spirits, brimming with enthusiasm. Dear girl, one of the aunties remarked, those from out of town are taking orders and delivering. Why shouldn't we do the same here? I can message you on WeChat, and once you arrive, you can simply pick up your vegetables. It's that simple. Song Tan smiled, revealing a charming dimple, both obedient and sweet. Auntie, what about the shipping costs? It's quite a bit for each delivery, you know. Moreover, those from out of town cannot savor such delightful goods like ours. Unlike you, Auntie, who has an eye for treasure and recognizes it at a glance. Oh my, this little girl certainly knows how to speak. The aunties, feeling quite pleased, took out their money and left contentedly with several bundles of vegetables. The truth, however, was not solely about the shipping fees. Rather, the process of pre-ordering and payment was rather cumbersome, leaving ample room for mistakes. Presently, the volume was still modest, and there was merely one crop available, making the development of a small application for it seem unjustifiable. Song Tan was busy enough at home each day, without the need for such complexity. In the lively atmosphere of the market, the locals had grown accustomed to this sight, a girl accompanied by her simple-minded brother, arriving daily in a pickup truck to sell vegetables at a premium price, yet they sold remarkably fast. The market-goers had observed this for quite some time. Not only were the nearby vendors inquiring, but even the customers couldn't help but join in the curiosity. Sister, do you all engage in group purchases here every day? Not at all, the auntie replied assertively. She hardly understood how to navigate the so-called group buying on a mobile phone. Having always shopped at the market for her vegetables, this girl's produce is excellent. We simply watch the group to see when she arrives and wait in advance. Glancing back at the vegetable stall, she noted, only 2 baskets left? At this rate, they will likely be sold out in half an hour. Even though everyone is well aware of the situation, one cannot help but be astonished by the efficiency observed here. This is not the bustling morning market, but rather a time in the late morning, around 9 or 10 o'clock. At this hour, is it truly possible to sell such tender leafy greens with such speed? What makes these vegetables so exceptional? Even if one spends 20 yuan, a family needs to consume at least 100 yuan worth in a day. The neighboring vendor has long been unable to contain his curiosity, pondering whether such extravagant consumption is truly necessary. And then there is the lady who watches coldly. Coming here every day, she must be quite wealthy, spending no less than 100 or 80 yuan each time. The riverside market has been in existence for over a decade or two. Generally speaking, the vendors and stalls remain relatively constant. Occasionally, farmers might bring their homegrown fruits for sale, but that is seasonal and short-lived. However, there is one peculiar newcomer among the vegetable sellers, Song Tan, who stands out for her oddity. Firstly, there are not many young women selling vegetables here. Secondly, this young woman is quite beautiful and accompanied by an equally attractive but simple-minded younger brother, effortlessly evoking sympathy while also drawing attention. Lastly, the prices of her vegetables are surprisingly high. At first, the other vendors scoffed, thinking that merely having a simple-minded brother would not attract customers. This market is filled with canny middle-aged women who scrutinize every penny. Beauty and a sob story might allure customers elsewhere, but here, the ladies would not spare an extra dime. However, as time passed, they observed how this simple boy, initially slow and clumsy in his movements, has gradually become more adept and efficient in his counting. Goodness, you are here training your younger brother. Then there is the price of vegetables. 20 yuan per jean for wild greens. The vendor scoffed, thinking that you are merely selling freshness. However, as the weather warmed, the prices of vegetables plummeted. Yet she continued to sell her greens for 20 yuan per jean. The vendor sneered. Are you perhaps in cahoots? Eventually, even the purple veg from fertile fields was being sold at the same price, and still, throngs of people clamored for it. The vendor was at a loss. How could it be that after selling vegetables for over a decade, he had not grasped the ebb and flow of the market? After enduring in silence for so long, he finally voiced his confusion. To his surprise, the woman he questioned was equally despondent. Who could argue otherwise? The prices are so exorbitant that every time I spend money, it feels like a knife to the heart. Then why do you buy so much? The vendor stared at the fresh, tender purple veg in her basket, perplexed. Unexpectedly, the woman's demeanor brightened. You don't understand. Consuming more vegetables is beneficial to one's health. My family consumes several additional jean of this vegetable daily, which aids digestion and enhances our well-being. We sleep soundly at night. My daughter's acne has diminished significantly. This expenditure is worthwhile. Moreover, the taste of these vegetables is exquisite, be it in a cold dish, stir-fried, or hot pot. They are delicious in every form. Missing just one meal sends me into a frenzy. Onlookers murmured. What you are purchasing is not merely vegetables. It resembles a health supplement or a digestive aid. Perhaps even melatonin? Are you not exaggerating? Yet the woman, sensing their disbelief, became even more obstinate. Do not doubt. After decades of purchasing vegetables, how could we not know what is good? As you observe the young lady selling vegetables, it is evident that her transactions are not based on honesty. The onlookers are hardly naive. If one remains skeptical, they may wish to spend 20 yuan and experience the reality for themselves. An aunt, carrying a basket of vegetables, stormed away in a huff, only to spot tomatoes being sold by another vendor 2 stalls down. She stepped forward and inquired, "How much are these?" The vendor hesitated momentarily, responding, 8 yuan. The aunt's brows furrowed instantly. Really? I've been purchasing vegetables in this area for decades, and you dare to deceive me. Just yesterday, I bought these tomatoes for only 4 yuan. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Not far off, another vendor approached cautiously, asking, "Brother, why have you raised your prices?" The vendor lamented, "I was under the impression that she spent hundreds on wild vegetables daily, thinking she was a wealthy patron who preferred the expensive options." While they wallowed in their grievances, they turned to find the beautiful young lady, accompanied by her naive brother, preparing to close up shop. The neighboring vendor hurried over, asking, "Excuse me, do you have any vegetables left? I would like to purchase a pound." Song Tin paused for a moment before directing her brother, Xiao, please fetch a bundle from the car." With a smile, she added, "Uncle, I apologize for any disruption caused while selling next to your stall these past few days. Today I've sold out, but I would like to take a pound for my relatives." The vendor's demeanor improved, and he waved his hand, chuckling, "The market is not solely mine. Our offerings differ. So there is no need for concern. These vegetables must be paid for. I refuse to take them without payment." Before the words had left her lips, Xiao proudly puffed out her chest, revealing the QR code emblazoned on her sweatshirt. The vegetable vendor, taken aback, glanced at the cheerful young girl and reluctantly scanned the code to make the payment, his irritation evident as he turned away with the produce in hand. Song Tan, well acquainted with the routine, effortlessly produced 5 yuan. "Good girl, go buy your Peppa Pig stickers." Xiao, her cheeks adorned with a cluster of stickers, joyfully trotted alongside Song Tan, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Sister, their building is so tall. What do they sell?" "Flowers. Where is Uncle?" Observing Xiao's carefree demeanor, Song Tan's expression softened. "It won't be long now. Do you see that blue sign ahead? Can you read it?" Xiao followed her, struggling to count on her fingers. Big. 5, metal, She turned her clear, bright eyes toward Song Tan. "I finished reading it." Song Tan sighed, reflecting on Xiao's state. She could comprehend, count, and recognize money, occasionally even tell time. She was obedient and understanding, rarely throwing tantrums. Yet, when it came to a structured education, she resembled a preschooler, unable to fully recognize characters, facing challenges when venturing out. And it was impossible to allow her to navigate the city alone for school. However, this thought quickly flitted through her mind, replaced by a smile. "Xiao, you are remarkable. That is the Dafeng hardware store. Our uncle's name is Song Dafeng, remember that. 20 years ago, Uncle Song, accompanied by his wife, labored at a construction site in the city. Through various encounters, and with some savings, he eventually acquired a shop in the building market. This establishment became the cornerstone of his family's wealth over the years. 2 decades have passed since then. Although the market has not been particularly favorable in the last 2 years, his children have grown up, alleviating some of the pressure, allowing for a more relaxed lifestyle compared to previous years." As Song Tin reminisced about the past, she faintly recalled her aunt's fondness for gold. In her earlier years, whenever they returned to their hometown, her aunt would adorn herself with gold jewelry that sparkled from every visible part. This led the villagers to believe that Uncle Song had become prosperous. One day, her aunt took everyone to a shop that crafted jewelry, where a few 50-cent coins could be exchanged for a bracelet that resembled gold, gleaming and sturdy. It was only later that Song Tan learned that defacing currency was illegal. However, these memories flashed through her mind like a carousel, reigniting those earlier sentiments. Meanwhile, Xiao nodded obediently, saying, "I remember, Uncle's shop is called the hardware store." Song Tan chuckled, "Just call him Uncle. No need for anything else. Big Uncle." As Song Tan and Xiao approached, they spotted the silver-haired Song Dafeng sitting at the shop's entrance, his eyes fixed on his phone, intently calling out, Yes. Not good enough. Your play is simply superb." When Song Dafeng finally looked up and saw them, astonishment washed over his face. Tan, what brings you back?" "Once again," Jojo exclaimed. "Is Jojo here too?" Have you eaten yet? Hurry up. I've been waiting so long that the flowers are wilting. The loud voice from the phone echoed without hesitation. Song Dafu felt an immediate wave of embarrassment, flustered as he attempted to exit the game, only to be halted by Song Tan. It's all right, uncle, we're family. There's no rush. Finish this round first. After a brief moment of hesitation, the uncle cautiously played a card, and soon thereafter, he joyfully slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Well, would you look at that? You've managed to draw out the big boss." Curiously, Jojo leaned closer, and the two heads were soon pressed together, engrossed in the world of Do Di Zhu. Seizing this opportunity, Song Tan took a moment to survey the old hardware store. This shop had been acquired many years ago, and its decor was decidedly antiquated. The clientele consisted entirely of long-standing customers, allowing for a rather haphazard approach to organization. The shelves were cluttered with assorted hardware materials, and she believed that, apart from her uncle, no one else could accurately locate the items. Fortunately, it seemed that the adversary in this round of Do Di Zhu was rather inexperienced. And within mere minutes, the game concluded, leaving the landlord in tears. It was then that Song Dafu remembered, "Tan Tan, weren't you in Ningxing? What brings you back?" Song Tan smiled. "Uncle, I've resigned. This year, I'm helping out at home with the farming. My mother asked me to bring this purple vetch. I've been selling it at the Riverside Market, and I saved some for today." Jojo reluctantly diverted his gaze from the phone, puffed out his chest, and proudly displayed his QR code, 20 yuan a pound. Song Dafu was taken aback, glancing at the small basket of vegetables in his hand, estimating there were about 3 to 5 bunches 20 yuan a pound. The foolish child, can this truly be 20? This is merely purple clover. Who among us has not indulged in it during childhood? Even if combined, he finds the price too exorbitant. He picked up his phone, pretending to scan. "Oh dear child. Still unable to count? It's merely $2 a pound. Ha ha ha. Come, let uncle provide you with some money for vegetables." Song Tan was instantly embarrassed. While she felt awkward receiving money, if uncle truly paid $2 a pound, the ensuing embarrassment would likely fall upon both of them. At that moment, she forced a laugh and quickly pulled Xiao over. "Be good, we're not accepting money now." "Oh." Xiao blinked and then said, "I also want all the flowers to wither." Song Tan. It took her a moment to realize that she wanted to play the previous card game again, and thus she swiftly took out her phone and switched to a single-player game. As she watched Xiao sit on a small stool, engrossed in her tapping, Song Dafa couldn't help but reveal a hint of regret in his eyes. Look how well-behaved this child is, and how lovely she has grown. Her parents have taken good care of her, and these past few years have not been easy. Then, glancing at the small basket of purple clover, nostalgia welled up within him. "It has been years since I've tasted this. We only sought it when we were children, when it was scarce." Only then did he remember. "What did you just say? You've returned to farming?" Before Song Tan could respond, a voice interrupted. "Who has returned to farming?" It was Song Dafa's daughter-in-law, Sun Yinyan. Song Tan greeted her with a smile. "Sister-in-law." Sun Yinyan's eyes brightened. "Oh, Tan Tan has returned. Look at how Ningxing nurtures people. It has imbued you with such grace and beauty. You resemble a star. Who just mentioned returning to farming? Could it really be you?" "Ha. Song Tan nodded with a smile. "It's me." Sun Yinyan's laughter abruptly ceased. Song Tan was already accustomed to such reactions and calmly explained. "The work pressure in Ningxing is overwhelming. It's wearing me down. My parents are getting older, so I decided to come back to rest for a couple of years and spend some time with them." Whether this reason was acceptable to the other party was beyond her concern. Sun Yinyan gave an awkward smile. "That's fine too. As a young woman, you don't have a share in the family's assets back home, and with Xiao in this state, he can't manage the family's land. It's just as well that the land will be allocated to him, and you can help oversee it. It's not a bad deal." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao suddenly looked up and glared at her, retorting, "Xiao can farm by himself. Xiao doesn't need anyone to look after him. Xiao can grow corn to feed his sister." Humph. He was genuinely upset. Sun Yinyan's face showed even more amusement. "Oh my, listen to him. He sounds quite serious. Tan, when you find a partner, you must tell them not to treat Xiao poorly." Though her words seemed well-intentioned, they were displeasing. In Song Tan's memory, her sister-in-law's impressions were few, and she hadn't realized she was such a person. Song Tan was already tired of dealing with her. She nodded to the awkwardly silent Song Dafeng beside her. "Uncle, we still need to deliver some vegetables to Annie's house, so we'll be going now." She then patted Xiao's arm. "Let's go, sweetie." Xiao had already forgotten his earlier anger and handed the phone back. Why didn't he say, "I waited until the flowers withered"? Song Tin pondered that with such rapid card play, the computer could hardly keep pace, leaving no opportunity to voice her thoughts. However, before she could utter a word, Xiao seemed to recall something, turned back, and confidently declared, "Scan here. 20 yuan a pound." Song Tin nearly burst into laughter. If this were to be scanned, their uncle would be utterly embarrassed. Surely not. After all, Sun Yinyan was Sun Yinyan, and she remembered the kindness shown to her by their uncle. Thus, she hastily explained, "Uncle, Xiao is just joking. However, do indulge in these purple cloud peas while they are still fresh. They do lose their quality over time. I sell them at the riverside market, and indeed, they are 20 yuan per pound." Once the hardware store returned to its usual tranquility, Sun Yinyan retracted her head, as if she had made a significant discovery. "Dad, did you notice? Tan and the others drove here today. Could it be that Uncle bought this car himself? It doesn't look new. I hope it's not second-hand." Song Dafang's expression darkened. "You have said quite enough." As a father-in-law, he reprimanded his daughter-in-law for her inappropriate remarks. Yet, given that Tan had come to deliver vegetables today, why could she not speak kindly? Why must she choose those two sentences specifically? Of course, Song Dafang, as a traditional man, believed that rural matters were not for young women to concern themselves with, though he had never voiced such sentiments. Moreover, with his nephew's current predicament, his daughter-in-law's remarks would surely pierce both their hearts. Sun Yinyan pouted. Xiao has been foolish for over a decade. Why would she fear criticism? I'm merely trying to give them a gentle reminder. Tan is remarkably beautiful, and it would be wise for her to seek a partner from a well-off family. Making such intentions known in advance would spare her from the trials of selection. After her relative, Sun Yinyan, finished her murmuring, she remembered the matter at hand. "Dad, Mom asked you to bring home a jug of oil. I'll keep an eye on the store while you pick up the child." Her daughter, Song Zi, is currently in the kindergarten senior class, but since today is Saturday, she has gone to a nearby extracurricular class to learn chess. Song Dafang was overwhelmed with frustration. Raising children feels like an endless debt. Despite having raised both a son and a daughter, he and his wife, now of advanced age, have yet to enjoy the fruits of their labor. They not only have to support their son and his family of 3, but also cover their granddaughter's tuition, manage pickups and drop-offs, prepare meals, wash dishes, and do laundry. Moreover, his astute daughter-in-law never seems to contribute a cent, leaving him to procure even a barrel of oil. It truly feels like a lifetime of servitude. As he stood outside the extracurricular class with the oil can in hand, he finally spotted his granddaughter. The little girl, adorned with a large bow on her head, joyfully ran towards him, her voice bright and sweet. "Grandpa." In that instant, Song Dafang completely forgot his earlier grievances, feeling instead a profound sweetness. Upon returning to the family's shop located in a nearby community, he opened the door, and Maoli, who was busy cooking in the kitchen, hurriedly came out, simultaneously grumbling, "You old man, I asked you to buy a jug of oil, and you've only just returned. The pot is waiting." She then glanced at the small basket of fresh, vibrant vegetables he was carrying, her curiosity piqued. "What else have you bought?" Upon closer inspection, one might exclaim, "Ah, this purple cloud pea, it seems I haven't tasted it in decades. A simple stir-fry for lunch would be perfect." Song Dafang quickly interjected, "This morning, Tantian brought it over with Xiao, mentioning that she has been selling vegetables at the riverside market lately." "What?" Maoli was taken aback. "Selling vegetables? Isn't Tantian working in Ning province? Why has she returned to sell vegetables?" Sun Yinyan, having changed her shoes, squeezed in and cast a glance at the produce, remarking, "This isn't worth much. If it loses its freshness, it won't taste good. With so much of it, I doubt we could even give it away to the neighbors." Seeing the displeasure on Song Dafang's face deepen, Maoli understood that he was disapproving of his daughter-in-law's remarks. She quickly added, "What was sent over is merely a gesture of goodwill. We can stir-fry it for a fresh meal at noon." Song Dafang snorted coldly and took his granddaughter to watch television. Meanwhile, the two women, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, affectionately worked together to prepare the vegetables, engaging in casual conversation. "Mom, today Tantian drove over in a small, dilapidated pickup truck. She said she intends to stay in her hometown to farm. And this produce is what they had left after selling. Oh my, I truly did not expect that. She plans to stay in her hometown to farm? As a young woman, it would have been more respectable to continue working in Ning City. Now, what will she say to potential suitors?" Indeed, Sun Yinyan sighed dramatically. "You see, Tian has a foolish younger brother. With her marriage prospects already uncertain, returning to her hometown complicates things further. Who would want to marry a girl who farms? Alas, I had intended to introduce a young gentleman I recently met who possesses both a house and a car. His family is industrious, and I was planning to recommend him to her. After all, Tan is truly beautiful, and upon her return, she appears even more radiant. Her skin is as fair and luminous as snow. Youth is indeed a blessing, surpassing even the stars on television. Mao Li sighed in agreement. Indeed, your third uncle's 2 children are quite handsome. If you encounter someone suitable, you should certainly make the introduction. They are all relatives. In my opinion, their family has faced challenges as well. Look at your father, who, in his youth, was capable and ambitious, managing to build a modest fortune in our city. Now, at least they do not have to worry about basic sustenance. Your uncles, on the other hand, were bound to our hometown in their youth. They did not pay attention to family planning. Just look at Xiao, a splendid young man, yet rather foolish. They have labored throughout their lives, yet their vision is limited and their horizons narrow. They remain in the old hometown, and I suspect the little money they have wouldn't even suffice for a down payment. As the conversation flowed, the 2 women found themselves increasingly engrossed in discussion. Sun Yinyan pondered for a moment. How old is Xiao this year? 18, I believe. Mao Li was uncertain. Sun Yinyan mused for a brief moment. In my opinion, given Xiao's current situation, it is imperative to find him a bride without delay, with a wife to care for him. My uncle and his family could seek work elsewhere and earn some additional income, alleviating future concerns about retirement. After all, one cannot rely on someone like Xiao for support in old age. Indeed, Mao Li felt that this daughter-in-law spoke directly to her heart. I have mentioned before, we must ensure the continuation of our lineage, right? With such an admirable young man like Xiao, marrying a wife and perhaps having a grandson, who knows? That grandson might turn out just fine. While your third uncle and the others are still young, they can raise the grandson, and in the future, their family will have support. At that moment, Song Dafeng happened to be retrieving something from the refrigerator and cast them a disapproving glance. What nonsense are you speaking? Sansheng remains at home to help us care for our parents, sparing us countless troubles, yet you continue to scheme behind our backs. Sun Yinyan merely pursed her lips, refraining from retorting. However, mother-in-law Mao Li was displeased. What scheming? We only wish the best for him. With Xiao in this condition, if they do not have a grandson, what will happen when they grow old? You cannot expect to take care of our parents and also tend to your brothers. Song Dafeng shot her a glare. In Xiao's state, how can he marry a wife? Besides, what if the child is born with issues? How will they manage then? Mao Li was momentarily silenced. It was Sun Yinyan who quickly interjected. Nothing is so absolute. First, let him marry a wife to care for him. Just avoid those shrewd girls and find someone a bit simpler, more honest, someone who can build a life. Moreover, regarding childbirth, medical advancements are significant nowadays. Any potential issues during pregnancy can be detected early, and if there are problems, they can simply choose not to proceed. Dad, please do not be angry. My mother is only concerned for you. Grandfather and grandmother are back in the old home. Inevitably, we will have to invest both time and resources in the future. If the younger uncle's life is prosperous, we will also find ourselves more at ease. If he becomes a burden in his old age, then surely, Father, you would not stand by idly, would you? Isn't it that you fear the weight of responsibility upon yourself then? Song Dafeng paused momentarily, but ultimately said nothing, merely closing the refrigerator door with a thud before returning heavily to the living room. By midday, Song Shuahai, the working son, returned home, and the family quickly busied themselves with arranging the dishes for lunch. On the table lay a plate of vibrant green vegetables that seemed unfamiliar. Song Shuahai could not help but inquire, "What is this?" I know, exclaimed his granddaughter, Song Zi. Grandpa said it's from brother Xiao. Song Shuahai chuckled at her. I told you, you should call him uncle, not brother. However, his daughter paid him no mind, awkwardly extending her chopsticks forward. I want to eat the vegetables that brother Xiao brought. The fresh, tender greens, stir-fried with minced garlic, emitted an enticing aroma at the table. Song Zi eagerly took a bite, and, unable to contain herself, reached for her chopsticks again. The vegetables that brother Xiao brought are so delicious. The best in the world. You little one, you've only tasted a few things, Song Dafeng remarked, glancing at her, before also picking up a helping. The moment it touched his palate, the flavor seemed remarkably distinct. By the time the family came to their senses, The plate was already empty. Songzi stared blankly beside them and suddenly burst into tears. I want to eat more. I'm still hungry. Mali hurriedly began to clear the plates. Don't cry. Don't cry. Grandma will make more right away. There's plenty left. Sun Yinyan approached with lingering enthusiasm, saying, Mom, why not stir-fry the rest? It truly tastes delightful. After a moment's thought, she added, otherwise, when you go grocery shopping tomorrow, why not check out the market by the river? It wouldn't be fair not to support our own family's business. Aunt Song Hongmei's hardware store was quite displeasing. Xiao Xiao huffed as she got into the car. Song Tan chuckled as she tousled her hair. Dear, I too find them unsatisfactory. Let us make an effort to visit them less frequently. Feeling aggrieved, Xiao Xiao touched the QR code on her chest and lamented, they didn't pay me. Don't worry. Look at how delicious our vegetables are. After tasting them once, she will surely want to come back for more. Xiao Xiao, work a bit harder on selling, and let us not sell to her. This was not mere childish play. Song Tan genuinely believed that individuals like the sister-in-law would likely boast about having vegetables set aside for her. 20 yuan per jean. If it weren't for the need to support relatives, I wouldn't dream of spending such money. Moreover, considering how the uncles appeared today, it was evident they wouldn't believe the vegetables were worth 21 per jean. If she came back to buy them, it would be utterly embarrassing under the scrutiny of others. Oh, why did that thought bring a slight thrill? Song Tan chastised herself for her wavering heart, but Xiao Xiao was already beaming with joy. Yes. Let us not sell. We want tea, let her have any. Then, with her bright eyes fixed on her, she asked, are we heading home? Song Tan snapped back to reality. We need to deliver vegetables to uncle and aunt too. It must be fair. Xiao Xiao's brows furrowed even more. Aunt doesn't he deserve it? Not even a little. Turning her head to glance at the small basket of vegetables in the back seat, she found herself in a quandary. Should she give it to her aunt? Certainly, her aunt was a better option than the hardware store. In the 1980s, Song Tan's aunt, a village girl, married a city worker. What attracted her husband to her, beyond her beauty, was her remarkable domesticity. Her domestic skills were genuinely commendable, and her ability to manage the household was equally impressive. The couple, with one selling breakfast and the other working a job, managed to provide their only child with a spacious apartment in the heart of the city, a testament to their industriousness. Nevertheless, the elderly couple still resided in a dilapidated housing compound. The small pickup was precisely parked in a snug space within the compound, thus avoiding any potential fines from traffic officers. As Song Tan and her brother Xiao Xiao stepped out of the vehicle, they heard someone hesitantly inquire beside them. You are relatives of Hongmei, aren't you? Taken aback, Song Tan turned to see a few aunts, who seemed to have just returned from grocery shopping, similarly holding plastic bags filled with onions, garlic, and green vegetables. She nodded. Yes, my aunt's name is Song Hongmei. We grow some vegetables back home, and I brought a few for my brother to deliver to her, to enjoy something fresh. Upon hearing this, the aunts broke into smiles. When you came back for the new year, I remembered thinking, whose children are they? How come both siblings are so good-looking? It wasn't long before they learned that they were relatives of Hongmei. The housing compound held no secrets. Everyone knew about Hongmei's handsome, albeit somewhat simple-minded, nephew. Although Xiao Xiao appeared to be an adult, his gaze was distinctly youthful, accentuated by a pink Peppa Pig sticker adorning his face. Then, noticing the contents of the basket, one exclaimed, oh my, what vegetables are these? How refreshing. Hongmei is truly fortunate to have such beautiful nieces and nephews. My dear girl, are you seeing anyone? Song Tan. After exchanging polite remarks for a few rounds, she finally managed to extricate herself from the overly enthusiastic aunts. As she approached the building entrance, she could still hear their murmurs. Hongmei's nieces and nephews are indeed good-looking. They must also be capable of making a living. Just look at how she brought a basket of vegetables when visiting her aunt. What are you saying? One cannot be impoverished by food or clothing, nor can one calculate one's life into poverty. Hongmei may be a bit frugal, but she is a good person. She is well worth her weight. Song Tan couldn't help but chuckle as she walked down the corridor. It seems her aunt's reputation for being stingy is well known to all. Her elder aunt, Song Hongmei, had indeed just returned from the market. She operates a small crepe stall near the housing complex, having sold crepes for 20 years. While not exactly famous, it could be said that the locals have grown accustomed to her fare. Every day, her stall closes at 10, and she meticulously tidies up before heading to the market at 11. Her time management is impeccable. Most importantly, by 11, the market is usually winding down, with remaining vegetables either discounted or not particularly fresh. During this window, her aunt can sweep through like a whirlwind, striving to drive the prices down to the bare minimum. If she cannot negotiate a better price, she simply will not buy. The fact that she no longer scavenges for wilted greens is the last luxury and dignity she allows herself. Now, at 11:30, while some families may already be cooking, her aunt's household certainly is not. Song Tin knocked on the door. 2 years remain until my great-uncle's retirement, and his son is also employed. When my great-aunt opened the door, she appeared quite astonished. Tan Tan, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be at work? Oh dear, please don't take leave. It would severely impact your wages. Turning to greet Xiao, she remarked, my nephew has become even more handsome. Come in, let me get you some cookies. Indeed, she fetched 2 packets of Wang snow cakes, one for each sibling. Song Tan couldn't help but laugh at the earnestness of her great-aunt's gesture. Xiao adeptly began to open a packet while cheerfully exclaiming, Great-aunt, I've brought you some vegetables. Upon seeing the small basket containing 5 bunches of purple vetch, her great-aunt showed no disdain, but was instead utterly delighted. Oh my, these vegetables are so fresh. We shall have some for lunch. There's no need to fry them just yet. We can have them for dinner tonight, and for lunch and dinner tomorrow, and even for 2 meals the day after. That saves us quite a bit on greens. I shall simply prepare some meat on the side. Overjoyed, she swiftly began making arrangements. Once she had finished, she suddenly remembered. Tan Tan, are you staying for lunch? If so, I'll fry up these vegetables. Song Tan quickly reassured her great-aunt. No, thank you, aunt. My mother is waiting at home. I just wanted to ask if you know where I might find ducklings for sale. I am planning to raise some ducks back in my hometown. Song Hongmei pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, I do know a place. Just wait a moment. It's not far, and I will take you there. But aunt, aren't you still preparing the meal? Not to worry. It's truly close by. I'll accompany you. You young folks never bargain when purchasing. I will negotiate the price for you. With that, she swiftly changed her shoes, grabbed her keys, and was ready to head out in a flurry of excitement. Song Tan. Indeed, it was a matter of mere moments. Jojo had scarcely finished a piece of snow cake. However, aunt did not speak falsely. It was truly not far. Exiting the family compound and turning into an inner alley, passing through an iron gate that appeared to be locked, but was not, and then slipping into a narrow lane, they ultimately arrived at a dilapidated old courtyard. Aunt knocked on the door of one of the houses. Old Zhang, do you still have any ducklings? I don't sell at wholesale outside the school gate. These are not pet ducks. A man's voice called out from within. Aunt was already growing impatient. When have I ever brought someone to buy pet ducks? Hurry up, I've brought relatives to purchase. So finalize your prices without wasting my time with arbitrary figures. I need to return home to prepare dinner soon. The man opened the door, looking aggrieved. Sister, sometimes I wish you wouldn't buy. Song Hongmei was quite dissatisfied. You, in business, do not wish for customers? Old Zhang was equally displeased. My dear elder sister, every time you bring someone, you always haggle. Where's my profit in that? Every merchant lamented similarly. Song Hongmei herself hardly made a profit selling eggs and pancakes. She was not inclined to believe it. Thus, she turned to Song Tan and remarked, do not be deceived by the dilapidation here. In truth, this entire area belongs to him. Otherwise, how could one sell chickens and ducks in such a rundown old district without demolishing it? They have long since come knocking. Thankfully, this place was nestled within the gaps of several family compounds, not detracting from the city's appearance. Otherwise, this clandestine business would have long since ceased. Song Hongmei had resided in the family compound for over 2 decades, her understanding quite astute. Tantan, do not be misled by his empty promises. Those ducks are all hatched by him at home, costing next to nothing, I assure you. Last year, they were merely 4 yuan each. Do not let yourself be taken advantage of. Old Zhang's expression shifted dramatically. Sister, are you deliberately undermining me? Last year's price is irrelevant. What hasn't increased in price this year? I cannot sell them for 4 yuan. Yet, Song Hongmei turned on her heel and departed. You all carry on. I must hurry home to prepare dinner. With that, she strode away, leaving the remaining 3 exchanging glances. Xiao then echoed, 4 yuan each? Old Zhang firmly resisted. No. The lowest I can go is 4 yuan and 50 cents. Otherwise, seek your purchases elsewhere. Song Tan nearly burst into laughter. She had previously inquired about prices and found none lower than 5 yuan. It seemed 4 yuan was indeed scraping the bottom of the barrel. Very well. For 50 it is. Let us take a look. Old Zhang, brimming with confidence in his ducks, led the 2 through the front room, turning into the backyard. and then entering another room before reaching the true hidden sanctuary. A half-constructed sunshade loomed above, and the unmistakable odor of duck droppings wafted through the air. However, upon entering, a flurry of fluffy yellow ducklings waddled toward them, their little bottoms swaying joyfully. The scene was utterly delightful. Xiao found herself unable to move, squatting down to gaze eagerly at Song Tan. Old Zhang, standing nearby, elaborated, "Have you raised ducks before? How many do you desire? These are flowered ducks. They possess excellent meat quality and grow quickly. Look at them, each one robust and vigorous. Bringing them home guarantees lively productivity." This thought crossed Song Tan's mind. They arrived unexpectedly, and the owner had made no prior arrangements. Nevertheless, upon closer inspection, the little ducklings appeared lively and indeed quite strong. Priced at $4.50 each, it was undeniably a bargain. She contemplated the pond in the bamboo grove back home, envisioning the ducks grazing in the rice fields and roaming freely on the hillsides. The space was ample. "Let's start with 100, she decided. 100? This time, it was old Zhang's turn to be astonished. "I thought you were merely raising a few for your household. Do you truly require that many?" Noticing the expression on Song Tan's face and recalling that she was associated with Song Hongmei, he grew cautious. "I must inform you, whether you buy 1,000 or just a few, the price remains the same, not a cent less than $4.50. Song Hongmei was quite tenacious, exceedingly so. If she could not negotiate a satisfactory price, she would return daily to haggle. Selling ducks was not like selling vegetables. It took a substantial amount of time for a batch of ducklings to hatch and mature, and her perseverance was relentless. Old Zhang, unable to withstand the pressure, finally divulged his bottom line. Song Tan found the situation amusing. "All right, that is a considerable quantity. Your ducks look splendid. I shall return to purchase more next year." Her candor made old Zhang somewhat bashful. "Ah, it's all Sister Song's fault. She haggles for so long that I grow apprehensive." Yet, as he turned to count his ducklings, which were hatched in batches, he realized he had only about 120 or so in his yard. After pondering for a moment, he proposed, "How about you purchase 120, and I will gift you the remaining few? Though most are robust, a few are inevitably weaker, which would diminish their value. Rather than keep them here to be picked over and potentially unsold, it's better to sell them all at once." He was also concerned that Song might not recognize their worth. "I must inform you that nearly half of this batch are male ducks. Male ducks are more nourishing than females and typically fetch a higher price, but I'm offering them to you all at the same rate. Chickens and ducks differ. Hens are more economically valuable, while male ducks are considered more nourishing. Moreover, aside from salted duck eggs, there are few other palatable ways to prepare duck eggs, further reducing their economic value." Old Zhang's words were sincere. Song considered that buying 100 wouldn't make much difference, so she readily agreed. All right. Over 100 ducks were loaded into the truck bed. By then, it was noon, too late to return home for lunch. Fortunately, Song had anticipated this. She turned to and said, "Come, what would you like to eat? I'll take you." Pondered deeply. What does Peppa eat? What does Peppa eat? Song wasn't sure. Perhaps pig feed. She thought for a moment. Let's go get fried chicken, fries, red bean pie, and hamburgers. Not because they were particularly delicious, but for the toys they came with and to introduce, who had never tried them, to a different flavor. There were still ducklings in the truck, so they took everything to go. As unwrapped her toy, she was surprised to find a small, yellow duckling inside. Its wings flapped up and down, which was quite amusing. "Duckling," he exclaimed in surprise, then took a bite, sinking his teeth into the roasted chicken leg. As he chewed, his expression became rather peculiar. Song Tan glanced at him and inquired, "Is it delicious?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao, with a conflicted look, replied, "It's not as tasty as the vegetables." But he faltered, unable to articulate further. "But it's still quite novel, isn't it?" Song Tan suggested. "Yes." Xiao nodded emphatically before taking another bite. "Oh." The poor child, Song Tan thought to herself, pondering that she should take him to the children's amusement park a few times. Unbeknownst to Xiao, a myriad of delightful treats and enjoyable experiences awaited him in the future. For now, he simply nodded in satisfaction, one hand clutching a chicken wing and the other a small duckling. "Sister, can I have this again next time?" Song Tan felt a pang of sympathy for him. "How about we indulge in it once every 2 weeks? Is that agreeable?" "How long is 2 weeks?" Xiao blinked and, after a moment of bewilderment, nodded. He then rummaged through his bag and retrieved half a pack of snow cakes. "Can I take this home for to buy?" "Of course," she replied. "I have another pack in my pocket. We must invite Dubbai to share the little duckling later. Make sure to feed it plenty of tasty treats. Dubbai with the duckling? Xiao Xiao instinctively turned to glance at the back of the car, and after a pause, he frowned. Will Dubbai be very fierce with the duckling? Not at all. Song Tan reassured him. The duckling will grow to be just as big as Dubbai. They won't fit in one pot. Ah, she mused, envisioning dishes like winter melon and old duck soup, sour bamboo shoots with old duck soup. Roasted duck, her mouth watered profusely. However, Xiao Xiao grimaced. Dubbai can't be stewed. That's not allowed. This illustrates the drawbacks of raising animals for an extended period. Once emotions are invested, it becomes impossible to part with them. Song Tan sighed. We won't stew Dubbai. When we eat duck, you mustn't play with the duck. The car glided smoothly along the road, taking over an hour to travel from the city to his hometown. Xiao Xiao had already consumed all the food he ordered for lunch, particularly relishing the egg tarts, red bean pies, and fried chicken wings. At this moment, he was engrossed in playing with his little duck toy that flapped its wings with a delightful sound. As he grew older, his family often unconsciously treated him as an adult. Nevertheless, his heart remained anchored in the innocence of 5 or 6 years old. Although his family still spoke to him in a tone meant for children, the toys, as the village children gradually matured and departed, had not graced his life for many years. His only source of joy was watching animated shows. Had Song Tan not undergone this transformation, he would likely have spent his life rooted in the mountain village, naively watching his cartoons until his parents aged. Perhaps he would eventually learn to prepare simple dishes. But Song Tan, observing him, could not help but desire to bring him greater happiness. Xiao Xiao, once the vegetables are sold out, I shall take you to the amusement park in Ningxing. Their city was too small. The children could only enjoy a few rudimentary attractions in the park. However, those facilities were quite outdated, and Song Tan remained apprehensive. Ningxing, being the provincial capital, boasted comprehensive infrastructure and a vast amusement park, complete with water and aerial attractions, promising an entire day of joy for him. Jojo turned her head, inquisitively asking, "What is an amusement park?" Song Tan pondered for a moment. It's a delightful place where many people gather, and you can enjoy yourself the entire day. Jojo's face lit up with joy. Really? When shall we go? After some thought, Song Tan replied, "The purple cloud peas will still be on sale for about 10 more days. Once they are sold out, I will take you." If they were to head to Ning City, the drive would only take 4 hours. Currently, she was not worried about her energy. She merely needed to set aside a day. The busy farming season kept her occupied daily. However, Jojo's happiness was invaluable, and Song Tan was unwilling to let it slip away. Jojo often ventured out now, gaining more understanding, and at that moment, she inquired, "Will we be able to eat that when the time comes?" She shook her little duck toy. "The box has 4 different designs, and I only have one." It was evident that winning over a child involved more than just delicious treats. There was also that insidious strategy. Song Tan sighed in resignation. You certainly enjoy your food. As a boy with a hearty appetite, he had gradually begun to help with farm work, which only increased his consumption. By noon, everything was devoured without a trace. As for Song Tan, while driving, she had only eaten the 2 burger halves that Jojo had selected. It must be said that eating outside was quite a torment. The deeper the connection to the spiritual realm, the more discerning one's palate would become. Would they need to bring packed lunches for their next outing? Just as she was musing, Jojo suddenly pointed to the roadside. Something is moving. What? Song Tan turned to look, and there, amid the grass, was a large black bag, tightly secured at the top with a rope, within which something was wriggling incessantly. She perked up her ears and faintly heard a whimpering sound. Upon halting the vehicle, Jojo eagerly alighted to investigate. However, after tugging at the bag for an extended period, he could only manage to bring back the entire cloth sack. "Sister, I can't open it," he exclaimed, as the plastic string was wound tightly and knotted in a manner that rendered it impossible to untie. Song Tan produced a small knife and made a swift incision. Despite her prior mental preparation, she could not suppress an exclamation of frustration. What on earth? Inside were 3 small puppies, 2 yellow and 1 black, each barely larger than a palm, their fur fluffy and their bright black eyes glistening as they crawled towards them, whimpering. Clearly, they struggled to maintain their footing. Jojo, momentarily taken aback, cheered, "Puppies." But upon gazing again at the tightly bound bag, he pondered aloud. How did the puppies get out? Indeed, the sturdy cloth bag was tightly secured, unmistakably denying these dogs any chance of survival. This secluded road saw only a scant number of passing vehicles, with no pedestrians likely to linger. Song Tan was aware that in the village, there was no custom of spaying or neutering animals. Occasionally, when cats or dogs gave birth, they would be discarded. To prevent them from finding their way back, they were often placed in bags and thrown a considerable distance away. Yet, it was uncommon for individuals to dispose of dogs in such a manner. The 3 puppies within the bag continued to squirm, persistently nudging Jojo's hand with their noses, emitting soft whines, likely hungry. Taking a deep breath, she flicked her fingertips, unleashing an invisible surge of energy that cleansed the puppy's fur, eradicating any potential lice or eggs. After all, Jojo appeared genuinely reluctant to let go, and at that moment, there were no means for deworming. Continuing, she placed the cloth bag on Jojo's lap. Jojo could take these 3 little puppies home to raise, but first, he must hold them securely. Can you manage that? Jojo quickly wrapped his arms around the bag, making a heavy promise. Jojo can definitely do it. However, he soon became disheartened, but mother won't allow it. Song Tin understood. Wulon shared the mindset of most villagers. Raising cats and dogs was merely a means of guarding their homes, and if that purpose was unfulfilled, it mattered little. Yet, once one nurtures a cat or dog, over time, emotional bonds form, not to mention the unfortunate possibility of injury, illness, or pregnancy. It was utterly unacceptable to burden them with expenses, for they were acutely aware of how arduous it was to earn money. However, even without financial implications, the emotional toll remained significant. Yet, at their age, everything appeared rather trivial. But this triviality did not signify a lack of feeling. Wulon's approach was simple. To prevent future heartache, one should refrain from raising pets from the outset. Nevertheless, in the present, no worries. Song Tin confidently assured. Aren't we raising pigs, and also need to care for chickens and ducks? Little puppies are just what we need to watch over them. You go home and charm her well. Our Jojo is so well-behaved and diligent, mother will surely agree. Jojo blinked, unsure how to charm her. But when he looked down at the soft, warm, and fuzzy little puppies making sweet sounds on his lap, he resolved that he could certainly make it happen. Song Tan smiled. These 3 puppies were found by Jojo, and from now on, their lives would be in Jojo's care. Jojo was taken aback. I can feed them every day? Song Tin shook her head, her expression grave. That won't do. The food and money we provide for them come from our household supplies. You cannot use them indiscriminately. Xiao was taken aback. After a moment's contemplation, a solution struck her. Then I shall share my own meals with them. Song Tin pondered for a moment. That is feasible, but when they were younger, they ate little. However, as they grow, their consumption will rival that of piglets. Xiao, you only consume a few bowls of rice each day, do you not? Xiao counted, and then felt disheartened. Does this mean I cannot afford to keep a dog? Song Tin shook her head. Instead, how about this, from now on? Whenever Xiao helps out at home, I will pay you a wage of 50 yuan for assisting with selling vegetables and carrying baskets. For farm work, it will be 50 for half a day's labor. This money will be kept with me, and I will keep a record for Xiao. If you need to buy anything for yourself or the dog, you can come to me for funds. However, once the money runs out and there are no tasks left at home, you will have no income, and the dog will go hungry. Meanwhile, a small pickup truck carrying a little yellow duck, a small dog, and the big Xiao cruised smoothly down the road. Suddenly, a van ahead signaled and pulled over to the side. Song Tin paused, realizing the driver was a young man from the local courier service. He appeared momentarily awkward before asking, "You mentioned wanting to send a package. Why haven't you come? Have you chosen another service?" Upon reflection, it seems I may have been overly eager. I would like to add, you are affiliated with Jisai Fresh, and our Feng Express is undoubtedly the swiftest service available. Even after discounts for bulk shipments, the cost remains quite reasonable. However, such a statement lacks substance. Feng Express truly embodies the adage that time is money. While the speed may not be tripled, the price, after discounts, certainly escalates threefold. Song Tin chuckled, finding this straightforward young man rather endearing. Previously, she had entertained grand visions, believing her videos would achieve instant fame, effortlessly garnering 100 or so orders daily. Little did she realize, the realm of cultivation held no sway over the currents of technological traffic. With a sigh, she apologized, "I'm sorry, but I have to make a trip to the city every morning, so I've been taking some packages with me." The young man's demeanor suddenly relaxed. As long as the orders weren't directed elsewhere, opportunities abounded. Upon this realization, he felt somewhat petty for having stopped to inquire, and quickly waved his hand dismissively. "No worries. I was merely curious. Primarily, I brought back a batch of dry ice and foam boxes from the city. Everything else is manageable, but dry ice can be tricky. So I thought I'd ask. By the way, I must head to the city to dispatch my goods. Otherwise, I want to meet tonight's shipping deadline. Please send me a WeChat message when you have a package for me. Such enthusiasm for business. Song Tan sighed as she continued her journey home. Oh, the traffic. Surely. A little would come my way. After spending an entire night editing videos, not a single comment to show for it. On that very morning, as Secretary Wong returned to the office with documents in hand, he received a call. Mr. Wong, is it? Fofeng Express is at the front gate. Is it convenient for you? Here lies a box of fresh produce for you. I shall deliver it inside. Please verify the contents. Secretary Wong pondered for a moment before responding. Please have it sent to the entrance of the adjacent courtyard. I will call the guard to grant access. No sooner had the phone call ended than the leader appeared before him, seemingly having overheard fragments of the conversation. He casually remarked, "What are we verifying?" Secretary Wong stood there in a daze, watching as Fofeng Express brought in a large box. He couldn't help but recall his own arduous experience of grocery shopping. The meal you had at the People's Hospital was sourced from a local farmer in our province. Knowing your fondness for it, I procured a bit more. However, as he gazed at the sizable box, it dawned on him that he might have purchased too much. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Secretary Wong worried whether the leader might perceive him as lacking an understanding of the common people's needs. Yet, in his moment of trepidation, he noticed the leader's spirits lift, a faint flush gracing his cheeks. Secretary Wong, you are indeed thoughtful. Ever since that meal at the cafeteria, my vegetable consumption has felt akin to grazing on grass. Well done. The leader turned with keen interest to the large box, inquiring, what kind of vegetables do we have? Is there shepherd's purse? If so, let the cafeteria make dumplings. Secretary Wong felt increasingly disheartened. Sir, they mentioned that the wild greens have aged and are no longer for sale. This time, they only have one type. The leader, puzzled, asked, why do you seem hesitant? Secretary Wong nearly wept, recalling how he had been overwhelmed by the flavors at the time, impulsively purchasing without regard. Now, responding felt laborious. It's purple vetch. Purple clover? Those capable of leadership are certainly not removed from the realities of life. They have genuinely honed their skills in the countryside and are well acquainted with purple clover. At this moment, they harbor no disdain. Merely curiosity. After indulging in lavish feasts of fish and meat, it appears that purple clover has now gained popularity. The courier has already opened the box, revealing a foam container, ice packs, and air columns. The interior of the box maintains an exquisite temperature, and as the air columns are released, 10 bundles of neatly tied, tender purple clover emerge, astonishing even the professionally trained courier. This truly rivals the price of meat. He murmurs. Both the leader and Secretary Wong are taken aback. They then pick up a bundle of vegetables to inspect, and ultimately, with a slight movement of their throats, they attempt to mask their surprise. These vegetables do indeed look quite fresh. Secretary Wong, now entirely at ease, regains his composure, embodying the essence of a diligent and considerate assistant. I shall take these vegetables home for you after work. The leader chuckles. Such a long journey. How much is this? I cannot take advantage of you. Furthermore, since it is my first time tasting purple clover, let us savor its flavor together in the canteen. He remarks, half in jest and half earnestly. Although Ning Province is blessed with picturesque landscapes, our economic conditions are rather modest. And for many years we have yet to cultivate a nationally recognized staple crop. The wild vegetables I tasted at the hospital were indeed unique in flavor. If we can establish a stable and substantial supply of similar agricultural products in the future, even at a higher price, it could signify new possibilities and pathways for our rural revitalization. Building a new countryside is not merely about constructing houses and repairing roads. The sustenance of the populace hinges on food, and there lies great potential. The courier had already arrived at the doorstep, overhearing a faint dialogue, instinctively turning back. He couldn't help but ponder. This leader seems rather commendable. Meanwhile, Secretary Wong, still in the office, offered a wry smile. Indeed, you are correct. The prices are steep. Whether it be the wild vegetables we consumed last time or the purple vetch we purchased today, it costs 20 yuan per pound. And that does not include shipping. He lamented the exorbitance of the price without the added convenience of delivery. The leader was taken aback. 20 yuan per pound? He murmured. This indeed qualifies as high-priced agriculture. However, considering the flavor, he felt invigorated. If such techniques could be scaled, even if farmers independently thrive. It could rejuvenate the labor force in neighboring villages, creating thousands of job opportunities. Quite remarkable. Secretary Wang. Remain vigilant and observe if there is potential for expanding production in the future. Secretary Wang felt a surge of enthusiasm. If this endeavor succeeded, the future. Oh, one hardly dares to imagine. He steadied his resolve and then cradled the box of vegetables. I shall take these to the cafeteria so we can taste them at lunch. At that moment, he could only silently pray. Great Marks. May these vegetables be delicious. For if the leader were to focus on this matter only to discover that the quality of the produce did not live up to its reputation, it would indeed be disastrous. Wait. The leader called him back once more. Last time we were unaware of the vegetable prices and ended up consuming that doctor's dish. Please take some time to arrange for a delivery of vegetables and fruits to compensate him. Secretary Wang nodded in agreement, unable to suppress a sigh. That doctor. Zhang appears quite honest, yet he is simply fortunate. By personally delivering these gifts, he will likely face no unpleasantness in the hospital, if not a promotion or raise. Secretary Wang personally carried the box of vegetables to the cafeteria, where the head chef eagerly approached him. Secretary Wang, what brings you here? Why have you come personally? With a smile, Secretary Wang replied, the leader enjoyed a farm-style dish last time, and it was delightful, so I bought some for everyone to taste today. As you know, we are not adept at cooking. We rely on your expertise. The chef immediately perked up with enthusiasm. A delivery from a high-ranking official, while intended for all, warranted his utmost attention. He began to contemplate the recipes swirling in his mind. If it were to be abalone or shark fin, there would be insufficient time to prepare. If it were other local delicacies, how could he present them in a manner that showcased their unique flavors and garnered collective admiration? After bidding farewell to Secretary Wang, the young assistant chef opened the box, gazing blankly at the assortment of vegetables. Master, what is this? He asked, bewildered. The chef leaned in for a closer look, equally taken aback. He inspected the vegetables meticulously, even tasting a piece before finally realizing. Isn't this purple veg? Originally, back in the countryside, wasn't it customary for fodder to be used to enrich the soil? Both cattle and sheep would consume it. He couldn't suppress his bewilderment. In this era of extravagant feasts, where fine meats abound and wild vegetables command a high price, is this purple veg truly deserving of such elaborate packaging? The dry ice bag was still emitting wisps of white vapor. The young apprentice, having never tasted this before, patted his belly and chuckled innocently. I'm different. I simply adore meat. The chef, observing him with a smile, then chided, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and fetch that cured meat and braised pork, along with these vegetables, and make sure to tidy up properly. Although they had already organized everything meticulously, given that it was sent by Secretary Wang, they felt obliged to be even more thorough. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, before the workday concluded, the personnel from the administrative office began to sniff the air. What is that delightful aroma? Just as they were speaking, individuals from the rural department leaned in to inquire. Has the cafeteria introduced some new dish today? What is making it smell so enticing? The administrative staff, responsible for security, should have been aware of the new offerings in the kitchen. However, upon reflection, the usual fare had been delivered today. Could the cafeteria truly have concocted something extraordinary? The leaders did have a small kitchen, yet the individual before them was a pragmatic person, unconcerned with culinary delights, often dining with everyone else in the main cafeteria. This, in turn, had its advantages, as the cafeteria had become increasingly dedicated to their culinary endeavors, making the prospect of dining there more appealing. Now, as various departments exchanged conversations, the anticipation of a sumptuous meal grew ever stronger. As soon as the workday concluded, those without tasks at hand rushed into the cafeteria in a flurry. Conversely, the one responsible for delivering the vegetables remained occupied, attending to visitors from the city. Naturally, Secretary Wang was steadfastly committed to his duties. Inhaling the tantalizing aromas wafting through the window, while casting a glance at his social media feed, admiring the accolades directed towards the cafeteria, primarily aimed at the leadership. Ultimately, his stomach, betraying him, emitted an uncontrollable growl. Coincidentally, the leader had just stepped out of the office with a guest. In the now quiet room, the symphony of sounds emanating from his belly became remarkably pronounced. Secretary Wang vowed that he had never felt so humiliated in his life. Fortunately, the leader was indeed a considerate individual, breaking the tension with laughter. Look at that. We've been so engrossed in conversation that we've forgotten about lunch. Old Qian, Would you care to grace us with your presence and sample the delights of our cafeteria? The guest responded with an appropriately warm smile. I had been meaning to mention it. The aroma has been irresistible. This cafeteria is quite the hidden gem. At that moment, Secretary Wang, quick to seize the opportunity, feigned a complaint. You might not be aware, but this cafeteria was once merely of average quality. Today at noon, the leader brought over a box of farm-fresh vegetables, and I have no idea what magic the chef worked, but the dishes turned out incredibly fragrant. As soon as the workday ended, everyone dashed over. The aroma is reminiscent of what I encountered last time in the hospital cafeteria, utterly enticing. Meanwhile, within the cafeteria, the chef found himself in a quandary. The patrons, plates in hand, clamored at the empty counter. Hurry up, isn't that quite a generous portion? Could I possibly have a bit more? He implored. Please, just a little extra. My esteemed colleagues, you arrived earlier and have already indulged twice. I've barely had a taste before it vanished. He exclaimed. Has our chef encountered some joyous occasion today? He's truly exerted his centuries' worth of culinary prowess. The chef beamed, unable to suppress his delight, and responded, I've been telling you all, it's not my skill, but rather our leader's doing. I'm uncertain from whence he acquired these rustic vegetables, but they possess an unparalleled deliciousness. Simultaneously, he attempted to dissuade the crowd. You've all partaken already, no more for now. I must reserve this portion in case our leader wishes to sample it. Another individual, his mouth watering with desire, reluctantly conceded, it's quite late, and he hasn't arrived yet. He might be entertaining guests elsewhere for lunch. Scarcely had the words escaped his lips when 3 figures were observed slowly approaching the cafeteria entrance. A moment of silence ensued, whereupon the assembled diners hastily shifted the subject and dispersed, feigning indifference. Upon observing the arrival of guests from afar, the chef was inwardly jubilant. Today, he resolved, I shall undoubtedly distinguish myself. He promptly declared, esteemed leader, the rustic vegetables you delivered this morning were exceedingly fresh and succulent. Upon being stir-fried, they were instantly devoured by all. Indeed, I only managed to salvage this meager portion. His assertion was accurate. As the insulated lid was lifted, an intoxicating fragrance permeated the air. The savory, slightly spicy aroma of the meat, coupled with the crisp tenderness of the vegetables, coalesced into a symphony of flavors. Even the visiting guest could not resist, his stomach audibly rumbling in response. At this, Secretary Wang, who had been maintaining a composed facade, felt a sense of gratification. The leader appeared somewhat impatient, expressing his surprise that this time's purple cloud pea was not as delectable as the last, yet the aroma suggested otherwise. Although it felt somewhat inappropriate to serve guests such humble wild vegetables, the trio seated at the table were certainly not outsiders. They soon began to sample the refreshing dish before them. A brief exclamation of delight echoed around the table, followed by a serene silence. Moments later, the sounds of clinking utensils, chewing, and swallowing filled the air. Fortunately, the chef had tasted the dish before serving, making the wise decision to prepare an ample portion. Otherwise, it seemed none of the 3 would have felt satisfied. One apprentice, while refilling his bowl, remarked softly, Our leader is quite health-conscious. It's the first time I've seen him consume 3 bowls. The chef shot him a glare. You do chatter too much. Meanwhile, in a separate small dining area of the canteen, Secretary Wang suppressed the urge to loosen his belt, surveying the chaos of empty plates before him. He silently thanked himself countless times for not exiting the group in a fit of anger after the boss had whimsically added him. No free shipping? So be it. I can still purchase later. As for the guest, feeling more at ease among familiar company, he casually inquired, Leader, which vendor supplies these vegetables? Please do recommend it to me. After this meal, I fear I shall be thinking about it all night. Can I buy a bit more? Meanwhile, far away in Zhangzhou, a young man finished the last spoonful of soup from his bowl. The elderly woman beside him asked, Son, have you truly broken up? The young man paused momentarily, then replied, Yes, we have parted ways. The other party suddenly became agitated. What are you making such a fuss about over something trivial? Young people quarrel. How can you take it seriously? Besides, we are merely country folk. Yet, I felt discomfort within. Mother, I had intended to mention this earlier. When I accompanied Wu Qianqian home, her parents were rather indifferent, perceiving me as a rural lad without a stable job, unworthy of her. I spent several days there, and it was indeed quite distressing. The speaker was Xian Jun, Wu Qianqian's ex-boyfriend. Xian's mother felt a twinge of unease but advised, as a young man, What is there to fear in enduring a little hardship? Their cherished daughter, raised with such care, desires to marry you and bear your children. If you do not experience some trials, how will you learn to cherish her? Reflecting on the past, she continued, when your father married me, he toiled for your grandfather for 3 years before he relented. Look at your father. Did he suffer for it? I am quite capable. You know, my cooking is delightful. The earnings from our agritourism venture throughout the year are largely attributed to my efforts. Xiao Yu fell silent. His father had previously sustained an injury in a car accident, which still troubled him, rendering him unable to work. However, his mother often spoke to him in private. When in front of his father, she maintained a facade of warmth and concern. Xiao Yu simply appreciated the familial atmosphere and sought a candid, straightforward girl, which led him to gradually know Wu Qianqian. Yet, among young couples, small disputes could shatter feelings. He should communicate openly with Qianqian, as some matters are best expressed plainly. She was mistaken. Why don't you reason with her? Asked Qianqian when she's free to visit our home. Although we live in the countryside, our farmhouse is quite spacious. I've saved over $1 million for you, so you can either stay and work near Qianqian or buy a house there. Your father and I are still young. We don't need you to stay at home every day. Some families are reluctant to let go of their sons and daughters, insisting on keeping them close for peace of mind. But Xian's mother and father have always been free-spirited. As long as their son is doing well, they're content wherever he is. Raising a son isn't just about having someone to care for you in old age. It's also about companionship and growth. Moreover, they are thoroughly enjoying running the farmhouse and prefer not to mingle too much with the younger generation. Of course, Xian's mother can't articulate these grand philosophies, but she feels her son is doing well, and any girl he chooses can't be too bad. Everyone has moments of indiscretion. Isn't it enough to correct them? Seeing that Xian's mother was about to persuade him further, Xiao Yu couldn't hold back and finally told the truth. Mom, it's not just about that. She once called me a country bumpkin, and after I got angry, we had a falling out. Qianqian actually apologized. Xian's mother was puzzled. Then why are you being so petty? She apologized. Why not forgive her? Xiao Yu smiled bitterly. But we had just made up. And that evening when I took her out to dinner, she ran into an old classmate on the way. They just chatted casually. But as Xiao Yu watched Wu Qianqian's expression, he felt increasingly uneasy. Reuniting with old classmates is typically a delightful affair. Yet Wu Qianqian chose to engage in conversation with a tone that suggested hesitation. Do you recall Song Tan from our high school days? I must tell you, she has blossomed into a striking beauty. However, one cannot ignore the reality that sometimes family circumstances can indeed be a hindrance. Not only does she come from a rural background, but she also has a mentally challenged younger brother, and I can only imagine her parents must be quite harsh. I heard that Song Tan was previously employed in Ningxing, yet I spotted her at the vegetable market, assisting her brother in selling produce. The prices were exorbitant, clearly an attempt to elicit sympathy for her brother. In my opinion, her parents are undoubtedly pressuring her to care for him. Otherwise, with her looks, securing a wealthy suitor would surely be within her grasp. Such gossip, particularly when it treads upon the suffering of others, is always readily embraced by the public. The old classmates thus found themselves engrossed in conversation, their camaraderie growing ever stronger. As they parted ways, they even feigned a suggestion. Perhaps we should find time to organize a reunion? If there are genuine difficulties, isn't there crowdfunding these days? We could contribute a little. At that moment, Xiao Yu felt a pang of discomfort. He could not quite articulate the sensation, but as he gazed at his girlfriend, who was in high spirits and even humming a tune, he suddenly felt a sense of estrangement. On the journey home, he voiced his concern. Qianqian, I believe it is inappropriate to speak of our classmate in such a manner. While she may be attending to her brother, her overall demeanor appears remarkably positive, not that of someone enduring oppression at home. Moreover, her bond with her younger brother is quite strong, and the vegetables she sells are highly sought after. Not out of pity. When you mentioned these things to your old classmates tonight, and even suggested a donation, wasn't that a bit hurtful? He felt his reasoning was sound. But to Wu Qianqian, it sparked a fury. She thought to herself, why are you observing so meticulously? Have you shifted your affections? Do you have ulterior motives? As your girlfriend, I deserve your unconditional support. That day, Songzan deliberately didn't sell me vegetables, making me lose face. Not only did you not stand up for me, but now you're blaming me. Wu Qianqian's expression turned sharply critical. Fine, I knew it. You must be swayed by her beauty. Otherwise, why would you insist on buying from her among all the vendors in the market? What? You fancy her because she's a country girl with a simple-minded brother, thinking she's easy to win over? Perhaps you even think she could marry into your remote village without a dowry, serving your parents. Xi and Jun voiced these thoughts and sighed. Mom, I know she wants me to focus on emotions, to care for her without logic, but I can't. Every time I think of Qianqian accusing me of wanting to deceive someone into marrying into a poor village, it pains me. I am aware of her perception of me. She believes I lack an understanding of branding and that my financial resources are rather limited. She claims that my family possesses wealth and that I merely flaunt it in her presence, all the while she graciously tolerates my shortcomings. When I visited her home for dinner, I suggested to her parents that they take Qianqian on a trip to our hometown, hoping they would come to see it for themselves. To my dismay, her mother openly remarked in front of the relatives that many female university students fall prey to such invitations, leading them to rural areas. Xi and Jun expressed his helplessness, asking, Mother, what can I do? He harbors feelings for Wu Qianqian, yet his affections do not drive him to despair. Ultimately, the gathering concluded on this note. And Xian's mother also sensed the inappropriateness of the situation. While she believes that marrying a daughter-in-law requires a demonstration of sincerity and that enduring some discomfort is acceptable, she distinguishes between physical or financial sacrifices and the preservation of one's dignity. After much contemplation, she cautiously inquired, If you break up, can we still purchase more of the purple vetch? She intended to blanch it and freeze it, planning to serve each table a portion of purple vetch soup, ensuring a steady income in the future. Upon returning home, Song Tan discovered rice seeds drying in the yard. Mother, are we preparing to sow them already? Ulan cast her a glance and retorted, Of course. You chatter away about this and that, but it's us old bones who bear the burden. Song Tan reflected that in the past, such matters would have caused her considerable worry. Yet now, each day, the aura of vitality quietly envelopes us. Observing the countenance of the two of you, one realizes that even the most vibrant youth pales in comparison. However, this is a mother. What can she do? All she can do is gently coax. Isn't raising children always like this? To nurture a child for 100 years is to worry for 99. By this calculation, dear mother, you still have another 40 years of worry ahead. With a light-hearted chuckle, she swiftly nudges Xiao forward. Look, mother, your precious son has stumbled upon a treasure on the road. Ulan gazes down. Oh my, 3 little puppies. They whimper and nuzzle at her feet, clearly famished. Her irritation deepens as she rummages through her belongings. Producing a bag of milk powder that has been opened for an unknown duration, she couldn't bear to open the untouched one, all the while muttering, Isn't it enough to worry about you? Now I must care for 3 more dogs. However, Xiao has already calculated his salary in his youthful arithmetic and boldly declares, Mother, you need not provide for them. I will take care of them. I have money. Is this merely a matter of finances? That foolish son. Sensing that her mother is truly about to lose her temper, Song Tan hastily presents the box he has been holding. Mother, look. Auntie specially helped me find these. These little ducks are $4.50 each. Quite a bargain. Wouldn't you agree? Ulan inspects them closely, lifting 2 for further examination. Hearing the ducks quack so energetically, a satisfied smile spreads across her face. Indeed, with such good quality, they would sell for $5 each around here. You must have over 100, which amounts to a savings of 50 or 60 yuan compared to others. Quite impressive indeed. She was utterly satisfied, as if these ducks were acquired without effort. Gazing at the flock of ducklings, her eyes glimmered with affection. Jojo stood there, bewildered, clutching the dog, unable to comprehend why her mother's love had shifted so swiftly. Yet, he quickly found himself something to do. I shall prepare a nest for the puppy. Ulan promptly advised, Take a basket and line it with your old clothes. Straw will suffice. Song Tan hurriedly followed suit. I will enclose a patch of land for the ducks. It is too small, so let us not let them out just yet. Ulan intervened once more. Allow me. You go and turn the rice seedlings to let them bask in the sun. The 2 plots of rice seedlings were meager in quantity. Song Tan merely turned them over a few times with a bamboo rake when her phone began to ring. She stood there for a moment, exchanged a few words, and then burst into laughter. Mom, tell Dad not to get busy with the beehives and mushrooms tomorrow. Let him help pick the purple cloud peas instead. Someone from out of town just inquired about shipping 100 pounds. 100 pounds? That amounts to 2,000 yuan. Ulan gasped. How much would the shipping cost be? Given that sum, it certainly wouldn't be delivered by express, but rather by freight. Song Tan chuckled. They mentioned they would send me the driver's contact information later. The vegetables will be delivered at a specified time tomorrow. Ulan decisively replied, "All right, I will inform your father tonight." However, it wasn't long before her phone rang again. Song Tin looked down to see that a certain Secretary Wang had once more ordered 20 pounds in the group chat. Upon reviewing the records, the 10 pounds dispatched previously were only sent out yesterday and should have just arrived today. Excellent. While online repeat customers are elusive, real-world repeat customers are abundant. After responding to a message, I discovered numerous friend requests on my contacts list, with nearly all addresses originating from Ningqing. Song Tan sighed, realizing that the 2,000 yuan would merely pass through her hands, and she needed to find someone to develop a shopping mini-program promptly, though it might not even suffice. However, before developing the mini-program, handling these scattered orders would be challenging. They are currently swamped, dealing with tea leaves, wood ear mushrooms, pigs, ducks, bees, and more, barely having a moment to rest. Furthermore, packaging these vegetables requires bubble wrap and dry ice, whether it's a few pounds or 8 to 10 pounds, and the addresses vary. After some consideration, Song Tan sent a message to the courier she had previously encountered. "If I transport the vegetables to your location, could you assist with packaging and shipping?" "Certainly." The other party responded swiftly. "Packaging and shipping couriers is part of our job anyway. Rest assured, I won't skimp on the bubble wrap and dry ice for your vegetables. I'll weigh and photograph each package for you. Just provide the specific contact information and the weight to be shipped, and I guarantee there won't be any mistakes." Finally, a customer had arrived. It's not easy running Feng Express in a rural town. After making the bold statement, the young man inquired, "How many packages are there?" "I only have enough bubble wrap and dry ice bags for 2 or 3 boxes. As Song Tan gazed at the ever-increasing orders, she hesitated for a moment, suggesting, "Why not prepare around 100 or 80 units? I currently have more than 30 orders." The delivery boy responded with a puzzled expression, "Is happiness arriving so abruptly?" With the confidence instilled by her returning customers, Song Tan no longer felt the need to regard her video views with concern. She decisively altered her profile, removing the words "free shipping." After all, she had already broken even. If she were to continue creating videos, it would be on her terms. If people wished to buy, they could do so without the incentive of free shipping. This audacious mindset filled her with joy, making her more generous when bestowing energy upon her little ducklings. Suddenly, a buzzing sound emanated from the storage shed. Noticing that Xiao Xiao was absent, Song Tin cautiously opened a box to take a look inside. There, she spotted the queen bumblebee, its rotund body cradling a jar of beeswax, gently rocking as it nurtured its larvae. Yet, its plump head eagerly leaned toward her, yearning for a bit more of her energy. How adorable. She dabbed a bit of energy onto her fingertips and gently rubbed the fuzzy body, satisfying both herself and the bee before finally closing the box. Turning around, she was met with Xiao Xiao, who stood nearby, casting a reproachful glance her way. "Sister, didn't you say we shouldn't touch them?" Song Tan, unfazed, replied, "But am I not about to pay you now? Only the boss can do what the boss does." Xiao Xiao stood there, perplexed, before cautiously peering into the shed, only to find it dark and devoid of anything visible. At that moment, the capitalist Song Tan began calling for her longtime worker, Xiao Xiao. "Is the doghouse ready yet?" Having prepared, he set to work. Song Tan handed him a hoe. She encouraged him to thoroughly till the vegetable garden at the entrance, as a job well done would lead to sowing seeds for seedlings the day after tomorrow. She coaxed little Xiao Xiao, who was reluctantly parting from 3 small puppies. "Look, if we work until dusk, we can earn 50 yuan. With that, we can buy your puppies bells, pretty clothes, toys, and treats. We can even buy meat bones. And we can get biscuits for your big white one. 50 yuan. Exaggerated by unscrupulous capitalists to seem worth 500. Xiao Xiao's spirits soared. He tightened his grip on the hoe. "I will work hard. In a dish of vegetables." The idyllic life portrayed online exudes poetic romance, while the reality of pastoral living spins like a top. 71-year-old Song Yud rose at just past 5, as dawn barely broke. He donned his old military green shoes with practiced ease, grasping a large basket, and headed straight to the distant fields. The purple vetch flourished vibrantly in the morning light, its lush greenery adorned with glistening dewdrops. A thin mist lingered in the low-lying fields, and even in the dim morning light, a romantic scene unfolded. However, the seasoned farmer, Song Yud, had grown accustomed to such sights throughout his life. At this moment, he felt no desire to appreciate the beauty. Instead, he bent down, swiftly and skillfully harvesting handfuls of purple vetch. As the bunches filled the basket, he pressed them down firmly with his weathered hands. Only when the basket was heavy did he straighten up, content, and slowly trudge back home with it. It was scarcely past 6 o'clock, yet the homes were already adorned with rising wisps of smoke. Wang Lifan, advanced in years and with a slightly stooped posture, remained remarkably nimble. At that moment, she was already seated before the two large stoves, having kindled the fires. Within the pots, a substantial portion of pig feed simmered, a medley of pumpkin, sweet potato, corn, rice bran, and wheat bran swirling together, releasing a sweet fragrance that filled the air. This feed was destined for the 5 young pigs dwelling on the mountain. Ordinarily, such tasks would not fall to the elderly couple, but their son and daughter-in-law were perpetually occupied, considering their advanced age and propensity for early rising. They undertook the task of preparing the pig feed, finding it a small exertion. Song Yud approached, seizing a large shovel to stir the contents of the pot. Observing that it was nearing completion, he then incorporated a generous handful of purple alfalfa directly into the mixture. With a mere scalding, a fragrant aroma permeated the surroundings. The piglets were still young, and with the morning chill, Song Yud hesitated to feed them plants laden with dew. Wang Lifan extinguished the fire in the stove. Unable to resist twitching her nose, our Tantan should return home to cultivate the land. Observe how benevolent the heavens are. Upon her return, everything that grows in this land flourishes. During the new year, I found my palate uninspired, lacking zest for anything. Now, I am uncertain whether it is due to increased labor or the exceptional flavor of the food, but my appetite is hearty, and I grow hungry on schedule. The old woman sighed, chuckling. Such is our humble fate. Without labor, we cannot relish prosperity. Song Yud concurred. I, too, perceive it. Formerly, I was prone to coughing when the weather turned cool, but lately, I have been noticeably more comfortable. Wang Lifan's smile dissipated. Relinquish that pipe of yours, and I assure you, your lungs will experience greater ease. Song Yud mused. What, indeed, is the purpose of a lifetime? Certain predilections, one cannot simply abandon. The old man, clinging to this obstinate and feckless notion, feigned deafness. He ladled the cooked pig feed from the pot into a nearby bucket. While the feed cooled, he retrieved the remaining milk vetch from the basket, and, squatting before the chopping board in the yard, he commenced to chop it with brisk strokes. By the time the milk vetch was finally minced and intermingled with crushed corn and a modicum of millet, Song Sancheng arrived. He bore a carrying pole, with a large pig feed bucket suspended from either end, and then placed the chopped greens atop them. He instructed, Dad, when you have a moment this morning, meander up to the back hills and ascertain if the chicken and duck coop is lacking anything. Tantan acquired 100 or so ducklings yesterday. They'll be ready to roam the hills after a few days confined at home. Wang Lifan recollected. We have ducklings now? Excellent. The chicks I've been incubating have also hatched. They appear quite robust after a few days. There are perhaps 70 or 80 of them. I'll have your father take them over to you later. Song Sancheng, never one to stand on ceremony, hoisted the carrying pole and then directed his mother, Mom, later on, prepare breakfast at home. Tanan has an order for 100 jin of milk vetch. The 3 of them ventured into the fields early this morning, so they likely won't have time to make breakfast. 100 jin. Wang Lifan exclaimed in astonishment. These days are indeed different from the past. There are more affluent individuals, and they are willing to indulge in such things. Yet, contemplating the delectable flavor of the purple vetch, one can observe the pigs on the mountain, grunting and scrambling for food as if they had not eaten in ages, which speaks volumes of its exquisite taste. However, the elderly lady is reluctant to confine herself to the kitchen. At this moment, she adopts a somewhat haughty demeanor. Let us have a light breakfast. I shall boil some dumplings and prepare a vegetable pancake with the abundant purple vetch, and I must eat swiftly as I need to ascend the mountain to gather tea. The tea leaves have grown remarkably lush, a stark contrast to previous seasons. Just yesterday, the 4 hired hands each collected over 5 pounds. The elderly lady, due to her age, with impaired vision and slower hands, managed less than 4 pounds, returning home in a state of quiet frustration. 100 yuan a day. She takes this endeavor quite seriously. Song Sancheng, feeling helpless, remarked, Mother, look at yourself. There's no need to exhaust yourself over family chores. Tanan has already offered to pay you both, yet you refuse. Song Yud snorted dismissively. What is the point of wages for mere farm work? Can't I eat what you grow? With age, he has grown more petulant, and sometimes, a single misstep in conversation can spark irritation between the elderly couple. Consequently, Song Sanqing chose silence, balancing the burden on his shoulder as he ambled toward the back mountain. Oh, one cannot deny that this period of labor has not been in vain. With advancing age, he initially found the load burdensome, yet now he feels invigorated, as if he were a youth. The path leading to the back mountain has been somewhat leveled by their recent efforts, making each step firm and steady. The little pigs seemed to have heard a distant sound, their calls rising in fervor from the pen. A heart-wrenching cacophony that could easily mislead one into thinking they were undergoing some form of torment. Song Sanqing recalled that when he previously raised pigs, mealtime would elicit calls, yet they were markedly different from the present uproar. This was precisely why, after cooking the pig feed, he would ensure the temperature was suitable at home before transporting it to the mountain. These pigs devoured their meals with reckless abandon, utterly indifferent to the temperature. As he poured the thick feed into the trough, he watched 5 little pigs jostling and grunting as they competed for their food, a smile of sheer delight spreading across Song Sanqing's face. After observing them for a while, he wandered over to the chicken and duck pens, which were already covered. Finding nothing else that required his attention, he decided to wait for the elder to come and take a look. Once the chickens and ducks grew a bit larger, they could be taken up the mountain at any time. However, before that could happen, the mountain needed to be enclosed with fencing, and he would need to find 2 dogs to guard it. Relying solely on Daba and the 3 newly arrived local puppies, alas, that would scarcely suffice for a single dish. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard someone calling from below the mountain. "Sanqing, are you home?" "Yes, I'm here. Just a moment," he quickly replied, seizing his shoulder pole and heading down the mountain. At the entrance stood Xiao Yu, a fellow villager, who had been entrusted with roasting the tea leaves from his family. Roasting tea requires a keen eye. Some batches can be scorched while others remain underdone, resulting in products that rarely meet expectations. Only Xiao Yu, who had worked in a large tea factory in his youth, had developed the most reliable skills over the years. Originally, it was agreed that they would gather every evening to process the tea under the cover of night. However, this season, the tea leaves have flourished exceptionally, resulting in a significant harvest even for 5 pickers. Unfortunately, Xiao Yu's household lacks a tea roasting machine, which means they might have to endure a long night. Yet, among the villagers, he possesses the finest skills and still has a traditional roasting stove at home. The other options are either too distant or, nowadays, people predominantly use machines for collective roasting, making individual processing rather impractical. Upon encountering Song Sanqing, whose weathered face mirrored his own, Zhou couldn't help but smile. "Sanqing, your family has truly been favored by the land this year. Come take a look at this tea." He opened the transparent plastic bag he was carrying, and an intoxicating fragrance immediately filled the air. "Yesterday, I sent over a total of 25 pounds and 2 ounces of Maojian. Since you mentioned there was no need to screen it, I refrained from doing so, as I observed that the leaves appear quite pure, with minimal impurities. In their locality, the most sought-after tea is Maojian, which consists solely of tender buds. Next in value are those with a single leaf attached, and the worth diminishes further with an increasing number of leaves. Farmers specializing in tea meticulously categorize the grades and establish varying prices. However, for Song Sanqing's modest plot of land, such distinctions are unnecessary. Xiao Yu then reached into the bag, retrieving a handful of dry, dark green tea adorned with a fine layer of white fuzz, displaying it to him. 3.5 pounds yield 1 pound, after roasting. The total comes to just over 7 pounds. But didn't you mention wanting to sell it? I took the liberty to dry it a bit more for better preservation. Consequently, this batch resulted in exactly 5 pounds of dry tea. When you have some time, you can sort through the leaves. Having both engaged in labor, Xiao Yu could discern the significance behind Song Sanqing's numerical references. As he inhaled the refreshing aroma of the tea, he felt an acute dryness in his throat. Nodding in agreement, he swiftly ushered his companion indoors, exclaiming, "Come, let us first brew a couple of cups and observe the hue of the brew." Premium Maojian tea should never be steeped in boiling water. Fortunately, the water in the old thermos, which had been heated early that morning, was likely at the perfect temperature. Song Sanqing retrieved 2 glass cups, hastily adding 2 pinches of tea leaves, rinsing them briefly before eagerly commencing his tasting. There was no need for any professional finesse. It was merely a matter of experience. As the crystalline water cascaded over the leaves, the dark green dry tea swirled in the liquid, gradually expanding to reveal a vibrant, dew-like emerald hue. A delicate fragrance began to permeate the room, prompting Song Sansheng to take a deep breath, feeling as though the earth deity had bestowed its blessings upon their fields. In his lifetime, he had never encountered tea of such exquisite aroma. Observing the upright Maojian leaves in the cup, Zhou Maozhu felt a sense of pride and joy. Sansheng, your family's tea this year is truly remarkable. Just yesterday, as soon as it was cooked, the fragrance erupted forth. Even during the kilgreen process, the aroma invigorated my entire being, leaving me increasingly at ease. As the roasting continued, the fragrance intensified, refreshing the entire courtyard. Yet the revitalizing effect was rather potent. I had not yet had the chance to taste it, and perhaps from inhaling too much, I found myself wide awake after a restless night. The kilgreen that Zhou Maozhu mentioned was not the completion of a film, but rather the initial step in their local method of tea frying, primarily aimed at stimulating the tea's fragrance, evaporating moisture, and softening the leaves for kneading. Typically, during this process, the tea emits a unique, moist fragrance. The fact that merely inhaling the aroma during the frying process was so invigorating, and that Zhou Maozhu, who had worked in a large tea factory, spoke so highly of it. Song Sansheng took another whiff of the pervasive, refreshing fragrance filling the room and couldn't help but beam with delight. At this moment, Zhou Maozhu asked somewhat bashfully, Sansheng, how do you plan to sell your tea? Once it's fried, could you spare a pound for me? How to sell it? Song Sansheng had no idea. He only knew that his daughter was capable. Even the wild vegetables from the fields could fetch 20 yuan a kilogram. This tea, he dared not imagine. However, Zhou Maozhu's request was not excessive. He began to consider the small yield. Frying the tea wouldn't take many hours, and the agreed-upon wage with Zhou Maozhu was 120 yuan per day. With his skills, if he went out to work, it would be tiring, but he could earn at least 300 to 400 yuan a day. Regardless of how expensive the tea might be, like the butcher who always took something back after slaughtering a pig, he should give it if he could. Song Sansheng decided. Old Zhou, I reckon our tea mountain will produce quite a bit this year. I estimate you'll be staying up late every night for a while. Giving you tea is definitely doable. However, we can't be certain about the weather and yield. Anyway, if it's all roughly similar to today, then I'll make the call. I'll give you half a kilogram of pre-Qingming tea and a kilogram of pre-grain rain tea. Should there be more in the future, then 5 pounds of summer and autumn tea would suffice, wouldn't it? Most Maojian tea is at its most valuable just before the Qingming festival, with the Guyu period following closely behind, while the summer tea experiences a significant decline in value. Of course, summer tea does exist, as does the Bai Lu tea in autumn, each possessing its own distinct flavor. Ultimately, it all depends on whether this year's tea merits such a lengthy investment. The gift from Song Sansheng is undeniably generous. It is all due to the earnestness and integrity of Zhou Maozhu. Were it someone else, they might surreptitiously pilfer a couple of taels of tea daily, accumulating quite a sum over the month. Song Sansheng, with a modest smile, remarked, you know, this is all managed by my daughter, Tantan. As parents, we merely lend her a hand. Implicitly, he indicated that no matter the quantity, he could provide no more, nor did he have the authority to decide. Zhou Maozhu was already content, even elated. Wonderful, wonderful. I am aware your teas must be quite expensive. Rest assured, I will ensure your tea is well prepared, without a trace of waste. He began to rub his hands together, marveling. With such fine teas, I must reserve the pre-rain tea for my own leisurely enjoyment. If the summer tea possesses such quality, gifting it to my son would be even better than those priced in the thousands outside. Song Sansheng chuckled. You choose summer tea as a gift for your son? Why not select the pre-rain tea? Yet Zhou Maozhu shook his head. You do not comprehend. I have never tasted such exquisite tea in my lifetime. What gift could possibly warrant such extravagance? Primarily, 5 pounds of summer tea shall be delivered, 1 pound at a time. Should one find the beverage to their liking, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity while the iron is hot. We shall operate within our means, and summer tea suffices. The delivery man was overjoyed after leaving Zhou Maozhu's residence. Just then, Wang Lifan hurriedly prepared breakfast, and subsequently fed the chopped purple cloud beans to the little ducklings that had just arrived home yesterday. The fluffy, golden yellow ducklings displayed no signs of trepidation or distress in their new surroundings. Rather, they were lively and eager, flapping their wings and waddling with enthusiasm towards the food, competing in a delightful frenzy. Their tender quacking sounded particularly endearing. Witnessing their antics, Wang Lifan's face broke into a radiant smile. Eat more, eat more. Yet, the feed costs 20 yuan per pound. Were it not for the 2 plots of land feeding the cattle, it would not be your turn to eat. As she spoke, she scattered the vegetable leaves into the small area encircled by the ducklings. Curious about the lack of activity inside the house, she pondered why her son had not yet emerged to assist. The elderly lady thought about how everyone had gone up the mountain to pick tea. She was not only slow but also falling behind, which caused her inner anxiety to rise. By the time the dumplings were boiled and the vegetable pancakes were cooked, even Song Tan and the others had returned, yet Song Sin still had not left his room. This sight filled Wang Lifan with frustration. What on earth are you doing at home? Everyone else is busy like spinning tops early in the morning, and you are still hiding in there? With great reluctance, Song Sanching stepped out of the room, the exquisite tea leaves weighing heavily on his mind. However, his home lacked a sufficiently spacious refrigerator. After much maneuvering, he found himself unable to fit back the items that had previously occupied the space. The room remained in utter disarray. Summoned by his mother, he glanced at his wife Ulan, noticing the mud on her feet and the dew on her trousers. With an air of trepidation, he presented her with a cup of tea that was a vibrant green and exuded an enchanting fragrance. As if showcasing a treasure, look at this tea, how aromatic it is, how refreshingly sweet. Ulan, however, was indifferent to the tea, having little fondness for it. Just as she was about to decline, the unique fragrance wafted through the air, compelling her to reconsider. Let me have a taste. After taking a hearty sip, Song Sancheng felt a pang of anguish as he witnessed her enjoyment. Ulan, oblivious to his internal turmoil, savored the tea with a serious demeanor. Not bad, not bad. This tea is both fragrant and refreshing. It starts off slightly bitter, yet soon reveals a delightful sweetness that lingers in the throat. Quite enjoyable. What price does it command? She tilted her head back, downing the entire cup in one go. After all, having spent the early morning in the fields, it was imperative to quench her thirst. Observing her robust manner, Song Sanching felt his eyelids twitch. Meanwhile, Song Ting glanced at the time and said, "No need to rush, Mom. You and Xiao go ahead and have your meal. I will organize the orders and take them to town shortly. The tea will not run away. There is no urgency to taste it. Besides, with the sun warming up these days, I must sell the vegetables quickly before they spoil under the heat. Last night, I added numerous friends on my phone and received a multitude of new orders. With the small team from the market, today that little pickup truck will be brimming with goods. Fortunately, the 100 pounds from afar do not require bundling, saving considerable effort. To account for potential losses, Song Tan generously added an extra 5 pounds. All things considered, the morning schedule is rather tight. Early in the day, the Fengfeng Express in Qingxi town opened its doors. The owner, Zhang Hua, only 25 years old, had invested all his earnings from previous jobs into establishing this express agency, believing it would thrive as the sole service in town. However, he overlooked the aging demographic of the village, with few young residents around. The starting delivery fee of 20 yuan made people reluctant to spend. After 2 years of struggle, he barely managed to break even. Given the current economic climate, he resolved that if there were no improvements this year, he would simply return to factory work next year. Screwing in bolts seemed more promising than entrepreneurship. Yet, fortune seemed to be turning in his favor. As Zhang Hua counted his packaging boxes, dry ice bags, and bubble columns for the umpteenth time, he silently prayed, "Oh heavens, may that young lady receive a plethora of orders. It has been 2 years since I've experienced such a surge." At that moment, a vehicle pulled up outside, causing Zhang Hua's heart to leap. He dashed out and, indeed, spotted the familiar pickup truck, with someone in the back handing down baskets. "Sister, are these the 2 baskets?" Song Qiao asked as she lifted the heavy baskets and carefully lowered them down. Meanwhile, Song Tan, engrossed in her phone, extended her arm without lifting her gaze, effortlessly receiving the baskets and placing them down with steadiness. Seeing the impressive array of vegetables before him, Zhang Hua felt a rush of excitement. Song Tin once again confirmed the order, a total of 52 deliveries, all destined for Ning province, with weights varying from one another, collectively amounting to 156 kilograms. Each item had been meticulously calculated, with an allowance of 2 taels accounted for as loss. She then proceeded to send all the recorded addresses. "Boss, as mentioned previously, when I had 50 orders picked up, you offered me a discount. Since there is no need for you to collect them this time, shouldn't the discount be even more generous?" Zhang Hua was elated, nodding vigorously. "Of course, there will be a discount." Yet soon, a frown crossed his face, If all these are small items, I can easily grant you a 30 discount, but many of these exceed the weight limit, and we must calculate the freight charges meticulously. Indeed, the largest order was for an astonishing 10 kilograms. He needed to determine whether it would be necessary to split the shipment into multiple parcels. Song Tin understood. There's no rush with the calculations. Adding to the remaining from last time, I will transfer another 1,000 to you. This batch must be dispatched today, and it is imperative that there are no losses during packaging. When I return from the city around noon, we can sort out the accounts in detail. Does that sound agreeable? However, while she was accommodating, she had no intention of becoming a fool in the transaction. To deter any overconfidence from the delivery personnel, Song Tin added, "Of course, if your discount isn't compelling, given that I go to the city daily, it would be more efficient for me to find someone there to handle the shipments." Zhang Hua felt a jolt of realization. Don't worry. Our company provides certain subsidies for agricultural products shipped from this rural area. If you are not in a hurry, after the goods are dispatched this afternoon, I shall go directly to your home. This way, we can conduct a meticulous calculation. And in case there comes a day when I need to collect the goods in person, I would also familiarize myself with the route. What do you think? This young man has a promising future. After all, business requires individuals with such discernment. Song Tin nodded in agreement. All right. It is settled then. She glanced outside at the sky. Xiao, please cover the remaining items with the straw curtain. It is time for us to head to the bus station. They arranged to meet the freight driver near the bus station, who was apparently a relative of the client. Thus, he specifically instructed that there was no need for packaging. They would simply deliver the goods as they were. Song Tin felt that wholesale was indeed more convenient, especially considering that her wholesale prices were not particularly low. As for Ant, she hurried to the market, yet still arrived a bit late. It was now the end of March, and the weather was warming up, making the markets produce increasingly abundant and diverse. Just as Song Tin set down her basket, she noticed the vendor next door gazing at her with eager eyes. Since that awkward encounter when he purchased a handful of purple vetch, he had been guarding his pile of vegetables, yet still looked at her with that conflicted expression, which she had grown accustomed to. Truth be told, the vendor felt a pang of regret. He had savored her vegetables once and could not forget their taste. However, as a vegetable seller himself, purchasing from her would be akin to aiding a rival. What thoughts might the customers have upon witnessing such an act? Thus, he wrestled internally, caught in a web of dilemmas. Just when he finally resolved to make a purchase, alas, she had already closed her stall. Today, he found himself ensnared in this same cycle of indecision, ignoring the tender and crisp little bok choy displayed before him. Unintentionally, Song Tin caught sight of it and felt a twinge of desire. After all, for her, the spirit-infused purple cloud flower was still just a purple cloud flower. And after indulging in it for so many days, she was beginning to feel a sense of weariness. On the other hand, the baby bok choy was a different story altogether. Its crisp texture, devoid of any bitterness, coupled with its short growing cycle, harvested in a mere 10 to 20 days, was truly enticing. Then there was the chickweed, which grew abundantly. If nurtured with a touch of spirit energy, it might flourish within 2 weeks. Observing the situation, she realized that the purple cloud flower would soon come to an end in about a week, followed by a brief interlude, allowing customers to calm down and save some money, after which they would launch into a proper vegetable campaign. Song Tin promptly made a decision. This afternoon, she would urge Xiao to diligently tend to the vegetable garden, and by nightfall, they would sow the seeds. The 200 pounds of purple cloud flower she brought today remained exceedingly popular. With no need for weighing, transactions were made in whole numbers, and everyone was accustomed to scanning their payments. Recently, Xiao had noticed a decline in cash flow. His movements had become increasingly proficient, as long as he remained silent. No one would suspect anything amiss. Aunt Mao Li had been wandering around the market for quite some time when she noticed a bustling crowd ahead. Curiosity piqued, she approached. What is going on over there? She inquired of a nearby vendor, casually plucking a leaf from the baby bok choy in her hands. The vendor, also observing the commotion, instinctively replied, "They're selling purple cloud flowers, 20 yuan per pound." His words were laced with a mix of envy and craving. Yet, upon seeing the actions of this elderly woman, he could not help but roll his eyes. Hey, why are you tearing my baby bok choy? If you want to buy it, just buy it. Mao Li confidently continued to assert, I am here to purchase vegetables. Certainly, these old leaves are unacceptable. Allow me to inspect them. Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly take those that I have examined. The vendor abruptly interjected, Madam, at this time of year, The baby bok choy has scarcely sprouted. There are no old leaves to be found. If you wish to buy, do so. If not, please refrain from wasting them. This provoked Mao Li's ire. Who claims I am not buying? Am I not in the process of purchasing? How much per pound? 6 yuan and 50 cents. Came the reply. With a sigh, Mao Li lamented, you vegetable sellers are becoming increasingly unscrupulous. In the countryside, such produce would be given away without a second thought. The market was rife with individuals like her, draped in gold chains and adorned with bangles, yet they would haggle for the simplest of groceries. The vendor raised his voice in retort, but we are not from the countryside, are we? Moreover, the prices for vegetables at this season are as such. If you doubt it, observe the entire market. Having failed to negotiate a better price, Mao Li huffed and stuffed 6 or 7 heads of bok choy into her bag, declaring, weigh these for me. She then seized another bag and filled it with the leaves she had previously inspected, stating, no one wants these old leaves. I shall take them along as well. Having already inspected them, it was too late for the vendor to refuse. In our lawful society, one cannot resort to violence. With a scowl, the vendor weighed her selection, 7 yuan and 50 cents. Familiar with the transaction, Mao Li rummaged through her small bag at her waist for change, exclaiming, what era is this? You still demand 50 cents? It is merely 7 yuan. The vendor gestured to the QR code in front of him, urging, scan the code. His complexion was dark and gloomy, causing Mao Li to hesitate and refrain from being overly audacious. She could only mutter as she scanned the code, grumbling that she would never return. The vegetable vendor was infuriated, yet when he turned around, he noticed that a nearby seller of purple cloud peas was hastily packing up, prompting him to push through the crowd. Once the throng dispersed, Mao Li finally caught sight of her niece. This purple cloud pea was hardly a prized commodity. It was likely that only her family was selling it in the entire market. However, witnessing the others leaving with bags full of produce stirred a twinge of envy within her. Tan, you're a university student. I thought you were just joking. But here you are, truly selling vegetables? Goodness, look at the hustle. It seems you've made quite a name for yourself. Xiao's face instantly contorted with displeasure. Auntie, Xiao is also selling vegetables. Mao Li glanced at her without acknowledging her, then turned back to praise Song Tan. You, my dear, are beautiful and industrious. Just wait. I'll help you find a suitable partner, and you can settle in the city to spare yourself the hardships. Lowering her voice, she assured, rest assured. With your looks and education, I'll negotiate a handsome bride price for your family. That way, when Xiao marries, financial worries will be a thing of the past. Song Tan raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her implications. What do you mean? Are you here to create discomfort? She forced a false smile. Auntie, did you come to buy vegetables? There are just 3 pounds left, totaling 60 yuan. Upon hearing the price, Mao Li squatted down, her actions of selecting the 3 bundles of vegetables abruptly freezing. 20 yuan a pound? You must be joking. My dear, you can't expect to make a profit like this. The purple vetch is deemed too precious even for cattle, yet her own relatives demand 20 yuan per pound? She stood up, her expression grave. Tan, I must speak to you as an elder. Selling vegetables is acceptable. We do not mind if you feel embarrassed, for we are all laborers. I had no intention of coming here to buy, as the market is too far and the price is exorbitant. However, your sister-in-law, possessing a kind heart, insisted that as family, we should support your business. I came, yet you, dear child, not only behave ungraciously in your sales, but also show a lack of familial affection. Song Tan remained composed. Aunt, 20 yuan per pound for vegetables. I previously gifted you 5 pounds. Is that not enough familial goodwill? The price of my produce is well known throughout the market. If you desire to purchase, then do so without mentioning support. I am not in need of customers. As for the matter of propriety, my goods are of high quality and deserving of this price. If you find it too steep, there is another lady behind waiting for her turn. Indeed, there was a lady behind, clad in a silk outer garment, adorned with a delicate bracelet, her hair impeccably styled, presenting a far more dignified appearance than the aunt. She was watching the scene unfold, and not only her, but the surrounding vegetable vendors had also gathered to observe. Unexpectedly called out, they were quite respectful. Indeed, the young lady's vegetables are excellent. We purchase from her daily. This morning, she arrived a bit late, and my daughter, unable to wait, specifically asked me to return. While adeptly scanning the payment for Xiao, she said, Dear, pack up the remaining 3 bundles for the lady. Is it true that someone is actually buying it? Aunt Mao Li was taken aback. Moreover, She had come to the market today with a specific task in mind. Yesterday at noon, she had initially stir-fried only one plate of the 5 bunches of purple cloud peas. However, once she tasted them, she couldn't resist and ended up cooking the remaining 4 bunches as well. Not many people ate the stewed meat, but they certainly filled their bellies with the vegetables. Although they enjoyed the meal at noon, the evening brought a different story. When her granddaughter, Songzi, returned home from art class in the afternoon and discovered that there was no food from her brother Xiao Xiao on the dining table, she burst into tears. Despite Aunt Mao Li's constant reminders about the importance of having roots and grandchildren, she dared not speak such thoughts to her daughter-in-law. Furthermore, her granddaughter was the apple of the family's eye, and seeing her cry was unbearable. The entire family went at great lengths to soothe her and promised that she would certainly have something to eat tomorrow, which finally brought some calm. Her daughter-in-law then suggested, "Mom, why don't you also pay a visit to the market tomorrow? After all, we have relatives there, and since Z enjoys it, it wouldn't hurt to support the business." She then turned to Uncle Song and inquired, "Dad, how much did Tan Tan say the vegetables cost per pound today?" Uncle Song recalled that Xiao Xiao had mentioned 20, but in his eyes, how could something grown in the fields possibly be priced that way? Thus, he confidently replied, "A few yuan, perhaps 2? Mao Li clicked her tongue and thought to herself, "These young people have so many ideas. This was once merely pig feed for us, and now it can actually be sold for profit." Yet, she felt a sense of relief. Earning a little after a long day's work is not much. But I suppose I will buy 5 more pounds tomorrow. A family busily calculated with their abacus, yet when it came to Song Tan, the initial price of 20 yuan per jean prompted her aunt to falter. Being relatives, Song Tan did not wish to create a rift over such a trivial matter. After all, she had to consider old comrade Song's reputation, didn't she? Thus, she donned a standard smile once more. "Aunt, why not take a look elsewhere? I am about to close up shop, but I haven't bought anything yet." Mao Li stood there, recalling her granddaughter's wails and the exorbitant vegetable prices, which only served to heighten her discomfort. After much contemplation, she turned back and said, "Forget it, we're family. It's tough for you kids to run a business. If it's 20, then it's 20. I'll take a jean." She leaned in to peer into the basket, adding, "Tan Tan, you must ensure that I receive the proper weight. Otherwise, I shall have to inquire how your parents have raised you." Song Tan thought to herself that having sold vegetables for merely a month, it was indeed the first time she encountered her own relatives undermining her efforts. Moreover, she had just stated that she was sold out. Xiao Xiao had already lifted the basket, exclaiming loudly, "It's all sold out." "How can it be sold out?" Aunt pointed to the basket. "There are still a few bunches left. I've brought money for you. Why won't you accept it?" However, Xiao Xiao shook his fuzzy head, declaring joyfully, "No, no, those are for Auntie." Mao Li felt a pang of regret. 20 yuan per jean. And you intend to give away so much? This revelation left Song Tan questioning how she had managed all these years. She cast a sidelong glance, half smiling. "Aunt, I brought as much for your family as I did for mine. Surely, my father's brother cannot receive 5 pounds while my mother's sister receives only 4, can she?" Despite having a plethora of words to express, Mao Li found them lodged in her throat at that moment. Yet the taste of yesterday's dish lingered in her mind. She then donned a warm and cordial smile. "Oh dear child, what sort of talk is that? Am I really the unreasonable sort? The main issue lies with Ziyi. She insisted on having the dish sent by Xiao Xiao. You know how children can be so thoughtless. Just share a handful with me today, after all. Your aunt is also family. We can always make it up to her tomorrow." Song Tan couldn't help but chuckle, utterly unrestrained. "So, should I give 4 handfuls today and 1 more tomorrow? What am I sending, ginseng or mere wild vegetables? Aunt, since Ziyi enjoys it, I shall grant you this favor. You may either purchase the remainder or simply disregard how much I sent to my aunt." Could Mao Li ever bear to spend 100 yuan on such trifling wild vegetables? Absolutely not. Moreover, being confronted by the younger generation in front of the entire market was an affront to her dignity. With an exaggerated eye roll and a darkened expression, Aunt retorted, "Tan Tan, having spent so many years in the city with your uncle, we have cultivated quite a network. I was even contemplating introducing you to a suitable partner. Is this how you treat us?" She sighed. What a waste to offer scraps meant for pigs. If it weren't for our familial ties, who would bother to spend money on this? With that, she turned away in a huff. Song Tan's expression darkened as the customers had all departed. Had she been in front of a crowd when this was said, she might have instinctively slapped the speaker. Thus, she raised her voice. "Auntie, if you truly find it distasteful, Perhaps you should regurgitate what you consumed yesterday. The aunt paused momentarily, her footsteps quickening as she stomped away in her little boots. As she left, the neighboring vegetable vendor approached with a broad grin, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. Could you bring extra tomorrow morning? I would like 5 pounds. He hastily thrust 100 yuan into her hands, as if he were committing a petty theft. Songtin could see through the facade. So, the vegetables are indeed delectable? The vendor, with a hint of reluctance, nodded. Is the soil and water from your hometown truly that exceptional? Have you considered cultivating other varieties? Songtin pondered for a moment. There are indeed options, but the season hasn't arrived yet, and I'm too lazy to set up a greenhouse. Let us discuss it again next month. You sell vegetables here every day. Which varieties are currently in demand? The vendor glanced at her and sighed. If you can produce such flavors from purple veg, what varieties do you have to worry about? Just grow whatever and sell it. There will always be buyers. To her surprise, the person who held the most faith in her was actually this fellow vendor. She felt a surge of gratitude. All right, based on your confidence, when the new vegetables are ready, I'll ensure you get the opportunity to cut the line. The vendor rolled his eyes. I set up my stall right beside yours every day. Do I really need to cut in line? He didn't regard it as a matter of significance, since the vegetables were already purchased and he had already mustered the courage to approach her. He might as well continue to be affable. By the way, if you're going to be selling vegetables here every day, why not see if you can find someone to help you rent a fixed stall? See that demarcated area over there? Inside the sheds, those are all fixed stalls. Whether you come or not, it's yours, and you won't have to worry about being exposed to the elements. Your vegetables are more expensive, so your profit margin is higher than ours. It wouldn't be a disadvantage to have a stall. If it weren't for the fact that there are too few stalls here and you have to pull strings to get one, I would have already secured one myself. However, Song Tan had been contemplating the stalls inside, but since her vegetable sales were not yet on a large scale, she was thinking of delaying it. Now, hearing his advice, she jested, "Oh my, after all this time, you've been selling vegetables for 7 or 8 years, and you're still operating without a permit?" 59. Consider renting a stall. Upon hearing this, the vegetable vendor was displeased. What do you mean, operating without a permit? My vegetables are all sourced from suburban vegetable gardens. How much money can I make from reselling them? If I were to rent a stall, I wouldn't even earn as much as a street sweeper in a month. He didn't conceal anything. In this vegetable market, apart from the surrounding suburban farmers who occasionally sell their own vegetables, the rest are basically stalls like his. The prices of the vegetables they sell may not necessarily be cheap, but they are fresh and often come with freebies, which is why they are so popular with the general public. However, the vegetable vendor was out of luck. When the city planned the stalls, he missed the opportunity. And besides, the volume of vegetables he sold was not large enough, so it wouldn't have been cost-effective to get one. In this day and age, offering advice to Song Tan is indeed a gesture of goodwill. Occasionally setting up a stall here, where the populace remains indifferent to official scrutiny, is quite fitting. However, my dear girl, you are making quite a handsome profit from your vegetables. I have been observing from the side, and my eyes have turned green with envy. His words, laced with a blend of truth and jest, carried a hint of bitterness. With merely 20 yuan in hand, one could easily calculate the earnings. Given that her purple cloud peas incur almost no cost, it essentially amounts to a daily profit of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, equivalent to what a small vendor might earn in a month. Who wouldn't he feel envious? Vegetable vendors dream of striking it rich every night. They have no burdens to bear. With a single tip-off, enforcement officers descend the next day. Whenever money is involved, peace is elusive, and the vendors are acutely aware of this reality. Song Tan's expression grew serious. In truth, her time spent at the stall amounts to just a couple of hours, while half of the market consists of vendors without fixed stalls who must endure the entire morning. Logically, this shouldn't pose a problem. However, as the vendor remarked, once someone reports it, they will undoubtedly have inquired about the timing, catching her red-handed. The vendor, perceiving her youth and naivety, glanced at the oblivious Xiao playing with bubbles and continued to advise, even if no one reports you, once the weather warms, the city will conduct inspections, typically 2 or 3 times a year. Is it appropriate for your pickup to be parked here? My dear girl, you should inquire further. There is no need for inquiry. City inspections occur annually, including in Ningxing. This time, Song Tan genuinely expressed her gratitude. Thank you for the reminder. Turning her head, she tucked 100 yuan back into his hand, saying, We've been neighbors for such a long time. What need is there for money? I shall surely bring you some tomorrow. After glancing at the time, She called out to Xiao. "Let us go, Xiao. We have vegetables to deliver to Annie." The sibling duo drove off in their little pickup truck, the vegetable vendor chuckling as he looked at the money in his hand. "After selling vegetables for so long, today is the first time I realized our stalls are neighbors. This girl has quite the audacity. She's truly cut out for business." As Songtan drove, her thoughts lingered on the matter of the stalls. Having graduated, she took a job in Ning City, and now, having transitioned from the workforce to the agricultural sector, she knew no one in this field. However, that didn't dishearten her. Upon arriving at the renowned Jinhua Bay wholesale market in the city center, Song Tan successfully sent out a message in her group. "Dear customers, the owner intends to rent a stall at the Riverside Market. If anyone has connections, please do let me know. A generous reward awaits upon signing the contract." Though she lacked personal connections, she reasoned that with so many people purchasing vegetables daily, she would surely glean some information. Meanwhile, Xiao, holding a small basket, gazed in awe at the numerous large trucks and the abundant piles of fruits in the wholesale market, exclaiming, "It's so vast, so incredibly vast." Song Tan chuckled softly. "Of course it's large. This is the largest wholesale market in our city." Her aunt, Wu Fang, and her husband, Zhang Hong, owned a storefront here, specializing in fruit wholesale. However, the fruit wholesale business was no easy endeavor. It involved early mornings and late nights, laden with the toil of carrying and moving goods, a truly arduous profession. However, Aunt and her husband are quite honest individuals. Although their earnings were initially less than others, over the years they have built a commendable reputation, and now their lives are relatively stable. Song Tan followed the previously mentioned address, with Xiao obediently trailing behind. Observing the distinctly different architectural style, she appeared significantly more excited. "Sister, there are so many fruits." "Indeed. If we live here, can we have them every day?" "Yes." "Then can Xiao live here?" No. Song Tan looked at him. "Eating here requires money. Do you have any?" Xiao, no longer naive at this moment, gazed at her earnestly. "I do. I have a salary." Song Tan held up her fingers for him to see. "You earned 50 yuan yesterday from the vegetable garden. Today, accompanying your sister to sell vegetables earns you another 50. That totals 100 yuan. You need to care for your 3 little dogs, buy toys for yourself, and Peppa Pig stickers. You must also pay for your snacks." Xiao, "It's hardly enough." Xiao was unperturbed. "I will go back today and dig in the vegetable garden. It will increase." This foolish child. Song Tan, feeling helpless, thought it was impossible not to coax him. "All right. When we return, we will plant some pickled vegetables. You prepare the garden, and tonight we shall plant bok choy and mustard greens, which can be densely sown. We'll make good use of the garden." As they spoke, they arrived at the storefront of Dahong Fruit Wholesale. A couple was unloading fruits from a truck at the entrance. "Aunt." Upon hailing her, Song Tan promptly boarded the vehicle, exclaiming her willingness to assist with the unloading. Xiao had already expertly positioned himself at the foot of the truck. The aunt, of modest stature but less slender than Wulan, was clad in well-worn attire, her face beaming with delight. Tan, what brings you back? Come down at once. These fruits are heavy. You mustn't." The aunt's words faltered as Song Tan effortlessly lifted a basket of fruit, handing it down. Xiao deftly received it, adding it to the stack. Their coordinated efforts suggested a seasoned partnership. Zhang Hong, the uncle, emerged from the warehouse, visibly startled. "Goodness, you two. There's no need for your assistance. Come down. Let me fetch you some oranges." Seeing their immobility, the uncle grew anxious, seizing a pomelo from the side. Xiao, "Here, let uncle peel some fruit for you." Xiao demurred, as he disliked pomelos due to the sour variety Wulan had purchased during the new year. "No, I must work. My sister says earning money is difficult, and I stand to earn 50 yuan today. I cannot be idle." Song Tan surveyed the truck's contents. With early spring dampening consumer enthusiasm, the cargo lacked particularly valuable fruits. The highly sought-after cherries of the year's end were absent, with domestic sweet cherries being the only relatively expensive item. She mused upon her family's mountainous land, which had been temporarily neglected this year, save for the chestnut grove. Considering long-term development, she pondered which fruits to cultivate there, ensuring no land went to waste. With the addition of 2 more helping hands, the truck was unloaded expeditiously. The uncle, evidently embarrassed, considering his own son was still upstairs, felt it improper to have his niece assist, despite her superior strength. However, being a man of few words, he simply retrieved 2 boxes of fruit, offering, "Here, for you both, have some fruit." The aunt, in turn, began suggesting buying groceries to have the siblings for lunch. However, both declined. For her part, the outside food was simply unpalatable. As for, she was contemplating whether she could purchase another toy set during the midday break. Their refusal was so resolute that the aunt stood there, somewhat at a loss. Finally, she picked up the fruit on the table. Then let me wash some of these cherries for you. Hastened to stop her. Aunt, really, there's no need. These cherries are quite expensive. You should keep them to sell. The honest couple's way of showing kindness was to offer their best items. When the cherries were declined, they produced another box of fruit, a box of golden kiwis. Have some, have some. The aunt also quickly peeled one for, here, try this zespri gold kiwi. They're quite expensive at the market. Tell your aunt what it tastes like. Implicit in her words was that they hadn't been willing to indulge in such expensive fruit themselves. Couldn't help but chuckle, Aunt. If you sell fruit without tasting it, what if it doesn't taste right? The aunt smiled amiably. Isn't your brother at home? He has a discerning palate. He eats whatever is expensive at the market and can tell if it's good or not with just one taste. With a curious tone, Song shouted, Is Yinping home? Yinping, whose given name is Zhang Yinping, is the only son of her aunt. 2 years her senior, Song wondered why he would be at home when it wasn't a holiday. Mentioning her son, the aunt sighed. Your brother lacks ambition. I told him to go out and get a job, but he insisted on helping with the family's fruit store. However, he's hardly done any work. He's devoured over a dozen boxes of imported fruit. Scolding him is futile. He claims that he'll have to manage the fruit store when we're old, so he's starting his practice now. But he practices by eating all day and playing video games until midnight. Your uncle and I are at our wits' end. It wasn't that the aunt and uncle pampered their child. They were simply at a loss. Zhang Yinping had been at home for 2 years after graduation, and his aunt had long urged him to find a job, even cutting off his living expenses. However, Zhang Yinping was as stubborn as they come. When his living expenses were cut off, he would return home when he was hungry, squatting at the kitchen door during meal times. If that didn't work, he would raid the warehouse for fruit, always choosing the most expensive ones. This made his aunt and uncle tremble with anxiety. When they locked the doors to the house and warehouse, this rascal even called a locksmith. In the end, because he couldn't pay, the locksmith called the couple. They considered washing their hands of the matter, refusing to pay and letting him go to the police station. But the couple still harbored dreams of him becoming a civil servant. As the saying goes, the ultimate goal in life is to pass the civil service exam. In the eyes of this honest couple, nothing was more stable or desirable than being a civil servant, even if the salary was low. After all, they had a fruit store to fall back on, which was enough. Thus, fearing the repercussions of a criminal record, the two were quite distressed. Jojo, listening intently with blinking eyes, could not grasp the conversation but looked hopefully at her aunt, inquiring about her brother. The aunt gestured towards the staircase, stating, He is asleep upstairs. He played video games last night and lost track of time. Jojo, why don't you go play with him? Although Zhang Yinping was quite tough, he had always been protective of his family and had played with Jojo in the past. Children tend to idolize older ones, and he undoubtedly held a special place in Jojo's heart. Jojo promptly took a kiwi and scampered upstairs, exclaiming, The fruit is so sweet. I'll share it with my brother. Clearly, she had forgotten about her sister. Songtin found it both amusing and exasperating. It was only then that her aunt found a moment to ask, Tan, what brings you here? Songtan replied, I was exhausted from work, so I resigned to rest for a while. During this time, I'm helping with the farming. The aunt quickly advised her, do not linger too long. Farming is no easy task. As a young lady, it would not be flattering to become sunburned. Only then did Song Tan bring over her small basket, saying, Aunt, the vegetables from our garden this year are exceptionally delicious. Many people are vying for these purple vetches, and I've set aside a few for you. You can stir-fry them for lunch. Just as she finished speaking, her uncle had already peeled another kiwi and handed it to her, saying, Tan, have some. Songtin couldn't help but feel for her aunt, realizing that in just a few exchanges, a considerable sum of money had vanished. She was well aware of how frugal her aunt's household was. However, having peeled the fruit, she promptly took a piece and placed it in her mouth, swiftly covering the box and setting it aside. The sweet juice burst forth in her mouth, mingled with a familiar, murky essence that was hardly pleasant. Nevertheless, Songtin had grown somewhat accustomed to it and mumbled, Uncle, no need to peel anymore. Just taste it and save the rest for sale. Uncle chuckled foolishly. You seldom come, so eat more. Aunt waved away her frown, saying, Tan, don't be shy. Eat more. Take this box home later. It will only be ruined by your Yin Ping brother if left here. The way she described her own son as a disaster over something as simple as fruit illustrated just how chaotic Zhang Yinping had made things. Song Tan felt a stir in her heart. Before she could form a thought, Anne inquired, Tan Tan, are your parents not working this half of the year after farming? Song Tan nodded. Counting on her fingers, we plan to cultivate 2 fields of rice, as well as vegetables, sunflowers. And we're also growing mushrooms and tremolo on the mountain. This year, we've pruned the chestnut trees a bit, and we might introduce some fish fry into the pond. Additionally, we've raised 5 pigs in the back mountain. The pork will surely be delicious for the new year, Aunt. I'll bring you some then. Aunt looked astonished. With so much work, can your family manage it all? Song Ten sighed. Having already spent the money, she wished to earn more quickly, and in her moment of distraction, she hadn't restrained herself. My grandparents are lending a hand, and we haven't officially started planting yet, so for now, we can manage. However, this is merely temporary. In a couple of days, I shall need to enlist someone's help once more. At that moment, a lively commotion echoed from the stairwell, and the cheerful voice of Xiao Xiao rang out. Brother Yinping, shall we go throw stones? No, little rascal, I no longer wish to play with stones. Zhang Yinping replied languidly, a yawn punctuating his words. Brother Yinping, let us play hide and seek. Xiao Xiao, your brother Yinping has grown up now. I can no longer hide. Brother Yinping, let us watch Peppa Pig. What Peppa Pig? A true man ought to watch Ultraman. Song Tan chuckled at the thought, recalling her promise to Xiao Xiao to show him Ultraman. However, due to her overwhelming busyness lately, no one at home had time to spare. As a result, this naive child had completely forgotten about Ultraman after acquiring a few toys, never having seen it to this day. Ultimately, Peppa managed to retain her position. Just then, her aunt, fidgeting, inquired, Tan Tan, look at your brother Yin Ping's physique and stature. Why don't you take him home to work on the farm? Let us not concern ourselves with anything else. As long as he remains in the mountains working diligently, that will suffice. If he misbehaves, he shall not be fed. Let him understand how difficult it is to earn a living. The saying goes, to spoil a child is akin to harming them. Now, the entire wholesale market is aware of her son's inadequacies, and for 2 years, he has not even had a prospective match. Her aunt is both anxious and frustrated. She has heard that her sister's family is engaged in farming, which is arduous yet character-building, well-suited for her son, especially under the scorching sun. In a moment of urgency, Zhang Yinping, well acquainted with the task at hand, exclaimed, Mom. Song Tan shared this sentiment, considering that Zhang Yinping, standing over 6 feet tall and possessing a robust physique, was far too valuable to be relegated to wielding a hoe or shovel. Even if he struggled initially, he would undoubtedly evolve into a commendable laborer over time. Their minds aligned perfectly. Song Tan promised earnestly, Aunt, have I ever let you down? Rest assured, Yinping will return home with me. He shall not go hungry. Yet, the labor in the fields was arduous, and she cautioned, just don't feel sorry for him if he gets sunburned. To their surprise, even Aunt's husband concurred. No need to feel sorry. If he can step outside, I can finally breathe easy. Besides, who hasn't toiled in the fields? Strength is a servant. Once expended, it returns. He has grown up indulging in leisure, consuming food, and playing games at home. Perhaps it's time he engages in some physical activity. Zhang Yinping, flustered, turned to flee upstairs, declaring, I'm not going. Yet Song Tan swiftly grasped his collar, chuckling, it's nearly noon, Aunt. Let me take Yinping home first. We shall have lunch, he'll acclimate this afternoon, and by tomorrow, he'll be ready for work. I'll even send you videos to keep you updated. All right. The couple exchanged delighted smiles, envisioning their son evolving into a diligent and resilient man, capable of enduring hardships. Aunt's husband hurriedly dove back into the warehouse. By the time Song Tan pulled the reluctant Zhang Yinping into the car, the truck bed was already piled high with several boxes of expensive fruits. Song Tan locked the rear door, casting a glance at the woeful Zhang Yinping, her words laced with provocation. Yinping, look at you, working for our family for free. And Aunt still has to supplement you with fruits. In an instant, Zhang Yinping fell silent. His expression of dismay vanished, replaced by a hint of amusement that made his chubby face all the more endearing, overshadowing his dark circles. He deftly retrieved his phone, charger, and headphones from his pocket. My mother only knows this routine. I've been prepared for it all along. Little girl, I am your brother. If I don't work, will Aunt actually consume me? No sooner had he spoken than the cheerful Xiao Xiao in the passenger seat turned to him eagerly. Brother, I'll take you to the vegetable garden. Zhang Yinping. Song Tin merely smiled, entering the village. Whether or not he would work was no longer his decision to make. Zhang Yinping indeed proved to be a man who could give Ant quite a headache. Once in the vehicle, he began playing games, his fingers moving so swiftly they nearly left an afterimage. Xiao Xiao in the passenger seat was practically twisting her neck in curiosity, reaching peak interest. Song Tin glanced at him, with hands so nimble. Not picking tea would be a waste. However, this task is the easiest to slack off on, so a real man must engage in solid, laborious work. Xiao Xiao now had a companion for her vegetable garden tasks. Yet, the gaming session lasted merely an hour before the vehicle veered onto a mountainous road, where the pickup truck's shock absorption capabilities were nearly non-existent. The mountain path winds and twists, swaying left and right, jolting and bouncing, making it difficult even for deities to seize the opportunity at this moment. Zhang Yinping stared at the screen until his eyes grew dim, ultimately resigning himself to lie flat. Tun Dun, why did you, in your folly, decide to return home to farm? Song Tin inquired of him. Brother Yinping, then why did you, in your own folly, choose to be despised by your aunt at home? After all, you graduated from a 211 university. Zhang Yinping nonchalantly replied, what do you understand? In this life, one must enjoy oneself. I am currently free from worries about food and drink, and being comfortably at home is quite splendid. Why should I toil as a miserable worker? My mother just doesn't get it. Whether we have money or not, we should live comfortably. She and my father are solely focused on getting me to take the civil service exam, which nowadays is like crossing a rickety bridge amidst a throng. Without connections, one cannot even get in. Even if I did, with our humble background, I would either be engaged in poverty alleviation at the county level or working in the countryside. He wore an expression of utter lethargy. In any case, I want to do it. If one were to speak candidly, who doesn't harbor a desire for enjoyment? Song Tin nodded, understanding her cousin's perspective. However, upon returning home, she found Wulan's face clouded with frost, while her father, Song Sancheng, sat huddled, soaking seeds, hardly daring to lift his brow. Her grandmother was busy weighing tea leaves, the vibrant green buds piled high in baskets, layer upon layer, bringing immense joy. Several tea-picking ants from the village smiled, saying, your family's tea this year has grown splendidly, such a small patch of land, and we couldn't keep up with the harvest. Indeed, Wulan exclaimed, we have tended to that tea field with utmost care. It's rather peculiar, though. We merely fertilized it a fortnight ago, and this year's yield remains uncertain, shrouded in mystery. As the laughter of the group faded away, the atmosphere at home remained tense. Song Sancheng still dared not speak, meticulously soaking the seeds, so focused that one might mistake him for preparing ginseng. Song Tan, however, did not rush to inquire. Instead, she called out, Mother, I have brought Yinping here, and he said he should help us. Wulan hurried out, and upon seeing the robust young man, she broke into a smile. Yinping, oh my, don't heed your mother's words. How could I have you work when you've come to my place? We shall be dining shortly. After a moment's thought, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. But Yinping, since Tin didn't forewarn me, I haven't prepared any dishes. Would it be acceptable to have dumplings for lunch? Zhang Yinping was indeed particular about food, yet he was not unreasonable, and he nodded without hesitation. That sounds fine. I am not fussy. It was then that Song Tin seized the opportunity to ask, Mother, what has father been up to? Upon mentioning this, Wulan became incensed. You should inquire with your father. He rummaged through my refrigerator and didn't bother to put anything back. I only took a moment to gather over a pound of tea leaves, and when I returned, the dumplings had thawed and stuck together. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't be resorting to eating dumplings at midday. They are far too convenient to prepare. Perfectly suited for a busy morning's work. With his head bowed low, Song Sancheng mumbled, I just wanted to tuck away some tea, but when I took it out, I couldn't get it back in, and then I forgot about breakfast. Song Tan sighed. Dad, our freezer compartment is so small. You want to store tea in there? Just tell me, and I'll pick up a freezer when I go to the city tomorrow. It was an oversight on our part. With the increasing amount of produce at home, a freezer was essential. Nowadays, freezers weren't expensive. A decent, spacious one could be acquired for just over 1,000. Hearing this, Song Sancheng was even more abashed. I didn't think it through. Who knew the dumplings would thaw so quickly? Zhang Yinping, who had been observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but giggle. It's all right, uncle. I love dumplings, and since we're family, What does it matter if they're a little broken? Indeed, Zhang Yinping was well loved by the family for his eloquent way of speaking. Logically, Song Sanqing should have been relieved. However, upon hearing Zhang Yinping's words and noting his robust, hearty appetite, his expression suddenly turned even more bitter. There were only a few shepherd's purse dumplings left. His woeful tone left Zhang Yinping bewildered. But soon, his interest was piqued. "Uncle, did you harvest tea leaves this year? They must be fragrant." At the mention of this, Song Sanqing perked up instantly. His despondency vanished as he tossed the seeds into the basin and eagerly pulled Zhang Yinping into the house. With utmost care, he delicately unwrapped the layers concealing the misplaced tea leaves, and, with an added sense of caution, he took a small pinch and gently placed it into the cup. Without pouring in any water, he simply left it there. "Yinping, come and take a whiff. Had it not been for your presence, I would never have dared to use this tea." Yet, this was dry tea. The aroma was indeed enchanting. "Uncle, why haven't you added any water?" Zhang Yinping, momentarily bewildered by the disruption, lowered his head to inhale the fragrance. "Oh, this scent is truly unique." Only then did Song Sanqing beam with delight, hastily preparing another cup of tea for him. Alas, the scant amount of Maojian tea unfurled, merely creating a thin layer at the bottom of the cup. Zhang Yinping found it amusing as he lifted the cup for a closer inspection. He noticed a delicate fuzz resting atop the tea, while the tender buds stood upright, resplendent in their verdant hue. As the steam rose, the refreshing and fragrant aroma enveloped the surroundings, invigorating the spirit. There was a hint of bitterness, a whisper of roasted notes, but the predominant essence was an extraordinary freshness that surpassed the ordinary. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed, "What an exquisite tea! No wonder my uncle goes to such lengths to preserve it. Losing even a fraction of it would be a heart-wrenching loss." He then gently blew on the tea before taking a sip. Song Sanqing carefully wrapped the tea leaves once more, turning to find Yinping in a state of silence. Prompting his curiosity, "What is the matter?" To which Zhang Yinping let out a long sigh. "Uncle, selling this tea for less than 6,000 a pound would be a travesty." "What on earth?" Song Sanqing leapt up in astonishment. As Song Ten entered, she couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing the words. "Brother Yinping, no wonder my aunt claims you have a discerning palate. You truly excel at indulging in fine food and drink. I genuinely intend to sell this tea for a substantial sum. This kind of product is not like vegetables. While one may purchase vegetables for 20 yuan regardless of their financial situation, tea is not a necessity. Those who appreciate it and are willing to spend will come forward to buy." "What?" Song Sanqing raised his voice again. To his surprise, even Zhang Yinping nodded in agreement. "Indeed, do you have any connections? If not, perhaps you could take some samples, and I can help you find someone." Over the years, his indulgence in food and drink was not without merit. His family's high-end fruit had garnered an excellent reputation, primarily through the channels he discovered. However, in the eyes of his parents, such aimless indulgence hardly constituted a skill. Song Ten nodded. "There are surely those who will desire it. There's no rush, Brother Yinping. You should focus on your work for now. Such a capable laborer should be utilized for a few days first. Selling tea can wait." Yet, when she turned to look, she noticed that Song Sanqing's expression was even more dismal. "Dad, what's the matter?" she inquired, her gaze momentarily shifting to the bag of tea, only to be startled. "You haven't already sold the tea, have you?" With a woeful countenance, Song Sanqing lamented, "I haven't sold it, but this morning, your Uncle Zhou came by to deliver tea, and in a moment of candor, I gave away 8 jin." He desperately sought to justify his actions. "It's not that. We simply have more tea than planned. Your Uncle Zhou will be working late tonight. His skills are exceptional, and our wages are low. 5 jin are summer tea, after all. Low wages can be increased." Song Ten felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Even if the village customs allowed for some extra gifts, promising 8 pounds outright was truly outrageous. This was as if he were her biological father. She glanced at Song Sanqing, who wore a similarly pained expression, and sighed. "Dad, that amounts to 80,000 yuan. I've only received a total of 60,000 in support from you for my farming endeavors." Observing Song Sanqing's distress, she felt her blood pressure rising. At this moment, Song Tan pondered deeply, realizing that her cultivation was lacking, preventing her from comprehending this 8,000, which weighed heavily on her heart. In this moment of anguish and conflict, she could only resort to her ultimate weapon, Mom. Zhang Yinping paced anxiously by the dining table, her gaze drifting towards her uncle. "Tan Tan, it need not be so severe." Song Tan lowered her eyes, Feeling embarrassed, I merely wished for my mother to mention my father, to tone down his generosity. But I did not anticipate that the dumplings and tea would only exacerbate the situation. The siblings exchanged glances until Xiao approached with a large bowl, exclaiming, "Brother, mother says the best dumplings are for you." What followed was a bowl of imperfect dumpling skins filled with stuffing for each person. However, as soon as the dumpling skin tore, the aroma in the air intensified. Zhang Yinping took a deep breath and remarked, "Aunt, your culinary skills surpass my mother's by far. These dumplings are truly delicious." Wulan chuckled, "You, my dear, are quite the charmer. You haven't even tasted them yet you already declare them delicious?" Zhang Yinping confidently replied, "When it comes to food, I can tell just by the scent whether it's good or not. These dumplings are undoubtedly delightful." With that, he eagerly took a bite. The flavor of the dumpling exploded in his mouth. The exquisite combination of shepherd's purse and meat left him no time to savor. As he ravenously devoured a second mouthful, such dumplings, one could indulge in them daily without ever growing weary. If only he had known how delectable the offerings at his aunt's home were, he would have visited much sooner. In a whirlwind of enjoyment, he devoured a large bowl in a daze, patting his belly with satisfaction, asking, "Is there more?" Beside him, Song Sanchong, slurping the noodles cooked in the dumpling broth, shot him a discreet glare, clearly impressed by his hearty appetite. In the rice fields, Zhang Yinping found himself unable to move after such a satisfying meal. However, the prospect of labor was out of the question. He resolved never to endure such hardship again. He decided to firmly plant himself on the stool, even if his aunt expressed disdain. As the lowest tier of the food chain, Song Sancheng dared not utter a word after eating, dutifully and eagerly cleaning up the dishes. Meanwhile, Wulan, having learned that tea leaves could fetch a staggering price of 11,000 per pound, discarded her bowl and promptly headed up the mountain with her basket. No one could match her enthusiasm. What good was it to be angry with men? Earning money was of utmost importance. Song Tan then declared, "Yinping, this afternoon you shall accompany Xiao to the vegetable garden." Tending to the garden required first turning the soil and then breaking it apart, a meticulous task despite the small area. It was Xiao's first time undertaking such a serious responsibility, and she approached it with great diligence. Although their own vegetable patch had been prepared the previous night, her grandparents had said that since they would not be lacking in vegetables once they began farming, they might as well clear an adjacent plot for Song Tan. That area remained unturned, providing a perfect opportunity for Zhang Yinping to acclimatize. Song Tan checked on the bok choy seeds soaked at noon, secretly adding a touch of vitality, and within half a day, tiny sprouts had begun to emerge. She plans to plant everything by this evening. The garden is not particularly large, totaling merely 3 mu, approximately 200 square meters. However, if she were to sow bok choy, a vegetable that can yield 4,000 jin per mu with casual planting, this plot could normally produce around 1,200 jin. With an added touch of luck, Song Tan eagerly calculated in her mind, feeling a surge of anticipation. Her thoughts were promising, but Zhang Yinping remained resolute, refusing to budge. "I want to go." His determination was evident. "If you don't go, there will be no dinner tonight." "Then I want to go either." Zhang Yinping chuckled. Tan, you're still young and unaware of the resolve of adults. My aunt would never let me go hungry." Song Tan smiled knowingly. "Yinping, just because she won tea let you starve doesn't tea mean you'll enjoy a meal as delightful as lunch. If you're willing to eat something different with us, then you might as well stay here and sulk." A pang of anxiety hit Zhang Yinping's heart. But as a man, how could he simply concede? He stubbornly retorted, "Impossible. You all are so busy. How could you possibly have time to cook 2 meals? Song Tan merely smiled in silence. However, before that, a piece of land needed to be plowed first. The rice must be cultivated in concentrated batches before transplantation. Additionally, the vegetable seedlings required nurturing as well. Song Tan handed the tools to Xiao. "Be good. Dig well in Grandpa and Grandma's garden. If you do a good job, we'll plant the vegetables tonight. Aren't we planting corn?" Xiao clearly disapproved of Song Tan's method of gardening. "It is merely a matter of timing. Once the moment arrives, we shall allocate a plot of land for Xiao to cultivate corn, shall we?" At this, Xiao felt a sense of contentment. Zhang Yinping observed his naive demeanor and could not help but shake his head. Meanwhile, Song Tan strolled into the fields, watching the old ox leisurely resting on the ground, with a few birds perched upon its back, and could not help but smile. Grandfatherly. Oh, an individual rose from the ridge, revealing himself to be the owner of the old yellow ox. Grandfatherly, isn't the crown vetch in my field delightful? The old man's face creased into a smile. Indeed, it is quite splendid, more fragrant than stewed meat. I harvest a basketful daily. This initiative was taken by Song Tan. Having endured hardships in his youth, Old Li was never particular about food. And although these two plots had been grazed by the ox, he found tender shoots in the corners, fresh and crisp. After just one taste, he began to bring a basket each day while tending to the ox, savoring the flavors and feeling a renewed sense of hope in life. Now, looking at Song Tan, he thought this girl was truly remarkable in every aspect. No wonder she is a university student, even farming better than they do. Tan, what brings you here? Song Tan pointed out two plots adjacent to the paddy and dry fields. Grandfatherly, it is time to prepare the rice seedlings. I kindly ask you to till these two plots thoroughly in the coming days. The upper dry land, I intend to raise some vegetable seedlings as well. So please ensure it is done meticulously. Having plowed fields for half his life, Old Li immediately agreed without a second thought. Rest assured, I know precisely what you need, and I will see to it properly. Then pointing to a corner of the field, that patch, sheltered from the wind and well-kissed by the sun, lies adjacent to the ditch. I only need to turn that area a little more thoroughly. Glancing up at the blazing sun, the elderly man naturally has a wealth of experience to share. Tell your father to take some time to weave more straw mats. With this weather, they'll need covering in the early morning and evening. I wonder if the chestnuts on the mountain will bloom soon? Don't just focus on the chestnuts. The black fungus below also needs to breathe. The workload is indeed becoming overwhelming for Song Tan. If this place were deserted, she could employ some clever tricks. But with so many people in the village now, the fields and forests are all under their watchful eyes, and everything must come gradually. However, observing the old man's lingering enthusiasm, Song Tan felt a spark of inspiration and suddenly asked, Grandpa Li, how about you help me manage the seedling affairs for now? Later, I'll let you take care of the two rice paddies as well. I want to even mention payment. I'll provide you with all the rice, flour, oil, vegetables, and meat for the entire year. What do you think? The old man, possessing great wisdom, chuckled warmly. If you don't mind my age and my inability to work at the end of the year, you can give me 20 pounds of your family's pork. Song Tan found herself both amused and exasperated. Having an elder at home is like possessing a treasure. Grandpa Li, you are far more capable than us young folks. Despite the villagers appearing worn down and walking with a shuffle, once they're in the fields, they work with a vigor that surpasses anyone else. Those resolute hands, cold as iron, can outpace many able-bodied youths when it comes to pulling weeds. Without further ado, Old Li possesses profound insights into rice cultivation, having devoted the first half of his life to it. With confidence, he assures, rest assured, I will ensure they thrive. Now burdened with responsibilities, he is more inclined to share his wisdom. By the way, Tan, you should take some time to clear out that pond above. There's an overabundance of aquatic grass. Consider raising some grass carp, as they thrive in such an environment. The water quality in the pond appears quite good. You might want to introduce some crucian carp fry as well, which could yield a decent income. Song Tan shares this ambition. I plan to introduce the fry after the rice fields have been flooded. Otherwise, they would simply flow through the irrigation channels into the fields. Her hesitation about raising fish in the rice paddies stems from the flock of ducks on the mountain, which she hopes to let graze in the fields, effectively staggering their access. However, Old Li counters, what is there to fear? Fish in the rice fields offer more benefits than ducks, as they consume pests and enhance soil fertility. As they say on television, it's the so-called rice flour fish, which can fetch a higher price. At worst, you can introduce more fry. I'll keep an eye on the rice fields for you. With this newfound venture, Old Li seems rejuvenated. No longer dozing off in the fields, but instead pacing back and forth along the ridges, as if he has meticulously planned the layout of the rice paddies. Meanwhile, Song Tan ascends the back mountain, carefully inspecting the 5 boxes of bees she has purchased. After being nourished with syrup for 2 days, the cherry blossoms at the entrance began to bloom, clusters of pale pink and white flowers bursting forth in vibrant celebration. The sole issue was that there existed only one tree. The spiritual energy mingled within was hardly sufficient to sustain the swarm of bees. The entire tree was suspended by Song Tan's spiritual force, surrounded daily by a buzzing hive, which from a distance appeared rather daunting. However, such a situation would not persist for long. As April gradually approached, the wildflowers began to flourish in increasing numbers. Song Tan had already resolved that once April had passed, she would cultivate a patch of flowers each day to bloom, allowing the bees a fortnight to gather nectar before plowing the land once more. She aimed to complete the transplanting by late April, officially entering the vegetable planting season. As for the bumblebee, it was still busy tending to its offspring. Unfortunately, this bumblebee had poor fortune. Having just emerged from its burrow, it had yet to taste pollen before being captured by Xiao Yu. Initially, it managed to sustain itself on syrup, but now it was voraciously absorbing spiritual energy daily. The larvae in the wax container had not grown much. Yet the bumblebee had plumped up considerably, now rounder than a thumb. The only unchanging aspect was its frail little wings, incapable of lifting its hefty body, flapping in vain each day, which began to concern Song Tan. With such weight, would it not crush the blossoms when it came time to gather nectar? Worry gnawed at her, yet her hand could not resist once more caressing the round, plump backside, adorned in a delightful pattern of yellow and black fur. Currently, it seems that the bumblebees have been excessively handled. After being so vigorously stroked, even the beehive has spun slightly, and they have not even extended their stingers, clearly displaying a rather laid-back demeanor. Song San Chung has once again taken up his carrying pole to fetch pig feed. The 5 piglets incessantly indulge in their meals, and fortunately, he is robust enough to manage the considerable amount of feed. Otherwise, it would be utterly overwhelming. Adding to the chaos, a flock of chickens and ducks cackle nearby, evoking both amusement and concern in him. His delight stems from the piglets' vigorous vitality, which makes them appear quite delectable. However, he is troubled by the realization that their growth is still far off, suggesting that his pig-rearing endeavor might extend throughout the entire year. Meanwhile, Xiao toils in the vegetable garden, sweating diligently, embodying both obedience and sincerity. The entire Song household is enveloped in a bustling atmosphere. With the exception of Zhang Yinping, he now sits leisurely on a stool, propping his feet up while engrossed in his phone. Upon noticing Song Tan return with a furrowed brow, he teasingly remarks, "Oh, what troubles our little farmer girl today?" Song Tan does not shy away from expressing her concerns. "I have set up enclosures around the mountain, while I can still keep an eye on the back slope. There are numerous black fungus and silver fungus cultivation sticks in the chestnut grove, merely secured by nylon netting. I fear that when the harvest arrives, they will be insufficient to deter any potential thieves." The chestnut grove is situated on a gentle slope, with paths leading both up and down. Yet it is a considerable distance from the Song residence. At present, the chestnuts are still sprouting leaves, and the fungus remains in a stacked, ventilated state, making the enclosures temporarily adequate. However, she worries that once the fungus matures, there may be those who would take advantage of the situation. After all, everything from her family's land seems to attract attention once tasted. At this moment, sharing his thoughts with Zhang Yinping, he contemplated the notion that collective strength prevails. If necessary, he could arrange for his cousin to accompany 3 little puppies on their mountain patrol. Perhaps a large white dog could also be included. Zhang Yinping was not particularly skilled in agricultural matters, and he remained blissfully unaware of Song Tan's alarming ideas. Meanwhile, at his feet, the trio of small terriers were playfully nibbling on his hand. Could these little creatures truly assist in patrolling the mountains? If they were to encounter a thief, wouldn't that merely serve to deliver fresh provisions to the intruder? Yet, he remained oblivious to the reality. As he pondered, a notion began to take shape. If your intention is to intercept intruders, the solution is quite simple. One could plant thorny vines along the perimeter of the mountain to enclose the area, ideally selecting those with an abundance of thorns, rendering them impossible to navigate. Do not concern yourself with the quantity of fruit they might yield. Instead, focus on your primary objective, protection. He raised an eyebrow, feeling quite pleased with himself. Tan, could you brew me another cup of your tea? If you do, I shall offer you a suggestion. Song Tan was not stingy with her tea when it came to family. Yet for Zhang Yinping, that was out of the question. This cousin had yet to toil the fields. Absolutely not. At best, she could prepare a few tales for him to take home. That will suffice. What more could one desire? Zhang Yinping promptly adopted a serious demeanor and continued, "You should also take some time to browse videos online. I recently came across one showcasing the golden bramble, which is precisely the prickly vine we have by the roadside. Alas, it has become quite rare. When it blooms, it is particularly stunning, yet it is entirely covered in thorns. The fruits are also bristly, and the tangled vines present a formidable challenge. Moreover, its peel is edible, can be utilized as a medicinal herb, and even infused into liquor, rendering it both economically and therapeutically valuable. As for your surrounding nets, there is no need to dismantle them. Simply erect sturdy posts at intervals and plant a circle of golden jujube around the perimeter. This will not only serve as a barrier, but also provide an additional source of income. As he spoke, he suddenly chuckled. Tan, when the golden jujube bears fruit. And if it cannot be sold, do not fret, I will find someone for you. Song Tan scrutinized him with suspicion, and then, upon browsing the internet, she realized why Zhang Yinping appeared so peculiar. The primary use of this item in folk culture is to infuse liquor, purportedly for nourishing the kidneys and enhancing vitality. She regarded Zhang Yinping thoughtfully. Brother, no wonder my aunt said you should go to the countryside to gain some work experience. Lying around at home all day playing on your phone, of course, you would be lacking in vigor. Zhang Yinping instantly bristled. What do you mean by lacking in vigor? What would you know being a girl? I am well aware of my own condition. Song Tan retorted with a huff. What is wrong with being a girl? Am I not allowed to be online or pursue knowledge? Clearly, I have struck a nerve, and you are merely reacting out of embarrassment, having witnessed much as a cultivator. She resumed her task with the hoe. However, brother, considering your suggestion about the golden jujube seems reliable, once my leeks are ready for harvest, I will ensure you receive a few extra bundles. She had just returned from a stroll around the village, where she noticed a fellow villager tending to their vegetable garden, lamenting that their excessive leek crop had become weak and unproductive due to neglect, leading them to consider replacing it with something else. Undaunted, Song Tan bartered a black fungus log she'd hauled from the mountain for a generous patch of leek roots, resolving to transplant them to the vetch field presently. Zhang Yinping hesitated momentarily, before comprehension dawned, his face flushing crimson and then paling. Indeed, leeks possessed a rather notorious reputation for their virility-enhancing properties. Such talk was hardly suitable for a young man like himself. However, by the time Zhang Yinping gathered his wits to object, Song Tan had already ventured into the field. When it came to tilling the soil, none could rival her prowess. Selecting a corner in the uppermost field, she wielded her hoe with unwavering diligence. Within a mere hour or two, she had upturned all the vetch in that section, burying it into the earth, before meticulously breaking up the clods and replanting the leek roots. The leeks, stripped bare, appeared particularly forlorn. With a subtle gesture, she summoned a surge of potent spiritual energy, barely restraining its full force, diverting only a fraction to the leeks, while the remainder permeated the vetch field. A gentle spring breeze stirred, causing the verdant leaves to sway. And before long, the flower buds atop the vetch began to swell rapidly, poised to unfurl. The vetch flourished with astonishing speed, and standing in the field, one could almost hear the delicate crackling as the buds trembled. Contented, Song Tan fetched a bucket and drew water from the pond, thoroughly irrigating the newly planted leek roots. She mused that from the morrow, the bees would no longer need to besiege that solitary, pitiful cherry tree. This entire field of vetch would suffice, at least for the time being. But how shall I market this vetch honey when the time comes? Contemplating this, she found herself unable to suppress a growing sense of anticipation. This plot of land, long neglected, appeared less fertile even for the cultivation of vetch compared to other fields. Song Tan delicately pinched a handful of soil, scrutinizing it closely, and ultimately resolved to dedicate this area to the cultivation of watermelons. Watermelons thrive in sandy soil and possess a remarkable adaptability to varied soil types, making them an essential summer delight. Although large-scale watermelon farming now predominantly employs grafted pumpkin seedlings, for small-scale family farming, such complexities are entirely unnecessary. Song Tan was well aware that her agricultural endeavors served dual purposes, generating income and fulfilling her personal dietary needs, allowing her to enjoy a comfortable meal. Thus, her immediate priority lay in diversifying her crops rather than expanding her acreage. Moreover, the reality was that she simply lacked the necessary labor force. Such as the present age, where technological advancement has proliferated. In the past, while tending to the spiritual fields on the back mountain of the Inghua Peak, she never faced such a dire shortage of manpower. However, with the current labor scarcity, the village is predominantly inhabited by the elderly, and certain tasks, once profitable, now require a harmonious integration with technology. For instance, sprinkler irrigation and systematic management. Lost in her thoughts, a sudden flash of green caught her eye. With swift reflexes, Song Tan reached out and captured the tender green grasshopper that had perched upon the vetch before her. You have quite the discerning palate. Just as the spiritual energy begins to flourish, these pests are eager to partake. If this continues, no matter how much spiritual energy she bestows, it will be insufficient to contend with the endless swarm of insects and birds that will inevitably arrive. After all, with the arrival of spring, various birds and insects are expected, which may disrupt the bees as they gather nectar. Song Tan indeed possesses corresponding magical techniques, yet it is imperative to remain discreet. Therefore, this plot of land shall serve as an initial experimental field. Tomorrow, I shall attract the bees and let the chickens and ducks roam freely. Subsequently, I will subtly intertwine the magical methods to observe whether the effects of pest elimination are both natural and effective. By the time Song Tan and Xiao Qiao have tidied up the vegetable garden, the setting sun will cast a warm orange glow over the mountains. Upon returning home, Zhang Yinping is indeed reclining in his armchair. The afternoon sun bathes him in warmth as he lies there, a straw hat mysteriously sourced to shield his face. 3 small dogs frolic over him, playfully yapping, their furry little heads occasionally nudging him, creating a scene that is both cozy and endearing. However, this cannot alter the fact that everyone is busy while he is leisurely resting. Yet, Song Tan remains unperturbed. Her cousin is undeniably a true gourmand, with a stubborn disposition. Compelling him to work would be a misguided approach. However, if food were involved, tonight, she shall have him begging to toil in the fields. Song Tan glanced at the seeds that had been pre-soaked to encourage germination and, with a slight infusion of energy, she observed the seedling buds becoming increasingly plump and vibrant. She retrieved the seeds, and with Xiao Qiao gone, she could finish planting the vegetables and then take a well-deserved rest. Xiao Qiao cast a reluctant glance at the 3 small dogs and asked, "Sister, may I bring the puppies along?" "Not possible," Song Tan replied, shaking her head. "They are too small and will make everything dirty, hindering our work. I will accompany you. Let us hasten our efforts. And soon you shall return to play with the puppies." Jojo let out a disappointed sigh, but soon her attention was diverted. "When I return, I shall name the puppy." "All right, you name it. Once you've decided, I'll craft a few tags to hang on them." Jojo, indeed, became excited. "I want one too." Song Tan couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared that the beloved pig mother had fallen from grace. Now it was the puppy's turn to receive affection. However, upon further reflection, Song Tan realized that since Jojo often ventured outside, it was time to engrave a tag with contact information. She agreed. "All right, you tend to your farming. And this afternoon's wages will suffice for 4 tags." Zhang Yinping, who was resting with his eyes closed, could no longer contain himself upon hearing this. Tan, look how diligently Jojo is working, drenched in sweat. How much are you paying him? Are you luring him back with dog tags? Such is the essence of capitalism." Yet before Song Tan could respond, Jojo proudly puffed out her chest. 50. Zhang Yinping could hardly contain his disbelief. He had never imagined that 50 yuan could hold such significance. The vegetable garden, with its digging and tilling, was clearly laborious, as evidenced by the mud caked on Jojo's rain boots. And yet, this little rascal remained in high spirits. Observing Jojo's proud demeanor, he sighed in resignation. "Well, I suppose I am a fool. One is willing to pay, and the other is willing to be paid. Jojo, do your best." Jojo solemnly nodded. "Brother, do not worry. Once I finish sewing, I will have money to buy you bubble gum." Zhang Yinping replied. "I appreciate your bubble gum. Sewing baby bok choy presents little difficulty. One does not even need to create ridges, as it can simply be broadcasted directly onto the soil, followed by a light covering with a hoe, and the task is complete." In less than half an hour, the siblings managed to finish the entire expanse of their vegetable garden. At that moment, Song Sancheng arrived, carrying a bucket of pig feed up the hill, while the tea pickers gradually descended from the mountains. At the forefront was Wulan, her spirits exceptionally high. How could they not be? The mere thought of the current price of tea leaves made her feel as though she were not merely harvesting tea, but rather collecting money. Collecting money. Who could possibly feel fatigued by such a venture? She could only lament that her bounty was insufficient. Earlier that day, she had been vexed by that troublesome old man, which cost her some time. While others gathered 5 pounds, she managed only 4.5. However, fortunately, regardless of who picked, it all ultimately belonged to their family. After briefly noting the accounts, she deftly rolled up her sleeves. "What shall we have for dinner tonight?" Zhang Yinping, the obstinate man, perked up at Wulan's words. "Aunt, I shall wash the vegetables for you." Song Tan cast a knowing glance at Zhang Yinping, a smirk playing on her lips. "Mother, My aunt has stated that if cousin does not work, he shall not be fed. Nonsense, Wulan chided her lightly. Yinping has come all this way. How could we treat him thus? Song Tin turned her gaze back and indeed saw Zhang Yinping raising his eyebrows, wearing a smug smile. She was not angered, rather. She adjusted her words. Then, mother, since you are weary, I shall simply stir-fry some minced meat with purple cloud peas and chili flakes for dinner. She decided to stew the canned meat she had prepared earlier for brother Yinping, as it would be rather inappropriate not to serve him a hearty dish after he had come all this way to visit. However, Wulan hesitated, wondering if the stew would be palatable without incorporating some of the fresh produce from their fields. After all, nobody relished the idea of eating bland fare. Their family had become almost ascetic for the sake of the purple vetch. Yet, after a long day of labor, she felt utterly exhausted and ultimately relinquished control of the kitchen. Zhang Yinping glanced about, sensing an underlying dissonance, yet he could pinpoint no tangible evidence to substantiate his unease, leaving him in a state of agitation. As anticipated, Song Tin entered the kitchen to prepare the meal. Her culinary skills were rather mediocre, adequate enough to boil food. Under Wulan's guidance, she diligently began to stew the canned meat with radishes, then proceeded to wash and finely chop the purple vetch, crushed a few garlic cloves, sliced some chili peppers, and heated pig fat in a pan. Once the kitchen was filled with enticing aromas, she added the chili and garlic to saute briefly, followed by the minced meat, and finally incorporated the purple vetch. A mere sprinkle of salt was all it required, and the delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Zhang Yinping stealthily approached the kitchen door, inhaling the savory scent of the bubbling meat along with the rich, fragrant essence of the purple vetch. And suddenly it dawned on him. Aha! No wonder his aunt had brought home several bunches of purple vetch. This dish was indeed remarkable. His nose, astute as ever, discerned the most delectable offerings with ease. Thus, he eagerly served himself a generous portion of rice, and, with heartfelt sincerity, addressed Wulan. Auntie, uncle, you have truly worked hard today. Please, indulge in this meat. However, he was swift, but Song Tan was swifter. At this moment, she approached the family of four, deftly scooping the remaining food from their bowls, leaving only a mere spoonful of the dish in the plate. This last portion was ultimately reserved for Zhang Yinping. She smiled at her cousin amiably, saying, Yinping, it's such a rare occasion for you to visit. How could I possibly let you eat just wild vegetables? This is my mother's specially prepared braised meat. It has just finished cooking today. Do try it, and see how fragrant it is. The pristine white rice was adorned with a small mound of vibrant green vegetables, creating a stark contrast that looked particularly uninviting. Zhang Yinping glanced up at her, and the unspoken tension between them became palpable. Yet, the die was cast. The meat did indeed emit a tantalizing aroma. Zhang Yinping could only chuckle inwardly, thinking, this little girl, despite my discerning palate, I am not so easily tempted as to be desperate for a mere portion of greens. He scooped a mouthful of rice, accompanied by the purple vetch, and stuffed it into his mouth. Moments later, as he observed the others at the dining table relishing their meal, and then gazed down at the substantial piece of meat in his own bowl, a wave of melancholy washed over him, causing tears to well up. Curse it! Why are the vegetables so delectable? Finally, the meal concluded amidst Zhang Yinping's reluctant swallowing. Feeling a pang of discontent, he took the initiative to clear the dishes, initially intending to impress his aunt, hoping that she would take charge of the kitchen the following day. However, Song Tan sent the recently taken video to their aunt, expressing her concern. Aunt, Yinping is quite picky with his food. Accompanying the image was a depiction of the family of four enjoying their greens. While his bowl was filled with both radishes and meat, yet his expression remained one of dissatisfaction. Sure enough, their aunt was infuriated. How could she not be aware of how her son fared at the dining table? Despite her discerning nature, she finds delight in nearly every dish, and her sister's culinary skills far surpass her own. Yet, upon arriving at her aunt's house, she exhibits a rather peculiar demeanor, seemingly lamenting her relocation to the countryside. The couple exchanged whispers, concluding that Zhang Yinping's behavior was a direct consequence of the rural placement, a measure they deemed beneficial for him. Consequently, they grew more resolute, and without hesitation, called Elan. Elan, my intention in sending Yinping to the countryside is to cultivate his character, so please do not hesitate to make him work. Let him toil in the tea fields and till the soil. He is a young lad, and cannot possibly be overexerted. The sisters engaged in light conversation, while Zhang Yinping, observing his aunt's contemplative expression, felt an unsettling premonition about his future. However, he was utterly incapable of manual labor. His hands, after all, were no ordinary hands. They were hands of supreme distinction, unfit for wielding a hoe. Thus, he leaned closer to Song Tan. Tan, what do you think of the golden berry I mentioned today? Song Tan had meticulously researched the golden berry's various states and growing conditions, along with its thorns, and was currently calculating expenses. She nodded in response. It's quite good, Yinping. Just for your mention of the golden berry, I allocated a portion of tonight's meal for you. Zhang Yinping, taken aback, thought to himself, goodness, it would have been better had she not bothered. One bite, and it was gone, rendering the rest of the meal tasteless and unpalatable. As he shifted closer to speak again, he inadvertently caught sight of Song Tan transferring money to a person labeled as Express Huago. The transfer was modest, a little over 60 yuan. But upon glancing at the ledger, he noted 2 additional entries totaling 1,500 yuan for delivery fees. He was startled. What did you purchase? Why is the express delivery fee so exorbitant? Why didn't you opt for logistics? Song Tan sighed. It's the Chinese milk vet you've been consuming. There's a high demand for it in Ningxing, and since it's perishable, I had to ship everything via refrigerated transport. Initially, she had transferred 500 yuan to the delivery guy. However, after several instances of exceeding the weight limit, the money had dwindled. This time, she transferred an additional 1,000 yuan in advance, but it still wasn't sufficient, requiring a further top-up of over 60 yuan. In reality, there were only 50-odd orders. The delivery guy, efficient as ever, applied a 30% discount and offered the lowest possible price on packaging fees. In principle, it shouldn't have amounted to this much. However, the initial weight for fresh produce was 24 yuan, with ice packs incurring extra charges. Many orders consisted of 10, 8, or 5 pounds, all exceeding the weight limit. Hence, the need to supplement the payment. Fortunately, Song Tan had clarified everything beforehand, and the money transferred by everyone included postage. At this moment, she was calculating the accounts, refunding the excess money to each person individually based on their postage fees. Zhang Yinping was astonished. Just these vegetables, transported via refrigerated shipping? Are they consuming the vegetables or the delivery fee? But upon further reflection, he thought, indeed, that's how it is with fine goods. People are willing to spend, no matter how expensive the shipping. It was akin to his own family purchasing fruit. Recalling the key point he had come for, he brushed aside the Chinese milk, veg, and delivery fees, and asked with a smile, so, now that you deem the Cherokee rose hips qualified, have you located a nursery that cultivates them? Song Tan raised an eyebrow, her clear gaze fixed upon him. Zhang Yinping felt that his familiar, good-tempered cousin had not only undergone a change in character, but that even her gaze now possessed a penetrating quality. However, a smile of profound magnanimity swiftly graced Song's countenance. Yinping, dear brother, do you have any recommendations? Zhang Yinping appeared somewhat ill at ease. To be sure, there existed a plethora of flora capable of serving as a protective barrier. Nevertheless, after meticulous deliberation, Zhang Yinping initially dismissed an array of plants, including wolfberries and sea buckthorns, commonly found in most nurseries. Of course, in terms of sheer defensive prowess, these plants paled in comparison to the formidable Cherokee rose. This botanical specimen exhibited an utterly capricious growth pattern, brandishing an arsenal of both large and small thorns, with a velvety fuzz of prickles enveloping its entirety. From its foliage to its fruit, not a single element remained unscathed. Most crucially, its branches possessed both resilience and length, intertwining into a labyrinthine network, while the mature boughs attained remarkable fortitude. Its stature, surprisingly, was far from diminutive. Should it mature into a protective stratum, it would present an imposing barrier, both lofty and dense, a veritable thicket that would defy even the most strenuous efforts to cleave a fissure within its embrace. Verily, any individual who dared to penetrate its thorny defenses would be justly hailed as a valiant champion. Thus, his recommendation was far from frivolous. It was merely that his younger cousin appeared to possess a certain perspicacity, causing even his own brazen countenance to flush with a modicum of discomfiture. Yet, this did not deter him from proceeding with his discourse. You see, the Cherokee rose may be challenging to procure from nurseries, but your humble cousin, in his modest capacity, happens to be acquainted with precisely such an establishment. As Zhang Yinping drew nearer, his fair and rotund visage radiated an aura of profound sincerity. However, behold, Is this not a testament to my unique skill? Pray, do not regard me, as my mother does, as a mere dilettante. As family, I shall waive any brokerage fees. Simply provide me with delectable sustenance and comfortable lodging in our ancestral home during this period, excluding, of course, any arduous labor in the fields. Song Tan smiled gently, addressing Yin Ping. If it were any other time, I would certainly agree to your request. However, do not forget that your return to the village was mandated as a form of labor reform. If you neglect your duties, you won't last long here, as Auntie will surely feel that you are hindering our work. Just look at you, Yin Ping. Your physique is robust. To not wield a hoe would be an utter waste of your strength. Song Tan continued to guide him persuasively. Cousin, our household currently has no strenuous tasks. We are only engaged in trivial chores. This is indeed the case, as our activities mainly involve breeding, tea picking, vegetable harvesting, and digging irrigation ditches. Oh, let us not forget the planting of golden cherry trees, feeding pigs, chickens, and ducks, as well as training the puppy. Ultimately, these tasks are far less laborious than mountain digging. Song Tan aimed for a gradual approach. Today we dig ditches, tomorrow we ascend the hills to plant golden cherries. And subsequently, we will transplant seedlings in the fields. Is that too much to ask? Her tone grew increasingly enticing. When you return home, Auntie will incessantly criticize you. Despite the fact that you identified the channels for importing fruits, she will still feel that you are simply consuming without contributing. Don't you feel a sense of injustice? This was not merely Auntie and Uncle being harsh on their son. It stemmed from the mindset of their generation, who believed that if one did not engage in earnest labor, then the means of acquiring success were not legitimate. As for establishing a channel for imported fruits, what channel could that possibly be, given the exorbitant costs? Were it not for the vibrant market, this diligent couple would never have dared to venture. Yet, here the situation is different. My mother holds you in high regard. You need only lend a modest hand, and your treatment at home will undoubtedly be first-rate. Moreover, you are well aware of the exquisite flavors of the vegetables I cultivate. Wouldn't it be worthwhile to merely stir things up a bit and enjoy a few hearty bowls of such delightful dishes? Zhang Yinping opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Deep down, he understood that not contributing to the household at his aunt's place would soon become untenable, not just for his mother, but for his aunt as well, given their genuine busyness. After pondering for a while, he finally spoke. Xiao mentioned there are still porcelain buns at home. Could you heat up a couple for me? If they are delicious, I will contact the nursery for you later. He contemplated further and added, Tan, this plant can indeed be propagated through cuttings or seeds. It's quite simple to grow. If you are not in a hurry for the forest protection, you could venture outdoors in this weather, find a suitable tree, and take cuttings. In 2 to 3 years, you should see significant growth. Song Tan felt helpless, while cuttings could indeed work, even with her spiritual energy, to expedite growth. It wouldn't result in immediate fullness. She was quite anxious, as the chestnut grove was far away, spanning nearly 4 acres with over 500 chestnut trees. This wasn't considered large by local standards, for as far as the eye could see, there were many more expansive chestnut groves dotting the undulating hills. However, as time passed, many farming families had ceased relying on this for sustenance, leading to a rather indifferent attitude towards chestnuts. Some had been cut down, while others remained but received little care. In Song Tan's memories, during her childhood, she would often trek up the mountain to keep watch as the chestnuts approached ripeness, lest anyone attempt to pilfer them. Yet now, once they ripened, they drew no attention whatsoever. Someone has come to the town for procurement, attempting to sell some chestnuts. If there are none, then so be it. After all, there are hardly any robust laborers left in every household. Those capable of laboring have already departed for work during the chestnut ripening season. The forest lacks even fertilizer. It is indeed challenging for farmers to earn a living, as they are willing yet powerless. Our family cannot spare hands to tend to the fields day and night. In the woods, black fungus and silver fungus occupy only a portion. We still need to interplant other crops. Nowadays, who has the time to wait for the golden berries to mature? It is better to purchase mature plants first. Zhang Yinping furrowed her brow. If they can grow in just a year, the price for seedlings that take 3 to 5 years to mature would certainly be considerable, especially since one requires the prickly original varieties. Currently, most cultivated varieties are thornless and more prevalent in large-scale farming. Calculating it out, each plant would cost around 15 yuan. How many do you need? Song Tan contemplated the boundary line of the chestnut grove. With a touch of inspiration, she realized that planting mature plants could be somewhat sparse. With 2 layers of surrounding nets, each staggered with a spacing of 2 meters between each plant. 200 in total would suffice. Zhang Yinping pondered for a moment, hesitating. Tan, your investment in cultivating the land is not insignificant. Do you plan to continue this endeavor? He could hardly believe that Song Tan was merely deceiving her mother, claiming she would rest at home for a while casually farming. Song Tan nodded. Brother Yinping, do not worry about the finances. I have been selling vegetables every day during this period. The purple cloud beans you had today cost 20 yuan per pound. The proceeds from selling wild vegetables were entirely invested in this pickup truck. The Chinese milk veg has been selling well for several days, yielding another 10 to 20,000. With out-of-town and bulk transactions, an additional 30,000 in revenue should be attainable. Despite the multitude of tasks orchestrated by Song Tan, the overall investment is gradually being recouped. Not to mention the tea. This spring harvest alone will suffice to enrich their coffers. Zhang Yinping evinced no surprise at the 20 yuan price for the vegetables, nor did he deem Song Tan's return to farming as imprudent. Instead, he nodded in affirmation, it's worth the price, as long as you have a plan. Subsequently, he unhesitatingly seized his telephone. I shall contact the nursery for you forthwith. By the way, quickly warm up a couple of those porcelain buns for me. 68. Are you inclined to acquire a canine companion? Zhang Yinping found himself at a loss for words when it came to describing the flavor of the porcelain buns, lest his mouth water uncontrollably. The tangy, spicy porcelain, coupled with bits of fatty and lean minced meat, the fragrant oil permeating the dough, each bite. Alas, it was his own restraint that was to blame. What was the harm in eating to one's fill? Had he done so, he could have devoured 4 more buns. Now, with only 2 buns to tide him over, his craving intensified. However, these 2 buns were not consumed in vain. By the time they were finished, the nursery had responded. Brother, the items you seek are quite esoteric. I assure you, among the nurseries in the surrounding cities, only mine possesses such stock. And I'm offering you a most reasonable price, 15 yuan. You won't find it cheaper elsewhere. Regardless of any exaggeration, it was evident that obtaining original rose multiflora on a large scale was indeed difficult. However, the nursery is quite busy. The owner is unwilling to deliver and only agrees to ship via logistics. Yet, in merely 2 days, Song Tan's family will officially commence breeding, leaving no time for organization. These couple of days are filled with trivial tasks, and it will take at least 3 to 5 days for the logistics to arrive. After some contemplation, Song Tan learned that driving to the other city would take approximately 3 hours, so she straightforwardly asked Zhang Yinping, would you accompany me to fetch the goods tomorrow? The small pickup truck is quite spacious, and 200 saplings are hardly a burden. Zhang Yinping pondered for a moment. It's not worth it. Let the logistics handle it. At worst, you could hire someone to plant them. Song Tan shook her head. Let us make the trip. It's not far. I've heard there's a reputable fish fry vendor in the vicinity, and I'd like to check it out along the way. Zhang Yinping considered that he indeed had little acquaintance with fish vendors, and his contact list was lacking. They ought to go. And when we leave, please steam a batch of those buns for me. By the way, do you need a big dog? The 3 little ones at home aren't very reliable. He gestured toward the trio of silly puppies, clinging to Xiao, their pudgy forms wobbling as they attempted to walk, tails swaying and making soft whines. Relying on them for guarding the house would be a distant hope. However, with Song Tan's expanding enterprise in the village, having so few dogs for protection is rather precarious. Song Tan raised an eyebrow. You have connections for that too? She had her intentions, but had yet to find the right fit, and was currently too occupied. Zhang Yinping raised his eyebrows with pride. Of course. If I weren't capable, do you think I'd have sourced those fruit channels from all corners of the world? He took out his phone to open the map. Do you see? On our way back from the nursery, if we walk another 3 kilometers to the side, there's an excellent dog kennel. It specializes in large breeds, which are not easy for the average person to care for. A friend of mine once brought back 3 dogs from here, and during the new year, they managed to take down 2 wild boars. This truly is a serendipitous moment. At that moment, Song Tan couldn't help but regard her cousin with newfound admiration. Indeed, in modern society, one's capabilities are not solely measured by brute strength. She nodded. All right. I think I should select a few more. Zhang Yinping agreed. Actually, it's most suitable for you to raise a few dogs now. There are hardly any young and strong men in the village, and those who dare to steal are even fewer. The primary role of the dogs is to serve as sentinels and provide a formidable presence. As he rubbed his stomach, he spoke candidly. I have my own motives for taking you there. The owner of the kennel is an old classmate of mine. I thought, why not let you choose a few? It would give those dogs a good home in our village. Such dogs require meat to maintain their energy, which most families cannot afford or are reluctant to provide. Although he had only been home for half a day, he could vaguely perceive that his cousin had become the backbone of the household, and with her ability to earn, these dogs would not be neglected. Song Tan was indifferent to his motives. If there were suitable options, why not choose a few more? After careful consideration, she concluded that 3 small dogs would be of little use and could be excluded from her selection. In the mountains, observing the pigs and chickens as well as the ducks, 3 dogs would prove most suitable, considering the abundance of pigs, which could easily overwhelm one if there were fewer dogs. Over by the chestnut grove, there might be 1 or 2 dogs at a minimum, and perhaps 3 or 4 at most, depending on how effectively the terrain could be utilized. The fields and ponds also necessitate vigilant dogs, for such locations are most susceptible to poachers looking to catch fish. Even though she has yet to establish a significant operation, she must at least prepare 5 adult dogs. The market price for these animals is exceedingly high, and any loss, however minor, would cause her considerable distress. At that time, she plans to construct doghouses in each area requiring oversight. The village is quite open, and with the slightest rustle of the grass, the dogs will alert them. A far more reliable method than the spiritual warnings that Song Tan has been employing. Having only recently begun her cultivation, and with the spiritual energy being scarce, it is prudent to conserve resources. However, dogs of such quality will hardly come at a low price. Song Tan reflects on the ebb and flow of her bank account, which never seems to accumulate savings, causing her great anguish. Meanwhile, Zhang Yinping observes her discreetly, asking, "What's wrong? Is it that you lack funds? I can help. Would you sell me those 5 pounds of tea leaves? I can offer you 8,000 per pound. After all, we are relatives, and I can resell them for a profit. I earn, you save." Zhang Yinping knows individuals who can afford tea priced at 10,000 per pound, yet very few are willing to splurge on tea that lacks any reputation or promotion. Additionally, one must consider the losses incurred from tasting and such. The higher the price, the less worthwhile his efforts become. This price has been a matter of contemplation for Zhang Yinping ever since he sampled that cup of tea at noon. It strikes him as quite reasonable. Song Tan shook her head. That's not feasible. The spring tea is quite expensive now. The summer tea priced at 8,000 per pound is limited, and I can only reserve some for you. With that, she decided to craft a message and post it in the group. New tea available. Basic packaging, special price of 11,000 per pound. Limited quantity. Act swiftly if interested. Not to mention, her group consisted of loyal fans who might question the price, but would certainly trust the quality. However, the price of 11,000 for an unnamed tea was truly astonishing. After a considerable pause, someone cautiously inquired, "I would like to buy 1 or 2 pounds. Is that possible?" Song Tan chuckled, "So quick. Someone actually trusts me this much." Without hesitation, she replied, "Yes. Come find me tomorrow morning when I'm at the market." Simply for the sake of this trust, it was worth making a start. Her response ignited excitement in the group. "Boss, what kind of tea could you possibly sell at this price? Can we brew a cup to sample tomorrow?" Song Tan thought to herself, "I've been selling vegetables for so long. Do I really need to invite you all to the market for a tasting? What a hassle. If you all buy 1 or 2 pounds each, it won't even be enough to package. This would be the only occasion for such an introduction. No, I must sell vegetables quickly tomorrow. I have to make a long trip and won't have the time." Just then, a private message from someone labeled as Secretary Wong popped up. "I would like half a pound. Is that acceptable?" Secretary Wong, with his own efforts, had unexpectedly invigorated the purchasing power of the entire courtyard, a fact he had not anticipated. Yet, this cannot be attributed solely to him. Initially, the chef requested his contact information, followed closely by inquiries from others about the source of the leader's vegetable purchases. In such a buying group, if he were to remain secretive, it would surely be deemed rather unsociable. Ultimately, Secretary Wong provided his WeChat details. Meanwhile, colleagues at the compound, those who had not savored the dishes, were left craving, while those who had tasted them could not forget. Regardless of whether they had partaken or not, everyone shared a common sentiment. Since the leader had made a purchase, it seemed only reasonable to follow suit. Perhaps it might enhance their favorability? Even if the favorability proved futile, it is unlikely that anything would be lost. Thus, the fervent ordering commenced. However, due to the strict regulations of the compound, typical deliveries were barred entry. leading everyone to input their home addresses instead. Otherwise, all of Song Tan's delivery orders would converge at a single location. Had she managed to secure a truck, same-day delivery could have been possible, possibly at a lower cost than conventional couriers. Just as the new batch of vegetables had yet to arrive, the shopkeeper, in a fit of audacity, began selling tea leaves at the exorbitant price of 11,000 per pound. In truth, their region lacked any renowned local specialties, and this tea, when compared to national treasures, fell significantly short. Yet, they dared to impose such a steep price? The crowd remained watchful. However, Secretary Wang felt a stir within. Recalling the leader's earlier remarks on rural revitalization and industry, at that moment, he resolved, given the exquisite flavor of the wild vegetables and the shopkeeper's resolute demeanor, Secretary Wang was certain of the quality being assured. He had been personally promoted by the leader and, at a young age, shared the same passion, often indulging in a cup of tea. In the present moment, inspired by the flavor of purple clover, I indulged in a reverie of tea aromas, and the act of transferring 5,000 yuan no longer seemed to sting as much. Oh, but wait, there is also a delivery fee of 20 yuan. How miserly of the owner. Can he not even spare the cost of shipping for 5,000 yuan? However, early the next morning, when Zhang Yinping was groggily roused from his slumber and taken to the fields, he numbly began to gather grass. Oh no! As he harvested the purple clover, he felt utterly disoriented. Yesterday, he had mentioned a lack of strength for labor, but he had not anticipated having to wade through the dew-soaked fields at such an early hour. Yet, witnessing Song Tan and Xiao diligently filling their baskets, having already donned their rubber boots, he found himself with no choice but to let out a long sigh and commence his first day as a laborer. The morning forest was tranquil and hazy. Wisps of delicate mist swirled around the pastoral landscape, creating a striking contrast with the distant scenery. The air seemed imbued with a refreshing sweetness, and as a gentle breeze wafted through, the first field adjacent to the bamboo grove showcased the purple clover in full bloom, its petals resembling a cluster of lotus flowers, exquisite and captivating. Yet, Zhang Yinping felt none of this beauty. He was solely aware of the strain in his back from bending over to pick. What was more frustrating was that after toiling for half the day, his basket remained far from full. Meanwhile, Xiao's basket was brimming, and she joyfully approached him, saying, "Brother, let me help you." Even Zhang Yinping, with a face as thick as a wall, found it difficult to resist the charm of her offer. To make matters even sweeter, Xiao whispered, "Brother, when the convenience store opens, I'll buy you some bubble gum. I have money. Do not feel disheartened by your lack of proficiency," Zhang Yinping remarked. If only he had a modicum more of modesty, his face would be as crimson as a ripe shrimp by now. At that moment, Song Tan inquired, Xiao, have you thought of names for your 3 little dogs?" Xiao shook his head. "No, it's so difficult to think of one." "Sister, can you name them?" "I cannot either," Song Tan comforted him. "However, the puppies are still quite small and do not understand much yet. I have decided to find them some responsible parents. Can you stay home today to keep them company? I will go out with my brother to help." "Huh?" Xiao blinked in confusion. "Can I go too?" "No, you cannot." Although Xiao was obedient and sensible, the prospect of a lengthy car journey was not particularly enjoyable for him. So it was better for him to remain at home this time. "Nevertheless, you have responsibilities at home today. You must accompany mother to pick tea or help father care for the chicks and ducklings. Only then will you receive your allowance. The feeling of having money is truly delightful. Or perhaps both tea picking and tending to the chickens and ducks hold their own charms." After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao quickly agreed. Once the sun rose, everyone returned to sort the baskets, and Song Tan raised her voice again, "Dad, the purple vetch in the field has bloomed. If the beehive is empty later, don't worry, just take a look in the field." Song Sancheng was feeding the pigs on the hillside, his voice mingling with the grunts of the piglets, making it barely audible. "What about my big bear?" Upon hearing the word bees, Xiao eagerly inched closer. Song Tan pondered for a moment before ascending to the higher shelves of the storage shed to retrieve a box. "I entrust you with a task. Once the dew has dissipated, take this box to the blooming field. Your bear is now quite overweight, and having not exercised its wings for quite some time, it is unlikely to be able to fly. Let Xiao act as a diligent porter, allowing the bear to gather ample pollen and nectar to nourish her offspring before returning." As time passed, with both syrup and vitality available, the bumblebee pupae should soon undergo their metamorphosis. Given the bumblebee's hearty appetite, it was imperative that it consume sufficient pollen and nectar during this period. Zhang Yinping approached and, unexpectedly catching sight of the plump, round creature nestled within the box, exclaimed in surprise, "What is this? Why is it so fat?" The bumblebee, nestled in its wax pot and gently vibrating as it underwent the warming and hatching process, emitted a low buzz, seemingly protesting against the label of fat. Yet, it truly was quite rotund. Its fluffy, round body, propelled by its tiny wings, barely managed to rise 2 centimeters above the confines of the box before it plummeted back down with a soft thud. As she prepared to leave, Song Tan checked her account. Her initial savings of 60,000 yuan had long since been depleted. Although a portion of her parents' funds had been spent, over 20,000 yuan still remained in their account, a sum she had no intention of touching, recognizing the difficulty of her parents' efforts to save. As for her own account, it contained merely the 20,000 yuan earned from selling purple vetch recently, in addition to the 6,000 yuan from tea sales the day before. She had no intention of selecting any particular breed of dog. Even a local mutt would suffice. With this in mind, after purchasing the golden jujube, the 20,000 yuan would be more than adequate. She had meticulously planned, taking out the several sheets of white paper she had brought back, weighing out half a pound and an ounce of tea leaves, wrapping them layer by layer in the paper, and placing them into a sealed bag. Watching this, Zhang Yinping felt his eyelids twitch. At least add some packaging. After all, when the goods were sold, it would provide a sense of comfort to the buyer. Song Tan was not oblivious to this. It was merely that it was her first time adding packaging, and she knew that if she neglected to do so in the future, customers would surely become critical. Given the high quality of the product, she thought it best to save a little trouble when possible. Meanwhile, Xiao and Ulan had already finished preparing the vegetables, prompting her to call out, "Yinping, let us move the baskets." Zhang Yinping could hardly fathom that his typically charming demeanor would falter at the market, failing to impress even after 3 exchanges with the vendor. The situation unfolded thus. He had inadvertently taken Xiao's place, assisting Song Tan in selling vegetables. Logically, this should have posed no challenge. He swiftly packed the produce and quoted a price, 60. The vendor's expression, however, was taut. "Young man, where did you find this helper? No good. Just look at him. He lacks any charm." Zhang Yinping incredulously touched his face. With his tall, stout, and fair appearance, he was the type that middle-aged women typically adored. It seemed unreasonable for him to fail here. Thus, when the next vendor, a woman with red hair, approached, he made a concerted effort to muster a smile that was endearing. The red-haired aunt made a significant purchase this time, as it is said that she has developed a new pickling recipe, preparing various flavors daily to send to her children living abroad, which has garnered much acclaim. However, on this occasion, as Zhang Yinping smiled while stuffing the purple vetch into the bag, he was met with the aunt's critical remark, "Oh dear, young man. Your smile pales in comparison to that of Xiao, so there's no need to force it." Zhang Yinping's smile faltered. To make matters worse, another aunt remarked even more sharply, "This young fellow must be around 30, trying to emulate Xiao, truly an old cucumber painted green." Zhang Yinping was filled with indignation. He was only 26. 26, just 8 years older than Xiao, still brimming with youth. So how could he be likened to an old cucumber? Yet, that aunt had already walked away, and a new aunt stepped up in line, leaving him with no choice but to continue as a dutiful yet disheartened servant. When the vegetables had nearly sold out, a flustered uncle hurried over. "Miss, where are my tea leaves?" As he spoke, he furtively glanced around. Zhang Yinping recognized him as the loyal customer who only purchased a small amount. Upon spotting Zhang Yinping, the uncle wore a look of surprise. Zhang Yinping thought to himself, "Is it really necessary?" Noticing the customer's anxious demeanor, he inquired, "What are you doing?" The man whispered, "I'm buying this secretly. The tea is too expensive, and I'm afraid my spouse will see it." He took the tea leaves, opened the sealed bag, and revealed a small package wrapped in white paper inside, his expression tightening slightly. He then gingerly lifted a corner of the white paper, inhaling deeply. This single action caused a wave of delight to spread across his face, now brimming with eager anticipation. Exquisite. Truly exquisite. He hastily packed the items back into the bag, and promptly hurried back from whence he came. The neighboring vegetable vendor sidled over, casting a curious glance at Song. "What are you selling? Why all the secrecy?" He didn't elaborate, but his movements and demeanor resembled those of someone furtively dealing in illicit goods, quite suspicious indeed. Upon seeing him, Song swiftly prepared the 5 pounds of purple alfalfa the vendor had requested the previous day, freshly picked this morning. The vegetable vendor glanced left and right. Then with a lightning-fast motion snatched the bag of vegetables, carefully concealing it behind his stall. This clandestine transaction was no different from that of the tea-buying uncle earlier. Only then did Song answer his question. Just some homemade tea for my family. It's a bit pricey, so everyone's being cautious. The vegetable vendor was once again tempted. Your family's tea. However, Song had no time to wait for him to decide, and quickly packed up the baskets. Let's go. This time, they were headed to a 2.5-hour drive away. No need to enter the city. The suburbs were their destination. Nursery. It's unclear how knew so many people, but Nursery actually managed to produce a full 200 golden cherry trees, something Song couldn't even find olive on. As spring unfolds, the golden cherry seedlings, which underwent significant pruning last winter, currently present a rather barren appearance. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern their robust root systems and vigorous vitality, indicative of their youthful exuberance. Song Tan pointed out a few seedlings with noticeably weaker roots, only to witness the proprietor stroke his head and offer an awkward smile. Young lady, your discerning eye is quite commendable. But alas, this primitive variety is indeed challenging to manage. Despite years of cultivation, no one has shown interest in purchasing them. Your sudden demand leaves me short of 200 specimens. I have merely salvaged a few from the pots, slightly less vigorous, just a tad. Initially, I had intended to use them for grafting roses. As the proprietor spoke, a sense of reluctance washed over his countenance. Nevertheless, you shall not be at a loss. He hastily unearthed an exceptionally robust specimen from the meticulously pruned golden cherries. This one is the mother plant of these seedlings, remarkably strong. In the past, I would not have parted with it for less than 50 yuan. Since the proprietor claimed this as the mother plant, it stands to reason that all current golden cherries are propagated from its cuttings, generally suggesting that the mother plant possesses greater vigor. This transaction was indeed advantageous for Song Tan, who felt quite satisfied. The few seedlings she selected, while slightly weaker in root development, did not imply they would thrive poorly. And this mother plant was an unexpected boon, sturdy and well-rooted, capable of occupying a space of 6 to 7 square meters. Both parties were pleased with the arrangement. However, regardless of her personal visit to collect the goods, the proprietor would not budge on the total of 3,000 yuan for the transaction. Yet Zhang Yinping seemed entirely at home, leading Song Tan through the flower garden. This place predominantly featured ornamental flowers, many of which were specially cultivated horticultural varieties that held little economic value in rural areas. After observing the surroundings, Song Tan's gaze finally settled on a small sapling sprouting in the corner. What is this? The owner hesitated, pondering for a moment before recalling. It's a Sichuan pepper. Sichuan pepper? Song Tan's interest was piqued. Owner, I want tea haggle over anything else. I want this pepper tree. The owner was taken aback. But this is for my own consumption, and I haven't given it much care. That is all right. Song Tan declared with conviction. I see that this Sichuan pepper is quite good. We don't have many of them in Yunqing. The owner, lost in thought, calculated the costs quietly. I can give it to you, but I won't entertain any bargaining. Besides, it's not expensive. He recalled the batch of golden cherries that had nearly slipped through his fingers and ultimately agreed. Zhang Yinping was puzzled, wondering what Song Tan intended to do with a pepper tree. After all, it was merely a seasoning. How much could one possibly use at home? It would suffice to buy a small amount. Why go through the trouble of planting one? Meanwhile, Song Tan had already turned to him. Brother Yinping, I remember that grass carp is particularly suited for making pepper and sauerkraut fish, right? The spicy and sour fish. Sounds delicious. Hearing this, Zhang Yinping felt a pang of hunger. The flower shop owner's expression was rather complicated. They were truly not picky, requesting a pepper tree of all things. Upon reflection, discerning customers typically wouldn't be interested in purchasing golden cherries, would they? Initially, he had been swayed by the promises of the medicinal herb company, believing there was great potential given the market's fervor. In haste, a batch of cuttings was taken for experimentation. To his surprise, just as they began to flourish, the trend shifted towards the cultivation of thornless varieties. After 3 years of nurturing, the cuttings from this batch remained unsold, representing his sole clientele for the golden cherry. Otherwise, he would not have invested the parent stock. The proprietor, testing the waters, remarked, I have some red Sichuan pepper, comparable in size to this green variety. Interested? Noticing the spark in Song Tan's eyes, he suddenly felt a jolt. Payment was necessary. Boss, that's rather ungracious of you, Zhang Yinping interjected, wrapping an arm around his shoulder and offering a cigarette. Come on, let's have a proper chat. Just the travel expenses alone would amount to a couple of hundred. The two burly men ambled off, leaving no trace, while Song Tan began contemplating which spices might prove useful. As for intercropping, he had yet to settle on any particular delicacies. Further thought was required. Just then, the boss and Zhang Yinping returned, each carrying a sapling. Come on, let's load up and head back. The saplings were lush and green, clearly thriving in the greenhouse. However, a layer of dust coated the leaves, indicating they were remnants long forgotten in a neglected corner of the establishment. Indeed, that was the case. The boss gently rubbed his head and said, well, you see, Yinping is aware that I previously engaged in the cultivation of agricultural seedlings. However, as this venture proved unprofitable, I transitioned to growing potted flowers. These are a few items I inadvertently overlooked. He endeavored to maintain his dignity, presenting an air of confidence. Despite the seemingly average quality of these seedlings, a 5-year-old plant of this size typically fetches a price of around 100 to 180 yuan. This pricing was indeed accurate. Nonetheless, Zhang Yinping's delight was not without reason. She interjected with a cheerful smile, that's right, they are quite expensive. Therefore, Uncle Zhou, knowing how arduous our journey was, graciously gifted us this red Sichuan pepper, this grafted star anise tree, and your green Sichuan pepper as well. Tan. Remember to seek out Uncle Zhou next time you need any trees or flowers. Song Tan reciprocated with a genuine and sweet smile. Absolutely. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou sighed. When you come again, I shall ponder further. If time permits, it would be better to use logistics for future transactions. Face-to-face dealings can be quite costly. As the car journeyed along the road, the occupants were filled with joy. Zhang Yinping felt a sense of accomplishment. Although he had been homebound for 2 years, his networking skills remained intact. Song Tan was equally elated. Although the golden cherry had cost 3,000 yuan, the effort was worthwhile. The Sichuan pepper and star anise were young plants, capable of yielding fruit this year, quite commendable. Had they not made this trip, she might have overlooked this opportunity. Otherwise, when the grass fish were ready for preparation, she would have discovered the spices were subpar, which would have been a regrettable oversight. For a moment, the atmosphere was filled with exuberance. As the car traversed more than halfway, Zhang Yinping pointed towards a nearby fork in the road. Continue straight until you reach a pond, then take a right turn. You will find a large dog kennel. The area was expansive, and the road conditions were uncomplicated. Song Tan deftly maneuvered the steering wheel and soon arrived at the destination described. It was a square enclosure, entirely surrounded by 2-meter-high wire fencing. Within the confines stood several single-story buildings, while the remaining space was partitioned into various sections. Now, in the spring, sparse green grass had emerged, indicating that the grounds were often traversed by either people or animals. At the entrance of the enclosure, a van was parked alongside a rather sizable SUV. A man clad in a trench coat leaned despondently against the SUV's door, silently smoking a cigarette. Song Tan furrowed his brow. Is this the owner? He doesn't seem very spirited. Zhang Yinping squinted for a better look, and as the vehicle drew nearer, he confirmed, no. He is likely a potential buyer. He then pointed to a young man pacing back and forth with a dog in the enclosure. That's him. The two alighted from the car, and as they passed the SUV, Song Tan finally noticed a massive dog quietly lying in the back seat. It remained still, its face dark and its coat tinged with yellow. Just lying there, it filled the spacious rear seat of the SUV. Judging by its size, it would tower over an adult man if it stood up. Both the man and the dog were enveloped in silence, their moods decidedly somber. At that moment, the owner of the kennel spotted them. Yinping. He then extended his hand towards Song Tan, breaking into a hearty laugh. This must be our little sister. Alas, you truly conceal your intentions well. Sister, with such beauty, do you have a partner? Song Tan smiled and replied, what need have I for a partner? Can a partner help me guard the entrance? Huh. The boss chuckled as well. Our sister possesses quite the charm. I am Sun Shuping. You may call me Brother Sunday. I am a good friend of your brother's, so feel free to choose whatever type of dog you desire. What should I call you? This straightforward boss inquired. To which Song Tan responded with ease. Brother Sun, you may simply call me Song Tan. Thus, they became acquainted. However, after the amiable exchanges, Sun Shuping's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. But sister, I must lay down some frank words. If you take this dog home and tie it up at the door with a rope daily, feeding it only leftover rice soaked in vegetable broth that simply will not suffice. Song Ten understood his meaning. In rural areas, many still keep dogs tethered with a short rope at the entrance, from the moment they are puppies until they grow old, rarely ever releasing them. Furthermore, with improved living conditions, villagers are often generous with their pets, offering bones, meat, and fish. Yet, here with Sun Shuping, the dogs are large. And if the owner finds their appetite excessive, they might resort to neglect. It is best to clarify expectations up front, for the sake of both the owner and the dog. After all, large breeds require proper nourishment to avoid health issues and to fulfill their duty as guardians. Before Song Tan could respond, Zhang Yinping interjected, displeased. Am I the sort to bring home such a dog? My sister rescued 3 tiny little mutts and still feeds them milk daily. This dog, meant to guard the mountain, cannot thrive on an empty stomach. Observing the subtle nuances, Sun Shuping felt an immediate sense of ease upon hearing his words. Without further ado, he led them into the courtyard. Do not be misled by the presence of these large dogs. They are all well trained and pose no threat. Fear not. Yin Ping inquired if he was looking for adult dogs for guarding the mountains. In that case, you must be particularly cautious. These days, dog bites can lead to considerable troubles and financial liabilities. Most importantly, dogs rarely escape unscathed from such incidents, he continued. Thus, all of my dogs are trained, and they will only resort to aggression when absolutely necessary. Song Ten nodded in agreement, acknowledging this is quite prudent. In a society governed by the rule of law, causing harm to a person through a dog bite can lead to significant complications. What type of dog should one choose? Sun Shuping's evident fondness for dogs illuminated his face as he spoke of his cherished companions. If you seek a mountain guard dog, the common breeds found in pet shops, like Siberian Huskies, Shiba Inus, Golden Retrievers, and Labradors, are entirely unsuitable. The first 2 lack obedience and are often quite eccentric. The latter 2 may be obedient enough, but they lack the necessary deterrent and offensive capabilities. If you were to raise them in the mountains, people would likely approach them without hesitation. As he opened an iron gate, a flurry of joyful puppies rushed towards them from the grassy enclosure, momentarily enveloping them in a realm of fluffy delight. Even though Song Tan remembered her intention to acquire an adult dog, she found herself nearly succumbing to the enchanting charm of the adorable, furry creatures. After all, who could resist such a captivating allure? Sun Shuping couldn't help but smile, understanding that the presence of eager buyers often reveals the sincerity of one's affection for dogs through their attention to detail. Some individuals are captivated by lineage, others by physical beauty, while some merely seek to vent their frustrations and gain social recognition through their pursuits. Ultimately, as one invests more emotional attachment over time in the nurturing of animals, it becomes increasingly easy to feel disheartened when faced with difficulties. Sun Shuping has harbored a fondness for dogs since childhood, yet it has taken him a couple of years to attain a sense of tranquility. Nevertheless, despite his newfound composure, he still feels joy when he witnesses genuine affection for dogs and others. He promptly directs Song Ten elsewhere, saying, "Don't you already have a puppy at home? A well-trained little mutt can be quite clever. It's not inferior to the others. So this time, let us not focus on the puppies. Choose what you truly need." Song Tan understands this implicitly, yet it does not deter her from teasing. "Brother Sun, are you putting in so much effort because the large dogs are pricier?" Sun Shuping chuckles in response. "You're mistaken. The price difference between large and small dogs here is minimal, and in fact, small dogs tend to be more profitable. Raising dogs is distinct from other endeavors. Typically, companion animals like cats and dogs should be matched with their owners during the appropriate months for optimal bonding. This timing also yields excellent training results. However, once the window of opportunity is passed, regardless of the breed, dogs become less appealing as they mature, losing the charm and cuteness of their juvenile days. At this juncture, the chances of selling them diminish significantly. Consequently, those engaged in the care of cats and dogs often find that older animals are more likely to be sold at reduced prices. By the time they reach adulthood, they become nearly unsellable. The reason Sun Shuping has not yet reached the point of discounting his dogs is that he specializes in large breeds, which maintain a considerable demand for mature dogs. Furthermore, these dogs serve the purpose of guarding homes and properties, necessitating a high standard of care and nutrition to preserve their vigor and training efficacy. Thus, the price difference between large and small dogs is entirely balanced by their diet. Furthermore, since it was Zhang Yinping who brought this up, the training fees have yet to be calculated separately. He succinctly elucidated these nuances, while also fearing that Song Tan might perceive the larger dogs as unmanageable or aloof. Hence, he hastily clarified, "Rest assured about the large dogs on my end. I assure you, in my domain, I am indeed the master. However, once they accompany you home, with attentive care and without indulgence or mistreatment, they will undoubtedly be obedient and fiercely loyal." Although my dog training facility has only been established for a little over 2 years, I have been involved in this field for many years prior. I am well aware of the dogs sold over the years. As for reputation, you can consult Yinping. Before Song Tan arrived, she had already inquired thoroughly, and now she nodded. "Are there any recommended dogs?" Sun Shuping chuckled. "Dealing with someone who understands is truly pleasant. It depends on your preferences. If we consider breeds, German Shepherds, Rottweilers, Belgian Malinois, Dobermans, all are excellent options, entirely based on your liking. The German Shepherd is particularly astute and intelligent. Rottweilers are more serene, exuding confidence. Dobermans are bold and fierce. Belgian Malinois are agile and athletic. They can effortlessly leap over my 2-meter-high fence." With these words, he presented the dogs with equal merit, each boasting its own virtues. Song Tan found herself in a quandary. At this moment, they had arrived at the farthest edge of a grassy field. In an expansive area, bordered by a folding mesh fence, a dozen large dogs lay languidly in the grass, basking in the sun. Their expressions were serene and their postures relaxed, clearly indicating that life in the dog sanctuary was quite comfortable. Sun Shuping could not help but sigh. Humans are no match for dogs. He then clapped his hands, calling out, "Come here." In that instant, all the dogs perked up their ears, immediately rising with newfound energy and sprinting towards him. The motion of one dog set off a chain reaction among the others. They barked excitedly as they charged forward, their exuberance imposing. Sun Shuping positioned himself in front of Song Tan, casting a concerned glance her way, fearful that the beautiful young woman might be startled. Yet, Song Tan gazed at the magnificent dogs with bright, eager eyes, completely oblivious to his subtle gestures. She observed that the leading Belgian Malinois was indeed agile, leaping with a grace that surpassed the other dogs, its movements particularly swift. Following closely was a Doberman, appearing somewhat fierce yet clumsy, barreling towards them without a thought. One might mistakenly assume it was about to bite. Next came several German Shepherds and Rottweilers. In contrast, their approach was much more measured. As they neared Sun Shuping, their pace slowed, and upon encircling him, they excitedly extended their tongues to lick his palm. However, they were evidently well trained, despite the excitement. The dozen dogs carefully avoided Song Tan, maneuvering around her to approach their master from the other side. The closest of them, a black-backed dog, wagged its tail cautiously, ensuring not a single hair brushed against Song Tan. "What a well-trained sight this is," she couldn't help but exclaim. Sun Shuping, surprised by her apparent fearlessness, clapped his hands again, issuing the command, "Sit." In an instant, all the dogs stepped back obediently, settling down in a neat row. They then tilted their heads, curiously regarding the unfamiliar girl beside their master. Song Tan had already placed her hand over her heart, lamenting, "If only my mountain were higher and my wealth greater. I would truly wish to take every single dog home." Sun Shuping chuckled joyfully. "It's rare to see someone so bold. Come, let us see which ones catch your eye. I can assure you, every dog here meets your criteria. You need only choose those that resonate with you. My dogs are quite discerning. If they aren't inclined to accompany you, you may have to select others." Speaking of which, Song Tan felt an overwhelming confidence. With a knowing smile, she remarked, "Animals have always taken a liking to me. I fear that with just a flick of my finger, all your dogs would follow me home." Sun Shuping burst into hearty laughter, stepping back and gesturing toward the dogs with a nod toward Song Tan. "Perform well, for she may very well be your new master." In that moment, all the dogs focused their gazes upon Song Tan. Selecting a dog, Song Tan crouched down, a surge of spiritual energy enveloping her palms. Then, she clapped her hands together, calling out, "Come to me if you like." In that instant, the energy swirled around her hands like a dissipating mist, and though Sun Shuping had initially stood by with a smile, his expression gradually transformed into one of increasing astonishment. As his numerous dogs perked their ears, their expressions sharp with anticipation, they surged forward in unison. "Woof!" Song Tan laughed heartily, enveloped by the affectionate throng of furry heads, each one nudging her palm with their damp noses, only to be gently jostled aside by others. From a distance, Her figure was completely obscured by the exuberant pack. Sun Shuping felt a pang of discomfort. Although he had commanded them to perform admirably in anticipation of a potential new owner, their enthusiasm seemed almost too eager, as if they were impatient to abandon him. A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over him, prompting him to clap his hands to regain their attention. Sit. A brief stillness enveloped the group of dogs before, albeit reluctantly, they withdrew their heads and obediently settled onto the grass. Yet their eyes remained glued to Song Tan, glistening with an endearing vulnerability that tugged at one's heartstrings. Finally, Song Tan stood up, somewhat flustered, surrounded by the warm, breathy presence of the dogs. As if she were enveloped in a cloud of affection. The sheer weight of their adoration made it impossible for her to retain her energy, leaving her feeling utterly depleted. Sun Shuping sighed. I now believe you have had a way with animals since childhood. Go ahead, choose as you wish. How many would you like? The task of selection was daunting, as each dog seemed equally captivating. Song Tan hesitated, glancing at him. Brother Sun, you haven't mentioned the price yet. With a smile, Sun Shuping replied, Yinping has already informed me. I will only charge the cost price, 3,000 yuan per dog. For purebred dogs, particularly those of his caliber, 3,000 yuan is indeed merely sufficient to cover their sustenance and vaccination expenses during their upbringing. However, Sun Shuping was not inclined to offer a bargain for the sake of friendship. Thus, he had certain stipulations. They were all adult dogs, both male and female. And to ensure their vigor and robust energy, he had refrained from neutering them. Therefore, while you may take a dog home for 3,000 yuan, I hope that for future breeding, you will consider my kennel. If it is inconvenient for you, I can bring the dog over. Once breeding occurs and puppies are born, regardless of gender, the first year's offspring will belong to me. Subsequently, if there are any pups, I will come to collect them. Rest assured, I will compensate you according to the market rate. Song Tan breathed a sigh of relief. Well-trained dogs are generally of bloodlines, and the combination of lineage and training results in soaring prices. Yet, she could only acquire these adult dogs. Although she had previously admired these canines, she had harbored concerns regarding their cost. Now, at 3,000 yuan each, her financial burden had significantly diminished. Initially, she had set her price threshold at 20,000, but it appeared that this amount was more than sufficient. Of course, in Song Tan's perspective, as long as one could eat and drink well, wealth was merely an external possession. However, from Wulan's viewpoint, she would likely only end up climbing a tree. What use is cultivation if it cannot withstand a mother's wrath? Very well, she readily agreed. However, a male dog can mate a maximum of twice a year, and a female dog gives birth only once annually, and both must be to their liking. Additionally, if I choose a female dog to keep a puppy, it cannot be sold to you. Indeed, Sun Shuping felt a surge of joy. After all, finding a loving home for his beloved dogs was of utmost importance. Once the practical matters were settled, Song Tan began to select from the dozen obedient dogs seated before her. Lacking experience in choosing dogs, she eschewed examining their teeth or physique, opting instead for a subtle trick. She enveloped her fingertips with a minuscule aura of spiritual energy and gently motioned them. In an instant, 4 dogs from the pack swiftly turned their heads, their keen eyes fixated on her. Excellent. There was no need for further selection. Regardless of their overall qualities, these dogs were the most attuned to the spiritual energy. During the initial adjustment period, they would adapt more swiftly. Song Tan began to call out the names. The one with the yellow coat and black back, the one with tall, pointed ears, the short-eared one with an entirely black coat, and the yellow-coated one with an elongated face. As she spoke, she pointed them out to Sun Shuping. He paused in surprise before breaking into a wry smile, exclaiming, "How ironic that Zhang Yinping and I are still considered brothers. Why did he not speak the truth? You are remarkably adept at selecting dogs. Your choices are all of the finest build and temperament. He told me you were a novice and encouraged me to provide guidance." Sun Shuping, despite his grumbling, found himself perplexed. Based on Song Tan's descriptions, it was evident she could not distinguish the specific breeds of these dogs, confirming her novice status. In any case, she had pointed out each of the 4 breeds he had previously introduced, selecting only the finest specimens, 3 males and 1 female. Nevertheless, having made his selections, he called forth the dogs one by one, elucidating their identities to Song Tan. The yellow-furred, long-faced one is a Belgian Malinois. The yellow and black-backed dog is a female German Shepherd. The short-eared one is a Cane Corso. Its ears are not truly short, but rather hang down in large flaps. making them particularly vulnerable to injury during fights, often resulting in excessive bleeding. Thus, it is customary to have their ears cropped when they are young. And then there is this one, a most handsome Doberman from our kennel. The 4 dogs stood with spirited vigor, their eyes gleaming with vitality. When the cool, damp tip of a nose gently brushed against Song Tan's hand, she felt as though her heart had been caressed by a feather, soft and tender. However, despite his selection of the most formidable stud dogs, Sun Shuping felt compelled to advise, according to the rules of my kennel, if a male dog is brought for breeding, the owner of the female can only take 1 puppy from the litter. Although the quality of hybrids has indeed improved, many still place great importance on lineage. These 4 breeds are distinct, and breeding them here would not be financially advantageous. It would be more prudent to select 2 pairs of male and female dogs of the same breed, or at least of uniform lineage, as this would yield better profit when I come to assess the puppies based on their conformation. Song Tan shook her head, saying no. My intention in raising them is not for profit. The breeds are of little consequence to me. A dog can live for a decade or 2 without issue. If I were to choose pairs of the same breed and later find myself needing to sell the offspring, that would be rather disheartening. Though Sun Shuping appeared to be a dog lover with a compassionate heart, such matters inevitably caused him concern. That's just fine, she remarked with a smile. Initially, I had intended to adopt 5 dogs, but it seems that these 4 are the ones I resonate with the most. Let's proceed with them. Upon hearing Song Tan's words, Sun Shuping's brow twitched slightly. However, he quickly suppressed his emotions and sighed as he gently stroked the heads of the 4 dogs. Their names here are rather arbitrary. I've simply referred to them by their numbers. Once you return home, you can bestow names upon them and allow them to acclimate gradually. They are quite intelligent and will understand you. Song Tan nodded in agreement. As it stands, she already has 7 dogs, although naming them poses a challenge. She is prepared in her heart. By the way, is it possible to engrave dog tags here? Sun Shuping chuckled. Indeed. The tags on my dogs were all crafted by me. Take your time to think of names, and I shall engrave them for you shortly. With that, he turned and entered the room, retrieving the familiar mats, towels, plush toys, and chew balls belonging to each of the 4 dogs, packing them away with a hint of reluctance. Only then did he depart with Song Tan from the premises. Meanwhile, the remaining dozen or so dogs observed their departing siblings with an apparent sense of awareness, emitting sorrowful whimpers. The previously silent Casro suddenly turned back, letting out a low bark, and in an instant, all the dogs fell silent, watching them leave with quiet anticipation. Sun Shuping's eyes glimmered with unshed tears as he attempted to reassure Song Tan. It's truly all right. My dogs have quite a market here. People often come to choose them, and they are accustomed to it. Once they stepped outside, they realized that Zhang Yanping, who was playfully engaging with a litter of puppies, was utterly absorbed in his amusement and had not noticed their presence at all. It was only when the group of puppies suddenly quieted and rushed towards him that he turned around, exclaiming, "Wow, these 4 dogs are quite lively." He approached and heartily slapped Sun Shuping on the shoulder, saying, "Good brother, it's all thanks to you. How much do I owe you for these?" Song Tan replied, 3,000 each. At this, even Zhang Yanping was touched, exclaiming, "Brother, I truly had no idea you were so generous." He rummaged through his pocket and finally produced a cold bun wrapped in a plastic bag, saying, "Such great kindness, I have nothing to repay you with. This bun, which I managed to save, is now yours." Sun Shuping's feelings of reluctance and sorrow vanished in an instant as he snatched the bun, declaring, "All right, I shall devour it tonight." Observing Zhang Yanping's exaggerated reluctance made him even more speechless. "And you," he continued, "you say our sister is a novice? Can a novice have such discerning eyes when selecting dogs? Every choice is spot on. These are all top-tier dogs. I wouldn't even consider selling them to just anyone." Yet this time, it was rare for his dogs to be so eager. Alas, may they lead a good life ahead, protecting the mountains and forests. Although the diet may not be meticulously curated, at least they will have their freedom. Zhang Yanping glanced at Song Tan in surprise. Song Tan, feeling helpless, remarked, "Brother Yanping, I truly lack experience in selecting dogs. It's purely that these few have such discerning eyes. They can see my boundless potential at a glance. What options do I have?" Zhang Yanping withdrew his gaze. He was uncertain about his cousin's experience in selecting dogs, yet her audacity was undoubtedly characteristic of a seasoned businessperson. Reflecting on the price of 3,000 per dog, it was evident that his brother had not profited from this transaction, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. He pointed outside. "What about your clients out there? I see them standing around smoking for quite a while now. The pile of cigarette butts on the ground was substantial. Sun Shuping glanced over, feeling helpless. Let them smoke, it's a way to vent. However, Song Tan suddenly recalled something and asked curiously, what kind of dog does he have? I haven't seen it this time. It looks enormous, larger than my own. Sun Shuping chuckled proudly. That is the Turkish Kangal. I don't have any adults here, only puppies. So you surely didn't see it. Zhang Yinping had never heard of such a breed and pondered for a moment before inquiring. I think I've heard of it online. Isn't it called the Anatolian? Sun Shuping teased him lightly. Don't waver with half-baked knowledge. What I have here is the genuine Turkish Kangal, not an Anatolian. It could easily overpower a Tibetan Mastiff, a true fierce breed. This dog enjoys the rights of citizenship in Turkey. Do you know what they call it? God's pet. The status of the giant panda in our country is akin to that of the Kangal in theirs. Zhang Yinping's eyes gleamed with visions of wealth. With such an impressive lineage, breeding them would surely be quite profitable, wouldn't it? Sun Shuping sighed, money, money, money. All you think about is profit. The price of this puppy has reached 20,000, and there's no room for negotiation on that front. Moreover, the average person cannot afford to raise one. Just a single meal would cost as much as a week's worth of groceries for you. Without substantial means, I truly would be reluctant to sell. Zhang Yinping glanced at the silent off-road vehicle outside and the man, still dejectedly smoking. What's his situation? Did he purchase the dog only to find himself unable to care for it, thus seeking to return it? Sun Shuping sighed. Indeed. The burden of taking back a dog of such size after it has formed a bond with its owner weighs heavily on me. However, this individual is different. He genuinely loves dogs. Initially, the total cost for the puppy, including training expenses, amounted to 30,000. He personally selected the 2 puppies at 20,000 each. And after I trained one for 6 months, he even acquired a large vehicle specifically for transporting it. He built a villa in the countryside solely for its care. His intention was not for show, it was pure affection. Yet, suddenly, his business collapsed, leaving him with nothing but a single apartment in the city to ensure his child's education. The villa in the countryside has been sold at a loss. He can no longer care for the dog. Firstly, the city regulations prohibit pet ownership. Secondly, the dog requires a substantial amount of food. If allowed to indulge in its appetite and maintain activity, it could easily consume over 100 pounds a day. Zhang Yinping inhaled sharply. Sun Shuping quickly laughed. It's not quite that exaggerated. I meant if it were to indulge. Under normal activity levels, its intake wouldn't be so excessive, and it doesn't require an all-meat diet. Yet, even so, that figure sounds rather alarming, doesn't it? Zhang Yinping initially felt a flicker of temptation towards the large dog, but now he has suddenly become disinterested. The truth is, he cannot afford such a creature. Moreover, given its size, it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to manage it when provoked. Thus, he dares not take on the responsibility. Sun Shuping offers a wry smile. In truth, although the Tibetan Mastiff is fierce, it is not inherently aggressive. It displays a remarkable gentleness towards children and unwavering loyalty. Yet, even when stationary, the mere sight of such a large dog is enough to instill fear. He gazes wistfully at the off-road vehicle outside. It is out of loyalty that it understands its owner cannot provide adequately, surviving on merely 1 or 2 pounds of meat per meal for an entire week. The big fellow, seeing it eat, weeps at home. Some of his wealthy friends would be willing to take it in and help care for it, yet the dog does not recognize them as its master. And thus there is no solution. This morning, they drove over to inquire if I could continue to care for it. Sun Shuping, still smiling ruefully, adds, I could indeed afford its upkeep, and since it has just reached maturity, I could potentially recoup my investment through breeding. However, both man and dog are unable to cross that threshold. They had come to an agreement, yet now they hesitate, lingering for quite some time. The mature individuals have already recognized the difficulties and withdrawn, like Zhang Yinping. Nevertheless, Song Tan, who has previously cared for all sorts of peculiar creatures in the mountains, is beginning to feel an urge. She exclaims, such a fierce dog, I truly adore it. At this moment, she gently inquires, if I could get this dog for a lower price, would it be possible for me to take it home? Zhang Yinping intervenes, saying, the money you earn from selling vegetables in a day is barely enough to cover its sustenance. Sun Shuping was taken aback and quickly declined, exclaiming, no, you cannot afford to take care of it. Truly, you cannot. He then glanced at Song Tan's expression and sighed. In foreign lands, dogs of this breed are employed to hunt tigers. It is no exaggeration. Generally, they are not fierce, but should they become aggressive, you would be unable to hold them back. However, Song Tan laughed. Well, that remains uncertain. Sun Shuping was genuinely surprised by the girl's stubbornness. At this moment, he could only muster a wry smile and spoke earnestly. It is truly not feasible. It is not that I am unwilling to part with this dog. I already have a Tibetan Mastiff here, so whether I have one more or one less is of little consequence. The issue lies in the fact that you truly cannot manage it. This dog is exceedingly loyal and does not easily recognize its master. Even if you were to take it home, at first, it would be obstinate and ignore your commands. How would you care for it? What if something were to happen? You must understand, Sun Shuping sincerely advised, if you genuinely possess the ability to take it away. The original owner has also stated that he requires not a single cent, only that you treat his dog well. Regularly send a video, or if convenient, allow him a chance to see the dog. For an ordinary girl, such a request would entail considerable contemplation. However, Song Tan resided in a village surrounded by mountains and fields, where visiting was as simple as walking over. The entire village could hardly prevent outsiders. Moreover, she was no ordinary girl herself. Thus, upon hearing his words, her determination only intensified as she strode towards the door, declaring, "Then, brother Sun, please wait a moment while I speak with the owner." She exited with purpose, leaving Sun Shuping to exhale in relief. A conversation is fine. They will not agree, anyway. Suddenly recalling something, Zhang Yinping was prompted to inquire, "Your sister? She must be running quite a sizable agricultural business at home, earning thousands from selling vegetables daily? It is indeed a laborious task." Clearly, he remembered Zhang Yinping mentioning that the earnings from selling vegetables were merely enough to feed the dogs. Zhang Yinping reminisced about how they could easily earn 2,000 to 3,000 just by gathering a few handfuls of purple vetch in the fields that morning. After a moment of silence, he finally responded with a complex expression, "Indeed, it is quite arduous." At that moment, Song Tan had approached the front of the off-road vehicle. The man, who continued to smoke one cigarette after another, remained standing there, while the large dog in the back seat lay quietly. "Hello," Song Tan greeted, "I am Song Tan." She then gestured towards the dog yard behind her. "I came here today to buy a dog. I heard from Brother Sun that you are looking to find a home for the Kangal. Is that correct?" She smiled warmly, striving to exude an aura of approachability. "So, do you think I would be a suitable owner?" The man was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, "Oh, I am Wang Zhen." He then quickly regained his composure and shook his head, saying, "Miss, please do not jest. My big Wang, once he starts running, you wouldn't be able to hold him back." Upon hearing his name, the Kangal lifted its head. However, upon meeting the gaze of its owner, it whimpered and lay back down. Wang Zhen, with a tinge of concern, reached out to stroke the dog. "My dog hasn't been eating well these past few days and has lost some weight, but he still weighs over 130 pounds, much heavier than you. When he stands, he towers over you by at least 2 heads. It simply wouldn't be a good match." Song Tan remained unfazed by the refusal, believing that the more one cares for a dog, the more responsible one becomes. She pondered for a moment before weaving a grand vision. "Brother Wang, my home is in the countryside, surrounded by several mountains and countless fields. This truly is a case of rounding up. If one were to employ the artistry of spring and autumn annals. Our village is nearly devoid of children and has few elderly residents, most of whom are quite well behaved. The desire to raise a large dog stems from both affection and the intention of instilling a sense of deterrence. Moreover, I have just acquired several large dogs from Brother Sun. They can frolic together, running freely across the sprawling hills, far more liberating than in most places." The man's gaze flickered. Although he had built a villa in the countryside, it was not a place he was intimately familiar with, and wandering through the village with dogs often felt rather lonely. As for sustenance, Song Tan reflected, "To be frank, I cannot afford to provide 100 pounds of meat daily. However, I can certainly manage 30 to 50 pounds. I assure you, I can nourish the dog splendidly." In truth, she intended to supplement with spiritual energy, combining it with vegetarian options. After all, financial constraints limit the availability of spiritual resources. Drawing from her past experiences of raising animals on the back mountain, she was confident that she could ensure the dog was well-fed, robust, and lively. Then, she made a further promise. "If you have any concerns, feel free to visit the village at any time. You should find it quite easy to see. A spacious environment, companionship, and the ability to visit at will." Wang Zhen's heart wavered involuntarily. Yet, upon glancing at the fair-skinned, beautiful, tall, and slender Song Tan, he desperately clung to his reason. No. You cannot manage it. It likely would not wish to follow you. Seeing his demeanor, Song Tan felt a sense of assurance and smiled. It doesn't bite, does it? The man quickly shook his head in affirmation. Absolutely not. Essentially, this dog was not one to exhibit aggression, and considering its size, an open mouth could spell disaster. The training had focused precisely on this aspect. Song Tan smiled again and approached the Tibetan Mastiff, reaching out to stroke its head. Oh, our big king, doesn't he like? His words were interrupted as the Mastiff instinctively stretched its neck forward, resting its fluffy head in the palm of Song Tan's hand, inviting her to pet it. It then closed its eyes, emitting soft, contented sounds, clearly relishing the moment. The man's words caught in his throat. After a considerable pause, he realized that his dog genuinely felt comfortable and at ease. He then muttered in confusion, "How could this be?" Song Tan turned her head and smiled at him. "Rest assured, I am quite confident. If you have any doubts, let me take it for a couple of laps to see if it is willing to follow me." Throughout this time, the Tibetan Mastiff maintained a gentle demeanor, even appearing somewhat reluctant to part. The man hesitated for a moment before stepping back. "Well then, give it a try, but if you can't hold on, let go." Thus, Song Tan grasped the leash and gave it a gentle tug. "Let us take a stroll." The Mastiff glanced at its owner and then gracefully descended from its resting place. The entire terrain quivered slightly as its paws finally touched the earth. With the spring breeze caressing the surroundings, a sea of greenery unfolded, and under the warm sunlight, the Mastiff's movements appeared delicate and gentle. The man was astonished to discover that his beloved companion had been mirroring the gait of the young lady beside him. With the demeanor of a mighty tiger, yet a heart full of roses, he felt a profound sense of unease in that moment. Observing the obedient and serene creature trailing closely behind Song Tan, Wang Jun felt an unexpected sting in his eyes. His companion was truly splendid. As it sprinted, its ears flapped gracefully, and its physique was as agile as that of a jungle giant. His precious little king was utterly adorable, yet now, tears streamed down his cheeks in sorrow. In the distance, the energetic canine suddenly sensed something amiss. It swiftly turned around and caught sight of its weeping master, whose wrinkled coat fluttered in the breeze, with pale fingers pressed against his face, shoulders trembling as quiet sobs echoed in the air. Without hesitation, it abandoned Song Tan and dashed back, racing toward its master, gradually slowing as it approached. Finally, it whimpered softly, reaching out its tongue to tenderly lick away the tears from Wang Jun's face. Woof! It barked loudly. Wang Jun shuddered, unable to resist embracing it. "My king, my dear king," he sobbed. The canine promptly stood tall, its powerful front legs resting gently on his shoulders, enduring the tight embrace of its master, who buried his face in its chest, soaking its fur with tears. Song Tan watched in silence. Although the scene was deeply moving, she felt an inexplicable urge to smile. Nevertheless, it was evident that this canine was indeed very gentle. After a long while, Wang Jinsai stifled his sobs and managed to cease his weeping. Song Tan observed as he fumbled to put his hands into his pockets for an eternity, ultimately opting to produce 2 tissues and offer them to him. Wang Jinsai seized them eagerly, then hastily wiped his face, finally managing to choke out, "Take good care of it, treat it well. It is so well behaved." "Woe is me, my dear Wang." As tears threatened to spill forth once more, Song Tan sighed in resignation. Sun Shuping had remarked that Kanga was sensitive towards children. Perhaps, in its eyes, everyone was a mere baby, including its owner. This propensity to cry at the drop of a hat explained why he could weep even while merely watching the dog eat at home. It was exceedingly sentimental. She could only reassure him once more, "Do not worry, I can provide for it." Wang Jinsai chuckled lightly. "What a load of nonsense, girl. Just by looking at your attire, it is clear that you could not possibly afford to feed it with a daily budget of merely 1,000 yuan. Song Tan retorted, "Well, I was indeed exaggerating. I never intended to feed it that much meat. But is it really appropriate for you to say such things?" Wang Jinsai gently stroked Kanga's head, saying, "This dog of mine is named Wang. You may change its name when you return, or you may choose not to. It seems quite fond of you, which is rare. Among my many friends who have often met it, it ultimately recognized no one but you." He sighed, clearly having made up his mind. As for the food, do not heed Sun Boss's exaggerated claims. He is just that sort of person. If you wish to purchase his dog, he will ensure that you are fully aware of the highest possible costs and sacrifices, fearing that you may lack self-awareness. When I purchased the dog, the seller mentioned that it could consume over 100 pounds of meat daily, which truly tugged at my heartstrings. Yet at that time, I was rather affluent and felt a tinge of pride, so I acquiesced. Little did I know that upon returning home, Sun Shuping would reveal the truth. Such a voracious appetite is characteristic of a hunting dog, accustomed to the great outdoors, where it hunted bears and tigers alongside its owner. In our modest surroundings, merely meandering across a small plot of land daily would not provide the necessary exercise. Excessive consumption would only lead to obesity. Reflecting on this, Wang Zhen couldn't help but lament how he had spent considerable time mentally preparing himself before making the decision, only to uncover the reality upon returning home. Had he known earlier, he wouldn't have spent so long persuading his family. In any case, the dog was not finicky. It would eat whatever was offered, whether it be the same sustenance as a golden retriever or the standard dog food. Sun, the owner, could hardly afford to provide such a lavish diet daily. Just calculate. 1,000 a day amounts to 30,000 a month. How much would he need to earn to cover that expense? I was naive, easily captivated by his earnestness and left speechless. Similarly, Song Tan found herself at a loss for words. If only Sun had been forthright with customers about the feeding regimen for golden retrievers, perhaps no one would have been deterred by its appetite. Yet, considering the situation, even if it were solely fed dog food, a single meal would still require a substantial bag. For those unable to afford it, it simply wasn't feasible to scrape together funds for dog food, which seemed rather unnecessary, wouldn't it? Wang Zhen clarified his intentions, leaned into the vehicle, and subsequently extracted a box. Atop the surface rests a cream-yellow, shallow enamel basin, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, heavy and substantial. This basin serves a singular purpose. Each time, simply fill it with dog food. Should circumstances allow, supplement with an additional 3 to 5 pounds of meat daily, though the latter is not mandatory. Our dear Wang exhibits remarkable decorum while eating, never scattering his food about. He sighs gently, continuously stroking his noble neck. In our environment, he lacks the need for exercise. He consumes merely 2 to 3 times more than a golden retriever. Subsequently, he rummages through a box and retrieves a small booklet. Within its pages are recorded his dietary preferences, vaccination certificates, deworming documents, and his dog license. Now that you are taking him home, it matters not whether you formalize these matters, given that you reside in the countryside. Wang Zhen places the items on the ground in a heap. Young lady, now it is your turn. Call Wang to trot. You hold the leash, then restrain him. Gauge the force of the pull. If you can manage it, you shall be his new owner. Oh, just tug once or twice for good measure. My wife and I could barely hold him, so do remember to loosen your grip. Reluctantly, he releases his hold, watching as Song Tan takes the sturdy, thick leash in her hands, then inquires, "Are you ready?" With a nod from Song Tan, he commands, "Wang, slowly, now run." In an instant, Wang leaps into action, his powerful legs propelling him forward as he bounds across the meadow, reveling in the freedom of his vast frame. Even at a trot, his speed is truly astonishing. However, what astonished Wang Zhen even more was that the young lady beside him was keeping pace effortlessly, displaying remarkable agility without any signs of distress. He recalled the comical sight of himself and his wife, struggling to manage their dog, panting heavily as if they were on the brink of exhaustion. With a hand resting on his slightly protruding beer belly, he couldn't help but let out a sigh, reflecting on the passage of time. Indeed, I have grown old. Meanwhile, in the dog training arena, Sun Shuping was engaged in conversation with an old classmate when he turned around, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. What does this mean? She's ready to handle the Kangal? Zhang Yanping anxiously leaned against the fence, her eyes fixated on the imposing canine with a black muzzle and golden fur outside. Can she manage it? The answer was clear to Song Tan. At that moment, she issued a sharp command, "Stop." With a sudden tug on the leash, the Kangal, unable to halt in time, abruptly ceased its motion, its entire torso being forcibly lifted off the ground. Its strong hind legs remained planted, halting its run in an instant. The 2-meter-tall figure hung, suspended momentarily before gradually lowering its front paws back to the ground. From start to finish, it had not budged an inch after her command. Wow! In the dog training facility, Sun Shuping's cigarette slipped from his fingers. The small pickup truck rumbled down the road once more. In the back, one side was filled with neatly trimmed golden currant seedlings, while the other held several cardboard boxes containing the dog's favorite items and the dog food they had previously consumed. Especially the Kangal King, which occupies an entire large box of belongings, and its staple dog food fills another 2 large boxes, leaving the truck's bed completely stuffed. The former owner certainly spared no effort in caring for it. However, as Song Tin stole a glance in the rearview mirror, she mused that this vehicle was still too small. Zhang Yinping, having been out for a mere half-day, already felt fatigued. At this moment, he lazily nestled in the passenger seat, remarking, "It's only natural. Who would buy so many dogs at once?" Just that Kangol alone could fill the back to the brim. Indeed, the Kangol curled up in the back seat, looking quite aggrieved, while the other 4 dogs appeared even more forlorn, huddled on the mat. With the windows cracked open slightly, gentle spring breezes wafted in. Yet the dogs' expressions betrayed a profound sense of melancholy. It was uncertain whether they felt cramped in their confined space or simply reluctant to part from their previous owner. Each wore a brass dog tag, a gift from Sun Shuping, who had crafted them on site, totaling 9 in number. The front bore the dogs' names, while the back displayed Song Tan's contact information. At that moment, gazing at the 4 remaining dog tags in her pocket, Zhang Yinping's expression grew complex. Are these truly the names for this bunch? What else could they be? Song Tan retorted, the tags are already engraved. 9 is the perfect number. There was a hint of nostalgia in her voice as she mused. In the grand scheme of things, 9 is the utmost number. What a splendid digit. They are undoubtedly all my dogs. Zhang Yinping's temples throbbed with unease as he shook the dog tags in his hand. As long as the king doesn't change its name, I'll be eternally grateful. But do these names truly honor the identities of the remaining dogs? What a waste of their splendid breed. On the brass-colored dog tags were inscribed 5 treasures, 6 treasures, 7 treasures. These were intended for 3 little puppies. The last one was taken out individually, bearing the inscription 8 treasures, Xiao Xiao. Song Tan sighed, while Zhang Yinping was rendered speechless. If you take that tag out, and Xiao Xiao actually wears it, just wait until my aunt gets hold of you. What does it matter? Song Tan fished out a dog tag from her pocket. Look here, I have 9 treasures Tan Tan. However, this one doesn't count as it is from outside the main road. With a single remark, she thoroughly disarmed Zhang Yinping, who stood there, his face frozen, unsure of how to respond. Song Tan chuckled. Brother Yinping, my mother said that having a tag for Xiao Xiao brings safety. A humble name doesn't matter as long as it ensures his well-being. To Wulan, this tag was akin to naming a dog egg, signifying a desire for it to thrive. For years, her concern had been about Xiao Xiao's future. The day Xiao Xiao requested a dog tag, Wulan, a sporadic believer in superstitions, immediately complied with this wish. Zhang Yinping, at a loss for words, could only gaze at the few dogs in the back seat, their bright eyes sparking a sudden curiosity. Didn't you just mention these names while assigning them their tags? Did they really understand? Judging by their expressions, it certainly seemed they comprehended. Indeed, Song Tin replied confidently. The dogs I chose must possess some intelligence, though this car is truly too small. Look at how they are all squished together. Zhang Yinping sighed. Then let me buy a few more iron cages to stack them up in the back. Yet you seem unwilling. Song Tan was concerned about expenses. Spending money on these few dogs would surely invite my mother's incessant nagging. And just look at how much they consume. It's simply outrageous. If there's a chance to save, why not take it? Zhang Yinping truly felt the urge to sigh. Witnessing your extravagant spending habits, I never would have guessed you had a frugal side. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, are you still planning to buy fish fry today? There seems to be quite a large reservoir nearby. Song Tin glanced at the time. It was 3:30, and there was still over half an hour until they reached Yin City. Since the local epidemic prevention station hasn't closed yet, let us go get the dog license. We'll skip the reservoir. I'll have my father purchase the fish fry in a nearby village. In an instant, Zhang Yinping turned his head. The Great Dane in the back seat was staring at him intently, its gaze exceptionally imposing. He exclaimed incredulously, you intend to take them to obtain a dog license? How could such large dogs possibly be registered, let alone multiple ones? But I am from the countryside. Song Tan responded defiantly. As far as I know, we have yet to hear of any rural household registering their dogs. I'm merely going to support the initiative. What's wrong with that? Besides, large dogs are prohibited in the city, yet there are no such regulations in the village. In our remote mountain corner, hardly anyone comes by. I'm just being prudent for the future, anticipating that more people might come to buy things. It's better to be prepared. She had not yet formally planted any vegetables, yet the enthusiasm was already building. Obtaining dog licenses truly seemed like a precaution worth taking. The large dog, accompanied by Zhang Yinping, found himself momentarily at a loss, as he lacked experience in obtaining a dog license. Observing Kango and the 4 dogs, he stuttered slightly. It can be done, Song Tin asserted with unwavering conviction. I consulted Brother Sun, and he mentioned that our small town, abundant in mountainous terrain and focused on rural development, has lenient requirements for dog licenses. Besides, all of them have reputable backgrounds, complete with pedigree certificates, vaccination records, deworming documentation, and photographs. Once we return this time, I doubt we will ever bring them back to the city. It would be more convenient to handle everything en route. Zhang Yinping remarked on the situation, stating it was an enthusiastic alignment with national initiatives and a commendable response to urban policies, reflecting a positive spirit. The small pickup truck made its way smoothly back to Yunqing. The local licensing authority, officially known as the Animal Disease Monitoring Center, is colloquially referred to as the Epidemic Prevention Station. Its FAAD is rather unassuming, nestled within the crevices of an aged residential complex. Upon stepping through the dim doorway, one encounters an even more rudimentary office. As Song Tin opened the car door, a dark canine head suddenly emerged. A passerby caught sight of it and instinctively gasped, stepping back a couple of paces. Astonishment and admiration washed over him as he beheld the sleek-coated Doberman before him. The Doberman, obediently held onto its leash, with a brass tag around its neck proclaiming its ownership. Once Song Tin took hold of the leash, the dog dutifully stood beside her. This sight elicited exclamations from onlookers. A true man should own a large dog. At this moment, he subtly shifted his toes, contemplating stepping forward to exchange a few words, perhaps even to caress the dog's head. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, another glossy black dog head emerged from the back seat of the car. This creature, with its short ears and fierce expression, was of considerable size, its robust muscles evident. Instantly, he withdrew his foot. Yet, the bystanders remained, standing silently and observing. The second dog, Cassie, obediently passed the leash over, positioning itself beside the Doberman. The onlookers couldn't help but marvel internally, their curiosity piqued, eager to inquire about the dog's background. Just as one foot lifted, another dog appeared. 1, 2, 3. The fourth dog also descended. Now, no more dog heads protruded from the back seat. The spectators had grown somewhat desensitized, yet they gazed in admiration at the young lady, noting her exquisite appearance and the lavishness of her canine companions. It was evident these were purebred dogs, and to have 4 of them at once? Truly, she must belong to a wealthy household. Surely, one could not afford such luxury without a villa. He finally exhaled in relief, but found himself hesitating before the imposing quartet of dogs, feeling a sudden reluctance to approach. After lingering for a moment longer, he prepared to depart with a sense of regret. Just then, the battered pickup trembled slightly, and instinctively, he glanced back, only to behold an enormous dog head peering out. Astonished, the bystanders were left speechless. However, Song Tin paid no heed to the astonishment around him. After a long day, having only consumed a few buns around 10 o'clock, he was now ravenously hungry, yearning to return home as swiftly as possible. As I turned into the dimly lit entrance, the door to the office for permit applications swung open, revealing a young man. He stood at the threshold, stretching lazily, and then exclaimed, "Oh my goodness!" Before him stood an enormous dog, reminiscent of a tiger from the zoo, with a dark snout and a coat of slightly yellowish fur. Around its neck was a thick black collar, from which hung a brass tag that quivered slightly with the movement of its muscles. The sheer ferocity and size of this canine was unlike anything the young man had ever encountered in his life. What was even more astonishing, however, was that the end of the leash was held firmly by a young woman. In her other hand, she simultaneously grasped 4 additional leashes, each attached to large dogs that were also prohibited in the city. Given the young man's limited experience, he could only identify Dobermans and German Shepherds. "Hello," he heard the girl say, somewhat dazed. "I came to apply for a dog license." The staff member's gaze flickered, darting between the massive dog and the 4 large breeds. A bewildered thought crossing his mind. What a substantial permit this would entail. No, wait. The remnants of his rationality clung to his professional ethics. And he blurted out, "That's not possible. Upon closer inspection, each of these is a large breed. They are prohibited in our city." Song Tin blinked innocently. "But I keep them in the countryside." She shook the leashes playfully. "These dogs are meant to watch over my vegetable garden." The staff member was left speechless. His experience was rather limited, and at that moment, he found himself in a quandary. He hesitantly remarked, "That dog appears rather large. Please wait a moment while I consult with my superior." After saying this, He fixated his gaze on the Kangal for a while before turning to ascend the stairs. However, curiosity got the better of him, and he turned back to inquire, "What breed is this dog?" "This one. It's a Turkish Kangal. Its name is Dawang." "Turkish?" "Indeed." The staff member felt an unspoken sense of awe and quickly made his way upstairs. The courtyard fell silent, suggesting a leisurely pace of work. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man descended the stairs, cradling a teacup in one hand and leisurely questioning, "What business does the Turkish Dawang have in obtaining a certificate?" Upon hearing its name, Dawang emitted a deep bark from its throat. In that instant, the leader nearly lost his footing, narrowly avoiding a tumble down the stairwell. "Oh my, that dog is truly massive." The two stood hesitantly in the corridor, not daring to approach. After a considerable pause, one finally spoke, "Miss, securing certificates for your 4 dogs should pose no issue, but as for this one," the leader sighed, "we have never issued a dog license for one of such size." Song Tan blinked. "Well, esteemed leader, I am not just raising dogs in the countryside. I wish to respond to our city's initiative." Such words struck a chord. In their mountainous region, rural areas were quite remote, and many families owned dogs. Yet none had ever ventured to the city to obtain a dog license. After all, in the village, dogs often went unvaccinated, rendering any attempts to acquire a license futile. If this were indeed a rural case, it would be a first of its kind. However, there were no specific indicators in this place, and the staff experienced little pressure. Suddenly issuing a license for such a large dog raised concerns about potential issues. The leader's mind began to waver. Observing this, Song Tan seized the opportunity. "Rest assured, this dog is eligible for a license." She produced the previous license for Dawang's dog. "You see, this is the license from the neighboring city of Huacheng, issued by its former owner. Now this dog belongs to me, and I wish to obtain the necessary paperwork." "Oh my." The leader flipped through the records. "From Huacheng, you say?" "If that is the case, it becomes much easier." The personnel handling matters below were not particularly interested in pioneering cases. They preferred to rely on established precedents. Huacheng, being a second-tier city, was significantly better off compared to their 18-tier locale. Since it was feasible there, it could be accomplished here as well. Moreover, compared to their Yun city, Huacheng's dog license appeared far more official and meticulous, detailing not only the dog's pedigree, height, and weight, but also recording the owner's household information. With this realization, the leader exhaled in relief. "Very well, let us proceed. Do you have the photographs? If not, you can find a photo studio nearby to have them taken." "I have them," Song Tan replied, taking the forms. She noticed that besides the personal contact information and identification details, only the dog's breed, age, color, name, and gender needed to be filled in. Dawang was a Cane Corso, Dabao a Doberman, Airbao a Rottweiler, Sambao a German Shepherd, and Seabao a Mastiff. Quite simple. When the application form was submitted, the clerk stared at the name on the form, almost believing that these dogs were merely returning home to tend to their gardens. The entire atmosphere exuded a sense of insincerity. Meanwhile, not far from the quarantine station, a middle-aged man cautiously opened his door, peering left and right before allowing a few peers of similar age to enter his home. "Old son, what are you up to? Weren't we supposed to be having tea?" His furtive behavior put everyone on high alert. "Let me tell you, after so many years of friendship, we must not engage in any underhanded dealings." With an expression that conveyed his companion's lack of understanding, Old Son quickly shut the door behind them. He then stealthily opened the freezer, laboriously retrieving his tea canister from beneath a pile of buns, dumplings, and small wontons. From this canister, he extracted a specialized sealed bag of tea leaves, revealing a pitifully small amount that barely weighed an ounce. The group of middle-aged men fell silent. "Goodness." A bunch of middle-aged fellows grumbled. "I suggested playing cards, but you didn't want to. Old Wu proposed fishing, and you still declined. When asked what you wanted to do, you claimed you wished to savor tea at home." Retired middle-aged men either donned hiking jackets to roam scenic spots with equally retired women or sat by the water, wholly devoted to fishing. If neither of those pursuits sufficed, they would engage in card games, wagering modest sums of money. With their plans disrupted, Old Son spoke with an air of mystique, as if he possessed some extraordinary stash of Dahong Pao tea. As the crowd wavered, they eagerly urged him to return and present that exquisite tea for their tasting. Old Son, feigning reluctance, initially put on a display of hesitance. How much could each of them possibly drink? At most, perhaps a couple of taels? Yet, he still hesitated. Were it not for their long-standing friendship, they might not have had the chance to enter his home this time. Little did they know, after such a prolonged build-up and anticipation, the old fellow rummaged through the refrigerator for ages, only to produce a meager packet of tea leaves. That bag looked so familiar. Wasn't it the one old son typically carried when he ventured out with tea? TSK. The group collectively expressed their disdain. Old son's dignity was affronted, and he exclaimed loudly, "What do you know? Don't be deceived by the mere one-tail well. Fine, it's not even a full tail now. I secretly brewed a cup this morning." The moment the boiling water cascaded over the leaves, the room was enveloped in a delightful aroma, prompting even his wife, who never partook in tea, to instinctively inquire, "What tea is this? It smells wonderful." How thrilling and exhilarating. Old Son managed to divert their attention. With just that one cup of Maojian, he brewed it 7 or 8 times, ultimately chewing the leaves until they were pulverized before reluctantly putting down his cup. To his surprise, his display attracted the crowd. They came, and he braced himself for considerable expenditure, ready to bask in their admiring gazes. Yet, this group remained skeptical. Old Son's temper flared. He was determined to make them understand what truly constituted fine tea. In an irritable tone, he declared, "Do you have any idea how much this little packet costs? 1,000 yuan. My own funds for playing cards amount to 500, along with an additional 500 accumulated over the years as my private savings. This was a timely purchase. Thus, I dare not let my family know. 1,000 yuan per tael?" Despite a group of elderly gentlemen receiving pensions of 2 to 3,000 yuan each month, which may seem quite comfortable in today's world, what can such a sum truly accomplish? With grandchildren occasionally needing financial support, even their tea indulgences are modest. The most discerning among them spends merely 1,000 yuan annually on 2 pounds of pre-rain tea for a bit of enjoyment. Their local tea is not renowned, and a price of 500 yuan per unit is already considered quite good. Now learning that Old Son had silently spent 1,000 yuan on tea, and merely for one tael, the group was instantly invigorated. They each found a spot in the old unit's living area and spontaneously fished out several glass cups from beneath the coffee table. Come, let us see what this 1,000 yuan per tael tea is like." Exchanging glances, the anticipation for the tea mingled with the suspicion of whether Old Son had been swindled, all unspoken yet palpable. Having spent considerable time with them, Old Son discerned their lack of discernment. He let out a cold hum. "Just wait, I shall boil some water first." As the water heated, he lamented the dullness of the cups available for entertaining guests. Thus he took them to the sink, scrubbing them repeatedly with toothpaste for added clarity. When all was finally prepared, only a thermometer to check the water temperature remained, yet the others had grown increasingly impatient. It was then that Old Son unsealed the pouch. As he pinched the tea leaves, his hands trembled with reluctance. The dual tug-of-war between face and money suddenly instilled in him a pang of regret. In order to avoid losing face in front of his comrades, he hastily shifted the topic. "Take a whiff of this. It's freshly stir-fried dry tea. Isn't it fragrant?" At this point, the tea had yet to be brewed, with only the dry leaves resting at the bottom of the cup. The group inhaled deeply. Indeed, a subtle aroma of tea wafted through the air. Though faint, the presence of such a fragrance from dry tea was already quite remarkable. Those knowledgeable about tea began to swirl the transparent glass cups, scrutinizing the color and texture of the leaves while continuously inhaling, ultimately concluding, "Lao San, it seems your 1,000 yuan was not spent in vain." Locals have a tradition of washing their tea. They place the dry leaves in the cup, then pour in a third of water, gently swirling it twice before discarding the water. Only then does the formal brewing commence. Typically, this washing water is discarded, but today, as everyone savored the refreshing aroma, they watched in silence as Lao San poured out the first infusion from each cup, refilling them with fresh water. And no one uttered a word of objection. When the formal brewing began, the leaves danced and unfolded in the flowing water, with each bud standing upright. Their vibrant green hue reminiscent of spring, while the fresh fragrance of the rolling tea filled the room. Everyone took a deep breath. How delightful! Just as the words left their lips, the sound of the door creaking open interrupted them. A shiver ran through the group as Lao San's wife entered, her hands laden with a basket of vegetables, startled by the sight of several burly men seated in the cramped living room. "Oh dear," she exclaimed. Old Son echoed the sentiment inwardly, instinctively shifting the teacup before him, as if that could somehow diminish his presence. His daughter-in-law chuckled. "What brings you here? You didn't give us a heads up." "Perfect timing. I've still got 2 bundles of purple cloud peas from this morning. Come over for dinner tonight." Being retired middle-aged folks, they all understood the extravagance of tea priced at 1,000 yuan per tael. They knew the kind of stir it could create at home. The group diverted their attention, their interest in the purple cloud peas waning, each awkwardly inching their teacups closer, only to feel even more embarrassed. After all, such tea cost 1,000 yuan per tael, and among them, even if Old Sun was frugal and only filled the cup to the bottom, it left them with a pitiful handful. At best, there were perhaps 30 grams left, calculating that each sip was worth dozens of yuan, with the family being numerous. His daughter-in-law realized her groceries were insufficient. She set down the basket and quickly turned the doorknob, preparing to step out. "You all chat for a bit. I'll grab some marinated dishes for a casual dinner." As she turned her body and the doorknob, a collective sigh of relief filled the room. However, the murmurs of discomfort seemed all too palpable. Old Sun's daughter-in-law turned back, sniffing slightly. "I meant to ask earlier, Old Sun, where did you procure such fragrant tea? How much did it cost?" In the household of Lao Sun, the situation is as follows. His daughter-in-law is tasked with escorting their granddaughter to school each morning, after which she engages with several acquaintances in free healthcare activities. This interest has persisted for numerous years, evolving from the sun god to the more recent Quan Jian, and now to the latest endeavor of Xiang Mei Jianei. Initially, Lao Sun indulged her passions, gradually became wary, and ultimately relinquished control. All because his daughter-in-law possesses the remarkable ability to partake in activities without incurring any expenses amidst a sea of competitors. However, this has led to a considerable expenditure of time, and as a result, the responsibility of grocery shopping has rested squarely on Lao Sun's shoulders for many years. He began his grocery excursions by purchasing mere vegetables, often returning home with complaints due to his inability to haggle. Yet, over time, he has developed an eye for discerning the quality of pork and the tenderness of edamame still in its pods. Nevertheless, being a man, he tends to spend liberally. Were it not for his daughter-in-law's daily oversight of his grocery budget, he would undoubtedly succumb to the allure of every novel item that catches his fancy, thus embodying a trend-conscious gentleman. Recently, he spotted a young woman selling wild vegetables, and, intrigued by the crowd of peers queuing up, he whimsically spent 20 yuan to join in the excitement. From that moment onward, he became irresistibly entangled, from scanning a code to join a group, to actively participating, and now to vigilantly awaiting daily deliveries. These vegetables have become an indispensable part of his household. Due to this newfound obsession, Lao Sun has become a devoted follower. Just the other day, when Song Tin shared tea leaves in the group, he was instantly swept away by enthusiasm and splurged on a small quantity. Of course. Later that night, he tossed and turned, regretting his impulsive purchase. However, as a man, once the money is spent, what could he possibly do to retract it? This remorse, upon merely lifting a corner of the paper to inhale its scent at the market the next day, instantly transformed into euphoric delight. Ultimately, the coincidences and fates are too intricate to articulate. However, setting aside these myriad thoughts, the undeniable truth remains that this tea commands a price of 1,000 yuan per tael. Now, confronted by his wife's seemingly casual inquiry, Old Sun's expression swiftly soured. At that moment, an old acquaintance seated on the sofa interjected, "Well, this," as he steadied his cup with one hand while rising to his feet. "Sister-in-law, you need not fuss. I suddenly remembered that I have matters to attend to at home this evening, so I must leave now." He then casually glanced at the tea in his hand, adding, "This tea is indeed fragrant, and since it's already brewed, it would be a waste to leave it behind. I shall take it with me. I'll return the cup to you later." As he spoke, he hastily made his exit, one hand carefully shielding the cup's opening to prevent any dust from settling on it. With his lead, the remaining guests, glancing around, promptly rose as well, exchanging polite remarks, sister-in-law, regarding, that is to say, my situation at home. I must also take my leave. In the blink of an eye, they had vacated the premises, leaving behind only the solitary cup of tea before Old Sun and a collection of rinsing water. His wife, who had initially been all smiles, saw the door close and her expression instantly fell. "What were you thinking? If you intend to purchase tea, why the need for such subterfuge? Did you truly recall my fleeting mumbles from that one year? Imbibe freely. You barely consume a few pounds of tea annually." She rolled her eyes. "At most, it's 300 to 500 per pound. Would I truly begrudge you that?" Upon hearing this, Old Sun was initially elated, but then deflated. At this moment, The tea before him possessed tender buds, a clear, verdant hue, and a delicate, lingering fragrance. However, for him, the joy and anticipation of savoring fine tea had completely vanished. He sat there, crestfallen, and stammered, "Well, I do possess a certain discernment for tea. Constantly drinking the cheap stuff simply won't do." The more he spoke, the more uneasy Old Sun's wife became. Suddenly, she fixed her gaze upon him. "You wouldn't have splurged and purchased tea at 1,000 yuan per pound, would you?" Old Sun instantly felt relieved, and then hastily nodded. "About that. Roughly 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan. Old Sun's wife was visibly distressed. She approached, picked up the teacup, and took another whiff. Finally, she nodded. "Indeed. You get what you pay for. If the tea is of this quality, 1,000 yuan is justifiable." She blew on the tea, took a small sip, and her eyes lit up. Without hesitation, she took the teacup away. "Delicious. I'll have a taste. By the way, don't keep such fine tea all to yourself. Wrap some for me tomorrow so I can let my old friends have a taste. They took me for a pedicure today." Old Sun wore a mournful expression, holding the tea rinsing water left for himself, as if he could already envision the tea flying away. Below, several men holding teacups exchanged glances, then inhaled the fragrant aroma. Feeling the wild spring breeze outside, hesitating before suggesting, "How about we savor this cup first? It would be nice to take some home." Each person gently blew on their tea before unhesitatingly taking a sip. In the stillness of the night, perhaps due to the invigorating tea, Old Sun tossed and turned. Unable to find rest, his spirits heightened. He glanced at his wife, lying motionless in bed, and was reminded of the scant tea leaves he had left, which he would need to share. A pang of sorrow gripped him, and he quietly arose, rummaging through the freezer in the kitchen in the dead of night. He retrieved a small packet of tea leaves and took a bag from the kitchen, carefully portioning out the leaves, each handful causing him increasing distress. After much contemplation, he decided to set aside half of the tea leaves, only to pour half of that back. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this would leave his wife with merely a tiny amount to take out tomorrow, likely inviting ridicule. Thus, he began to portion them once more. In the midst of his deliberation, his phone suddenly chimed. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from an old friend in the group chat. "Old Sun, where did you purchase that tea? Good heavens, it has invigorated me through the night. I feel I could conquer mountains." At this, several others in the group chimed in. Though given their age and the late hour, most sent voice messages. "Can't you all sleep? Oh, this tea packs quite a punch. I've been drinking it for years, and it never affected me like this." "Indeed. Old Sun, where did you purchase this tea? Hurry and take us there." With a sense of pride, Old Sun replied with a voice message, "Of course. It's 1,000 yuan per tael. If it weren't exquisite tea, would I splurge like this? Let me tell you, I previously mentioned a market where the vegetables are exceptionally delicious, but you didn't believe me. If you had stayed last night, you would have been unable to put down your bowls." His tone grew increasingly fervent. However, upon realizing the room fell silent, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a figure emerged from the dim light of the living room, asking, "Old Sun, is this tea 1,000 yuan per tael or per pound?" Song Tan was oblivious to the heartache such a tea could inflict upon many gentlemen. He only knew that he had spent an entire day and arrived home at 6 o'clock. It had indeed been a long day. After disembarking from the car, Zhang Yinping stretched vigorously, feeling completely stiff. Then, he patted his stomach and called out, "Annie, what's for dinner tonight? I'm so hungry." Ulan, with tea-picking sleeves still on her arms, emerged from the kitchen with a large basin. "I dug out a pig leg from the fridge. I can't remember which year it was frozen, so I had your uncle chop it up for tonight's meal." Zhang Yinping held no extravagant expectations for meat. He looked at her with pity and said, "What about the purple cloud pea?" Ulan laughed heartily. "You'll have your share. Tan Tan is so picky that she wants to eat anything that doesn't grow from the ground." Song Tan sighed, acknowledging that she had not truly savored any food since returning home. It was indeed a bittersweet reality. Just as she was contemplating this, Xiao Xiao suddenly exclaimed, "What a big dog." It dawned on Ulan that her extravagant daughter had ventured out today to purchase a dog, claiming that a small one would not suffice and that someone needed to keep watch over the fields on the mountainside. While she understood this reasoning, the thought of spending money still made her uneasy. Fortunately, the high value of tea leaves somewhat alleviated her discomfort. She then inquired, "How much did this dog cost?" No sooner had she spoken than a massive dog entered, appearing almost like a golden-furred tiger in the shadows of the night. Startled, she gasped as Song San Chung rushed over, equally astonished, exclaiming joyfully, This dog is indeed enormous. Turning to observe the nearby sea bow, he recognized only one. Is this a blackback? What kind of dog is this black one? Oh, look at them. They are truly handsome. Their coats are so sleek and glossy. Ulan, wide-eyed, soon realized, if you've brought home so many dogs, what will they eat? They are so large. Does that mean we need to prepare a pot of food for them at every meal? She had anticipated this. Songtin thought to herself, in the countryside, keeping dogs means using leftovers in broth. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and merely gestured towards the back of the truck, saying, no need. The seller provided dog food. Yet Ulan remained dissatisfied, remarking, these 4 dogs are acceptable, but this one resembles a wolf dog and appears quite spirited. What purpose does such a large dog serve? If you place it at the entrance, no one would dare approach our home. She was referring to the king of Kangal. Song Tan had already made arrangements. Given its size, it would be assigned the task of monitoring the pigs. The others would first tend to the chestnut orchard. The black fungus on the mountain had yet to bear fruit, but the silver fungus would soon begin to sprout. What if someone were to pick it or carry it away? Wouldn't you feel distressed? Dried, it sells by the gram. Song Tan was not exaggerating. Even ordinary linden with silver fungus is sold by weight, as it is nearly weightless when dried. Now that the dogs were brought home, what more could Ulan say? At this moment, she inquired the most crucial question, how much? Zhang Yinping, nearby, felt a surge of tension. Song Tan observed Xiao fidgeting beside her, guiding him to pet several dogs while introducing them. This is the king, the leader of the household. King, this is Xiao. You must protect him. And this is to Bao. Meanwhile, she took a moment to answer her mother's question. 3,000. Zhang Yinping's heart skipped a beat, pondering how her foolish cousin could be so audacious as to state the truth. Ulan, indeed, began to feel the pinch. 3,000 for these 5 dogs? You truly have money to burn. The sip of water that Zhang Yinping had just taken spewed out in a spray. As Ulan's gaze turned suspiciously, he hastily chimed in. Indeed, you truly lack the knack for living. Aunt, I couldn't dissuade them today. Unexpectedly, Ulan altered his stance. 3,000 is acceptable. I understand that the breeds of dogs these days are quite expensive. We can make do. They seem quite obedient. Indeed, after disembarking from the vehicle, they formed a neat line without a single bark. When Xiao approached to pet them, they displayed gentle temperaments, undoubtedly well-trained companions. Observing their fierce yet docile demeanor, one could rest assured that they would not bite easily. Yes, Song Tan remarked, these dogs were not sold in their youth, and now that they have grown, they are harder to sell, which is why I was able to acquire them at a bargain for 3,000. Otherwise, had they been sold when they were younger, each would have cost 3,000. Ulan's face lit up with delight. Not bad. I've seen similar ones online priced at 7 or 8,000. I've heard that these dogs shouldn't be fed our food all the time. There are affordable dog foods available online. Why not purchase some? Song Tan shook her head and began unloading several boxes of dog food from the back of the truck. Mother, look. This is all dog food that the seller wanted to offload quickly. Let us finish these before we consider anything else. With a serious demeanor, she added, there are many expenses to consider. We need to save a bit. Zhang Yinping instantly regarded her younger cousin with newfound admiration. Setting aside all else, this ability to read the room and win over adults certainly takes years of refinement. Is this truly a rare gift? In comparison, he felt more like a younger sibling than an older brother. Song Tan paid him no heed. After gathering the dog food and supplies from the car, she brought in a bundle of straw. While introducing the dogs, she remarked, Mother, it's a bit chilly tonight. Let us have them sleep here for now. Over the next couple of days, we'll find time to build their doghouse and then take them to the mountains. Realizing her daughter had made a wise purchase, Ulan felt a sense of satisfaction and advised, you must ensure they acclimate to their new environment. They're quite large now. Xiao, retrieve the clothes from the bottom drawer of your cabinet. Those are our family's old garments. We have no place to discard them, and they will serve well as bedding for the dogs to get accustomed to our scent. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she approached and tentatively stroked the head of the king. The dog was tall. She didn't need to bend down, and had to lift her arm slightly to reach the top of his head. Observing his face, with a black snout and yellow fur, she thought how endearing he appeared. I've seen people online raising small dogs that yap incessantly and can't guard the house. How could they compare to such a sturdy dog? After petting each one, she hurried back to the kitchen, exclaiming, those pig trotters are too fatty. I doubt you'll enjoy them. I'll take out a few pieces to share with them. Zhang Yinping watched Song Tan, who feigned a chaotic arrangement of straw, filled with admiration at that moment. After such a flurry of activity, the dogs had become somewhat familiar with the family. Song Tan worried that their successful refusal of food training might lead the dogs to reject the meals offered by the family in the future. At this moment, everyone was instructed to feed the mixed energy dog food to the dogs right under her watchful gaze. Encouraged and tempted by her, several dogs finally opened their mouths to partake. This commotion persisted until 7 o'clock, when darkness enveloped the sky, and the group finally sat down to dine. The newly arrived dogs, apart from the somewhat dejected king, who lay there reminiscing about his former owner, roamed freely in the yard. Debeo, the Doberman, curiously sniffed around the corner where 100 fluffy ducklings were kept. The 4 mastiffs clung to the support beams of the shed, their eyes fixated on a buzzing beehive overhead, brimming with curiosity. Bao, the cane corso, sat beside Jojo, the 2 brothers sharing their meal, seemingly eager to snuggle up together for the night. Sambao was nowhere to be seen, but Song Tin couldn't shake off the feeling that her father's expression was rather peculiar. As they ate, one hand slipped behind his back. Sambao, the German shepherd, was carefully and gently using his teeth to stealthily take away a piece of bone. Observing her silly cousin next door engrossed in his meal, Song Tin knew this was the perfect opportunity to strike. When everyone had set down their chopsticks, she inquired, "Jojo, did you take the bumblebee to gather nectar today?" Jojo instantly perked up. He had been waiting all day to share the results of his endeavors with his sister, exclaiming, "I did. Look." He animatedly flapped his arms, illustrating, "The big bumblebee was too heavy to fly. I took it to the field, and when it landed on a flower, the whole thing tilted." Jojo was utterly exhausted today, while other bees buzzed tirelessly in the flower fields, industriously providing for themselves and generating income for their master. Meanwhile, his bear required Jojo's support to prop up its excessively hefty weight. The bear's wings were barely sufficient, buzzing incessantly, yet unable to take flight. It was clear that he felt a profound sense of responsibility, proudly declaring, "But sister, when I touched its backside, it didn't sting me." He patted his palm, evidently recalling the swelling and pain from their last encounter. Song Tin cleared her throat, unwilling to admit that her excessive fondling had made the bumblebee accustomed to her touch. "Has it eaten its fill?" she inquired. "Indeed, it has." Jojo gestured animatedly. "It feasted all day and even left with 2 small baskets on its legs." His vocabulary was limited, and after some pondering, he drew inspiration from Ulan to describe the act: eating and taking, round and plump. Song Tan couldn't help but chuckle at the notion of eating and taking. Bumblebees indeed gather any leftover pollen with their hind legs, forming pollen baskets to carry away. For how else could they nourish their young if they consumed everything themselves? "Well done, Jojo. You've completed your task remarkably. Later, I'll note your wages. And when you need money, just let me know." Upon hearing this, Jojo hesitated, glancing at Song Tan and then at Zhang Yanping, leaving the young man utterly perplexed. Jojo finally spoke. "Sister, could you give me $1? I want to buy bubble gum for my brother." Jojo spoke of bubble gum, the kind that Song Tin used to enjoy during her childhood, priced at merely 1 yuan for a pack of 5 pieces. It has only increased by 50 cents over the span of 2 decades, truly a testament to a conscientious enterprise. Upon hearing this, the table fell silent. Then, amidst the stifled laughter, Song Tin rummaged through every corner of her bag, finally retrieving a solitary steel spring with great difficulty. Zhang Yinping expressed her indignation. "Brother doesn't eat bubble gum. Brother is lying." Jojo replied solemnly, "I didn't buy any for brother yesterday. You were very slow in the morning." With that, he dashed out. After a short while, he returned, exclaiming, "Sister, may I take the dog out?" He was still adorned with the dog tag, eagerly wishing to showcase it. Song Tan pondered for a moment, then said, "Wait a moment. I'll take De Wong out for a stroll with you." The small shop has always been a gathering place for conversations, and walking De Wong around would also let the villagers know that her family is not lacking in protection. Jojo acknowledged with an "oh" and obediently went to fetch De Wong from the doghouse. Song Tan then inquired, "Dad, how is the honey collection by the bees today?" Quite well," exclaimed Song San Chung, his face aglow with joy. "I went to the mountains today to air out the black fungus, and the silver fungus has already begun to sprout mycelium. After returning, I strolled through the fields and saw the bees buzzing in layers, all gathered there. From a distance, it looked rather intimidating, but upon closer inspection, each little creature was busily collecting nectar, ignoring my presence entirely. They are certainly in for a bountiful feast." Song Tin felt a profound sense of satisfaction. These little creatures are indeed benefactors, capable of generating income. In a couple of days, when this flower field reaches its prime, I shall cultivate another. There is no need to concern ourselves with the bees. Remembering the golden cherry seedlings in the back of her vehicle, she added, Father, could you find someone to accompany my cousin tomorrow to plant the golden cherries? What? Zhang Yinping nearly leaped from his seat. Digging a mountain? Where's there to dig? Song Sansheng dismissed the notion of it being a laborious task. We merely need to create a few trenches along the edges of the net and plant the seedlings. We can manage it ourselves in a day. No, Zhang Yinping frantically waved his hands. Uncle, we should really find someone. Look at me, he extended his delicate palm. I am simply not suited for such work. However, Song Tan considered her aunt's earlier words as a decree of authority and disregarded the laborer's protests, merely asking him, choose between driving the stakes for the enclosure or planting the golden cherries. How could one even choose? Zhang Yinping was at a loss, almost in tears. By the way, Father, we need to bring over some bricks and cement when you have a moment. We must construct a few more doghouses. Song Sansheng pondered for a moment. It seems your grandfather still has some leftover old green bricks and large tiles from the roof in the backyard. But we don't need to hire anyone. I can take care of it in the next couple of days. Song Tin glanced at the stature of the dog and advised. It would be better to hire someone to lay a solid foundation. After all, it is meant for long-term use. Otherwise, look at the prince's situation. If you undertake this alone, it is no different from constructing a house. The tea leaves have already been sold for 6 taels, amounting to 6,000 yuan. Father, we are indeed affluent. Upon mentioning the tea leaves, Song Sansheng instantly refrained from further elaboration and promptly agreed. Meanwhile, Wulan, perplexed, inquired, You sold the tea leaves without even sorting them? Did you truly sell them for such a high price? The young lady, Song Tan, pondered. Could she admit to having forgotten? The so-called sorting refers to the process of preparing the tea leaves, which requires the use of tea stalks, typically crafted from slender bamboo twigs. Some delicate tips inevitably break off during the high-temperature roasting. Additionally, during the harvesting, it is unavoidable that some old leaves are collected, which turn yellow during roasting, making them easy to distinguish and remove. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, stating, It's fine, mother, at worst. They will have priority in purchasing tea from us in the future. You can simply find someone to sort it out later. Wulan fell silent, pondering the notion of priority. Why not aim for the heavens? She often dreamed of customers requesting refunds due to high prices. Yet, since the sale had been made, one could only hope for the best. There's no rush. I see the forecast predicts rain the day after tomorrow. Once the rain arrives and work outside is halted, I will call over your 4 aunts who pick tea. No need to fuss over money. We can simply sit and chat. In a day, 5 to 6 pounds of dried tea could be gathered, and in just a few days, they could amass a considerable amount. To bring up money at this stage would seem rather petty. With that thought, she began to feel a sense of pride. This year's tea harvest would indeed allow them to earn a substantial sum. Song Sansheng took a puff of his cigarette, feeling quite pleased as he remarked, Our Tantan truly has a promising future. She cultivates the land well and provides our village with an opportunity to earn a living. His words were clumsy, and he struggled to articulate more, merely murmuring, It's quite good, indeed. Song Tin found it challenging to comprehend this sentiment. Her hometown represented an enduring fixation spanning 2 generations, and her family was her emotional anchor. However, regarding the village itself, even in her previous life, her time spent there was scant after she began boarding school. The memories had faded for too long, and she lacked a profound sense of belonging. Yet, witnessing Wulan and Song Sansheng's pride stirred a subtle emotion within her. Xiao poked her head out and asked, Are you ready? With a hint of grievance, he added, It's getting dark, and the convenience store is about to close. The closing time of the village convenience store depended entirely on how late the patrons lingered. Song Tin promptly stood up, exclaiming, Dewang, let us go. At her call, Dewang obediently fetched the leash. Once the hook was secured onto the collar, Song Tan handed the leash to Xiao, instructing, You hold on to it and walk slowly. Dewang is quite intelligent. If anything arises, you should communicate with him. She gently patted Dewang's head, the soft fur evoking warmth in her heart, and then a wave of energy flowed into her. Dewang emitted a low whimper from his throat, letting out a subdued bark as his body relaxed in silent ease. After glancing at Song Tan, he nuzzled Xiao's chest, much to Xiao's delight. Dewang truly likes me, he exclaimed joyfully. He proudly held the leash, exclaiming, "Big Wong, let us procure some bubble gum. Do you have a taste for ham sausages? I am uncertain how much of my wages remain. Will it suffice for our purchase? Do you enjoy eggs? If grandmother prepares boiled eggs for me tomorrow, I shall share them with you. Though it would be remiss to offer just one, I must also share with the others." His expression clouded with worry, evidently feeling that one egg would be insufficient to distribute. Then, catching sight of the dog tag around his neck, he brightened, grasping it, and smiling at Song Tan, "Sister, Mother said that with this tag, if I ever get lost, I should take it to the police for assistance." He wrinkled his nose, adding, "Xiao Xiao remembers the way clearly. How could I possibly get lost?" The siblings bantered and laughed, soon arriving at the small shop. In front of the shop lay a modest activity square, small in comparison to the urban setting, yet it existed due to the villagers' generous donation of land. A few familiar yet unnamed ants were seated, engaged in lively conversation, while others leisurely exercised on nearby fitness equipment. Oh dear, what a large dog, akin to a tiger. Big Wong's presence was undeniably striking, drawing the curiosity of onlookers, despite the dim light of the two solar street lamps illuminating the square. Naturally, they dared not approach too closely, maintaining a subtle distance. Song Tin noticed a young woman among the crowd, dressed simply in a black baseball jacket. Her unadorned face lacked luster, yet her eyes sparkled with brilliance, suggesting she was of a similar age to Song Tan. In the village, young people are a rare sight. Instinctively, Song Tin met her gaze and returned a smile. Meanwhile, the other women listened intently as Xiao Xiao enthusiastically extolled the virtues of the great Wong. Their curiosity piqued. They murmured in astonishment. However, it was evident that Wong possessed a remarkable sense of restraint. Aside from Xiao Xiao, anyone who dared to approach would find him retreating a step, his demeanor fierce. Although he displayed no overt signs of aggression, his imposing presence instilled a sense of trepidation in everyone. As Xiao Xiao innocently mentioned that there were 7 more dogs at home destined for the mountains to guard the fields, the expressions of the crowd subtly shifted. Song Tin realized that by tomorrow noon at the latest, this news would undoubtedly circulate throughout the entire village. At that moment, an elderly man interjected with a sharp tone, exclaiming, "In our day, we couldn't even sustain ourselves, let alone feed dogs. The youth of today are quite generous, spending money without a thought. One wonders where they earn it." Song Tin nonchalantly replied, "Indeed, it does require a fair amount of expenditure. These dogs were previously abroad, where they were taken out for hunting, even for bears and tigers. Now that circumstances have changed, they were given to me." Her deft use of rhetoric was remarkably skilled, and in an instant, the crowd's gaze towards Wong grew even more fearful. After a night of speculation, Song Tan was confident that by tomorrow, the rumor would morph into her having raised a dog that had faced a tiger. It might even be embellished with the remark, "This is a dog sent from abroad, one that dares to confront tigers, let alone humans." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman fell silent. Song Tan had achieved her intended goal and now instructed Xiao Xiao, "Aren't we going to buy some gum? Hurry along now." Subsequently, she observed the vigilant expressions of the crowd as they gazed at the king, and gently led him onto the road. Under the hazy glow of the streetlight, the duo, a person and a dog, exuded a sense of tranquility. At that moment, however, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning her head, she was met by a young girl who had caught up. "Are you Song Tan?" she inquired, a smile playing on her lips, revealing a charming dimple on her cheek, her demeanor radiating an indescribable brightness. "I've heard your name before. I tasted the vetch from your field. It was delightful. I wonder what kind of innovative fertilizer or new variety you used." Song Tan raised an eyebrow. "You've bought some?" The girl was momentarily taken aback, then her eyes sparkled. "You're still selling it?" She quickly shook her head. "No. I simply happened to see Grandpa Lee struggling to pull his cow for quite some time, and I thought it must be quite delicious. So I plucked a stem to taste." She extended her hand. "Hello, I'm Zhu Jun, the newly appointed village secretary of Yinxiao village." After speaking, she winked. "If you've seen the news, you should know that over 900 university student village officials came to our province last year, and I am one of them." "Village secretary?" Song Tan instantly perked up, eagerly shaking her hand with a seasoned grip. "What brings you to seek me? Is it about repairing the roads in our village? I must confess, I drive a little beat-up pickup truck every day, and it's quite a bumpy ride." Zhu Jun. At this moment, her mind was completely blank, save for the thought of road construction. Was this a task she could truly undertake? For reasons unknown, a wave of wistfulness washed over her. Reluctantly, she withdrew her hand, saying, "You can just call me by my name. We are of the same generation, and I am merely 2 or 3 years your senior." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhu Jun recalled the crucial point she had nearly forgotten and could not resist asking again. "Might you share if your family has employed any new formulas in the fields this year?" Song Tan knew that discussing the specifics of their farming practices was not a matter to be taken lightly, yet her excitement and enthusiasm bubbled forth as she exclaimed, "You also think our fields are particularly fertile this year, right?" "Oh, my mother has said that the land deity is manifesting, thus it is our time to thrive." Zhu Jun had spent over a year in the village and was not unfamiliar with the superstitious beliefs of its inhabitants. But was it truly appropriate for such a young girl to speak with such conviction? Song Tan, blending a hint of mysticism with a touch of pseudoscience, stated, "It's not that our fields are exceptionally good. Primarily, we are the only ones in the village currently cultivating the land. The fields have lain fallow for many years, and beneath the soil, countless decayed nutrients are buried. Before we tilled the land, we also burned it to enrich the soil, eliminate pathogens, and eradicate pests. Thus, it is only natural that after a year of diligent care, the plants have flourished." Though Zhu Jun was not of agricultural roots, she had received training and education and was well aware of the current state of farming in the village. The use of chemical fertilizers such as urea and pesticides has yet to reach a fully ecological and organic level. It is indeed rare for ordinary purple vetch to yield such exquisite flavor. Yet, I overheard Song Tan sighing. "Consider the current policies. In villages slightly closer to urban areas, burning straw is prohibited, and farmland cannot be disturbed. If one wishes to plant a couple of grapevines on their own mountains, a formal application is required. Otherwise, it is deemed illegal." Song Tan also expressed regret. Farmers toil in the fields their entire lives, only to find their endeavors criminalized in their old age. "I'm not suggesting that this policy is inherently flawed, but rather that many of its stipulations are rigidly enforced without regard for the realities on the ground. Our Yinxiao village is a 20-minute drive from the town, and it takes over an hour to reach the city. In such a remote area, a bit more freedom is to be expected, and it is only natural for the produce to flourish. After all, this place was once renowned for its talented individuals and fertile land. These ramblings, ranging from road construction to the deity of the land, and from burning waste to composting policies, may not have swayed anyone, but the young village secretary knows well the truth within her heart. After a moment of silence, she decisively shifted the topic. "I observe your various endeavors in the fields and mountains. Are you seeking to scale up the rural industry? Previously, I heard from villagers that you worked in Ningxing, the provincial capital. Now that you have returned, are you truly committed to pursuing this path long-term?" Song Tan smiled, her expression tinged with distant memories. "When I was 11, I went to boarding school in the town, then to the city for high school, and continued to stay in the city for university. After graduation, I went straight to Ningxing. All in all, how many years did I truly spend by my parents' side? My mother believes that as long as I can find a suitable partner in Ningxing, my life will be deemed complete, and she will no longer worry about me. But," Song Tan raised her chin, directing Zhu Jun's gaze toward Xiao, who was approaching with a piece of gum in hand. "Look at how well they get along. How could I bear to drift away forever?" Her journey led her to the realm of cultivation, where she discovered that without sufficient strength, one would be subject to oppression and unable to seize control of their own fate. Thus, Song Tan chose solitude, often retreating for decades at a time, even willingly tending to the earth, all in pursuit of respect and freedom. And now, she had returned to that unfamiliar city, from which she had never managed to escape in her past life. She vowed never to return. Who hasn't lived a life like this? Nightfall was indeed an unsuitable time for such discussions. Zhu Jun took a deep breath, observing the village's well-known simpleton, Xiao, as he approached with his fair skin, glossy hair, and a pair of eyes as clear as stars. Even in silence, his youthful innocence was evident. After gazing at Zhu Jun for a moment, Xiao suddenly broke into a smile and opened the pack of gum in his hands. "Sister, would you like some bubble gum?" Zhu Jun's heart fluttered. As an official, one should not take even a thread from the people, yet who could refuse Xiao? She reached out to receive it, and the overpowering scent of inferior perfume instantly enveloped her, allowing her to regain her thoughts. "Song Tan, I had intended to reach out to you as well, with no ulterior motives. I merely wish to convey that if your agricultural products flourish this year, you might consider expanding your operations by leasing additional fields and woodlands in the village." She gazed at the verdant mountains before her, This was a treasure trove of gold and silver. Yet such riches could not satiate the hunger of those living at its base. A road needed to be forged. When the time comes, the village will provide support for your chosen locations. I only hope that when it comes to employing workers, you will prioritize the labor force from our village. Otherwise, as autumn and winter approach, many of the villagers will seek work elsewhere, leaving only a few elderly souls to endure the growing desolation of our once thriving community. Song Tan was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Her parents had never dared to harbor such confidence in her, yet here stood the village secretary. Brimming with audacity, Song Tan pondered, "Aren't you afraid I might incur losses?" Zhu Jun burst into laughter. "I have tasted quality products before, and I am well aware of the taste of what you cultivate. In today's society, with an abundance of online channels, as long as the quality is exceptional and transportation can reach various locales, the initial challenges may be daunting, but a market will surely exist." However, Zhu Jun cautioned, "Our village's roads have been patched and mended for 3 years. A major renovation seems unlikely. Therefore, you should consider planting crops that can be stored and are resilient to damage during the early stages." These matters are quite clear to Song Tan. She inquired further, "I have heard that the government currently offers subsidies for the delivery of agricultural products. Am I eligible to apply?" "Certainly," Zhu Jun promptly replied. "Agricultural products are exempt from taxation, and the transportation of vegetables incurs no tolls. As for the delivery subsidy, this was a policy introduced just last year. You simply need to register an online store, and later, you can collect an e-commerce agricultural product delivery subsidy application form for me to fill out." She evidently performed her duties with great proficiency, addressing even the smallest inquiries with clarity. The maximum subsidy for postal services is 60 cents, while other courier services are 50 cents per order. However, the cap is set at 100,000 yuan in subsidies. Song Tan hesitated, then, "What about phone?" Zhu Jun paused in silence for a moment before tempering her enthusiasm. "This is precisely why I advised you to cultivate more storable crops. The delivery costs for phone are exorbitant and do not qualify for subsidies." Song Tan remarked, "Fortunately, I do not offer free shipping." On a pitch-black night, the bright stars twinkled in the sky. Although the roads leading to the villages were no longer smooth, for the rural folk, traversing such paths at night posed no burden. The siblings journeyed forward with the dog, feeling an extraordinary tranquility as the chirping of insects began to resonate from the grass. Xiao Xiao suddenly blew a large bubble, nearly the size of a fist. He turned in delight, his cross-eyed gaze fixated on the bubble, calling out to Song Tan with a series of whines to come and see. Even the dog approached curiously, sniffing at it. With a pop, the bubble burst. Once again, he found himself glued to his lips and cheeks, prompting him to rub incessantly with his hands until, in frustration, he finally expelled the remaining chewing gum. Song Tan couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, she recalled Jojo's intentions. "Weren't you supposed to buy bubble gum for Brother Yimping? Why did you open it first?" Jojo replied with unyielding conviction, "Brother doesn't work diligently, so he can't be rewarded with much. He must outpace me in pulling grass tomorrow to earn a piece." Song Tan pondered. This solitary piece of bubble gum seemed excessively precious. It had likely been a decade or two since Zhang Yimping had savored such a treat. After years of arduous study and triumphing over countless challenges, graduating from a prestigious university, he now found himself in the mountains laboring as a farmer for the sake of a mere piece of bubble gum. His uncle, Song Sancheng, swung a hoe ahead, turning the hardened earth into what resembled a flaky pastry, while he himself had only managed to carve out a meter-deep trench, needing his uncle's guidance for it to be deemed sufficiently deep. Meanwhile, others had already excavated 10 meters. Unable to contain himself, he initiated a video call to his mother. "Mom, look at me. See what your son is doing now. Don't you feel sorry for me?" However, his mother, unsurprisingly, responded with delight, "Oh my, son, going to the village truly works wonders. Look how fair your skin has become, and those dark circles have vanished. How could this be?" Zhang Yimping refused to believe it. Although he had worked tirelessly throughout the day and found little leisure at night, resulting in an early slumber and hearty meals, it did not obscure the reality that this morning marked merely the 3rd day of his rural venture. Zhang Yimping turned the camera towards himself, scrutinizing his reflection. It's merely the prowess of my phone. Even videos now possess a beauty filter." He lamented, "Mother, this is the phone's enhancement." "What enhancement?" Wu Fang shot him a glance. "When you were enhanced, the area beneath your eyes was a different shade, dark and shadowy. No wonder not a single person in the wholesale market was willing to introduce a match for you. Look at you, my son, unproductive, lacking ambition, and yet so pretentious. It was a comprehensive critique. It appeared that someone was arriving to wholesale fruits, and her patience waned swiftly. She dismissed him with, "Son, work diligently. Tell your aunt to prepare something delicious for you. Look at how you've turned out." The video call ended abruptly. Zhang Yinping, feeling despondent, turned to see his uncle laboring diligently, having already dug a substantial trench. Resigned, he grasped the hoe and continued his work. Gazing at the heap of golden currant bushes piled by the tree, he noted their extensive root systems, with numerous long fibrous roots, making trenching significantly more convenient than digging holes. Zhang Yinping mused, "Had I known I would have to plant these flower seedlings myself, I would have certainly recommended my cousin to use that netting with iron spikes." Observing the taciturn man nearby, who was diligently wielding a large iron hammer to drive the stout branches into the soil as supports for the surrounding fence, he glanced at the soft flesh on his arms and legs, pondering to himself, had he known, it would have been better to simply pull some grass instead. The time for the purple vetch was drawing near. At this moment, several flower fields were on the cusp of blooming, with a few buds ready to burst forth. A few blossoms could be sought ed with vegetables without issue. However, if too many bloomed, the vegetables would age and become unsellable. Nevertheless, this timing was within Song Tan's estimations. She remained composed, although she had picked an additional 50 pounds that very morning. Upon reaching the vegetable market, the aunties quickly encircled her. It was then that Xiao earnestly proclaimed, "They will soon be gone. For those wishing to pickle vegetables, now is the time to prepare." As the temperature gradually rose, the crowd speculated that the purple vetch would not last long. Yet, rather than expressing sorrow, they inquired, "What will be sold next?" To be honest, they ate this green vegetable daily at home, not out of boredom, but rather a desire to sample something different. Song Tan contemplated, "The bok choy grows swiftly. Let us plan to sell that in half a month. For now, let us sell the purple vetch for as long as it lasts." Once the group purchasing the purple vetch gradually departed, the neighboring vegetable vendor, observing his own stall which had also seen cucumbers and tomatoes carried away, sighed, "It's fortunate you have a singular variety. Otherwise, our entire market would merely serve as a backdrop. How can one say such a thing?" Song Tan disagreed. "How much produce can I grow alone? If they can't purchase from me, they will still need to buy from you." "Good heavens, girl," the greengrocer thought, "you'd have been better off not explaining at all." He noticed several middle-aged men peering around the corner, gesturing and craning their necks in this direction. He grew wary. "I recognize the old fellow in the lead. He's bought your vegetables before. But who are those others trailing behind him?" Song Tan glanced over, equally unacquainted. She surveyed her now empty baskets and mused. Perhaps they've come to purchase vegetables as well. With a blend of contentment and vexation, she lamented, "Alas, I underestimated the demand today." The greengrocer nearly rolled his eyes. "You bring in a few baskets of grass, and anyone would think everyone's running a ranch." As he spoke, the group of middle-aged men furtively approached. "Is this the place?" One whispered, "It's her. She has plenty of quality goods." Another confirmed, "Too expensive," one groaned. "Expensive, yes, but the taste is unforgettable after just one sip." They stood there, caught in a painful dilemma, hesitant and stammering, unable to commit. The price of 1,000 yuan per tael was simply too exorbitant. Finally, the elder Mr. Sun stepped forward. "Young lady, are you still selling?" Song Tan recognized him as yesterday's tea buyer. Indeed, her tea commanded a high price. She smiled. "I am. However, before their excitement could fully bloom, she added, "But I'm no longer selling in small quantities. One tael at a time is no longer feasible." Suddenly, a shiver ran through everyone at the mention of 1,000 yuan per tael and 10,000 yuan per pound. It was as if they were worlds apart. The mere utterance of such a price sent their retirement funds into a state of shock. Upon hearing this, Old Sun felt a jolt of surprise as well. An inexplicable sense of superiority washed over him. He, Old Sun, had the clout to purchase such a precious quantity. It was worth it. He glanced at his less accomplished companions, ensuring there were no familiar faces in the market before whispering, "Why don't we pool our money and buy a portion? We can divide it later." With 5 or 6 individuals, the sum would not be insignificant, right? Thus, several sturdy men gathered by the pickup truck. Calculating their contributions, 2,000 from one, 3,000 from another, and 1,005 from yet another. As the final payer, Old Sun gritted his teeth and initiated the transaction, but suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. A hand, as firm as a vice, clamped down on him. Police, don't move. Just as Song Tin peeked out from the truck bed, he saw Xiao being apprehended by a uniformed man. The Na'vi child was still grinning, exclaiming, "Uncle, wow, the police are here. I have a badge." As soon as those words escaped his lips, they seemed to lose the gravity of adulthood. The officer, momentarily taken aback, instinctively released his grip. Then, with a flurry of movement, Xiao reached into his collar, causing concern among the onlookers. Ultimately, he produced a brass dog tag inscribed with the name 8 Treasures Xiao, and upon flipping it over, a string of telephone numbers was revealed. Song Tin was perplexed. "I simply failed to secure a stall. It's just a market booth. Do you still concern yourselves with the matters of the Comprehensive Law Enforcement Bureau?" Everyone appeared candid yet bewildered, perpetually feeling as though they were grasping at straws. Moments later, a group of individuals sat in the room, their expressions weary and despondent. "Could you clarify how you established contact?" "What do you mean by contact?" A bunch of grown men merely purchased some tea, and in a haze of confusion, they found themselves here. The payment was just transferred, and the tea has yet to arrive. As the leader, Old Sun felt the weight of the serious atmosphere and, glancing around hesitantly, finally stammered, "Well, there is a group chat that notifies us daily regarding the market hours." Good heavens! Their SA group for illicit dealings. This operation must be quite substantial. A cadre of police officers, eager and determined, prepared to swiftly dismantle this criminal organization. "Where are your phones? Show me this group chat." Meanwhile, in another room, the young officer had just entered when he heard Xiao exclaim in delight, "Police uncle." He froze momentarily, instinctively touching his face. Before frowning, "Stop grinning and explain yourself clearly." Xiao was unfazed by his stern demeanor. She blinked and produced the card that had nearly been mistaken for a weapon. "Uncle, my sister said that if we encountered a police officer, we should show him this card." He had fair skin, bright black eyes, and an overall air of innocence that starkly contrasted with the assumptions of those around him. At this moment, the 2 police officers responsible for taking notes glanced around, feeling that something was amiss. Meanwhile, as both a vendor and the group leader, Song Tin occupied a private room. For reasons unknown, no one had entered until a commotion erupted outside. The door swung open, and several policemen, faces flushed with embarrassment, exclaimed, "We apologize for the intrusion." Yet, they couldn't help but lament, "You sell vegetables, you sell tea, but why must you conduct yourselves so furtively?" 3 reports had come in that morning, all alleging suspicious drug transactions, prompting their hasty arrival. Little did they know that the middle-aged man named Sun next door, upon being questioned, would reveal the misunderstanding. Unbeknownst to them, their discomfort paled in comparison to Old Sun's anguish. Early this morning, a scandal had erupted, and the pain he endured was too great to recount. Just to teach him a lesson, his wife had taken away all but a small portion of his tea leaves, which he had desperately managed to protect. Heartbroken, Old Sun felt that no hiding place was safe, so he decided to carry the precious remnants with him, ensuring their safety not only in a sealed bag but also wrapped in paper. This was his way of demonstrating to his friends that he had sacrificed too much. When it came time to share the tea, each person owed him a cup. A group of individuals had stealthily gathered their little stash, only daring to lead the way to the market when they were certain no acquaintances were around. Who could have guessed that just as the money was transferred, they would find themselves bewilderingly ensnared by the law? Old Sun had lived a law-abiding life, and this was his first encounter with such an ordeal. The entire market witnessed the humiliation, leaving him utterly embarrassed. How could he possibly return to purchase vegetables in the morning? However, the situation grew even more dire. When the police searched him and cautiously unwrapped the paper package, they discovered it contained nothing but a heap of tea leaves. While it is true that some modern herbal varieties disguise themselves as tea, the moment the package was opened, the fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the room, unmistakably identifiable to all present. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, they decided to brew the tea, pouring it into cups. The boiling water splashed over the leaves, causing Old Sun's heart to bleed. Once the tea had steeped, the flavor that emerged bore no resemblance to what the crowd had anticipated, clarifying the misunderstanding. They offered their apologies, but to what avail? Old Sun's eyes reddened. At his age, he found himself in an awkward position with the officers. "That was my tea. I only had a sip left," he lamented. The officer responsible for brewing the tea fidgeted nervously, hastily attempting to soothe him. "Well, I still have half a pound of tea here. I can compensate you." To everyone's surprise, Old Sun stood his ground. I refuse. Your tea cannot compare to mine. It costs 1,000 yuan per tael. The astonished expressions of those sniffing the tea caused the officer to tremble. 1,000 yuan per tael? Do you really buy that? The incredulous gaze pierced Old Sun deeply. Suddenly, he rose with determination, clutching the cup of tea, and began to circulate throughout the room, fervently striving to bring the fragrant aroma to each person's nostrils. Just tell me, does this aroma, this fragrance not warrant 1,000 yuan? Huh, do you have any idea how challenging it is for me? I merely wish to purchase some tea leaves. Whom have I offended? As everyone savors this enticing aroma, the scale of my heart sways. If it can command such a price and attract this multitude of buyers, the tea must indeed be exceptional, right? In any case, this venture has garnered me a dozen or so WeChat friends, while poor Old Sun has suffered a total loss. Yet, Song Tan offered no solace to Old Sun. She merely sighed, exclaiming, "Look at you, buying tea as if you were a thief. Now, everyone at the market knows I've been taken in for selling vegetables. How am I to continue my business after this?" Old Sun's expression fell. "Well, this market is full of acquaintances and my wife." The group exchanged glances, all sensing the difficulty of the situation. Only Xiao remained cheerful, saying, "Sister, you are absolutely right. The police officer saw my badge and allowed me to meet you." The affluent Wang's secretary in Ningxing received another package from Windy Xiaoga. However, this time it was different. Rather than being transported on ice, it was an unremarkable cardboard box containing an air cushion that encased a simple sealed bag. Upon opening the bag, he discovered the tea leaves within, worth 5,000 yuan. Wang's secretary felt both cautious and expectant. However, the moment he unsealed it, as the fragrant aroma of the dried tea wafted around him, he also pulled out a small yellow bamboo stick, approximately 1 centimeter in length, along with a minuscule yellow old leaf. He was left speechless. Regret washed over him for the impulsive 5,000 yuan spent, coupled with a deep sorrow. How many agricultural products fade into silence in the end? The reason lies in their singular focus on immediate gains, gradually tarnishing their reputation. The leader has specifically instructed to pay closer attention. Yet, fortunate enough, the fragrance of the tea wafts gently, fresh and inviting. By this scent alone, it seems no loss has been incurred. Having made the purchase, there is no turning back. The leader remains engaged in work, and Secretary Wang decides to sample the flavor himself before determining whether to retrieve the leader's teacup. After all, should the quality prove subpar, presenting it as an offering would only lead to disappointment. Thus, he discards the remaining tea leaves, swirls hot water in the cup, and pours it out. He then adds the dry tea and pours in a third of hot water, swirling it once more. Secretary Wang pauses. This aroma, this scent is indeed extraordinary. Just for this, the 5,000 yuan is worth it. After all, he has savored fine teas before. Some that claim to be of superior quality hardly possess such a fragrance. In fact, this scent feels more natural. Out of reverence for this aroma, his movements while pouring water become notably gentler. As the hot water is poured slowly, the room fills with an indescribable fragrance, reminiscent of tranquil mountains and forests. This scent seems to carry a hint of coolness, akin to dew silently seeping into the back of one's hand, upon a mere whiff. The chaotic thoughts in his mind appear to be washed away, clarity of thought and serenity of spirit ensue. Secretary Wang finds himself at a loss for words. With such an effect, he truly has struck an incredible bargain for 5,000. Without hesitation, he knocks on the office door. "Leader, the farmhouse you asked me to pay attention to last time, they have harvested some wild tea this year. I just brewed it, and the aroma is remarkable. Shall I brew a cup for you to taste?" "Oh." The leader paused his writing, intrigued. Yesterday, he had enjoyed the wild vegetables from this establishment at his residence, which were refreshingly crisp and exceedingly gentle on the stomach. For a health-conscious middle-aged man like him, such delicacies are indeed rare treasures. Upon hearing about the tea, his interest was further piqued. He glanced at the cup of tea he had just brewed that morning. "I've only steeped this twice." However, that was of little consequence. He lifted the cup, took a hearty sip, and then poured the remaining tea into the pot before handing the cup over. "Secretary Wang, I appreciate your assistance." Secretary Wang could hardly contain his eagerness to share this delightful experience. At that moment, after steeping the tea, he promptly brought it into the office while the aroma still lingered. The recipient inhaled deeply. "Excellent tea." The leader exclaimed, "How fragrant." In an instant, the two tea aficionados, each cradling their own cups, were enveloped in the enchanting scent. In Yun City, Song Ten returned home, reflecting that while today had been somewhat stimulating and filled with novelty, it was not without its advantages. For instance, the Public Security Bureau in the old district of Yun City had collectively pooled resources to acquire a pound of tea. Naturally, a group of cash-strapped officers had managed to scrape together 10,000 yuan, which required the contributions of 8 individuals. The benefit was that Song Tan had promised them, "I will waive your shipping fees." This was stated, considering the Public Security Bureau was merely a 10-minute walk from the market. The captain, with an air of righteousness, inquired, "Can we receive a discount if we pick it up ourselves? It is impossible to reduce the cost. Not even a dime will be spared." Song Tan pretended not to hear this remark and swiftly took his leave. With a mischievous thought, one might revel in the fact that purchases can still be made at this hour. Just as the vehicle came to a halt, another message pinged on the phone. This affluent individual, known as Secretary Wang, demonstrated no hesitation in spending. "Hello, do you still have tea? Please send over 5 pounds. Do you have gift boxes? Could you arrange for some packaging? We plan to visit the capital next week to present gifts." Song Tan chuckled with satisfaction, instructing Xiao to retrieve a stack of gift boxes from the back seat. On their return, they passed by a packaging shop where Song Tan acquired a sealing machine, a small scale, and several packing boxes. Previously, she had dispatched the goods rather hastily, merely to test the market, intending to adopt a more simplistic approach. However, her mother was right. It was essential to select with care, demonstrating their earnestness. After all, the attitude towards this matter could not be neglected. Finding her mother's reasoning quite sensible, Song Tan resolved to personally fund the embellishment of the gift boxes. Sealing bags, iron tins, packaging boxes, and tote bags. A complete set amounted to 30. Upon entering the courtyard, she noticed Ulan, along with her grandmother Wang Lifeng and several aunts who had come to assist with the tea picking, all engaged in weighing the freshly harvested tea leaves. Song Tan, invigorated by the scene, inquired, "How much have we harvested today?" The tea mountain, nourished daily with spiritual energy, should yield an exceptional harvest, far exceeding the production of purple cloud beans by several multiples. Ulan beamed with delight. "I arrived late and only managed to gather just under 3 pounds. Each of your aunts picked over 5 pounds, and your grandmother collected a solid 4 pounds. Oh dear, that is quite impressive." Wang Lifeng, being of advanced age, moved with a measured pace, and each day she had to prepare food for the pigs, as well as breakfast for the family before heading up the mountain. Meanwhile, her mother Ulan was busy assisting with the sorting and bundling of the purple cloud beans, ensuring everything was weighed accurately. At 6 o'clock, others ascended the mountain, while she would not arrive until around 8 or 9. Nearby, an ant chimed in, exclaiming, "Indeed, the tea leaves are flourishing. They are growing in abundance." Another remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "In previous years, I could only gather about 4.5 pounds of tea, but this year, working for your family, I seem to have exceeded my usual performance. After all, this labor is compensated by the day, not by the weight." This comment elicited laughter from the group. "In your past life, you must have been a laborer for the Song family. You work harder for them than for your own." The conversation meandered, ultimately arriving at the topic of tea yield. "I wonder how your family tends to the tea, for it is both thick and fragrant." Zhou Maozhu mentioned that he now feels invigorated every day just to stir-fry your tea. He even wears a mask to sleep during the day. Another interjected, "Who can truly decipher the whims of the land deity? Do you recall that year when our family faced difficulties? The crops we neglected flourished remarkably, producing larger and tastier vegetables than those of our neighbors." As they delved into the mystique of farming, it became clear that everyone possessed their own wisdom. "Exactly. Remember when we cultivated chestnuts? No matter how we fertilized or treated them, they would alternate between bountiful and scarce harvests." As their conversation wandered, it eventually strayed from the original topic. Once the guests departed, Song Ten calculated and turned to Ulan, saying, "Mother, after dinner, please speak with the aunts and ask for their help in selecting the tea leaves. I need to take 7 pounds over tomorrow." In Yun City, 5 jin belong to the bureau, while another jin is for those unfortunate gentlemen. Oh wait, Song Ten recalled someone else. "Let me package 3 more jin to send to the capital. Additionally, I'll reserve a jin for my grandfather to enjoy. Let us not discuss the price. Once he finishes, he can send more. As for my father, how could he resist sampling his own produce? He is free to indulge, so long as he refrains from gifting it to others. After all, Tea cannot substitute for a meal. How much can one consume throughout the year? Indeed, Ulan fell back into her old ways, feeling a pang of sorrow upon hearing that family would partake. According to their customs, the finest tea is meant for sale, reserving only the inferior for personal consumption. Yet, this matter also involves the children's grandfather. What could she do? She could only settle for a compromise. Half a gene of spring tea for your father, while the remainder would be summer tea. The price of summer tea plummets in comparison to spring tea, making it somewhat easier for Ulan to part with. Song Tan sighed, "Mother, given the quality of this year's tea, the summer variety is quite bitter. Perhaps someone specifically seeks it." Thus, she had no intention of selling it at a loss. Ulan felt another wave of heartache, but then a brilliant thought illuminated her face. That S10 gene sold already. Her mind raced with calculations, even considering subsequent investments. Like the 3,000 yuan for the dog, the combined funds from the elderly couple and Tan would total 120,000, which has already recouped their costs. My, and it's only been a month. How had they not realized that farming could yield profits so swiftly? Song Tan interjected. The 3 genes sent to the capital R&T for profit. One need not seek repayment, nor reveal one's intentions unwillingly. Thus, it is prudent to send over the cherished items from home for him to savor. As Song Tan mused, one can only hope that this ethereal essence will prove beneficial for his wounds. Ulan, with a radiant smile, busied herself in the kitchen, preparing a simple meal. Undeterred by fatigue, with no reliance on her son and her daughter's culinary skills barely sufficient to boil water, she could only endure a bit more toil to prevent her children from mishandling her possessions. At that moment, Song Sanqing returned, wielding a hoe, followed closely by Zhang Yanping. After just a morning apart, his once pristine, logo-adorned sweatshirt was now marred by mud, sweat, and grime. Earlier, Song Sanqing had warned him about the heavy dew on the mountain and had even offered him an old pair of rubber shoes, to which he had stubbornly refused. Now, his equally branded sneakers were laden with wet earth, rendering them nearly unrecognizable. Xiao rushed to greet him. "Brother, Dad said you worked really hard today. Here is some bubble gum for you." Zhang Yanping snatched the piece of gum with a fierce expression and promptly stuffed it into his mouth. The inferior artificial flavor overwhelmed his senses, and it was only upon regaining his composure that he realized the nature of the exchange. Indeed, Song Sanqing regarded him with approval. "Well done, Yanping. I noticed you were too weak to labor this morning, and I was concerned about your ability to continue this afternoon. Who would have thought you possessed such tenacity? This afternoon, I shall tend to a few dog kennels. You may lend a hand." At that moment, Zhang Yanping felt the urge to slide off the stool and lay flat. He was utterly exhausted, truly unable to carry on. He extended his hands, revealing 2 glistening blisters nestled within his fair palms. "Tan, look at me. I truly am not cut out for this. Please let me be." Song Tan drew closer to examine, then grasped his wrist decisively. "Mother, bring a needle. Let us lance this." Zhang Yanping immediately erupted in a cacophony of protests. As he cradled his injured hand, feeling a wave of melancholy, he heard Song Sanqing's voice. "Tan, this morning I explored the chestnut grove on the back hill and the adjacent vegetable garden. I found a suitable spot. What kind of doghouse do you envision?" Song Tan pondered. "For the dog, there's no need to fuss over the design. They can serve us faithfully for many years, father. Just ensure it's sturdy. For instance, for De Wong, we should lay down some bricks and cement, perhaps even create a solid floor inside the doghouse." Song Sanqing considered her words. "All right. I inquired with your grandfather, and he mentioned having old blue bricks, which would be perfect for the flooring. I'll see if anyone in the village has some cement and red bricks we can borrow to construct the doghouse. We can simply use the old tiles as a roof. Later, we can stuff it with those unwanted clothes and straw, changing them out every month to keep it clean and warm." He could not help but feel a sense of pride as he concluded, "The spot I chose is excellent. It provides shade in the summer and sunshine in the winter, ensuring the dogs will be more comfortable than we are." Xiao's eyes widened in excitement. "So, can I sleep with De Wong?" Sleeping with De Wong is certainly permissible. This fellow is sleek and well cared for, even more so than some humans. Besides, rural children are tough. They've played with bugs and mud since childhood and don't mind such things. However, the issue is that it is impractical. The blue brick floor is too cold, and the humidity is quite high. Ulan firmly declined. Seeing the disappointment on Xiao's face, Song Tan then pointed to San Bao, who was meandering around a few large dogs, grunting. Xiao, you must remember the king. they will feel distressed. And these little treasures, you rescued them. Shouldn't you take proper care of them? Indeed, Xiao fell into a contemplative state, pondering how the king felt secure. But each of the 7 treasures possessed their own charm. Who should he prioritize in his care? How could he tend to them without causing sorrow to the others? This intricate dilemma occupied his young heart, leaving no room for other thoughts. Yet, matters were not concluded. Farming is perpetually demanding, with new tasks arising daily. Dad, regarding the plowing last time, could you please reach out to them? Tomorrow, the section of the field adorned with blossoming purple vetch needs to be tilled. Song Sancheng found himself in a quandary. That piece of land could be managed with machinery in a matter of hours, rendering a full day's wage unfeasible, 500. To be precise, if he offered less, they would be disinclined to come. After all, transporting the machinery via tricycle was necessary. Ulan shot him a glare. You are truly getting forgetful. Purple vetch only requires coarse tilling, but that land where Tan intends to plant vegetables needs further preparation, fine tilling. By the end of the day, it will be quite a laborious task. Zhang Yanping, bewildered, inquired, is the machinery really that expensive? Can't we purchase one ourselves? 500 for labor seems exorbitant. Song Sancheng shook his head. 500 yuan covers labor, machinery, and fuel costs, relieving us of any worries. We merely need to specify how we wish it to be done. Purchasing it ourselves is not overly expensive, but the equipment tends to malfunction frequently, and we lack the skills for repairs. Moreover, our family consists of only a few members. Who has the time to till the fields? Spending an entire day plowing the land is no trivial task. Zhang Yanping immediately retreated. It's best to hire someone. However, Song Sancheng felt a twinge of concern for the purple cloud flower. It's such a rush. If we don't turn and dry it, the flowers will bloom again. And we'll have to uproot them, won't we? Besides, aren't they flowering beautifully right now? I've noticed the bees buzzing joyfully. I wonder how much honey they're producing. Even if we can't sell the vegetables, leaving some for the bees is beneficial. Cherishing everything that is edible is inherent to a farmer's nature. Song Tan, unhurried, gently reassured him, it's all right, Dad. I plan to plant water spinach, scallions, and garlic in that plot. If we plant them now, we can start harvesting in a month. We can take the time then to weed. Let us focus on earning money first. The vitality of new crops will enhance their growth, making them stronger and more capable of absorbing nutrients, naturally eliminating the space for weeds. As for the bees, Dad, they've only been flowering for a day or two. With just that small piece of land, how could it possibly sustain the bees that are originally responsible for 15 acres of flowering fields? Initially, I purchased 5 boxes of bees, and after a period of nurturing, I fear there may now be over 20,000 of them. By the end of the day, the pollen in the fields will likely be depleted. However, there is no need for concern. Our fields are arranged in descending order, and I observe that the upper plots are soon to bloom, ensuring they will not go hungry. This was the arrangement made by Song Tan, to which Song Sancheng could only acquiesce. After a moment of hesitation, she glanced at him and softly inquired, could we perhaps plant 2 rows of tobacco leaves for your grandfather in that corner? Our land is fertile this year, and the tobacco is thriving. He has quite the fondness for it, especially considering how he busies himself for our family. Song Tan sighed. Indeed, despite all his efforts, he has not reduced his smoking. Both father and son share the same disposition. Yet she herself does not cultivate tobacco, leaving her grandfather to plant it at the entrance. After pondering, Song Tan suddenly broke into a knowing smile. Zhang Yanping, numbly observing her delicate and fair cousin, could only don a mask of anguish as she made such extensive arrangements over the course of a single meal. I finally understand why Tao Yuanming lamented, planting beans at the foot of the southern hill, the grass flourishes while the bean seedlings are sparse. Because farming is truly not a task for the faint-hearted. Yanping's suffering transformation continued as grandfather Song Yu to join Song Sancheng in constructing a doghouse, while grandmother Wang Lifun remained relentless in her pursuit of earning, rushing uphill with her basket after lunch. Ulan watched in anxiety, pushing her bowl aside as soon as she finished and promptly instructing Xiao to do the dishes. Song Tan, too, was not idle. A group of ducklings and chicks occupied a corner of the yard, chattering and quacking incessantly, exuberantly reveling in the lingering spirit of the place. Their vitality was unmistakable. Yet they consumed copiously and grew rapidly, gradually shedding their once adorable yellow down, diminishing their charm. Song Tan called over the dog, affectionately stroking its head. Come here, King. Observe them closely. Starting tomorrow, the chicks and ducklings will be sent to the mountain, all within the enclosure. You must keep a vigilant eye on them. This is your duty, and fulfilling it will bring rewards ample enough for you to feast. Since King returned these past few days, he had been quite obedient. His appetite seemingly modest, though Wulon murmured that he was eating too little. In truth, dogs possess a certain sensitivity. King understood that he had been relinquished due to overindulgence from his previous owner, and thus had not returned to his true appetite. Upon hearing this, he shifted his front paws, readjusted his posture, and instinctively let his robust tail sway against the ground. His sharp gaze fixated on the chicks and ducklings, and he emitted a low, resonant bark. Do not fear a solitary dog. When these 3 little pups grow a bit more, they will be entrusted to you for care. So teach them well. Suddenly, his tail dropped a heavy, soft object, and King turned to find one of the treasures from the 5, 6, or 7, struggling to paw at the tip of his tail, shaking its head and furiously play-fighting. By the time Xiao tidied up the kitchen, Song Tan had emerged from the room with a large cylindrical bucket in hand. The large barrel stood pristine and gleaming, with a handle on one side. In the other hand, she held a basin containing 2 layers of filter mesh, a brush, and a slender, sharp knife. With a swift motion, she passed the basin to Jojo and exclaimed, "Come on, Jojo, we are going to harvest the honey." Jojo instantly cheered and eagerly accepted the basin, but halfway through, she paused and asked, "What does it mean to harvest honey? Do we have to cut the bees?" Song Tan sighed, realizing she should have referred to it as honey extraction. Nonetheless, it served as a reminder. Just a moment. She retraced her steps to the house, retrieving a mesh hood and a pair of rubber gloves. Here, put on the hood and gloves to avoid getting stung by the bees again. The painful memory of the last encounter lingered vividly in her mind, prompting Jojo to hastily don the gear, securing the mesh tightly around her neck to prevent any stray bees from slipping through. The beehives were situated along the hillside trail, spaced in a stair-step fashion every 5 meters. At this moment, the fields of purple vetch were abundant enough for their needs, resulting in relatively few bees in the area. However, this was merely a matter of perspective. A steady hum of bees surrounded the hive, and Jojo hesitated for a moment before joining in. Come on, pay close attention. Once you master this skill, the task will be entrusted solely to you. Everyone in the household had their responsibilities. Although Jojo contributed significantly, she lacked a specialized task. Honey extraction, once the protective measures were in place, posed minimal risk and was particularly suited for her. Jojo's excitement was palpable as she nodded emphatically, yes. The 2 individuals ascended the mountain, seeking a flat stone upon which to place the basin, followed by the careful positioning of a large bucket to one side. They lifted the cover of the wind box, which was shielded from the elements by asbestos tiles, and upon revealing it, Jojo exclaimed in surprise. She then turned to Song Tan, inquiring, "Sister, do you not need a hat?" Song Tan shook her head, declaring, "Sister is the most formidable in the world. It is unnecessary." This was a task that the beekeeper had meticulously demonstrated in a prior video, and although it was Song Tan's inaugural experience, she conducted herself with the poise of a seasoned expert. Her lack of trepidation towards the bees allowed her to approach the endeavor with ease and nonchalance. Each beehive contained 5 wooden frames, upon which the bees had constructed their honeycombs. She first removed one frame, and then instructed Jojo to use a brush, gently now. Brush the bees off these honeycombs. The honeycomb displayed a gradient of yellows. The pale yellow represented a layer of beeswax, while the slightly whitish area below harbored developing larvae. And the deeper hues signified the unique color of honey, as the larvae had yet to proliferate significantly. The air was instantly infused with the unmistakable, sweet aroma of honey, invigorating the senses. However, numerous bees remained clinging to the sides of the honeycomb, not yet taking flight. A very soft brush was required to delicately remove them. Jojo hesitated, pondering, is this their home? Are we to drive them away? No, came the reply, conveying the essence of honey and growth. Song Tan spoke with unwavering conviction and confidence. Have you forgotten? These bees were purchased from our beekeeping uncle. They are working for our family. The pollen collected from our fields has been transformed into honey. Later, Sister will reserve a portion for them to nurture their young, and the remainder will be harvested. This is entirely normal, akin to how Xiao works for the household, and Sister pays Xiao for her labor. Xiao listened, somewhat perplexed, and responded with a tentative "oh" as she carefully used a brush to gently sweep the bees away. Her movements were exceedingly tender, slow, and delicate. Song Tan stood there with the honeycomb frame, offering no urgency. After a full 10 minutes, the bees were finally brushed away, revealing the honeycomb, varying in shades of yellow. Placing the honeycomb in a basin, Songtan took a knife and carefully pointed out to Xiao. Look, this white area here is where the bee larvae are hatching. They have left an abundance of honey for their young to consume, which we shall leave untouched. Instead, we will harvest the remaining section devoid of pupae. You asked why we extract honey, didn't you? It is because we must first use the knife to scrape off the top layer of white beeswax. The knife should be held as flat as possible, without exerting force, gently and gradually. As Songtan proceeded, her actions were swift yet steady. But she deliberately slowed for Xiao's sake. Once the entire section was finished, the honey began to flow out slowly, now unprotected by the beeswax. She then turned the honeycomb over and said, "Now, let us have you try the remaining half, Xiao." Jojo hesitated as he took the knife, fearful of making a mistake and harming their children. This predicament seemed insurmountable. Even the most skilled beekeeper could inadvertently injure a bee pupa when acting too swiftly. Songtan, abandoning her usual method of coaxing children, spoke earnestly. Yet, if you do not take action, you will not obtain the honey. These bees hold no economic value and will be as if they have been raised in vain. Over time, without care, they will perish in the biting cold of winter. A heavy snowfall could spell their end. If only Jojo could muster a bit more courage and attentiveness, proceeding slowly. Initially, he might falter and grieve, but with practice, such mistakes would become a thing of the past. Despite the complexity of her words, Jojo grasped their essence. He stood there, wavering, until he finally tightened his grip on the knife. Songtan exhaled in relief. Gradually, step by step, she instructed him to be careful not to cut himself. Look, the little bees are waiting nearby. Once we finish, they can return home. She guided Jojo to position the knife as flat as possible and to advance slowly. Suddenly, Jojo exclaimed. Upon closer inspection, Songtan saw that his blade had slipped, and he had inadvertently severed the 3 pupal larvae above, their pale forms now lifeless. He stood there, holding the knife, and Songtan noticed tears welling in his eyes, yet he did not cry. Instead, he sniffled and cautiously extracted the larvae. Continuing with his task, Songtan felt another wave of relief wash over her. She was certain that she would live longer than Jojo, but her parents were unaware of this. Moreover, they did not wish to burden their daughter with such a responsibility. If Jojo could sustain herself through beekeeping in the future, they would be genuinely pleased. It took Jojo a full 20 minutes to meticulously scrape the beeswax off one side of the honeycomb frame. Following this, Songtan placed the frame into a honey extractor position nearby. The extractor featured 2 clamps in the center, allowing the honeycomb to be inserted like a file, one on each side. By turning the handle, the honey within would be swiftly spun out, akin to the drying mechanism of a washing machine. With 5 frames in a box, there were indeed 5 boxes to process. Jojo became increasingly adept. What initially took her half an hour for a single side was reduced to merely 10 minutes. Her progress this afternoon was commendable. However, by the time she mastered the technique, dusk was approaching. The 2 of them reorganized the beehives, with Jojo carrying a basin and Songtan cradling the heavy honey extractor as they descended the mountain. With nightfall obscuring the tea leaves and the necessity of selecting them tonight, Ulan was nearing the completion of dinner. Upon seeing her daughter return with a bucket, light in her step and a content expression, she remarked, "I told you there's no way honey could be ready so quickly. It must ferment for a few days once the pollen is collected." To her surprise, when she turned to take a look, she found the cylindrical bucket filled with a considerable amount of honey. Ulan exclaimed in astonishment and chided her daughter. "Why didn't you mention there was so much honey? We haven't even washed the jars we've prepared." In a flurry of activity, she hurriedly set a pot of water to boil, promptly immersing the pre-prepared glass jars into the bubbling liquid. Carefully, Xiao covered the honey bucket with a fine mesh, then puffed out her chest and proclaimed loudly, "Today's honey was harvested by me." Ulan offered a perfunctory compliment, saying, "Xiao is truly remarkable." She had assumed that Xiao was merely responsible for turning the handle. On a typical day, Xiao would have noticed her insincerity. But today he had exerted himself tremendously, bending over for several hours. Now, with a sore back and aching hands, he plaintively remarked, "Mom, I did it all myself." Ulan paused in astonishment. Songtan quickly clarified, "Indeed, from extracting the comb to cutting the beeswax, and finally to harvesting the honey, it was all Xiao's doing. I merely lent a hand. Is that true?" Ulan was taken aback. "Absolutely. If Xiao can do it himself, then there's nothing he cannot accomplish," she asserted confidently. The 6-year-old child was already quite knowledgeable, especially considering that Xiao had learned to adeptly control his body and strength over the years. He simply required someone patient and meticulous to guide him. After all, with so many chores at home, his parents could not always attend to him. Ulan's eyes instantly glistened with tears, and as she gazed at the honey bucket, her heart swelled with pride. Wonderful, wonderful. Xiao Xiao is truly impressive. She then called out excitedly, Old Song, come see. Your son has returned with the honey. With a beaming smile, she added, after we bottle it. The first jar will be saved for me to enjoy. Let me taste the fruits of Xiao Xiao's labor. Jojo was immensely pleased. All right, this is for Mom. The rest will be sold to fund the beekeeping for my sister. Song Sansheng had already dashed out of the house, and now he inquired about the process once again. Observing Jojo's animated gestures, he felt a pang of emotion at his age. Then he glanced at Song Tan, who contentedly remarked, Good, good. It's wonderful to see you two siblings together. It surpasses everything else. Song Tan genuinely feared they might burst into tears, such is the tender heart of a parent. Quickly, she reminded, Mom, have you boiled all the bottles? The village secretary arrived, and Ulan moved with remarkable efficiency, adeptly managing her time. Before the meal, she had boiled and sterilized all the bottles, maintaining the residual heat and gently drying them with a sieve. By the end of the meal, the bottles were completely dry, crystal clear. These were the hexagonal glass jars that Song Tan had purchased alongside her vegetables, quite affordable at 2 yuan each. With a capacity of 500 milliliters, sufficient to hold approximately 1 kilogram of honey. Jojo's labor yielded particularly pleasing results, as the entire family joined in. Song Sansheng lifted the bucket. Ulan supported the filter beneath, which was layered with another filter below it. Song Tan was tasked with using clean chopsticks to stir, ensuring the honey filtered swiftly. Meanwhile, Jojo squatted below, responsible for bottling the honey. Their home workshop was evidently taking shape. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Is Song Tan in? The voice was easily recognizable, and Song Tan continued with her chopsticks. Yes, come in. Indeed, it was their young village secretary, Zhu Jun, who stepped inside. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhu Jun was immediately enchanted by the delightful aroma of honey wafting through the air. Aunt Wu, do you sell your honey? Could you spare me a couple of bottles? She inquired. Wulan instinctively glanced at Song Tan. Based on the honey prices in their village, it typically ranged from 50 to 100 per pound. However, with the honey now in Song Tan's possession, the pricing was uncertain. Without lifting her gaze, Song Tan replied, I'm not selling. Someone has already reserved it. Zhu Jun chuckled lightly. No worries. I've saved quite a bit of money. I can accept a higher price. Just let me know. Clearly, she was well versed in the art of polite refusal. Song Tan hadn't yet made a firm decision. Her current tasks were not pressing, so she took out her chopsticks, swirled them in a cup of water, and sampled the honey. After savoring it a second time, she remarked, This one is quite affordable, about 1,000 per pound. Zhu Jun gasped, but she evidently had some financial means, momentarily hesitating. Since I've come all this way, could you pour me a cup of honey water to taste? That wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? I've heard your tea is also exceptional. May I try that as well? Song Tan raised an eyebrow and, amidst the pained expressions of Wulan and Song Sancheng, readily agreed, of course. Zhu Jun made herself comfortable, finding a reclining chair in the courtyard. Wulan, with the netting she had been working on conveniently propped up, hurried indoors to fetch a cup, exclaiming, I'll pour it for you. Honey water must be mixed with warm water, and the water in the teapot was still a bit too hot, having been boiled after a day of tea picking. It needed to cool for a moment, but was perfect for brewing tea. The yard is spacious, and a gentle breeze carries the fragrant aroma of tea, which, while perhaps not as invigorating as the enclosed atmosphere of a room, offers an exquisite refreshing sensation that captivates Zhu Jun's attention. How much for the tea leaves? I would like to purchase 2 pounds as well. Ulan paused, contemplating the unexpected eagerness of her daughter. Surely, she must be aware of the village secretary's wealth. One could hardly overlook the fact that this young man possesses a modest fortune. As for whether the funds were acquired through alternative means, Ulan dismissed the notion, for their village is truly impoverished. The previous secretary, that is a tale too grim to recount. Despite her youth, this young lady has tirelessly engaged in various endeavors, successfully accomplishing several meaningful tasks, earning her the admiration of the community. Naturally, Song Tan would not overlook an opportunity to earn money, nodding in agreement. Very well, my mother has invited a few aunts over this evening to assist with the sorting. If you're in a hurry, I can deliver it to you tonight. If not, you may collect it tomorrow. After a moment's reflection, she inquired, No gift box, I presume? As a practitioner of cultivation, she holds a detached view towards material possessions, not for lack of willingness to spend, but rather a belief in avoiding unnecessary waste. Zhu Jun pondered briefly, replying, just a simple ceiling will suffice, then place it in a tea box. Song Tin nodded in acknowledgement. As for the honey, freshly filtered. Which bottle would you like? Feel free to choose. Zhu Jun gazed curiously at the crystalline, enticing honey. Is this made from purple vetch nectar? Your bees are quite industrious. Just a few days ago, I witnessed them collecting nectar, and now you have harvested it. Xiao looked up. I did the extraction. Oh, how impressive. Zhu Jun looked at him with a cheerful smile and rummaged through his pocket to produce several pieces of chocolate. Xiao, the chewing gum you gifted me last time was delightful, so I brought you some chocolates. Xiao was taken aback with joy, since his companions had all grown up. It had been quite a while since he received such tokens of affection. If it weren't for the pressing task of receiving honey, he would have likely dashed over in excitement. Song Tan observed Zhu Jun's charming demeanor, a true master of social interactions. He seemed to thrive wherever he went. She inquired, is there a specific reason for your visit, or are you merely wandering about? Zhu Jun pondered for a moment before responding, actually, there is. Song Tan, you are aware that our country is currently vigorously promoting the rural revitalization plan, right? Song Tan nodded. I have heard of it, but I haven't delved deeply into it. Her statement was genuine, as she had only been engaged in her own land for a month, leaving her little time to comprehend the intricate policies. Zhu Jun chuckled once more. That's fine. I know you must have been reviewing the extensive documents without grasping the finer details. I came here tonight specifically to explain it to you. This rural revitalization plan will greatly benefit your family. Firstly, if you intend to open an online store, you can apply at our village office to establish a family farm. This would allow you to easily apply for tax exemptions online, relieving you of the burdens of value-added tax, land use tax, and deed tax. Additionally, agricultural electricity costs will be subsidized by 60%. Moreover, the government encourages local farmers and returning youth to embark on entrepreneurial ventures, which you have certainly capitalized on. Additionally, banks are likely to extend generous loans to you. Upon hearing this, both Ulan and Song Sanqing shook their heads in unison, exclaiming, No, loans are not an option. We are quite content as we are. The villagers tend to steer clear of loans, and Zhu Jun understood this sentiment, refraining from pressing the issue and instead gracefully shifting the conversation. Is your land sufficient for this year's needs? How could it be insufficient? There is plenty, Ulan responded, somewhat perplexed, while Song Tan appeared to ponder the matter. Her initial motivation for returning home was to satisfy her culinary desires, yet currently, staples, vegetables, and meats are partially met. However, fruits remain entirely absent. The reason is quite simple. There are not enough mountains. Their family's forest is rather compact, with the chestnut grove behind the tea garden encompassing nearly the entirety. However, there are no plans for extensive alterations to the rear mountain, as the trees thrive there, providing firewood for the winter. Unless absolutely necessary, Song Tan is reluctant to disturb this natural resource. Zhu Jun smiled in agreement. Indeed, our Yinxiao village has few people, yet ample land and mountains. Yet, this abundance is only apparent when no one is cultivating it. Once efforts are made towards scaling production, resources become stretched. Zhu Jun, a person of notable credibility in rural areas, articulated with confidence. I observe that your chestnut grove, combined with the rear mountain and your tea garden, totals perhaps 10 acres at most. The fields are quite abundant, indeed, and rather concentrated, totaling just over 14 mu, nearing 15. However, behind your home lies a hillside, separated by a road, which encompasses a full 20 mu. If we were to secure the entire area, the back of this mountain range would belong entirely to your family. Goodness. Upon hearing this, both Ulan and Song Sen understood. This was an attempt to entice them into taking on the mountain, given that their own farming was going reasonably well. Ulan was displeased. You little secretary, what are you thinking? You aren't considering us farmers at all. My child has only been farming for a month, and he hasn't made any progress yet, and now you're trying to persuade us to take on the mountain. What if we incur losses? Wouldn't our family be left to face hardship? Zhu Junshin remarked, with your family's tea yielding 11,000 per gene. I can assure you that losses are highly improbable. Initially, she had no intention of broaching the subject of acquiring the mountain just yet, at least not until next year when they had established a solid foundation. However, after sipping her tea, She felt a surge of confidence, and a brilliant idea sparked in her mind. Thus, she spoke gently. "Auntie, please don't rush. Allow me to explain." This time, Zhu Juanxin provided much more detailed information. "Our village support plan includes additional substantial monetary subsidies. I heard that Song Tan has been back for less than 2 years, correct?" Song Tan nodded. Indeed, there were still 6 months to go. Zhu Juanxin smiled. For college graduates returning to their hometown to start a business within 2 years, family farms can apply for a one-time subsidy of 5,000 yuan after 6 months. Oh, Ulan's spirits soared in an instant. Song Sanqing chuckled amiably, proclaiming that his university education had not been in vain. Zhu Jun proposed a strategy characterized by a gradual build-up, initially presenting a plan that elicited skepticism from the audience, only to subsequently elucidate its myriad advantages. Furthermore, the policy stipulates that for contiguous land holdings exceeding 20 acres, a subsidy of 300 yuan per acre shall be granted, awarded annually for 3 consecutive years. For those cultivating fruit trees on the mountainside, as long as there are more than 80 trees per acre, all of which must be over 3 years old, the subsidy remains at 300 yuan. Auntie, do the math. Isn't it advantageous? This is precisely why I mentioned the potential of acquiring the mountain. The mountainous land belongs to the village and is accompanied by several plots of arable land. By consolidating these, not only will your family's cultivation area be more comprehensive, but both the mountainous terrain and the fields will also qualify for this financial assistance. Over 10,000 yuan a year. How could this not be beneficial? Additionally, for vegetable cultivation in the fields, a subsidy of 200 yuan per acre is offered. If one utilizes a greenhouse year-round, the subsidy increases to 500. Should one install surveillance or automated irrigation systems throughout the area, a one-time subsidy of 20,000 yuan is available. With each figure she articulated, Ulan and Song Sanqing felt their hearts leap with exuberance, their spirits ignited with fervor. And there was more to come. Zhu Jun glanced at the chickens and ducks in the yard, inquiring, "You also raise pigs, chickens, and ducks, don't you?" This year's policy includes a 10% subsidy for infrastructure. However, I observe that your scale may not meet the threshold, and it seems that the infrastructure expenses have been minimal, making it unlikely for you to apply for this. Nevertheless, this is already quite a delightful surprise. Though the exact profits remain uncertain, Ulan is already overwhelmed by excitement. As she gazes at the flock of chickens and ducks, a profound regret washes over her. Had she only known, she would have first established a poultry farm. The mentality of feeling disadvantaged for missing out on such an opportunity has evidently become ingrained in her very soul. Zhu Jun, observing Song Tan, speaks with a hint of temptation. "I've heard from the villagers that your chestnut orchard also cultivates gold currants. Is that true? This counts as intercropping medicinal herbs, and you can receive an additional subsidy of 2,000 at once. However, these subsidies do have a cap. A family farm cannot receive more than 200,000 in total. My dear, I genuinely have our family's best interests at heart. Otherwise, I would have suggested this for next year. You know, our finances are limited, so it's a first-come, first-served basis for applications and verifications. There are only so many funds available, and so many families in the area. If I delay in mentioning this, and our finances run dry, it could lead to unnecessary postponements." She refrains from voicing her remaining thoughts. Yet Ulan is already restless. Reflecting on the village chief's earlier proposal, a sense of guilt arises within her. This is a means to provide financial support for her family. She reluctantly picks up the teapot. "Here, let me refill your cup. Our tea is delightful, so do indulge in several brews." Song Sanqing, too, is astonished by the substantial agricultural subsidies available nowadays, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh my, it feels like finding money for free." Only Song Tan retains her composure. What is the rental fee for those 20 acres of mountain land and the additional few acres of farmland? Wishing you a smile, she reassured him, there is no need for concern. Our Yinxiao town is not an overly popular rural area, and the contracting fees have remained unchanged for years. During the last town meeting, I inquired on your behalf. It is 150 yuan per mu, with an initial payment covering the first 20 years, followed by a lump sum for the remainder after 20 years. According to national regulations, we cannot reclaim the land during the contract period. However, correspondingly, the contractor and their family cannot change their status to non-agricultural household. Otherwise, we reserve the right to reclaim the land. Furthermore, your household registration should still be a collective one, correct? If you return, we can promptly accept you here. As a villager taking on the contract, we can extend the maximum duration to 70 years. She added, this was difficult to approve in the past, but now it is permissible, as it is part of a newly introduced policy aimed at revitalizing rural areas. Observing Song Tan's expression, she felt increasingly optimistic and seized the moment. The available plots of land total over 7 mu, along with a pond in the valley, which belongs to our village as a public pond and is also included in the contracting scope. The land is priced at 300 yuan per mu, and the pond, approximately 3 mu in size, is priced at 600 yuan per mu. What do you think? This price is absolutely reasonable. Having not increased a single cent since a decade ago, Song Tan contemplated the vast forested area behind the mountain she had examined. It was indeed neglected by the villagers. While there were no large trees, it was primarily overgrown with shrubs and wild grass, making it relatively easy to manage. However, as April approaches, if they wish to expedite their application for subsidies, they must hasten to tidy up the mountainous terrain and determine what to plant, proceeding to sow seeds without delay. Time is indeed of the essence. Meanwhile, Ulan and Song Sanqing hurriedly filtered the honey. Then, with calculators in hand, they muddled through the calculations of potential subsidies. Despite their confusion, they gleaned a rough estimate. If they agreed to cultivate the barren land in the back mountain, they could secure an annual subsidy of 30 to 40,000 yuan. What is the total contracting fee over 20 years? 20 acres of mountainous land at 150 yuan per acre, 7 acres of farmland at 300 yuan per acre, and 3 acres of pond at 600 yuan per acre. By these calculations, the initial contracting fee for 20 years would amount to less than 140,000 yuan. However, with 3 years of subsidies, they would recoup more than half of that amount. In that moment, even the reluctant Song Sanqing and Ulan felt their resolve waver. The question arose, should they undertake the mountain contract? Song Tan had already made a decision in her heart. But this led to another dilemma. From where would they procure the initial contracting fee of 140,000 yuan? She meticulously counted the earnings since her return, allocating part of it to cover her parents' 60,000 yuan debt, and another portion towards labor, materials, and various miscellaneous expenses. What she earned thereafter had all been spent on their dog. Presently, her only significant income stemmed from the tea leaves. Yet, how much tea could that possibly yield? With everything accounted for, including the 2 pounds still owed by the village secretary, it totaled merely 9 pounds. The honey could bring in about 2,000 yuan, and selling vegetables could yield another 1 to 2,000 yuan daily. However, these funds were untouchable, for numerous expenses loomed on the horizon. Thus, it became apparent that there remained a shortfall of at least 50,000 yuan. However, she remained unflustered, calmly gazing at Zhu Jun. I am indeed willing to take on the responsibility of managing the mountains. As the first youth from our village to respond to the call and return to start a business, should the village not offer some concessions? For instance, perhaps I could initially pay only a decade's worth of rent. Zhu Jun was momentarily taken aback. To her surprise, Song Tan immediately added, alternatively, we could stipulate in the agreement that I would settle the remaining amount within 6 months. You see, my request is not unreasonable, is it? Such a proposal, in principle, seemed quite justifiable. Yet, Zhu Jun reminded her, should the payment not be fulfilled by the deadline, the village has the right to terminate the contract. Of course, they were reluctant to dissolve the agreement. The village was currently devoid of funds, and the barren mountains lay fallow, with no one willing to take on the lease. Any applicant would be cherished. Song Tan had anticipated that her proposal would likely receive approval and thus did not exhibit excessive surprise. Instead, she earnestly cautioned, the tea leaves you requested can be taken this evening. Just remember to pay for them when you come to collect. Zhu Jun responded. While her financial situation is her own concern, the price of 10,000 per pound is indeed quite daunting. With that, the two had nearly resolved the matter at hand. Just then, a burst of laughter and chatter wafted in from outside the door. Ulan glanced over instantly. It's the helpers bringing in the tea leaves. Xiao, unable to comprehend the adults' conversation, was wholly focused on arranging the jars of honey. Just as the aunt entered, she exclaimed, I knew it. The moment I stepped into this courtyard, I was greeted by the delightful scent of honey. How intoxicating it is. Your bees are quite remarkable, being so industrious right after settling in. The crowd instantly became lively, eagerly inquiring, how much is the honey? It's reassuring to know it's from our own backyard. How much do you sell it for? Save me a pound. Everyone chimed in enthusiastically. Zhu Jun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Yet he noticed that Ulan wore a sincere smile, responding, "Unfortunately, we cannot sell any. All of it has been pre-ordered." Song Sancheng, with his honest demeanor, added seriously, "We've already secured the channels. Otherwise, as a small household, we wouldn't dare to spend so lavishly." Upon reflection, the crowd agreed. Without those established channels, who among the youth would be bold enough to take such risks? Oh, how enviable. Their eyes drifted towards the table laden with jars of honey. "Look, there are 13 or 14 jars. Our local honey is quite expensive, selling for $100 a pound. That totals to over 1,000. Exclaimed a loud voice in astonishment. "Old Song, your family must be experiencing great fortune this year." Immediately, Song Sancheng began to cough loudly. Zhu Jun struggled to suppress his laughter and then stood up, saying, "Well then, dear aunts, you all carry on. I shall take my leave." At that moment, the crowd noticed the village's young secretary, who had been quietly sipping tea with his back to them, and they eagerly approached him. "Young secretary, about that matter we discussed last time, I haven't received a reply from you yet. What is the status? Allow me to share with you that the young man I know is truly remarkable. You would recognize it upon a mere glance." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jun's expression stiffened, and he swiftly made his exit. Observing this, Song Tan felt an unsettling premonition and hastily retreated indoors. Indeed, another hearty laugh echoed from outside. "Walan, your daughter is exceptionally beautiful, unmatched in all the surrounding villages. What kind of son-in-law are you seeking?" As Song Tan stepped into the dimly lit hall, she noticed a figure rising slowly, illuminated by the flickering light of a phone. In a conspiratorial whisper, the figure inquired, "Tan Tan, are you planning to take over the mountain? Do you need summer workers?" With a hint of melancholy, he lamented, "I'll be your foreman. Just don't make me work in the fields again. I simply lack the aptitude." Song Tan regarded him thoughtfully and replied, "Brother Yinping, I have my doubts about the quality of your oversight as a foreman. However, I fear that when you organize summer workers, you might still seek a cut of their earnings." "How could that be?" Zhang Yinping quickly protested. "That would merely be a referral fee." "Will you refund the intermediary fee then?" Song Tan countered. Zhang Yinping fell silent. Not wishing to tease him further, Song Tan concluded, "All right, Brother Yinping. I want to seek summer workers. Who among them could possibly handle the labor in the fields? It's no jest. What if they end up catching bugs or birds on the hillside? I would then have to placate their parents, and that would be quite absurd." Zhang Yinping pondered this and reluctantly conceded defeat in that endeavor. Then, a sudden thought struck him. "By the way, you can't rely solely on manpower for the reclamation on the mountain, can you?" The bushes, with their roots entrenched in the soil for over a decade or two, posed a formidable challenge. How many could one person realistically uproot in a day? The task encompassed a substantial area of 20 acres. He intended to lay the groundwork initially. Yet his cunning cousin merely feigned interest, offering no engagement. Zhang Yinping, frequently thwarted, ultimately resolved to speak his mind to avoid returning to the fields the following day. "What I mean is, should we consider hiring an excavator? I know a reliable young man who operates one. The cost is 220 per acre or 600 per day, with anything less than a full day charged as a full day." Song Tan raised her eyebrows, intrigued. In mountainous terrain, how many acres can be covered in a day? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yinping replied, "Approximately 5 acres, using a small excavator." He continued with a touch of sarcasm, "Look at our roads. Even a large machine would struggle to navigate them, wouldn't it?" Song Tan mentally calculated the logistics. 5 acres a day meant it would take at least 4 or 5 days to clear the 20 acres, followed by the necessity of fertilization, soil turnover, and transplanting saplings. If they aimed for a fruitful yield within the year, even purchasing more expensive mature seedlings would require them to act swiftly, with the latest deadline being by May. With this realization, the timeline appeared tight and the task daunting. Hiring help was costly, and time was even more precious. Song Tan promptly nodded, "All right, let's first inquire about the schedule. If feasible, we can have someone start mowing and cutting down trees tomorrow, and we should be able to secure the contract by noon."